Heya, heya, see below. Heya, heya, storm wind blow.
Chapter 1. As usual. The tentacle came aboard as if it had been invited. Tavaro let it. It slid over the side, plank by plank, slick as spoiled egg and pale as drowned moonlight. His boat already carried bite marks, acid pits, claw gouges, scorch scars, one suspicious hole he refused to discuss, and a dark stain from a moor spawn that had tried to turn itself inside out after he killed it. The stain had never washed away. Tavaro had grown fond of it. The tentacle crept past his left heel. He kept his face turned toward the sail, humming like a man with no concerns except wind, rope, and the excellent shape of his own shoulders. The boat drifted in a lazy circle through waters touched by the moor deep. It had been doing that for 3 days, or 5. Time went thin out here. The sea stretched wide and blue. The sun kept throwing itself down and dragging itself back up, and Tavaro kept waiting for something hungry to decide that a lone boat with a lone man aboard looked easy. It was insulting how long the hungry thing had taken. The tentacle touched his ankle. Tavaro sighed. Oh no! It froze. He looked down. The tentacle tried, with no skill at all, to become a harmless length of wet rope. That is embarrassing for both of us. The child mark under his ribs gave one sharp pulse. Tavaro pressed his tongue against his teeth and looked down at the small handprint burned dark into the skin above his left side. It was half hidden beneath older scars and newer battle marks, small enough that a real child could have made it. It had not come from battle. It had come from the first wound. The day the sea gave him up, the gods took him in, and men found a title cruel enough to last. Unwanted son. The mark pulsed again. Yes, thank you. I know I am talking to bait. The tentacle twitched. Not you. It began to slide away. Tavaro moved. The skybone line woke inside his right arm. It always hurt. That was the first rule of gifts. Anyone who said a divine gift came without pain had either never received one or had died before the pain arrived. The cord stirred beneath his skin, sliding along bone, warm as blood and colder than fear. Tavaro hooked 2 fingers into the seam at his wrist and pulled. Pale line unspooled from his flesh without blood. It ran over his palm in a living coil, then snapped straight as the anchor came free. The anchor was not a hook, no matter how many children in the Sulari Isles sang it wrong. It was a curved length of skybone, heavy, pale, and rude to everything it entered. Tavaro drove it down. The tentacle punched wetly against the plank, pinned in place. For one fine breath, Tavaro smiled. Then he looked closer. Tiny feelers sprouted from the end of the tentacle. They trembled and opened like pale little fingers around a mouth. His smile packed its belongings and left. Mouth feelers meant something else. Mouth feelers on a tentacle. This thick meant the mouth they served was going to be rude. Aeon's breath, Tavaro muttered. The sea answered by rising, not with a wave. Waves had manners. This came up in a broad, pulsing swell that lifted the boat by the belly. The pinned tentacle went rigid. The deck groaned under Tavaro's feet. He turned. A limb wider than his body broke the surface. Water poured from it in sheets. Suckers opened and closed along its length, each one big enough to take his face and keep it. The limb climbed into the air until it blocked half the sky. Tavaro craned his neck. Well, he said, someone has been eating. The child mark burned. Yes, I see it. The limb fell. Tavaro jumped. The boat vanished beneath him, in a sound like a hill being punched apart. Planks exploded. Ropes snapped. The sail folded into the sea. A splinter, the length of Tavaro's thigh, whipped past his cheek and took a ribbon of skin with it. Then the water swallowed him. Cold closed over his head. He hit hard enough to send bubbles from his nose and pain through his ribs. The skybone line remained in his hand, still tied through his arm, still fastened to a chunk of deck and tentacle somewhere above. The cord tugged. Tavaro kicked toward the light. Something wrapped around his waist. The pressure came so fast He had no time for a joke. The tentacle cinched around him and squeezed. Air burst from his lungs. His ribs bent around the grip. Tavaro's vision flashed white, then blue, then black at the edges. The tentacle dragged him upward. He broke the surface with no breath to spend on being grateful. Water poured from his hair and beard. He hacked once, got nothing useful, and looked toward the thing hauling him in. The sea ahead bulged. A small island rose from it. No, not an island. Islands did not have skin. The body breached in glistening folds. Dark grey and slick, muscled beneath a hide ridged with scars and barnacled growth. Around its center, 9 mouths opened and closed in slow hunger. 8 were ringed with thrashing feelers, each feeler tipped in pale venom bulbs. The 9th sat in the middle, a stone-colored beak, jagged and wet, opening wide enough to split a house. The 9 Tavaro had heard the name from fishermen, who had never sailed within 100 leagues of more deep water. Fishermen collected terror, the way merchants collected debts. Most of their stories were twice as large as truth. This one had been sold short. The central beak clacked. The sound shivered through the water and into Tavaro's teeth. As usual, he wheezed. The tentacle dragged him closer. His pinned arm was locked against his side. The skybone line ran from his wrist, across the monster's limb to the wreckage, still stuck in the smaller tentacle. He could feel the cord shuddering with the 9 strength. The child mark burned under the tentacle's pressure. Tavaro let out the last scrap of breath in his chest and went slack. The tentacle tightened in triumph. He drove his trapped elbow downward. Bone met blubber. His other arm wrenched against the grip at the same time. The motion gave him no room. Then a finger width, then a hand width, and that was enough. Tavaro drove his elbow again. Something inside the tentacle popped. The 9 shrieked. All 9 mouths joined the sound. It came like stones scraping against thunder. Tavaro's skull rang. The tentacle spasmed. He dropped. His feet hit the 9 back and slid at once. The hide gave beneath him like wet leather over moving muscle. He windmilled one arm, lost dignity, found none nearby, and crashed down on one knee. The knee did not enjoy that. "Fine," he gasped. "We are all having feelings." One of the mouth feelers lashed across the monster's back. Tavaro threw himself aside. It caught his thigh instead of his belly. The pale bulb at its tip brushed skin. Fire entered him. Then the fire disappeared. His leg went numb from hip to knee. "Oh, that is cheating." Another feeler struck. Tavaro rolled under it and came up on his good leg. The world tilted. The skybone line snapped back into his grip as the anchor tore free from the broken plank and tentacle meat. A chunk of wood came with it, swinging at the end of the cord like the saddest shield in any age of the world. Tavaro looked at it. The child mark pulsed. "Do not judge my tools." He yanked the cord, caught the slab of deck in his left hand, and took the next strike on the wood. The venom bulb hit with a wet slap. Pale venom sizzled through the grain. Tavaro shoved the slab upward and swung the skybone anchor in a low arc. The anchor cut through the feeler. The severed tip hit the 9 back and spasmed. Bulbs flashing sickly white, then dimming. The mouth that owned it screamed. Good. Clear feedback. 2 more feelers came hunting. They did not have eyes. They had those trembling little fingers at the ends, tasting air, tasting heat, tasting whatever part of him the more deep had decided counted as food. Tavaro hopped back on one leg. "Come on, then," he said. "I have several excellent parts left." The 9 shifted beneath him. A greater tentacle lifted behind him, tall as a watch hill, water raining from it. It hovered, deciding where to crush. Tavaro hated a thoughtful monster. The tentacle began to fall. No time for anything large. Small, Tavaro slammed his thumb against the beetle mark near his wrist. The mark answered. His bones folded. The body remembered every change as an argument. Man became beetle between one heartbeat and the next. The 9 hide became a dark plain slick with brine and ridges. The falling tentacle became the sky. It struck. The force sent him tumbling through slime and spray. The tentacle passed over him, close enough to crush the air, close enough that the wind of it flung him into one of the hide ridges. He lay there for half a breath, a beetle the size of his own thumbnail, dazed and deeply proud. "Alive," he tried to say. It came out as a click. Still counted. The venom feelers lowered, searching. Their pale tips pulsed above him, each bulb now larger than his whole body. Small had solved the crushing. It had not solved being on a monster, large enough to be mistaken for bad geography. Tavaro called the hawk mark. It lived across his shoulder blades, 2 sweeping black scars with feather cuts inside them. The mark always answered too eagerly. It loved Sky. Tavaro understood that. Sky asked fewer questions than people. The beetle shell split into feather and heat. Wings struck slime. He beat them hard, once, twice, and tore himself free from the Ninemaw's back. His hawk body surged upward. Wind caught beneath broad wings. The sea opened beneath him. The monsters' mouths snapped and shrieked. Tendrils whipped upward. Too slow now. Too short. Tavaro climbed. Pain climbed with him. The numbness in his thigh had changed with his body, dulled in the way old scars dulled. Present as memory, the venom still had a claim. It dragged at the rhythm of his wings. His back burned where another feeler had caught him. His ribs complained in several dialects. He flew higher. The water spread under him, bright and cruel. His broken boat floated in pieces around the Ninemaw. That boat had survived 3 storms, 6 lesser Maw spawn, and 1 Sulari child who had decided the mast was a climbing tree while holding a cooking knife. "Bad news," Tavaro called down. In hawk form, the words came through the mark into no proper voice, more thought than sound. He said them anyway. "That was my best boat." The Ninemaw lifted 3 limbs from the water. The motion sucked waves inward. Its body rolled, revealing more of itself beneath the surface. Tavaro counted mouths again, because he did not trust fear to count for him. 9. All hungry, all angry. Excellent. Anger made flesh stupid, usually. Tavaro tucked his wings and dove. The Ninemaw swung at him. 1 limb cut across the air. He rolled beneath it, feathers brushing spray. Another rose ahead. He slipped between the suckers, close enough that one opened and tried to drink him from the sky. Missed. The central beak opened below. Tavaro aimed at it. The whale mark woke before he touched it. It lay along his spine, a broad, dark sweep from neck to lower back. The mark was weight, pressure, patience, force. Calling it was never graceful. He hated using it from height. He did it anyway. Wings vanished. Mass arrived. For a tiny, perfect instant, Tavaro was simply falling and becoming heavier than any reasonable creature should become. Then his whale body struck the Ninemaw. The sound beat the sky flat. He hit across the ring of mouths. Not clean enough to kill, clean enough to break. Flesh caved. 3 smaller mouths tore open. The stone beak cracked along one side. The Ninemaw folded under him and plunged back toward the sea. Pain detonated through Tavaro's body. The whale mark could make him vast. It did not make him immune to landing on a monster built like a drowned mountain. They crashed together. Water swallowed both. The sea went black with bubbles, blood, and churned slime. Limbs wrapped his whale body. Suckers gripped. Mouths bit. Venom bulbs scraped uselessly against thick hide in some places, and found softer flesh in others. Fire, numbness, pressure. The Ninemaw dragged him down. Tavaro thrashed. But the monster was not dying fast enough. Rude. A smaller mouth latched near his gill slit. Teeth sank in. Another tentacle wrapped around his tail and twisted. The central beak, cracked and furious, opened under him. It wanted to take him whole. Tavaro had been swallowed before. He did not recommend it. He released the whale mark. The body change snapped him back toward human shape too fast. The water rushed into the space where his bulk had been. Tentacles clenched on absence. Teeth scraped past his shoulder. Tavaro came out small by comparison. Human again, naked to the cold bleeding, the skybone line alive in his arm. He drove the anchor into the cracked edge of the central beak. The Ninemaw convulsed. The line tore from his wrist in a white coil. Tavaro kicked away, unspooling it. One loop went around a smaller feeding limb, another around a beak spur, another around the thick base of a mouth feeler. He did not plan so much as let his hands do what centuries of violence had taught them. Then the monster found him. A tentacle whipped through the water and struck him across the chest. His ribs gave no poetry, no lesson, just bone bending past its will, and a red burst of pain so bright his hands forgot what they were doing. The child mark screamed heat under his broken ribs. Tavaro opened his mouth and lost air. The Ninemaw pulled him closer to the cracked beak. He could see into it now. The dark throat beyond, rows of stone ridges inside the mouth, pieces of shell, bone, and old boat wood stuck between them. A human charm tied to a bit of net. His humor fell away. Someone's boat, someone's prayer, someone who had thought the sea might let them pass. The Ninemaw dragged him in. Tavaro wrapped both hands around the skybone line. The cord cut into his palms. His right arm burned from wrist to shoulder. The seam, where the line lived, split open wider than it should. Blood streamed into the water and vanished. He planted both feet against the lower beak. "I am Tavaro of the Far Wake," he said into the sea, though the words came out as bubbles and fury. First oathbound of the Sulari, Island Razor, Tidebreaker, Unwanted Son. The child mark pulsed once. He bared his teeth. Yes, I said it. He pulled. The skybone line tightened around the Ninemaw's mouths. The monster thrashed. The cord bit deep. Tavaro felt the anchor lodged in the cracked central beak. He felt every loop through the line, felt flesh and stone and muscle resisting him. It was like raising land, except land did not scream and try to eat his legs, usually. Tavaro pulled harder. His shoulders tore with effort. His spine arched. Broken ribs scraped inside him. The numbness in his thigh spread cold fingers down to his foot. He had no air left. The surface gleamed above, impossibly far. The Ninemaw opened all 9 mouths. The line cut through 3. The central beak split. The sound came through the water as a deep cracking roar. Tavaro held on. The anchor tore free in a spray of dark blood and shattered stone. The skybone line snapped back toward him, wrapped around his arm, and dragged him with it. For one spinning breath, he saw the Ninemaw's mouths collapse inward. The monster's own strength finished what his line had begun. Its limbs clenched around its broken center. The cracked beak drove into the softer throats around it. Blood clouded the water. The body bucked once, twice, a third time. Then the more deep thing began to sink. It did not sink like a creature. It sank like a bad island giving up. Tavaro watched it drop into the blue dark, limbs trailing, mouths ruined, blood rising above it in slow ribbons. His chest spasmed. Air had become an urgent little project. He kicked. His numb leg did nothing useful. He kicked with the other. The surface wavered above him. The sea, with its usual talent for poor timing, seemed to get wider. His body had become a sack of pain with arms attached. His lungs clenched. Blackness crept into his sight. The skybone line tugged. Not hard. Not enough to save him by itself. It was not that kind of gift. Marith gave roads. Marith did not carry fools down them. Tavaro wrapped one hand around the line and pulled himself upward through the water, fist over fist. Each pull dragged fire through his ribs. Each kick sent knives along his thigh. The child mark burned with every beat of his heart. He broke the surface. Air hit him. He swallowed half of it wrong and spent several ugly moments coughing seawater back into the sea, where it belonged. A gull circled overhead and screamed. Tavaro floated on his back amid wreckage, blood, foam, and pieces of his favorite boat. The gull screamed again. "Your concern is moving," Tavaro rasped. The gull left. Coward. The sun had shifted while he fought. It sat high and white, flattening the water into glare. Bits of Ninemaw drifted nearby. One pale venom bulb bobbed against a plank, still pulsing faintly. Tavaro pushed it away with 2 fingers. His hand shook. The skybone line coiled back into his arm. The anchor slid last through the seam at his wrist. It hurt worse going in. It always did. The cord settled beneath skin and bone with a final living shudder. Tavaro stared at his right arm. Blood ran from the seam in thin lines. That went well, he told it. The child mark pulsed. He looked down at his ribs. The little handprint sat amid bruising that had already begun to darken. It pulsed again. Slower this time. Less accusation. More presence. Still here. That was the thing about the child mark. It never praised him. It never applauded. It did not care whether songs carried his name across the Sulari Isles, or whether children carved his shoulders into driftwood toys. It only burned when he lied and warmed when he was close to breaking. Tavaro let his head fall back into the water. The sky above him was painfully clean. Somewhere far away, people would sail safer because the Ninemaw was dead. They might never know its name. They might never know his boat was gone, or that one of his ribs had chosen a new direction, or that his left leg currently belonged more to venom than to him. That was fine. It was supposed to be fine. He was the first oathbound, the island raiser. The sea scarred. He killed what came out of the more deep, and dragged land from the deep for mortals to stand on. He did not need anyone to see the part after the song, when the hero floated alone and tried to decide whether breathing was worth the effort. A wave lifted him and set him down. The ruined boat knocked against his shoulder. He turned his head. The biggest surviving plank drifted within reach. It had part of the old stain on it. Good, he whispered. Someone sensible survived. He hooked one arm over the plank and hissed as his ribs protested. The nearest island lay somewhere west or east. Direction had become shy. He could wait for stars. He could call the hawkmark once the venom faded. He could let the current carry him until his body remembered how to be useful. First, he would float. Second, he would not die. Third, he would find Senara Vael and pretend the damage looked worse than it was, which would fail because Senara knew bones better than he knew pride. Fourth, he would get another boat. Tavaro closed his eyes. The sea rocked him gently, as if it had not tried to kill him every day since infancy. Somewhere below, the dead Ninemaw sank into more deep dark. Somewhere beyond the horizon, mortals lived on islands he had raised, and called that safety ordinary. The child mark warmed beneath the bruises. Tavaro smiled without opening his eyes. As usual, he said. No one answered. That was usual too. Chapter 2. The Great Work. Senara Vael knew the sound of a body lying. Breath changed first. People thought the mouth lied best, then the eyes. They were wrong. The ribs confessed before either. A man who said the pain was nothing still held his breath before standing. A woman who said the fever had passed still breathed shallow when heat had settled into her lungs. A child who swore she had swallowed no shell shard kept touching her tongue to the same cut place inside her cheek. Bodies told the truth. People made poor use of it. Again, Senara said, the boy on the mat looked betrayed. He was 7, perhaps 8, with a scraped shin, a swollen eye, and the firm belief that being asked to bend his knee twice was an insult against his ancestors. His mother stood near the door with both hands locked around a basket handle. She had already apologized 3 times for bringing him in for something small. Senara had ignored all 3 apologies. The boy bent his knee. The joint moved cleanly. Pain, yes. Damage, little. Pride, grave. You will live, Senara said. His good eye widened. I knew that. Then you are ahead of most men. His mother pressed her mouth closed. The laugh still escaped through her nose. The boy glared at both of them. Senara took a strip of linen from the hanging rail and wrapped the shin. The scrape had pulled grit into the skin. She had already cleaned it, and the boy had screamed, as if she had removed the leg and replaced it with crab meat. Now the blood had slowed. His pulse had steadied. His eye was only bruised. The knee worked. "Stay off the reef stones for 2 days," she said. The boy looked at his mother for help. His mother said, 3. Senara liked her at once. 4, then. If we are bargaining. The boy groaned with his whole soul. "You may limp with dignity," Senara told him. "You may not climb." He hopped down from the mat and tested the wrapped leg with great ceremony. Then he forgot to limp on the way out. His mother noticed. Senara noticed. Neither said anything. The workhouse breathed around her. Morning heat pressed against the open walls. The roof of woven salt palm gave shade without trapping the smell of bodies. Herbs, sweat, old blood, fresh fish, sea rot, and boiled linen. Beyond the low courtyard wall, the Sulari Isles carried on with the sharp noise of a people who lived by water and argued with it daily. Nets slapped stone. Paddles knocked against hulls from the shallow dock below the market road. Someone shouted at a goat near Smokehouse Lane. The goat replied in a tone Senara respected. Inside, the keepers of the great work moved with less noise. The apprentices washed knives, scraped old salve from bowls, sorted dried leaf from bad leaf, and kept the fever mats under the eastern shade. 2 senior keepers sat with Oren, whose shoulder had been pulled from its socket by a net line, and then forced back in by 3 cousins with more love than skill. A young mother slept beside the birth screen, with her newborn tucked against her chest. The child's cry had been thin at dawn. It was full now, angry, strong. Senara listened to all of it, and let her hands keep working. She washed blood from under her nails in a clay basin. The water turned pink, then pale. Her cracked knuckles stung. The old scar across her left thumb whitened when she wrung the cloth dry. She emptied the basin into the waste trench, rinsed it, and reached for the next record tablet. Tavaro's tablets were stored separately. Every Vael keeper knew that. Every apprentice learned it before touching a blade. Tavaro's records did not sit with the fisher cuts, birth tears, fevers, lung rot, reef bites, and spear wounds. His records were kept in a long cedar chest bound with 3 leather straps, because no shelf had survived the weight of him as a subject. Senara looked at the chest, without meaning to. It sat in the back room beneath the older masks, the old splints, and the bone saws no one used, unless grief had already entered the room. The first tablet inside had been made before her grandmother's grandmother had a name. It bore the old mark of the Vael house, a hand cupping a wound without closing around it. Below the cedar chest, shoved onto a lower shelf beneath spare linen and a cracked jar of dull knives, sat Senara's own wrapped bundle. Eri reached for it. Senara's hand caught the girl's wrist before she thought better. Eri froze. Senara released her at once. Not that. The apprentice looked down at the bundle. It was tied in oilcloth, sealed with old wax, and labelled in Senara's hand. Outer lower fever roots, North Island birth herbs, cistern sickness after red rain, reef bite remedies, venom moss trials, salt mouth cases. Eri touched the top tablet with one careful finger. Are these Tavaro's? No. They have the Vael seal. Many regrettable things do. The girl saw the travel tags, the empty specimen pouches, the folded letters addressed to Outer Island healers. Her eyes moved to the date on the seal. This was for last dry season. Senara took the bundle from her, not gently. That is not for today. Were you leaving? The question landed badly because it was ordinary. Senara put the bundle back on the lower shelf, under the dull knives. I am standing here. Eri knew enough to lower her eyes. Yes. Blue jar, Senara said. We do not need the blue jar. We will, if you keep asking questions. Eri went pale, then fetched the blue jar. The great work had begun with a mistake Tavaro made while nearly dead. That was true of many things. He had come ashore in whale body, half torn open by a moor spawn whose name had either been forgotten or wisely refused. The first Vael to treat him had been young, frightened, and too stubborn to let a god-made man die on her floor. Tavaro had burned through fever for 6 days. On the 7th, he had caught her wrist and said, with the grave authority of delirium, "Little healer, this is a great work." Then he had vomited seawater on her lap. The name stayed. Senara had heard the story before she had heard lullabies. Every keeper had. Some told it as a blessing. Some told it as proof that Tavaro honored mortal hands. Senara's mother told it while sharpening needles and said, "Remember this. Great work or no, he still vomited on her." That version had proved the most useful. A shout rose from the outer path. Senara stilled. The apprentices stilled too. It happened across the room, in small failures of motion. A knife paused against a whetstone. Linen stopped halfway through folding. Oren's son, holding his father's good arm, turned toward the courtyard gate. Another shout came. Then another. Not panic, not grief. Awe threaded through it, and awe made Senara's stomach tighten faster than fear. A girl ran past the open wall. "He's back!" The workhouse changed. No one needed to ask who. A clay bowl slipped from an apprentice's hand and broke on the floor. Someone whispered the three near gods' names. Someone else made the old sign against the moor-deep. 2 fingers to the throat, 1 to the heart. Oren struggled to sit up until both senior keepers shoved him down by his good shoulder. Senara dried her hands. "Linen," she said. No one moved. She turned. The nearest apprentice, Eri, stared at her with round eyes, and the blue jar held tight in both hands. "Linen," Senara repeated. "Boiled. Wide strips. Heat stones, clean water, bitter root, deep needle kit." Eri blinked. "All of it?" Senara walked toward the courtyard. "It is Tavaro." The girl ran. By the time Senara reached the gate, half the lane had gathered. The workhouse sat above the lower market, just high enough that the harbour wind carried salt through the healer's garden, before turning down Smokehouse Lane. Tavaro came up from that direction barefoot, bare-chested, and shining with salt. His hair hung in wet ropes around his face. His right arm crossed his ribs in a way that pretended to be casual and failed badly. Blood had dried in brown fans down his side. New blood ran from the seam at his wrist where the skybone line lived under the skin. He carried a broken plank under his left arm. A woman in the crowd began to weep. An old man dropped to one knee. A pair of dock boys stared at Tavaro, as if he had climbed out of every song at once. One grinned, the other looked at the blood, went grey, and bent over to be sick in the dust. Tavaro saw that, and lifted the plank in greeting. "Good morning," he said. His voice had the cheerful ruin of a man who had not slept and had swallowed too much ocean. "I have brought part of a boat." The rest declined to travel. A few people laughed, because they thought they were meant to. Senara did not. She looked at his feet first. The left dragged by the smallest degree. Venom weakness. The knee on that side wanted to buckle. He hid it by rolling his hips wider than usual, which would have fooled anyone watching the legend instead of the body. She looked at the ribs. Bruising under the left side, dark beneath the child mark, already spreading toward the belly. Broken, maybe 2, 3. The shape of his breath made 3 more likely. The shoulder sat wrong from strain. The right wrist seam was torn wider than last time. Bad. His skin had the flat chill of someone who had spent too long in water after losing blood. His pupils were even, which was a gift. His smile was too bright, which was not. "Tavaro," she said. "Senara," he said, and put one hand over his heart. His fingers landed too high to avoid the bruises. Best of the veil. Terror of infected wounds. Thief of joy. You are leaking on my road. He looked down. Blood dripped from his wrist onto the packed earth. So I am? He looked back up at the crowd. Do not worry. I have more. A younger man near the rear muttered, "Always does." The laugh around Tavaro thinned. Senara saw him hear it. His smile did not change. His eyes did. They moved once, found the speaker, then slid away as if the words had missed him. They had not. An old fisherwoman pushed through the crowd and reached for Tavaro's hand. "Tidebreaker," she said, crying openly now. "Did you kill what took the southern nets?" 9 more, Tavaro said. The crowd shifted back a step. The Ninemaw? I found it rude, he said. So yes. The old woman pressed his bloody knuckles to her brow. Senara watched him soften. It happened before he could stop it. The great line of his shoulders eased. The grin became smaller and far more dangerous. Hope, maybe relief, hunger. The kind a healer could not feed without becoming part of the illness. Then a man at the edge of the lane said, "Where was he when pale salt took my sister?" Silence spread fast. Senara turned her head. The man stood with a basket of dried fish under one arm, and a face set hard enough to crack. Fever grief made people old before years did. Senara knew his sister. Save, 16, salt white at the lips by the end. Senara had held her down when the convulsions came, because the girl's mother had lost the strength. Tavaro knew the name too. His hand slipped free of the fisherwoman's grip. The child mark lay above his ribs, dark against salt-dried skin and bruising. Senara could not feel it, of course. She had no divine blood, no god wound, no claim in his strange body, yet she had watched that small mark for years. Tavaro's fingers went to it now, casual to any other eye. To hers the touch said enough. "I was in the West Reach," he said. The man gave a bitter laugh. "Of course." Tavaro nodded once. "Yes?" The answer confused the anger. The man had expected swagger, defense, perhaps a joke. Tavaro gave him agreement, and agreement left nowhere clean for the rage to go. Senara stepped between them. "He is entering treatment," she said. "Anyone who wants to shout at him may first help carry water." No one moved. "Then leave my gate." The fisherwoman backed away first, still weeping. Others followed. The dock boys remained until Senara looked at them. They fled. The man with the basket stayed a moment longer, eyes on Tavaro, then turned and walked down the lane. Tavaro watched him go. Senara did not soften her voice. Softness made him perform. Inside, he gave her the smile everyone else got. "That warm welcome is why I keep coming back. You keep coming back because you enter fights with the judgment of a drunk gull. A sober gull would have lost." Inside, he moved past her through the gate. The moment the crowd could no longer see him, his left leg failed. Senara caught his forearm before he went down. Tavaro was built as if the sea had tried to make a man and overdone the shoulders. Catching him should have pulled her down with him. He shifted at the last instant and took most of his weight against the gatepost. "Small stumble," he said. "Venom? Friendly venom. Your ribs? Excited. Your wrist? Open to new ideas. I can close your mouth with thread." His grin showed blood on one tooth. "You missed me." Senara slid his arm over her shoulders and ignored the heat of him. The salt, the blood, the living strain under his skin. "No. My floor missed being ruined." They made it 3 steps before he sucked air through his teeth. The sound was tiny, a thread sound. He would have hidden it from anyone else. Senara heard it and hated him for making her hear it. "Do not make your breathing pretty for me," she said. "I would never make anything pretty for you. You distrust beauty." "I distrust men who smile while bleeding into their own lungs." "That seems narrow." Matt. The apprentices had prepared the central treatment space. They had pulled screens across the open sides to block the eyes of anyone still hoping to see blood turned into song. Heat stones waited in a covered bowl. Water steamed. Linen lay folded. The deep needle kit sat open beside 3 salves and 2 knives. Tavaro eyed the knives. "You seem prepared to remove me in pieces. I may improve you. You would miss the current arrangement. I would label the pieces." He lowered himself onto the mat with careful control. Halfway down, control ran out. He landed on one hip and went still. His eyes closed. The room held its breath again. Senara snapped her fingers at Eri. Pulse at the throat. Count quiet. Eri knelt, pale, and set 2 fingers at Tavaro's neck. Tavaro opened one eye. "Hello." Eri nearly fell backward. "Do not flirt with apprentices while dying," Senara said. "I am not dying." "No. You are attempting to make dying embarrassed to be seen with you." The corner of his mouth moved. Mouth mobile, mind present. Humor standing guard at the door. Senara knelt beside him and placed her hand on his sternum. "Breathe in." He did. It caught. She felt the catch under her palm, felt the body stop itself before the full breath could spread the ribs. 3 broken, 1 cracked near the back. Fluid. She waited through the exhale, then pressed 2 fingers along the bruise line beneath the child mark. Tavaro's hand closed around her wrist. Not hard, never hard. That restraint mattered, because he had killed things larger than houses by forgetting restraint for 1 breath. "Do not poke that," he said. She looked at his hand. He released her at once. The apprentices pretended not to see. "Badly." Senara lowered her voice. "I have to know whether bone has moved inward. It has moved into an artistic arrangement. Tavaro." He looked at the roof. His throat worked once. "The lower one shifted when I swam," he said, then shifted back. "I think." Senara's stomach tightened. "Good," she said. "Now I know which rib to blame." His eyes cut back to her. She pressed carefully. He did not make a sound. That told her how bad it was. The rib had not pierced the lung, near enough to have done so. The bruise would deepen. Breathing would hurt for days. In an ordinary man, the injury would need binding, rest, and prayer, that fever stayed away. In Tavaro, the body would begin knitting before sunset if she kept him still and warm, and did not let him decide heroism was a substitute for sense. The venom worried her more. She moved to his thigh. The skin had no cut, only a faint pale track where the Ninemaws feeler had kissed him. Around it, the muscle twitched beneath the surface, then failed. Fire and numbness. She had seen lesser, more deep venom do this to fishermen. First heat, then deadening, then the slow closing of the throat if the poison found the lungs. Tavaro's throat was open. Breath bad from ribs, not poison. She pressed above the knee. "Feel that?" "Feel what?" "Bad." She pressed harder. He looked down. "That should have hurt." "Yes, I find myself disappointed." "Hold on to that. You enjoyed disappointment." Eri returned with a cup of crushed bitter root in hot water. Senara took it. Tavaro smelled it and winced. "I have already fought the monster. This is for the venom. It smells related. Drink." "I have concerns." "Drink. Or I pour it in while your mouth is open, saying something foolish." He accepted the cup with his left hand. His right wrist seam still leaked. He drank, gagged once, and swallowed the rest through sheer pride. "Awful," he rasped. "Yes, personal, a little." She took his right arm and turned the wrist toward the light. The seam had torn longer than usual, from the heel of the palm up past the wrist bone. The skin there was different from the rest of him. Smoother, darker at the edges. Scar tissue over living magic. The skybone line had opened him from inside when he drew it. Again, too deep this time. A thin line of pale tissue glimmered beneath the red. Eri whispered, "Is that bone?" "No," Senara said. "Do not stare." Tavaro looked at the girl. "It is a reasonable question. I have wondered the same thing. It is not bone. It is the sheath around the line. If that tears wider, you lose blood and line control." He lifted his brows. "You make it sound bad. It is bad. Then I reject your tone." "Reject it quietly." She cleaned the wrist with boiled salt water. Tavaro's fingers flexed once, then opened. The skybone line trembled under the skin. She felt it through him, not as magic, as a physical thing disturbing flesh, a cord living where cord did not belong. Her great-grandmother's tablets had drawings of this seam. Her grandmother had added notes after Tavaro pulled an island from the deep with the line wrapped around a reef tooth and nearly peeled his arm open to the elbow. Her mother had written in red pigment, after a battle with Vadruk, the crownback left 3 barbs buried near the line. Senara herself had added the rule that the wrist must be warmed before deep stitching, or the line recoiled. Songs knew none of this. Songs knew Tavaro, casting the skybone line into storm water and dragging mountains toward the sun. Senara knew the smell of torn sheath. She knew the color of line fever. She knew that his right hand shook for half a day after heavy use, and that he hid the tremor by carrying something large enough to impress fools. Today the plank had served that purpose. She glanced at it where he had dropped it near the mat. "Why did you bring wood?" He followed her gaze. "It survived. Many things survive. Not many of my boats. Did the plank ask for care? No. It is stoic. It can wait outside. I have bonded with it, airy." The apprentice picked up the plank with effort and dragged it toward the wall. Tavaro watched with grave sorrow. "Be kind to him." Eri paused. Senara said, "Ignore him. It makes him stronger when people do not." Tavaro sighed. Cruel medicine. The room settled. That was how treatment with him went. Terror. Joke. Blood. Joke. Quiet. More blood. The apprentices learned fast, or they left. No one could treat Tavaro while worshipping him. Worship kept the hand too soft. Fear made it clumsy. Admiration made it slow. Senara threaded the deep needle. "Hold him," she said. 2 senior keepers came to Tavaro's shoulders. A third took the forearm. It looked absurd. 3 mortals holding one arm. Tavaro could throw them through the screens without fully sitting up. He looked at each keeper, then at Senara. "I will not move." "I know." "Then why the hands?" "Because your body may move without asking you." His smile faded. Senara set the first stitch. Tavaro breathed out through his nose. The second stitch dragged the torn edge together. His jaw flexed. The third caught deep. The hand on his shoulder shifted as his muscle tensed under the keeper's palm. Not resistance, reflex. Senara kept her voice flat. "How many mouths?" 9. She set the 4th stitch. "All attached?" "Not after." A senior keeper snorted. Senara did not look up. "Venom feelers?" "Too many." "Body?" "Large." "Large as in fisherman large, Tavaro large. Or you will lie, and I will find out large." He considered. "Bad Island?" The apprentice at his wrist swallowed. Senara tied the stitch. "You fought an island-sized moorspawn alone. It did not bring friends. You brought a boat. I brought a plank. You had a boat. It had aspirations." She cut the thread. "You need sleep. I need a new boat. You need to lie still long enough for your bones to remember their places. They know. They are choosing drama." Tavaro, his eyes opened. There, too close. She had touched the thing beneath the humor. And now it looked back. For one breath, he seemed less huge, not small. Tavaro could never be small, even when he called the beetle mark and made his body into a speck of shell and legs. Yet something in him folded inward. Senara had seen the same look in old soldiers after thunder, in mothers after burying children. In Lapo the year he stopped laughing at Tavaro's stories and started asking why gods needed so much blood. Then Tavaro smiled again. "Well," he said, "if my bones wished to be respected, they should have behaved better." Senara packed salve over the seam. "That line stays bound for 3 days. 2. 5? I hear 3. You hear what saves you from 5. He looked pleased. "You bargain like a pirate." "I heal men who think bargaining with ribs changes anatomy." "Can I sit?" "No." "Can I eat?" "Yes." "Can I have something that is not bitter root?" "Yes." "Can I stand after eating?" "No." "Can I ask again after eating?" "You may, and I will enjoy refusing you with renewed energy." He closed his eyes. "There is the warmth I came for." Senara rose and let the senior keepers take over cleaning the lesser cuts. She crossed to the shelves and chose a jar of thick fish broth, already cooling from the morning pot. Tavaro would need meat, salt, water, sleep, and time. He would accept 3 and argue over 2. She added crushed fever leaf. Not enough to dull him. Too much medicine sat strangely in his body. It could race through him like fire or vanish as if the near gods had eaten it for sport. She had learned that at 15, when he swallowed a sleeping draught meant for a bull seal and woke an hour later with a poem, a fever, and the firm conviction that the floor was trying to court him. Her mother had laughed until she cried. Senara had been terrified. She carried the broth back. Tavaro was looking at the birth screen. The young mother had woken. She held the newborn close and stared at him around the edge of the woven panel. Her face held wonder, fear too, gratitude, a question she would never ask. Tavaro lifted 2 fingers in greeting. The baby made a small, furious sound. He looked at Senara. That one has judgment. That one has lungs. Same thing in infants. Senara handed him the bowl. Drink slowly. He drank too fast. Some broth ran into his beard. He wiped it with the back of his left wrist, leaving a streak of blood across his jaw from a cut she had not cleaned yet. The newborn's mother watched as if this too belonged in a song. Senara turned the screen farther, giving the woman and child privacy. Tavaro noticed. He noticed too much when it came to being seen. The workhouse settled again around treatment. Outside, the crowd thinned. Some left offerings at the gate, a woven charm of Orekan's wing, a bowl of sweet root, a strip of sailcloth painted with the blue spiral of the tidebreaker. Senara saw Eri glance toward them with shining eyes. Marel watched the offerings with a harder mouth. Marel's mother had died in the pale salt. There it was again, the split that had opened in the Sulari Isles and refused to close. Tavaro, the savior. Tavaro, the absent one. Tavaro, who stood between them and the more deep. Tavaro, who could not be everywhere, and would be blamed every time he was not. Senara understood the blame. She understood the worship too. Understanding did not heal a break. She checked Tavaro's leg again. Feeling had returned near the hip, not near the knee. Better than no change. She marked the pale venom track with charcoal at each end. Tavaro frowned down at it. That seems unkind. I am watching whether it spreads. It would spread more confidently without an audience. The venom has better manners than you. He leaned his head back against the rolled mat. You wound me. Your list is full. He went quiet long enough that she looked at his face. His eyes were on the roof slats. Sun moved through them in narrow bars across his skin. He was fighting sleep. The muscles around his eyes tightened every time he began to drop. Men who had spent too much time alone did that. So did children who had learned that sleep meant waking without what they needed. Senara sat back on her heels. Tavaro, you can sleep. I know. You are not sleeping. I am considering it from many angles. You are in the workhouse, she said. No one will cut your throat here. His eyes moved to her. I know that too. No more spawn will climb through the roof. I would almost respect the effort. No one at the gate gets to demand another rescue before you can stand. The child mark darkened, or perhaps the shadows shifted. Senara could never prove what she saw with that mark, and proof mattered to her. Still, Tavaro's left hand moved toward it before he stopped himself. Senara, he said lightly, your bedside manner has become sharp enough to shave with. Good. You arrived hairy. That pulled a real laugh from him, small and painful. He regretted it at once. His eyes watered from the rib flare. She held the cup to his mouth. Small sip. He took it. For a while, that was all. Sip, breath, pain, quiet. The workhouse moved around them. When his eyes closed again, Senara took the moment to study the marks. There were new abrasions across the whale mark at his spine, visible when he shifted. The hawk mark near his shoulders had gone dull at the edges, often a sign of hard calling after shock. The beetle mark near his wrist looked untroubled, which was almost offensive. The child mark sat above the bruised ribs, small and dark, its edges clean as if burned yesterday rather than centuries ago. The songs called his marks trophies, idiots. A trophy sat on a shelf and gathered dust. Tavaro's marks took rent from his body every time he used them. The hawk mark pulled at his lungs if called too long. The whale mark left his joints heavy, sometimes for days. The beetle mark made him quiet afterward, and she had not yet decided whether that came from the mark or from whatever memory had earned it. The child mark was worse, because it was not tied to a form. It was tied to the old wound. The veiled chest had generations of notes on the skybone line seam, and no recipe for that. Only margins. Warm him before sleep. Give water first. Do not ask in front of others. Do not let him joke his way upright. Senara reached for clean linen and began binding his ribs. He opened his eyes. I hate this part. I have noticed. It makes me feel like a packed fish. Packed fish do not complain. Dead packed fish do not complain. Living ones have opinions. She looped the cloth around him. Breathe out. He did. She tightened. The sound he made was almost silent. The apprentices looked away. Senara tied the linen flat. Too tight would trap the breath. Too loose would let the rib shift. There. Good enough for a body that would try to betray her plan the moment it felt useful again. Do not call the hawk mark while bound, she said. That is oddly specific. You came here in hawk body last wet season with 2 cracked ribs and tore one wider when you changed back. I remember that differently. You were unconscious. Then my version has room. Do not call the hawk mark. He said nothing. Tavaro, I heard you. That is not agreement. It is related. She leaned closer. If you tear that lower rib inward, I may have to cut into you to keep your lung from drowning. His face went still. Good. Let him picture it. 3 days, she said. His gaze slid away. She knew that look. Why? Why what? What did you just decide you needed to do before 3 days passed? He smiled. I admire the faith you have in my decision-making. I have no faith in your decision-making. I have records. He looked toward the cedar chest. Cruel ancestors. They warned me well. My favorite Vael never wrote anything down. Your favorite Vael was 4 and fed you sand. He had vision. He became a counter. See? Senara shook her head despite herself. That was his skill. He could pull a laugh toward him with one bloody hand, while the other hid the knife in his own ribs. The Vael line had treated Tavaro for generations, and every generation had thought it understood him better than the last. Every generation had been wrong in some way that left a note for the next. Do not let him stand, because he smiles. Do not trust his silence after praise. When he says he is fine, ask what he broke. If he touches the child mark, stop asking in front of others. If he wakes from fever calling himself unwanted, do not argue. Give him water first. Senara had added her own line last year, after he came in from fighting Vadruk with 3 broken fingers and a missing strip of thigh. If he asks whether anyone came by, he means whether anyone chose to stay. She had written that one, then sat alone in the record room until the lamp died. Outside, voices rose again at the gate. Not awe this time. Argument. Senara turned her head. The workhouse was near enough to the road that news often reached it in scraps before shape. She heard 3 men speaking over each other. A woman's voice cut through. Then the word Oren, sharp with anger or fear. Another word followed, too low to catch. Tavaro's eyes opened. The change was immediate. He did not sit. He knew better with her hand, still near his ribs. He did not reach for the skybone line. The wrist was bound and watched. Yet his whole body gathered itself. The throat, pulse, quickened. The pupils narrowed. The left hand pressed flat to the mat, as if testing whether it could bear weight. Senara had heard only noise. Tavaro had heard words. Tavaro, she said. He looked toward the harbour, not the gate, not the road, the harbour. The Sulari capital wrapped itself around the inner water, and the workhouse sat high enough on the slope that a clear day carried sounds strangely. Dock bells, sail calls, chant, hammer, gull, prayer, most of it blurred for mortal ears. Tavaro could sift the blur apart when his body had strength, and sometimes when it did not, his jaw tightened. The child mark sat dark, beneath the rib, binding. Senara felt a coldness move through her that had nothing to do with medicine. What did you hear? She asked. He did not answer. Eri came through the screen, face flushed. Senara, there is a runner. From where? The docks. Tavaro closed his eyes once. The runner reached the courtyard. His feet slapped stone. He was young, breathing hard, close to panic or importance. Those looked alike in boys. Before he crossed the threshold, before his mouth shaped the first word, Tavaro opened his eyes and turned toward the harbour again. Who is leaving? He asked. The runner went white. Senara's fingers tightened around the unused needle in her hand. No one had said anything about leaving. Chapter 3. Lapo at first light. The runner opened his mouth. Tavaro wished for a monster. Monsters were clear. They rose from the sea with teeth, limbs, venom, hunger, and a refreshing lack of argument. A monster did not arrive at a healing house, carrying news from the docks, and wearing the face of a boy who had just learned words could bruise. Senara stood beside Tavaro's mat, with the bent needle still in her hand. The runner looked at her first. Sensible. Senara had that effect on the living. People looked to her when they wanted permission to remain that way. Then the boy looked at Tavaro. Less sensible. Tavaro smiled at him because someone had to. If this is about the plank, tell Eri I am willing to discuss shared custody. The boy swallowed. Senara did not turn away from Tavaro. Speak. The Farbound, the runner said. The word entered the workhouse and changed the air. Tavaro had heard it before in scraps. Mutters from harbour men, prayers from women outside the old salt shrine. Young voices saying it with heat, old voices saying it with hunger, which was worse. Farbound. The word had the shape of rope thrown past a safe post. They are loading ships, the runner said. Many people load ships, Senara said. Not like this. Tavaro watched her hand. She had not moved it. The needle lay between her fingers, thread dark, with the last blood from his wrist. Her knuckles had gone white. Who? She asked. Oren's people, the root callers, families from North Lower, Shell Quarter crews, ridge folk, more coming before night. Tavaro shifted on the mat. His ribs objected. Ribs were narrow-minded things. No sense of timing. Senara's gaze cut down to him. Do not. I was simply considering the shape of my excellent body. You were preparing to stand. Those overlap, the runner said. Lapo is with them. Senara's face did not break. That was the worst of it. Tavaro had seen faces break. He had seen them fold under grief, fear, joy, and the sight of his whale mark being called too close to shore, which, yes, had been partly his fault. Faces were honest when they broke. Senara's face stayed whole. The needle in her hand bent farther. Tavaro saw it happen. A slow curve under the pressure of fingers that had learned to hold steady through birth blood and death fever. She looked down at the needle, as if it had failed her by becoming metal. When? She asked. First light. The workhouse went silent. Outside, the harbour lived on. Tavaro could hear a mast knock wood. A goat complaining from 3 lanes away. The suck and drag of tide under the lower piers. Too many feet on dock planks. Too many rope coils being moved. Too many storage lids thrown open. He heard what the runner had not said. Water casks, sailcloth, dry grain. Children crying because they had been woken from naps and told to carry their lives in baskets. A fleet, then. Not a few fools with a prophecy and a bad sense of weather. A fleet. Tavaro sat up. The room shouted without words. Senara's hand landed on his shoulder. 2 keepers moved toward him. Eri squeaked. Oren began to rise from his shoulder mat, saw Senara's face, and wisely remembered his injury. Tavaro got halfway upright before his ribs stole the rest. Pain cracked across his side, bright and mean. He locked his jaw. The child mark burned under the binding, hot as a coal pressed into skin. Yes, he told it. I noticed. Senara leaned over him. Lie down. The docks are busy. Then they will remain busy without you. That has rarely improved a situation. You cannot walk there. I walked here. You collapsed at my gate. I arrived first. The collapse was separate. You are not charming when bleeding. That is a harsh limit on my personality. Senara's hand pressed harder. Not enough to hurt. Enough to tell him she knew exactly where the ribs sat and how to punish him if he wasted her work. He looked at the runner. Lapo said first light. The boy nodded. And Oren? Another nod. He speaks from the root house tonight. They say the staff has opened the eastern road. There it was. Staff. Tavaro felt the skybone line stir beneath the bound seam of his right wrist. It did not like that word, or it did not like the pressure behind it. The line was a thing of sky, oath, and road. It answered to the 3 near gods, and to Tavaro's blood. It did not have thoughts in any tidy sense. It had moods. At that moment, it had the mood of a dog smelling a snake. Senara felt the twitch in his arm. Of course she did. Her eyes dropped to the bandage. "Out," she said. The runner backed up at once. "To the courtyard," she added, before every apprentice in the workhouse obeyed the same order. The runner vanished through the screen. Eri stared after him, then at Senara, then at Tavaro, then at the bent needle. Senara said, "New needle." The girl moved. Tavaro lowered himself back onto the mat before Senara made him. Strategy. A man who surrendered one hill might keep the mountain. Senara. "No, I have not asked. You are wearing the question with your whole body. That is unfair. My body is expressive. Your body is broken. Parts of it are only disappointed." She stared at him. He tried the smile he had used on angry kings, grieving widows, hostile children, suspicious dogs, and once on Vadruk the Crownback, who had hated it enough to lose an eye over the matter. Senara did not move. Tavaro let the smile fade. It had nowhere to stand in that room. "Lapo is leaving," he said. "I heard with Oren." "Yes, at first light. I understand mourning. You cannot expect me to stay here. I expect you to bleed less than you want to." "I do not want to bleed. You behave otherwise." He swung his feet off the mat. Senara's hand was at his chest, before the second foot touched woven reed. She did not shove. She simply placed her palm flat over the binding and waited. His breath had to pass through that hand. "You will tear the rib," she said. "Possibly you will fall before the lower market." Rude. "You will bleed through the wrist bandage." Likely. "You will reach the docks looking like a dying omen, and every Farbound fool who already fears you will see you trying to stand between them and their ships." That stopped him. Senara knew it did. Her eyes were dark, tired, furious, and far too clear. Tavaro looked away first. He hated that. He had stared down Moorspawn with more eyes than sense. He had looked into mouths big enough to house weather. A mortal healer, with blood under her nails, should have been easier. She was not easier. "They are sailing beyond the raised roots," he said. "I know. They will die. Some may, all." The word came out harder than he meant. The room felt smaller after it. He heard an apprentice stop breathing. Senara did not flinch. "They are people," she said. "They are bodies in boats, crossing more deep roads." "They are people," she said again. "Do not count them dead before they have finished packing." His fingers curled around the edge of the mat. The reed split under his grip. The child mark pulsed. He released the mat. "They are people," he said. Senara's eyes changed in the smallest way, not softness. She would rather set her hair on fire than offer him softness when he wanted it too much. Recognition, maybe. He hated that, too. "I need to hear it from him," Tavaro said. "From Lapo?" "Yes. You are not walking to the docks. Then I will crawl. It will add dignity." "Tavaro?" "I will listen. Your listening has a habit of becoming action. I will be charmingly weak. You are never charmingly anything." "Senara." She closed her eyes for one breath. When she opened them, she looked older. Not old. Senara was not old. She had the age that came from watching too many bodies make bargains they could not keep. "You come back here," she said. "You do not go to the root house. You do not touch the staff. You do not stand in front of a crowd. You do not call a mark. You do not pull the line." Tavaro nodded at each order. It was exhausting. She had so many. "And take Marel." "No." "Yes." "Marel hates me. Marel distrusts you." Marel sharpened a knife louder when I looked at him. "He lost his mother to pale salt." The words landed like a hand on the back of Tavaro's neck. He had known that. Somewhere. The workhouse had held too many sick during the pale salt. Too many names had become steam and salt and coughing. Tavaro had returned late from the West Reach, dragging a broken Moorspawn jaw as proof of useful labor, while the Sulari Isles counted their dead. He had walked into the aftermath and found people looking at him, as if rescue had missed its appointment. Marel's mother. Letha, perhaps? Fish-trap hands, a laugh through the nose. A son with solemn eyes who had once stood near the south steps, had watched Tavaro mend a net badly for the privilege of being near people who pretended not to stare. The child Mark warmed, which was worse than burning. "I will go alone," Tavaro said. Senara studied him. Then she stepped back. "Then go alone." That was also worse. He stood before she could change her mind. Pain rose with him in layers. Thigh numbness first, then ribs, then wrist, then the deep bruise across his back that had been waiting for its chance to speak. His body considered folding. Tavaro negotiated with it through spite. He found his balance. Senara watched every inch of him. "You are leaning left. I am favoring the island's aesthetic. You are limping. I have always been dramatic. You are pale. I am naturally luminous. Your hand is shaking." He looked down. The right hand had closed against his bandage. The fingers trembled once, then stilled because he noticed them. "It dislikes news," he said. "So do I." For one bare moment, he wanted to ask what she would do, not as a healer, not as Vael, as Senara, with the lamps catching the loose hair at her temple and the bent needle lying on the tray between them. He did not ask. She had no answer ready, and it would have been cruel to make her show him. So he winked at Eri instead, who looked worried enough to drop another bowl. Then he walked out. The first 6 steps were easy because people watched. The next 8 were less easy because people stopped watching. By the time Tavaro reached the rear path behind the workhouse, his ribs had become a council of enemies. His left leg moved like it had been borrowed from a corpse that wanted it back. The bitter root sat in his stomach with the warmth of an insult. The wrist bandage had already begun to spot red. Excellent, then. Everything was behaving exactly as expected. The healer's garden dropped behind the workhouse in terraces of bitter root, fever leaf, blue jar vine, and stubborn weeds Senara cursed with more intimacy than most people gave lovers. The main road curved down past the market stalls and the public cistern, then bent toward the main pier. Tavaro avoided it. Being seen used energy. Instead, he took the garden path. It ran behind the waste trench, between drying racks of medicinal bark, and down through the smoke sheds where fish, salt meat, and half the capital's patients went to toughen. Smokehouse Lane opened near the shallow dock. The root house sat farther along the lower Shrine Road, above the oldest harbour stones. Beyond that, the main pier reached into the inner water, and beyond the harbour gate, the outer reef made a dark lip against the sea. A useful route, a painful one. Senara would know. Senara knew the sound of his bad decisions before they opened doors. Yet she had let him go because the alternative was tying him to the mat, and that would have required rope, help, and a stronger belief in rope than any sensible healer carried. Evening had folded the settlement into gold and smoke. The Sulari capital was not one city so much as a long argument with the shore. Houses climbed the slope from the harbour, roof over roof, open wall over open wall, every path bending around old stone, root shrine, rain trench, and someone's grandmother who refused to move her fruit stand from the middle of a lane because her grandmother had also refused. Tavaro loved it. He loved the smell of smoked fish and hot shell lime. He loved the way children ran barefoot over stone too sharp for mainland feet. He loved old men playing shell counters in door shade and cheating so badly that honesty would have been less work. He loved the songs that rose while nets were repaired, each crew singing a different rhythm until the harbour sounded like 5 arguments pretending to be music. He loved that mortals made noise, as if silence were a personal enemy. The lane opened near the Potter's Ben. He slowed before stepping into view. A crowd moved below. Not one crowd, many currents. Some people headed toward the docks with baskets and bundles. Others stood in doorways, watching them pass with faces closed against feeling. A group of young men carried water jars 2 at a time, grinning too brightly. An old woman followed with a cane, cursing them for walking too fast while not slowing at all. A girl clutched a carved ancestor mask to her chest and cried without making sound. Farbound? Tavaro had expected wild eyes. He would have preferred them. Wild eyes could be argued with, outlasted, mocked if necessary. These people looked awake. He kept to the edges and moved downhill. Snatches reached him. "First light," Oren said. "No, take the seed jars, not the painted bowls." The root showed the river. "My brother says Tavaro will stop us." "My brother is a fool." "Tavaro saved your brother. Tavaro raised the island where your brother buried 3 children. He cannot be everywhere. Then he should stop standing in the center." Tavaro stopped under the shadow of a sail loft. The child mark burned. The last speaker was a woman with a baby tied to her chest and a bundle of fishing spears over one shoulder. Her face was calm. That made it harder to hate her. He wanted to step out. He wanted to say that he had never asked to stand in the center, that the sea had been wide and full of monsters, and humans had been soft and brief and beautiful, and someone had needed to hold the line. He wanted to ask how many children were alive, because he had raised reef rings and safe lagoons. He wanted to show them the scars. He wanted to make the math visible. "Here is the rib from the south crossing. Here is the poison from the blue jaw brood. Here is the wrist seam from the skybone line, which opens every time your boats need a new horizon. Here is the child mark from the day I was thrown away. Here is the price." The woman shifted the baby higher and kept walking. Tavaro remained in shadow. The child mark gave one small pulse. "Yes," he whispered. "Fine. Bad idea." He moved again. By the time he reached the lower market, the harbor had become a mouth of lamplight. Ships filled the inner water, more than he had expected. Too many for a fishing journey. Too many for a seasonal move between raised islands. These had been prepared over weeks, perhaps months, while he was away killing things people could understand better than departure. Large hulls sat low with packed weight. Smaller guideboats clustered around them. Some were standard Sulari build, narrow-bellied and swift, meant to ride reef water and outrun bad weather. Others had been altered. Deep sides, extra lashings, crude weather frames, more storage than sense. Someone had been planning for open distance. His stomach went cold. This was not fever talk from the root house. This was a movement. The waterline faltered. Captain Maru slapped the side of a cask. On the pull. Not before it. The next jar moved cleanly. Tavaro looked toward her. Maru stood near the main pier, with her grey hair wrapped in red cloth and a deck knife at her waist. She did not look inspired. She looked busy, angry, and deeply unimpressed by anyone who confused those two things. A boy in the line moved too early. Maru caught the jar before it tipped, put it back into his hands, and pointed at the rope mark beneath his feet. "There," she said. Again, the boy nodded. The line moved. No speech, no ceremony. Work. Tavaro approved, despite himself. Then he saw Lapo. The boy was not a boy. Tavaro had known that. Technically, mortals did insist on growing when he was not looking. Still, knowing and seeing were different wounds. Lapo stood beside the second deep hull, with a slate tucked under one arm and a tally cord wrapped once around his wrist. His hair was tied back with green cloth. A small root and shell charm hung at his throat. A travel bundle lay near his feet, ignored while he argued with a man twice his size. Oren said, "Forward hull." The man said, "Lapo did not look impressed." "Oren is not carrying your mother." The man blinked. Lapo pointed toward the lead ship. "That ladder is too steep. Your youngest is coughing." Second hull. Stern shade. The vision showed. The vision does not climb ladders. The man opened his mouth. Lapo leaned closer, voice softer. Tavaro heard it anyway. "If she falls before the outer reef, you will use 2 hands carrying her, and none carrying water." Second hull. The man stared at him. Then he picked up 2 marked water jars and moved. Lapo turned at once. Who marked this one? No one answered quickly enough. He held up a clay token tied to a jar neck. "This is North Lower Grain. It is sitting beside Lower Sen water. Who tied this?" 3 people pointed in 3 different directions. Lapo closed his eyes. The expression was pure Senara. Tavaro felt his ribs tighten around something that was not pain. "Untie it," Lapo said. "Blue mark goes to the 3rd hull. Red to the second, and Javi's family does not share a deck with Otha's unless you want blood before breakfast. A young woman laughed once, startled. Lapo looked at her. She stopped laughing and moved the jar. Tavaro stayed in shadow. Lapo was not only leaving, Lapo was working. He knew old knees, bad ladders, wrong jar marks, which child coughed in smoke, which families would fight if packed too close. He carried the leaving in his hands, not as dream, not as song, as water and shade and the angle of a ladder. People listened to him. That hurt in a place Tavaro had not known was available. Oren stood near the broad pier stone, with the rootstaff in his hand. He watched Lapo. Pride softened his face. Then the staff pulsed, and the pride became something steadier, brighter, useful. Tavaro's hand curled. No, not here. He pressed his right wrist against his thigh. The skybone line writhed under the bandage. The rootstaff's green moved through the crowd like sap under bark, softening the edges of fear, not erasing it. That would have been easier to name. It made fear feel like the old voice of a smaller self, something one could thank and step beyond. Certainty settled over the dock. A father weeping by the gangplank straightened when Oren touched his shoulder. He lifted his child and carried her aboard. Tavaro's jaw tightened. More spawn ate bodies. The rootstaff did something stranger. It fed on hesitation and called the emptiness courage. No, unfair. The child mark burned hard enough to make him gasp. A fisherman near the net stack turned. Who is there? Tavaro slipped behind the sail loft and into Smokehouse Lane before the man saw him. His ribs punished the movement. He braced one hand against the wall, bending forward while pain chewed through the binding. For a moment, the world went narrow. Wall, breath, salt, blood, the awful need to cough, and the better need not to. He waited until the black at the edges of his sight retreated. Beautiful, he whispered. Strong work. Very heroic wall leaning. A voice answered from the other side of the lane. That strap will cut your shoulder raw before the reef. Tavaro went still. Riva, he knew her voice. Net maker, knife, quick, strong laugh. A woman who had once shouted at him for dragging a bleeding moor-spawn tail through drying lines. She had been right. He had been less right, which had come as a shock to everyone. Now her voice had no laugh in it. Lapo answered, It holds, so does a bad marriage. That does not make it seaworthy. Tavaro edged close enough to see through a gap in the wall slats. Lapo stood facing Riva in the shadow between a rope shed and a smokehouse. His travel bundle hung from one shoulder. Riva had one hand on the strap, not caressing. Correcting, her fingers were brown, scarred, blunt at the nails. She tugged the knot apart with the vicious competence of a woman personally insulted by bad rope. You tied this after loading, Riva said. Lapo looked away. You packed before you came. I had work. You had a bag, Riva. Mother, if you want something from me. His mouth trembled. She saw it and did not soften. Not fully. Softness would have given him somewhere to hide. Eat, she said. I am not hungry. You have not eaten since morning. I have... Liar. She took a strip of dried fish from the pouch at her waist and shoved it against his chest. Chew. He looked at the fish. She looked at him. Lapo put the fish in his mouth. Good, Riva said, and pulled the strap flat. Now say the thing. He chewed once, swallowed badly. Come with us. No, you did not even... No. Listen first. I listened to your bag. I listened to your hands on the shelf this morning. I listened to you not looking at Senara. I listened when you tied your strap wrong, because your fingers were shaking. His face flushed. I need to go. Need? No. You want the road, and you want me to stop arguing. That is not fair. It is close enough to you. You do not understand. Riva gave the strap one last hard tug. I understand too much. That is why I am still standing here. Instead of screaming on the pier, he looked toward the docks. You would stay? Yes. After everything? Yes. Under Tavaro's shadow, Riva slapped him. The sound cracked down the narrow lane. Tavaro's hand moved before thought. He stopped it against the wall. Fingers clawed in wood. Lapo did not touch his face. He stood with his head turned, cheek darkening, fish forgotten in his hand. Riva looked as shocked as he did. Then her mouth hardened. "I know what staying costs," she said. "I stayed." Lapo's eyes filled. Riva's did too. She wiped one tear away with the heel of her hand, as if angry at the inconvenience. "You think I stayed because I could not imagine leaving?" she asked. "You think I never looked east? You think every woman who kept a roof over your head was too small to want another sky? I did not mean." "You meant enough." He looked down. The harbour noise swelled behind them. Shouts and rope, gulls and water, Maru snapping another order at the cask line. Lapo's voice stayed low. "When pale salt came, the islands did not save us. The reef rings did not save us. The near gods did not speak. Tavaro was gone." Riva's jaw hardened. "He was fighting in the West Reach. He is always fighting somewhere." "Yes, that is what one man becomes when everyone keeps handing him the sea." "No." Lapo touched the charm at his throat. "That is why I have to go." The charm pulsed faint green. Tavaro's skin crawled. Riva saw the pulse too. Her eyes dropped to it, then rose to his face. "Use your own words," she said. "They are my words." "No, those are Oren's, with the staff smoothing the edges." Lapo flinched. She stepped closer. "Tell me with your mouth." For a moment, he was the boy again. Tavaro saw sand in his hand, mischief in his eyes, small brown feet planted on a god-made chest, as if no one in the world could fall. Then the man returned. "I want to wake up somewhere that is not his gift and my debt," Lapo said. The lane went quiet. Tavaro forgot to breathe. His ribs remembered for him. Riva's anger faltered. The pain left underneath was worse. "That," she said after a moment, "is yours." Lapo looked at her, almost hopeful. She crushed that, too. "It still does not put me on the boat." "Mother." "No, I want you there." "I know. I love you." "Do not put this on love." His mouth shut. Riva took the half-eaten fish from his hand and pushed it back against his chest. "You want me to tell you it is all right. I want you to understand." "No. Understanding is not enough for you tonight. You want me to nod. You want me to pack you food and fix your strap and make it hurt less." His eyes spilled then. One tear. He turned his face away fast, as if speed could undo it. Riva let him. That was mercy. Then she said, "Do not ask me to make this easier for you." He wiped his cheek with the back of his hand. "You are my mother." "Yes," she said. "I get to do it badly if I want." A sound left him. Not a laugh, not a sob. Something too young for his grown face. Riva's hand rose toward his cheek, stopped before touching the slap mark, and fell. "Go then," she said, "but go on your own feet." He looked at her. "No blessing hidden in that," she said. "No permission. No nice last line for you to carry. If you go, you carry it." "I can." "Maybe." He swallowed. Then she asked the question Tavaro had been dreading. "If Tavaro tries to stop you, what will you do?" The alley held its breath. Lapo did not answer at once. Tavaro waited, though every part of him wanted the answer less with every heartbeat. Finally, Lapo said, "I will ask him to move." "And if he will not?" Lapo's shoulders tightened. The root charm pulsed again. "I will walk around him." Riva's voice was small. "He is Tavaro." Lapo looked back. Then he should be strong enough to bear it. He left, not running, not storming. He walked away with his bundle over one shoulder, fish in his hand, cheek darkening, and certainty in his spine. The harbour took him back into its noise. Riva stayed in the alley. Tavaro stayed behind the wall. His ribs hurt, his wrist hurt, his thigh hurt. Those were simple. They belonged to the body, and the body could be negotiated with. Bullied, salved, bound, tricked into sleep. The rest had no wound edge. He thought of stepping out. He thought of saying something useful. "I will bring him back." No, that would be a lie. Worse, it would sound like a promise. "He is wrong." No. Lapo was wrong about the ocean, wrong about the cost ahead. Tavaro knew that with every scar he had. Lapo was not wrong about the debt. Riva wiped her face with both hands. "Come out." Tavaro closed his eyes. "Of course, unless the smokehouse has learned to breathe like a stabbed bull." He considered staying hidden out of pure commitment to embarrassment. The child mark pulsed. "Yes, yes," he muttered, and stepped into the alley. Reva looked him up and down. There was no awe in her face, no worship, no hatred either. It was the face of a woman who had cried too hard to perform for a legend. "You look awful. Senara has been saying kind things too. Does she know you are here?" "Senara knows everything eventually." "That means no. It means she is very talented." Reva leaned back against the smokehouse wall. Her legs seemed to have given up all at once. Tavaro did not move closer. He had learned at least one useful thing in several centuries. A large wounded man coming closer in a narrow space was rarely comfort. "I was not trying to hear," he said. "That is a stupid thing to say when your ears are famous." "Yes?" She looked toward the harbor. "How much?" "Enough." "Then you know he will not stay." "I know he thinks he will not." Her eyes snapped back to him. Tavaro wished he had chosen different words. He had meant hope. It had come out like ownership. Reva heard the difference. "Do not. I have not done anything." "You are thinking of doing it." "I think many things." "You are Tavaro. Thinking must feel like weather to the rest of us." That was almost funny. He did not laugh. Reva pushed herself upright. "Do not hurt my son." The words were quiet. They found every place in him that had not already been struck. Tavaro heard her motherhood in them, the whole blunt weight of it. "My son." My body fed him. My hands tied his shoes. My knife cut fish while he slept. My voice called him in from rain. Mine. He did not understand why the sentence seemed larger than that. I would never hurt Lapo. She looked at his bound ribs, his torn wrist, his scarred shoulders, the marks on him that had been won by violence and praised as service. "You might," she said, "if you thought it would save him." Tavaro had no answer. Reva swallowed. "He is wrong about much of this. I know he is. The sea is worse than Oren says. Green light is not a map, but if you stand in front of him like a wall, he will throw himself at you until he bleeds and call the bleeding his choice." Tavaro looked down the alley where Lapo had gone. "I can speak to him. You can. I can show him the charts. He thinks your maps end where your hand ends. I can tell him about the more deep currents. He thinks you name every road dangerous if you did not raise it. I can tell him what waits beyond the roots. He thinks what waits there has less claim over him than you do." Tavaro's jaw tightened. "And you?" Reva met his gaze. She was frightened. He smelled it. Human fear had a salt under the salt, sharp and old. She was frightened of Lapo leaving, frightened of Oren, frightened of the sea, frightened of the staff, frightened of Tavaro asking a question that had no safe answer. She answered anyway. "I think you save people until you forget to ask whether they asked." The alley went very quiet. Tavaro could have shouted. It rose in him, fast and hot. He could have listed every dead monster, every raised island, every storm broken by his own body. He could have shown her the Ninemaws' venom track on his thigh, the stitched wrist, the bruises hidden under cloth. Instead he heard Senara. They are people. He heard Lapo, his gift and my debt. He heard Reva. "Do not hurt my son." The child mark warmed under his hand. Tavaro let out a breath. It hurt. Pain gave the body a task. That was well said. He managed. Reva blinked. He forced a smile. It came out crooked. I hated it. A startled sound left her. Not a laugh. Too close to tears for that. He looked toward the harbor again. "Will you tell Senara?" "No." His eyes returned to her. "Lapo should tell her," Reva said. "If he has spine enough to leave, he can carry his own words. He will not." "No." "Then she should know." "Yes." Neither moved. At last Reva said, "You will tell her." The idea made the Ninemaw seem friendly. "I am injured. You walked here poorly. You can walk back poorly. Senara will be displeased." "Good. She is useful that way." Tavaro nodded. It was a small nod. His neck felt suddenly too tired for grandeur. Reva stepped aside to let him pass, then stopped him with one more word. "Tavaro." He looked back. "Ask Senara what to do," she said. Then actually listen. The old easy answer rose in him. I always help. I know the sea. I know danger. I am Tavaro, of the far wake. He said none of it. I will try. Riva searched his face, and seemed unimpressed by the bargain. Fair. Tavaro left the alley. The harbour had darkened while he listened. Lamps burned along the docks. The Rootstaff's green glow moved through the crowd like a thought everyone had agreed to call hope. Oren stood near the largest ship now, staff raised while people gathered close. Tavaro kept to shadow, though his body hated every sideways step. He should leave. He had heard what he came to hear. Lapo at first light, Oren and the Rootstaff. Riva refusing, Maru moving water, Lapo counting bodies before they became names. Enough. Still he looked. Oren's voice carried now. We know the sea is dangerous, he said. The crowd around him stilled. Tavaro stilled too. Oren, he whispered, do not be good at this. Oren was good at it. He stood beneath the pier lamps with salt in his white-shot hair, and the rootstaff held upright beside him. The green in the wood moved slowly, low and patient. He looked tired. That made people lean in more than strength would have. Tavaro knows the waters past the roots better than any living soul, Oren said. Listen to him when he speaks of current and more spawn. Listen when he says a hull will crack. Listen when he says you need more rope. A few people looked toward the dark lanes, as if Tavaro might step out in answer. He did not. Oren's hand tightened around the staff. I am afraid too. The words quieted the dock. I know enough to be afraid. Not enough to turn back. The rootstaff pulsed. Tavaro felt the pressure settle through the crowd. Someone near the pier shouted, Then why go? Oren looked toward the ships. For one breath, the old man seemed smaller than the staff. Then he lifted his head. I want them alive, he said. Of course I do. I want more than that. No one spoke. Tavaro gave us ground. Oren said, I will not spit on that. My son lived because of land Tavaro raised and a workhouse built on it. Many of us did, but a gift can grow teeth if no one is allowed to leave it. The words moved through the dock. Tavaro's hand tightened on the wall. A woman in the front called, My mother says we are fools. Oren smiled faintly. Mothers are often correct. A few people laughed. My wife stays, a man said. I go. My brother goes, said another voice. I stay. A boy near the waterline said, I am afraid. His mother put a hand on his shoulder. So am I. Oren nodded once, as if the fear had earned its place on the pier. We leave at first light, he said, not because the sea is kind, not because the road is easy, because the boat is loaded, the dead are named, and our children are watching what we do with both. The Farbound answered, not a cheer, a breath. That frightened Tavaro more. He had heard battle cries. Cries burned hot and died fast. This sound was quieter. It was a decision, settling into bone. The rootstaff glowed like sap under dawn, though night had deepened. Tavaro turned from the docks. An old woman stood in the mouth of the lane, tiny, bent, eyes pale with age and still sharp enough to gut fish. You should not be here, she said. Popular advice today. You should be in Senara's house, with your bones wrapped. Workhouse? She is Vael. Every hurt thing in this place becomes her house. Tavaro looked at her more closely. Do I know you? You broke my roof once. That narrows nothing. You fell through it as a boar. Ah, he considered. Was the boar impressive? The bill was. He gave her a tired smile. She did not return it. My daughter is on the second hull, the old woman said. Tavaro looked toward the ships. I told her not to go, she said. She told me not to die angry. We were both rude. That seems to be happening often. The old woman studied him. Do not break her boat and call it rescue. The sentence sat on his shoulders. Tavaro said nothing. The old woman nodded, as if silence were the answer she had expected, then shuffled away. The climb back to the workhouse was worse. Payne had a sense of humor. It waited until witnesses thinned, then got creative. His thigh went numb halfway up the market rise. His wrist began bleeding through the bandage in earnest. Each breath dragged against the rib binding. Twice he had to stop. Once he sat on a low wall and pretended he had chosen the rest as a matter of style. No one believed him. No one was there, but still, by the time he reached the healer's garden, the harbor chant had changed. Maru's water rhythm had spread through the lower road, taken up by people loading casks near the shallow dock. Full jars forward, empty jars back, on the pull, not before it. The workhouse lamps were still burning when he reached the gate. Senara waited in the courtyard. Of course she did. She stood with her arms crossed, sleeves rolled to the elbow, hair tied back, face lit from one side by a hanging oil bowl. Behind her, the workhouse moved in low night rhythm. Sleeping patients, quiet apprentices, a pot simmering somewhere, the smell of bitter root waiting for him like a grudge. Tavaro stopped just inside the gate. Senara looked at his wrist first, then his leg, then his ribs, then his face. You bled through the bandage. Yes. You worsened the limp. It was lonely. You strained the binding. Only socially. You heard him. The humor went out of him. He nodded. Senara's eyes held steady. Lapo, at first light. Her arms tightened across her chest. He told Reva. Tavaro said. She refused. Senara looked toward the harbor, though she could not see it from the courtyard. Good. The word sounded like it had cost her. She gave him fish, Tavaro said. Senara's mouth moved, almost a smile. Not enough to live. She would. He ate some. That is new. She slapped him. Senara closed her eyes. Also, not new. She told him to go on his own feet. Senara opened her eyes. For a moment the courtyard held only night sounds. Then she said, Reva is often right when it is least convenient. Oren spoke. I know the shape of his speeches. The staff is working on them. Her eyes returned to him. Working how? Certainty. Senara's mouth hardened. Tavaro came farther into the courtyard. The movement took more care than he wanted her to see. She saw anyway. He made it to the stone bench near the washing basin and sat before his leg chose drama. Senara did not rush to him. He was grateful, then hurt by the gratitude, then annoyed by the hurt. The child mark pulsed, entirely too smug for a handprint. Tavaro pressed his palm against it. Stop. Senara's brow lifted. I said nothing. Not you. She glanced at the mark, then away. For a while the courtyard held only night. Tavaro rubbed salt from his beard. His hand came away with dried blood from a cut on his jaw. He had forgotten that one. Small cuts were so needy. Lapo is not being dragged, he said. Senara went still. He is moving jars, families, old women, coughing children, bad knots. People listened to him. Her face did not change enough. Her hands did. The right thumb pressed against the scar on her left thumb and held there. He always knew who needed a cup before they asked, she said. Oren watched him. Yes, like a father. The pause held too long. Yes, Senara said, but also like a man seeing a tool. The words came out before Tavaro could sand them down. Senara looked at him. He expected anger. He got worse. She looked tired. Both can live in the same hand, she said. He thought of Reva's hand on Lapo's strap. Oren's hand on the rootstaff. Senara's hand on his ribs. His own hand pressed too often over the child mark, as if shame could be held in place. They think I am a cage, he said. Senara closed her eyes. He watched the words enter her. She had known them already, perhaps not in that shape. A healer knows infection before pus breaks skin. Some do. You are meant to say no. No, too late. She walked to the basin and took up a clean cloth. They know the reefs keep teeth out. They also know every root ends where your hand ends. I raised islands. Yes. Safe ones. Yes. He looked at her. She met his gaze. That is why it hurts. He wanted to be angry. Anger stood close, willing and warm. He could have stepped into it and felt better for at least several breaths. Fear was colder. Shame had quieter hands. I know the water beyond the raised roots, he said. Yes, they do not. No, they will die. Maybe, he bared his teeth. Do not soften it. I am not. Knowing where a wound is does not always stop the bleeding. That sounds like something healers say when they lose. It is something healers say, because bodies die even when we are right. He looked down at his hands. One bound, one scarred, both too large. Suddenly, he saw them around the skybone line, around monster flesh, around broken boats, around Reva's imagined fear for Lapo, around Oren's thin old throat. Because the thought had come uninvited and left poison behind. He curled his fingers inward. "I could stop the ships," he said. Senara said nothing. "I could break rudders, cut sail lines, pull reef stone across the harbour mouth, sink the largest hulls in shallow water. No deaths if I am careful. Would you be careful?" His head snapped up. She did not retreat. The question hung there. He wanted to shout at her. He wanted to ask whether she thought him a monster. He wanted to remind her of all the times his hands had carried bodies from water, not pushed them under. Riva had said if you thought it would save him. The old woman had said, "Do not break her boat," and call it rescue. The child mark burned. Tavaro looked away first. "I would try." Senara sat beside him then. That frightened him more than her standing. She set the cloth in his lap, not yet using it. "That is why you came back." He stared at the courtyard stones. The stone nearest his foot had a hairline crack shaped like a river. He focused on it because it did not ask anything of him. "I came back because Riva told me to ask you what to do before deciding. Riva is smart. She thinks I would hurt him. She thinks you are powerful and afraid." Tavaro laughed once. It scraped. "People keep noticing that second part tonight. They have eyes. I hide it well. You hide it loudly." He looked at her then. "Are you afraid of me?" Senara held his gaze. The workhouse behind her seemed to recede. The whole Sulari night narrowed to her face, and the answer he suddenly did not want. Yes. The word did not break the world. It only broke something smaller. Tavaro swallowed. His throat had gone dry. Senara leaned forward, elbows on knees, suddenly looking as tired as he felt. "I am afraid, because you can do damage before anyone in that room finishes saying no." His hand closed around the cloth in his lap. "I am afraid of the staff," she said. "I am afraid of Oren holding it. I am afraid Lapo will not look back. I am afraid the sea will take them and leave us counting baskets." She looked toward the lower road. "And I am afraid I will ask you to stop him." There, the sentence sat between them. Tavaro looked at her profile. The lamp painted one side of her face, gold, and left the other in shadow. He knew the line of her nose from fever nights, the scar near her thumb from a bone sore, the place at her temple where hair always escaped its tie when she worked too long. He wanted Senara to tell him what to do. He wanted someone to say, "Save them," and have it be clean. He wanted someone to say, "Let them go," and have that not feel like pushing children into teeth. She had no answer ready. That frightened him more than the Ninemaw. "What are you asking?" he said. "I do not know." The honesty cut deeper than command. Tavaro leaned back against the courtyard wall and hissed when the ribs objected. "Good. Then we are two wise people knowing nothing together." "I did not say wise. I gave us that. Generous. I am famous for it." Her mouth moved, almost a smile. It failed. He missed it anyway. Below, the harbour bells rang once. Night deepened. First light waited somewhere beyond the dark, gathering itself. Tavaro looked toward the sound. He could not see the ships from here, but he felt them in his mind. Hulls loaded, people sleeping on deck, or not sleeping at all. Lapo with his bundle and his darkening cheek. Riva alone in Smokehouse Lane. Maru slapping a water cask. Oren with the rootstaff across his knees. Green certainty moving through wood, while the sea waited with its old patient mouths. He had fought the Ninemaw with 9 mouths and 1 plan. Lapo had left him with 3 feelings and no plan at all. Anger, fear, shame. The child mark warmed beneath his palm. Tavaro closed his eyes. "I do not know where to stand if I am not helping," he said. Senara did not answer quickly. For once, he did not fill the silence. Finally he said, "Senara." "Yes, what do we do?" She looked toward the harbour. First light had not come yet. It was close enough to hear.
eya, eya. See below, eya, eya. Storm wind blow.
Chapter 4. The Pale Salt. Senara did not answer Tavaro. He had asked what they should do, which was a healer's least favorite kind of question. People asked it when every useful choice had already been ruined. They asked it beside beds, beside graves, beside doors that would not open again. What do we do? Usually the answer was smaller than anyone wanted. Hold this cup. Boil more cloth. Tell the mother before the child wakes. Do not move him yet. Do not lie to the living. The dead were past caring. Tavaro sat on the courtyard bench, with one hand pressed against the child mark beneath his rib binding, and the other hanging loose at his side. The fresh bandage at his wrist had already bloomed red. He looked too large for the little stone square, too damaged for the legend people kept trying to make from him. The oil bowl above the washing basin caught the salt dried in his beard, and the dark hollow under his ribs. Below them, the harbour bells rang again. What? Silence. What? Not warning, not storm. A night call for loading, counting, waiting. Senara had heard that rhythm during evacuations after reef fires, during the old southern flood, during the great turtle beaching, when half the capital had stood with ropes around their waists and tried to push 10 tons of confused shell back toward tide. This bell was worse. This bell was choice. Tavaro looked toward the sound. Senara. No, he blinked. I had not asked. You were about to ask if I was angry. Were you going to answer? No. Efficient. She took the bloodied cloth from his lap and dropped it into the wash bowl. The water took the red and thinned it into pink. Great griefs entered the workhouse in bright color and spread until they became part of everything. The thought brought the old stink of fever back so sharply she had to grip the basin edge. Salt, sweat, old vomit, charred, bitter leaf, the sour sweetness of bodies losing water faster than she could return it. The pale salt had not begun with death. It began with a fisherman licking his cracked lips and laughing that the sea had climbed inside him. Senara had been cutting a shell shard from a woman's heel when the man came in. He was broad, loud, embarrassed by attention, with shoulders burnt dark from years on the water. His wife had brought him by the ear, because men in love often survived longer when dragged. His mouth has gone white, the wife said. The fisherman grinned around pale lips. I kissed a wave. It was jealous. Senara had been younger then, not young enough to be stupid, old enough to resent how much stupidity remained possible. She took his chin between her fingers and turned his face toward the light. White at the lips, fine crust at the corners, gums dry, tongue thick, breath fast. Fever? She asked. No, he said. Yes, his wife said. The body agreed with the wife. Senara set the shell shard aside, washed her hands twice, then had him sit. Water first? Always water first. When the mouth dried that way, he drank 2 cups and asked for a third before she had finished checking his pulse. His skin was hot. His pulse was wrong. Not fast in the usual fever pattern. It beat hard, then skipped like a frightened thing. She sent for Oren. He came from the council house, smelling of ink, rain, and smoke, his white shot hair bound back badly, as if he had tied it while walking. Oren always looked as though 3 thoughts had arrived at once, and none had agreed to wait. He had healer hands, even when he was holding a law tablet. Thin fingers, scarred thumbs, nails kept short. He could set a bone while lecturing a chieftain on drainage rights, and somehow make both parties feel improved. He looked at the fisherman's mouth and did not laugh. That was when Senara first felt fear. Bodies made patterns. Oren had taught her that before she could write her own name straight, 1 sick man was a man, 2 were a question, 3 were a pattern trying to hide. By sunset, they had 5. By morning, 9. By the 3rd day, the workhouse no longer had enough mats. The pale salt gave the mouth its name first. Lips went white, tongues swelled, gums cracked. Then the eyes sank, the skin heated, the hands shook, and the thirst became monstrous. People drank until they vomited and begged for more before the bowl left their reach. Some sweated salt dust through their skin. Some stopped sweating at all, which was worse. The worst cases seized in the night, backs bowed, fingers hooked, mouths foaming pale. Children failed quickly. Old people failed quietly. Young adults fought longest and broke hearts by seeming to improve before morning took them. Senara learned to hate dawn. The first week, they worked as they had been trained. Separate mats, boiled water, fresh cloth, mouth rinses, cooling stones, bitter root for fever, salt bark in careful doses because too much closed the throat. Keep the sick shaded, keep them turn, keep waste away from wells. Burn bedding that could not be clean. The second week, they argued over theories because arguing still felt like power. Bad shellfish, a fouled spring, more deep vapor carried in from southern winds, reef mineral sickness after red rain, punishment from the three near gods. No, not punishment, a warning. No, not a warning, a test. No, not a test, because gods who tested children deserved no shrines. Senara said that last one aloud after a 6-year-old died with both hands locked in her hair. The room went silent around her. Oren, standing beside the door with a dead boy in his arms, said, "We will discuss theology after we have enough cups." No one mentioned it again. Senara had seen pieces of this before, not the whole fever, not the pattern. Pieces. A healer from Outer Lower had written of white mouth after red tide, and a thirst that emptied cistern jars. A North Island birthkeeper had sent 3 lines about salt crust on children's lashes after a season of hot rain. Reef settlements had stories of boys coming back from shell pools with dry tongues and shaking hands, scattered reports, loose tablets, old women's remedies, fishermen's warnings, half-memories carried by people who only came to the workhouse when a body had already become urgent. Her survey bundle had been packed for that. Outer Lower fever roots, North Island birth herbs, cistern sickness after red rain, reef bite remedies, venom moss trials, salt mouth cases, empty specimen pouches, letters waiting for local healers who knew things the Vael records did not. She had meant to leave before the dry season. Then Tavaro had come in with his wrist seam torn nearly to the elbow. Then the council needed great work records copied for the younger keepers. Then Lapo had needed help rebuilding the water shelf because he had made the first one crooked and refused to admit it. Then Oren had said one more week. One more week had become a season. Now Tavaro had generations of notes on the smell of torn skybone sheath, and pale salt entered through the mouth with 3 rumors and no map. Senara had meant to collect mortal remedies before another mortal body became a surprise. She did not say that aloud. A healer who wasted breath on regret stole it from the sick. By the 3rd week, people stopped arguing. The capital moved differently. No one touched another person, unless they had to. Mothers kept children from cousins. Lovers slept facing away from each other and pretended it was for airflow. Market stalls thinned. The old storytellers stopped gathering by the south steps. The sea, which usually filled every hour with work, sat beyond the harbour like an insult. Tavaro did not come. At first, no one said that aloud. People asked around it, "Has there been word from the West Reach? Did any cutter see the first oathbound? Would more spawn carry fever? Does the Skybone line feel sickness in the water?" They asked because questions were safer than accusation. Oren sent riders across the raised islands, then boats, then signal fires. Tavaro was somewhere beyond the western reefs, hunting a brood that had taken 3 cargo crews and a child from a shore pool. He was always somewhere doing something that mattered. That truth had very poor bedside use. Lapo believed he would come. Lapo had believed in Tavaro with the clean stupidity of boys who had once been lifted into the air by him. He was still young enough then to make hope look like an argument. He carried water until his shoulders bruised from the yoke. He washed fever bowls until his hands cracked. He sat outside the sick room and told children's stories Tavaro had told him though he made most of them worse by adding impossible details. Tavaro eating a storm. Tavaro wrestling the moon down to polish it. Tavaro raising an island shaped like a sleeping pig, because the near gods dared him. Senara told him to stop lying to the sick. Lapo said, "They like the pig. They need water. They can have both." He smiled at her then, and she nearly threw a cup at him because love made people careless, and she was afraid all the time. Riva came with broth, clean cloth, and the kind of silence that made fools step aside. She put food in Senara's hand without asking whether Senara wanted it. "Eat," Riva said. "I am working. Chew while working. Your jaw is not holding anyone's pulse." Senara ate, because the alternative was Riva standing there until every patient in the room noticed. Riva checked Lapo's water yoke with 2 fingers, saw the bruises beneath his collar, and said nothing until he tried to lift again. "Half jars," she said. "I can carry full. You can carry sense, too. But you keep setting it down." He flushed. "People need water. People need you not," collapsed beside it. He obeyed for half a day. Then he carried full jars again. By the 4th week, even Lapo stopped telling stories. Oren gathered the council beneath the old sail roof near the harbour. Senara did not attend. She had 12 patients in the heat room and 4 apprentices too tired to count properly. Oren came to the workhouse after dark with his face set. "I am taking 3 boats west," he said. Senara had been grinding fever leaf. The pestle stopped in her hand. No, he washed his hands in the basin, because Oren would obey medicine, even while planning madness. Tavaro may not know. He may be dead. Then I need that word too. You will carry sickness to another island. We take no one fevered. You may carry it anyway. Then we take the empty west route, and do not land unless we find him." She stared at him. He did not look away. Oren was not a large man. He had never needed size. He had the endurance of woven cord and the irritating calm of a man who could hold grief without mistaking it for instruction. That night, grief was instructing him. "You will die out there," she said. "Perhaps that is not a plan." "No." "Then stay." He touched the table edge, careful not to touch her. Everyone had become careful about touch. "If he can help, and I do not seek him, I will hear that for the rest of my life. You will not hear anything if you are dead." "I know." "Then do not make me say it twice." His face changed. She had hurt him. She wanted him hurt enough to stay. He looked through the open wall toward the rows of fever mats. "I have asked Ivara. I have asked Aeon. I have asked Marath. I have made offerings, burned them correctly, burned them wrong in case correctness was the problem, and shouted into the road shrine until my throat went. That is not medicine." "No, you taught me that. I taught you many things I now find inconvenient." Her mouth tightened. He smiled a little. It nearly broke her. "Stay," she said. The word came out smaller than she meant. Personal, useless. Oren heard it as both, and answered the way he always did, when choice had already hardened in him. "I come back with him," he said, or with word. Senara looked down at the bowl of fever leaf. Her hands were shaking, and she did not have time for shaking. "Bring water. If you cannot bring either, I will." He left before dawn. Lapo watched the boats go from the harbour wall. Senara did not. She was inside with a girl whose fever had begun to seize her lungs. The girl died before the boats cleared the outer reef. After that, time lost honesty. The workhouse became a place of numbers, because names took too long to mourn. 7 on the east mats, 4 needing mouth, wash each quarter bell, 2 on death watch, 1 birth, because fever did not stop labour, 3 apprentices down with shaking hands and white lips, moved from workers to patients before they could protest. Senara slept sitting up with her back against the medicine shelves. She woke whenever breath changed. Sometimes she woke because breath had stopped. Lapo fell sick near the end of the 5th week. He hid it first. Of course he did. He had learned from Tavaro, which was one more thing she could resent when energy allowed. He kept his lips wet, avoided bright light, smiled with his mouth closed. He carried 1 water jar too many and dropped it in the courtyard. It broke. He stood over the pieces, staring down as if the jar had betrayed him. Senara crossed the yard and touched his cheek. Hot. He said, "It is the sun." She slapped him, not hard. Enough. His eyes filled more from shame than pain. "Matt," she said, "I can still carry water." "Matt, I am fine." "Matt, or I will put you down in front of everyone." He looked past her. The courtyard had gone still. Apprentices, patients, a mother holding a fevered baby. Everyone had turned. Lapo's shoulders folded. He went to the mat. Riva arrived before the second fever bell. Someone must have run to Smoke House Lane. Senara did not ask who. Riva came through the courtyard gate carrying a covered bowl and a knife at her belt. Her hair had escaped its tie. Her hands were clean, which meant she had washed them before entering. Good. She saw Lapo on the mat. Her face did not change. That was how Senara knew she was afraid. "Out," Senara said. "No, you can watch from the screen. He is mine before he is your patient. Then help him live by obeying the person treating him." Riva's mouth hardened. For one breath, Senara thought she would refuse. Then Riva set the bowl beside the shelf, rolled her sleeves and said, "Tell me what to carry." For 2 days, Lapo was a good patient because he was too ashamed to resist. On the third, the thirst took him. By the fourth, he no longer knew them. He called Riva by the name he had used as a child. He called for father, then for Tavaro, then for water, then for no one at all. He bit through his tongue. He clawed at the mat. He asked whether the pig island had sunk. Riva stayed behind the birth screen and tore clean cloth into strips until her fingers blistered. Senara worked. That was all. Cool cloth. Turn him. Check the pulse. Water by drops. Fever leaf. Salt bark. Stop when the throat tightens. Start again when it opens. Press the jaw closed when spasms threaten the tongue. Keep the fingers from clawing at skin. Wash. Count. Breathe. Again. At dawn on the 6th day, Lapo seized so hard that 2 apprentices could not hold him. Senara climbed across his body, pinned his shoulders with her knees, and pressed folded leather between his teeth before he bit through what remained of his tongue. Riva moved toward the mat. Senara did not look up. "Stay. He is choking. He is seizing. Stay." Riva stopped. Lapo stared up at Senara, with eyes gone too wide, too bright, too empty. Then he stopped fighting. For one breath, she thought he had died. He had not. The breath returned, thin and ragged. She bent over him and pressed her forehead to his. "Do not," she said. "Do not make me carry this, too." His skin burned against hers. Outside, someone began shouting from the shore. Senara ignored it. Shouting came every day now. Death, arrival, argument, grief. Someone insisting shrine water had cured a cousin, and therefore Senara was hiding medicine. She ignored everything that did not enter the workhouse with a body attached. The shouting moved closer. Feet pounded up the road. Eri, much younger then, and still inclined to panic with her whole face, appeared in the doorway. But Senara did not lift her head. Whose? Oren's. The world narrowed to the heat of Lapo's brow beneath hers. "Is Tavaro with them?" she asked. Eri did not answer quickly enough. Senara closed her eyes. "Is Tavaro with them?" No. The word passed through the room and landed nowhere. There was no space left for it. Senara climbed off Lapo's mat. Her legs had gone numb from kneeling. She nearly fell and caught herself on the wall. Riva stood on the other side of the screen. Her hands were full of torn linen. She had heard. She did not speak. Oren came through the courtyard with 2 men behind him, and no one else. 11 had left. 3 returned. He should have looked broken, storm-beaten, ashamed. He did not. He looked changed. His hair had gone mostly white in the weeks since he left. His shoulders were thinner. His feet were bare and torn. Salt had dried in the folds of his clothes. His hands, those exact healer hands, gripped a staff of grey driftwood so tightly the knuckles had split. The staff was plain enough that a fisher child might have dragged it home and been scolded for bringing rot into the house. Then it caught the workhouse shade and green moved inside it. Not light, sap, fire, memory. Senara felt every hair on her arms lift. The patients felt it too. Fevered heads turned. A child stopped crying. An old woman who had not spoken in 2 days whispered, "Green." One of the men behind Oren began to weep. The other stood with his arms wrapped around himself. Though the day was hot, he wore a bracelet on his left wrist, too small for him. Braidwork? A woman's bracelet, salt stiff and dark with old water. He would not look at the staff. Oren stopped just inside the courtyard gate. Senara looked behind him once more, because the body does stupid things, even when the mind knows better. No Tavaro, no skybone line gleam, no sea-scarred giant limping through the gate with some horrible joke ready to protect everyone from how much blood he had lost. Only Oren and the staff. "You did not find him," Senara said. Oren's eyes moved to Lapo's mat. "No." The staff pulsed. Senara stepped in front of Lapo before she decided to do it. Oren looked back at her. His face was full of grief and certainty. The grief she trusted. The certainty she did not. "What is that?" she asked. "Help? What is it?" He came closer. Every step brought that green pressure with him. Gentle. That made it worse. It did not force the room to kneel. It made kneeling feel reasonable. "Oren, I found something that answered. You were meant to find Tavaro. I know. Where are the others?" The weeping man covered his face. The man with the bracelet said, 8 names. Oren's hand tightened on the staff. Senara heard the wood creak. "Where are the others?" she asked again. "The west water took them," Oren said. "How? Storm? More spawn? Fever? The road?" His voice stayed calm. "Do not ask me for clean words." The man with the bracelet laughed once, not loudly, not sanely. Oren did not look at him. Senara looked at the staff. Beneath the moving green, 8 pale knots marked the wood, pale as healed knuckles, pale as bone beneath skin. She disliked herself for counting. Lapo coughed behind her. The sound tore through every thought. Senara turned. His lips had gone almost entirely white. Salt dust clung to his eyelashes. His throat worked with no swallow. His chest hitched twice and failed to find a full breath. She moved to him. Oren moved too. "No," she said. He stopped. "Do not bring that thing near him. It can help. You do not know that." "I know. You believe." "Senara, do not say my name like a bandage." The staff pulsed again. The green inside it spread down the grain in thin lines. One of the pale knots brightened, then dimmed. The man with the bracelet whispered, "Say them before you use it again." Oren's face did not change. "Not now." "Where then?" Riva stepped between the man and Lapo's mat, not toward Oren, not against him. Between the fevered body and the words the room could not yet survive. "Out," she said. The man looked at her. Whatever he saw on her face made him step back. Lapo's fingers clawed weakly at the mat. His mouth opened. No sound came. His body was past asking. Oren's voice lowered. "It held sickness from me when it should have taken us all. It kept breath in my lungs after the storm. It can hold this fever back, or it can kill him faster. It will not. You cannot know that." His eyes shone. "No," she said, because she understood then. "Do not do this." Oren had always been most dangerous when he was calm. If you had one medicine left and his breath was going, would you stand there measuring pride? That is not the same. It is close enough for the mat he is lying on. The room watched them. Senara hated them for it. The sick, the apprentices, the exhausted mothers, the old men, the dying. All those eyes waiting for her to be either wise or cruel. Lapo's breath caught again. His spine arched. This time, no seizure followed. His body did not have the strength. Senara looked at the shelf. Fever leaf, salt bark, bone cups, cooling cloth, bitter root, smoke jars, dried red moss, everything she knew, everything that had failed to stop this. Then she looked at the staff. No healer should use a tool she did not understand. No healer should refuse a possible treatment, because fear had dressed itself as discipline. Both rules stood before her, and only one body lay between them. Her voice felt like scraped shell. "If his throat closes, I cut it open." Oren nodded. "If his heart stops, you take that staff away from my room. Yes, if he dies after this, you do not call his death holy." The certainty in Oren's face broke for the first time. Pain showed through. "Yes," he said. Senara stepped aside. Riva made a sound behind the screen. Senara did not turn. Oren knelt beside Lapo. The staff did not touch the mat. Its end hovered above the reed, and the green inside the wood gathered near Oren's hand. The workhouse cooled, not dramatically, not like winter. The heat simply loosened its fist. Sweat dried on Senara's neck. Lapo's breath, ragged and fast, slowed by one beat. Green threads moved from the staff. Not light, not roots either. Something between. They entered the air and vanished, then appeared again along Lapo's arms, faint under the skin. Senara lunged forward and grabbed his wrist, counting pulse. Still there. Fast. No. Slower. His mouth worked. She leaned close. "Water," he whispered. Every person in the workhouse began to cry, except Senara. She did not have time. "Cup?" she snapped. Eri brought one, hands shaking so badly. Senara had to take it before the water spilled. She put the cup to Lapo's mouth and let a single drop wet his lips. "Slow," she said. He swallowed. Another drop. Swallow. Another. His throat stayed open. His pulse steadied. Not normal. Not safe. Better. Oren sat back on his heels. The staff in his hand had gone duller. Green withdrawn to the knots. Senara looked at him. He looked older than before. Not by years, by cost. The certainty remained, yet under it his face had hollowed as though something had taken a bite from the spirit and left the flesh standing. The man with the bracelet had stopped crying. His eyes were on one of the pale knots in the wood. Senara kept her fingers on Lapo's pulse. What did it take? She asked. Oren did not answer. That was when she began to fear the staff more than the fever. Lapo survived. Not at once. Not cleanly. The songs later made it sound as if Oren walked in with green fire, and the pale salt fled like a whipped dog. Songs were lazy. They did not count the next 3 nights, when Lapo's fever rose again, when Senara fed him water by drops, when he soiled the mat and wept because he knew it, when his hands shook too hard to grip a bowl. The staff did not cure him. The staff held something back long enough for his body to remember how to fight. That was enough. Enough changed everything. Oren took the Rootstaff to 3 houses the next day. Then 7. Then the fever ward near the old shrine. He never said cure. He was too careful at the beginning. He said shade. He said hold. He said the power moved best where people chose to stand together. Senara hated that phrase. It sounded like medicine while meaning almost nothing. The worst of it was that the staff worked. Not always. It did not help the woman whose lungs had already filled. It did nothing for the little boy who had stopped swallowing before Oren reached him. 2 old men died holding hands on the north mats, while the staff leaned against their doorway, green and useless. It worked enough. It cooled some fevers. It steadied some pulses. It made clean houses stay clean when sickness was brought too near. People who stood within the green shade and believed in it seemed less likely to sicken. People who did not believe sometimes survived anyway. Senara could not make the pattern obey. That was the cruelty of it. If the Rootstaff had been useless, she could have thrown Oren out. If it had been perfect, she could have surrendered to it and hated herself later. It was neither. It was power with rules she did not know, a cost no one would name, and results too visible for people to forget. The capital changed around it. At first, people came to the workhouse asking for Oren to stand in their doorways. Then they brought bowls, blankets, charms, hair from sick children, ash from dead ones. Green strips appeared at the road shrine. Someone carved a root sign into the harbour post. Someone else burned it away. The next morning, 3 more appeared. The near gods kept their old shrines. The root gained corners. Tavaro returned too late. He came through the workhouse gate after the worst had passed. carrying a more-spawn jaw across his shoulders like proof that absence had been labor. Senara remembered the jaw because it was enormous, black along the hinge, and still wet in places it should not have been wet. He looked proud for exactly one heartbeat. Then he saw the fever mats, the empty ones rolled along the wall, the burial baskets waiting for names, the green strips tied around 2 doorposts. Lapo sat upright near the crooked shelf, thin as reed, lips still pale, one hand around a cup Senara did not trust him to hold. Tavaro lowered the jaw. He did it carefully, as if sudden movement might wake the dead. No joke came. That frightened the room more than the jaw. Lapo looked at him. Tavaro's face changed. Hope entered too fast, before wisdom could stop it. He took one step. Lapo looked away. The jaw hit the floor, not hard. Tavaro caught it before the teeth cracked stone. Even then, even with the wound in his face, his body saved the dangerous thing from becoming more dangerous. Senara saw him see Lapo's turned head. Oren saw both. Riva stood behind the birth screen, with clean cloth in her hands. She said nothing. Her mouth had the shape it took when she was holding back too many true sentences at once. Tavaro set the jaw down against the wall. "Where do you want it?" he asked. His voice had gone plain. Senara wanted to say outside. She wanted to say, burn it. She wanted to say, you should have been here, and you should have been west, and no body can survive being made into an answer for both. Instead, she pointed to the old waste shed. There, he nodded. He carried the jaw away. Lapo did not watch him go. The root house began as a meeting place, because people disliked admitting they had made a shrine. It sat down the lower road above the oldest harbour stones, close enough to the main pier that sailors could stop in before or after loading, far enough from the workhouse that Senara could pretend the green light did not reach her walls at night. It had once been a net hall. Nets had hung from the beams. Children had hidden in the lower storage bins. People had argued about tides under its roof and come away still married, mostly. Now bowls of water lined the steps. Green cloth hung from the door. Oren spoke there softly. Softness made people lean in. He told them he had gone west, seeking the old protector, and found instead a power that did not require one man's arrival. He told them the islands were blessed, and still too small for mortal life. He told them the root had shown him land to the east, not dream, not metaphor, land. Red cliffs, black trees, birds with gold throats, a river mouth wide enough to swallow the inner harbour twice over. Senara argued at first. Visions are not maps. Oren's hands rested on the rootstaff. He looked at her as if she had asked a question he loved and would not obey. Neither were Tavaro's first islands until he raised them. People cannot eat certainty. They have been eating fear for generations. The sea beyond the roots is full of more spawn. Yes, that word should concern you more. It does. It does not stop you. No, you sound like him. That made him pause. She had meant Tavaro, the old hero with his wounds, his task list, his maddening habit of walking into pain because someone would die if he did not. Oren looked toward the harbour, where green cloth had begun appearing on mast lines. Perhaps we all learned too much from him, he said. The Farbound name came later. At first they were the East Dreamers, then the root touched, then fools, depending on who spoke. The first person to say Farbound had meant it as an insult, Senara thought. Oren took it as a blessing, because movements were shameless that way. They could steal a thrown stone and build an altar from it. Lapo began spending time at the root house once he could walk. Senara tried to stop him twice. The first time, he said he only wanted to thank Oren. The second time, he said he wanted to understand what had saved him. The third time, he did not tell her he was going. She followed. He stood among 20 others in the root house, all of them with one hand held in the air near the staff, never touching unless invited. The green light painted their faces from below. Lapo's eyes were open, yet he was not seeing the room. Afterward, he found her in the doorway. "It is real," he said. His voice had changed after the fever, rougher when tired, too thin when afraid. Senara crossed her arms to keep from reaching for him. Many real things kill people. You sound afraid. I'm afraid. His face softened. That was worse. He looked at her, as if she had become one of the patients, as if fear were a symptom he could outgrow for both of them. I saw it, he said. The eastern land. You saw something. Cliffs black at the base and red above. Birds with gold throats. A river mouth wide enough to hold the inner harbour. The air smelled different. Dreams can smell. This was not a dream. Fever visions feel real too. I know fever. That silenced her. Lapo knew fever now in his body. She had no right to use it as an easy dismissal. He stepped closer. Senara, there is room there. Room. That word began appearing everywhere. Room for new houses. Room for fields that did not have to be coaxed from volcanic soil and coral dust. Room for children to leave one another without being called lost. Room for graves that did not compete with roots and rain trenches. Room for a people no longer organized around whether Tavaro could reach them in time. Senara understood the hunger. She did. That was the part no one forgave her for. It would have been simpler if she had thought the Farbound stupid. She had treated stupidity. This was not that. They were grieving. Grief wanted distance. Grief wanted proof that the place of pain was not the whole world. They were also being led by a staff that made doubt feel like weakness. The night Lapo told Riva he was leaving, Senara had already known, not because he confessed. He had become too faithful to confess. Confession invited argument, and argument delayed destiny. She knew because his hands had changed. People packing to leave touched objects differently. A bowl became a question. A knife became weight. A doorway became memory before the feet crossed it. Lapo had stood in the workhouse that afternoon and looked at the crooked shelf for too long. He touched the warped edge once with his thumb. Then he pretended he had not. After that, Senara sent the runner. The memory left her as the oil bowl sputtered in the present courtyard. Tavaro was watching her. He had been silent long enough that his silence had become another patient in need of attention. What did it do? He asked. No swagger in his voice. Senara did not pretend not to understand. The Rootstaff? He nodded. She picked up a clean bandage and came to sit beside him. His wrist was worse after the walk. Of course it was. The stitch had held. Barely. Blood had seeped beneath the salve. She unwound the outer cloth. The first rule is that I do not know its rules, she said. That is a bad first rule. It held back fever. His eyes moved toward her. She kept her focus on the wrist, not always. Not cleanly. It did not raise the dead. It did not replace water, shade, rest, or a body with enough strength left to fight. Senara, it worked. The words left her and made the night heavier. Tavaro looked toward the harbour. She cleaned around the seam. He did not flinch. That told her he was listening with more than pride. Oren brought it back when he went looking for you, she said. His jaw tightened. I know, she said. You were in the west reach. I should have been here. Yes, he looked at her. She tied the bandage tighter than kindness required. You should have been here. You also should have been in the west reach. That is the problem with being one man people have mistaken for an answer. The bandage pulled flat. She tied it off. Tavaro's hand flexed once. Lapo was sick, she said. Tavaro went still. Pale salt. Badly. His gaze moved to her face, and for once there was no question he could make into a joke. The staff held him long enough to live, Senara said. Maybe I would have saved him without it. Maybe his body had already turned. Maybe the timing made a liar out of medicine. Tavaro closed his eyes. He thinks it saved him, she said. So does Oren. So do most of the people loading those ships. Most. Yes. He opened his eyes. She saw the calculation begin and hated it. Tavaro could look at a harbour and count hull strength. Wind, rope, food weight, distance, monster sign, storm sign, human foolishness. He could weigh bodies before they became bodies. Senara needed that mind. That was why she hated herself. Do you know why they will not hear you? She asked. Because they think I am a cage. Yes? He took that too cleanly, because the staff gave them something you cannot give them. She said, I can raise land. It showed them ground you did not raise. His face changed. She could have cut him less deeply with a knife. He looked at her with a tiredness that belonged to centuries. Not the night. You always say the part meant to hurt enough to work. Senara looked down. The bandage tail lay between her fingers. Yes, she said. Below, voices rose from the harbour. A chant now. Low, not joy. Shared labour. The Farbound were moving water casks by rhythm. One line passing full jars toward the ships and empty jars back. First light had begun its approach, though the sky remained dark. Senara stood and crossed to the workhouse door. Inside, patients slept or pretended. Eri sat beside the birth screen, head nodding, a cup loose in her hand. Marel sharpened a knife slowly near the medicine shelves. He had his shoulders turned toward the courtyard, listening. Everyone was listening. Everyone had been listening since Pale Salt began, waiting for gods, waiting for Tavaro, waiting for Oren, waiting for the staff. Waiting was another sickness. It ate judgment first. She turned back to Tavaro. I cannot stop Lapo. Tavaro said nothing. If I go to him, he will hear fever mats. If Riva goes, he will hear the alley. If the council goes, he will hear old men protecting old stones. If I go, Tavaro said, he hears the cage. Yes, excellent. We have chosen the worst messenger who can still make people pause. I cannot stand well. You stand loudly, Senara. The word was soft. Do not ask me. Ask me. Tell me I am still useful. Do not make me prove it. She walked back to him. The courtyard stones were cool under her bare feet. At some point in the night, she had kicked off her sandals and forgotten them, which meant exhaustion had begun stealing small facts. Tavaro watched her like a wounded animal watching an approaching hand. Trust and fear in the same body. She sat beside him again. I am going to ask something wrong, she said. His breath moved carefully under the rib binding. I know. No. Listen. I am going to ask because I am afraid. Because I love Lapo. Because I know the sea will kill some of them if they sail like this. Because I saw what the staff did and still do not trust it. Because I have kept bodies alive all my life, and cannot bear that his might become one more thing I failed to hold. Her throat tightened. Tavaro did not reach for her. She was grateful. She would not have survived gentleness from him in that moment. Tavaro, she said. His face changed at his name, just slightly. He had so many titles that the name itself could still cut through him. Stop Lapo. The words were smaller than she expected. Not grand, not commanding. Tavaro closed his eyes. The child mark under his binding gave no light she could see, yet his hand moved toward it and stopped before touching. When he opened his eyes again, the old humor was gone. How? He asked. If he will listen, make him listen. And if he will not? Senara looked at his hands, the bound wrist, the scarred palm, the fingers that could tear rope, stone, hull, throat. Then you come back. His face went still. He may die. Yes. The word hurt her. You still come back, she said. Do not come back saying, I told you to do worse. Tavaro nodded once. That should have comforted her. It did not. She knew nods. She knew bodies. She knew the way his jaw had set, and how his shoulders had gathered pain around purpose. He would try too hard. Tavaro always tried too hard where love and danger met. He stood too fast. Pain went through him at once. She saw it strike ribs, thigh, wrist, back. His face whitened under sun-dark skin. His left hand opened and closed once. For a breath, he leaned toward her without meaning to. Senara rose with him. No, he said. I said nothing. You are about to steady me. You need steadying. I need to know whether I can cross the courtyard without folding. Can you? He took one step, then another. The limp was worse. His breath dragged. Blood threatened the fresh bandage before he reached the gate. Yes, he said. Senara did not laugh. He turned back at the courtyard threshold. Tavaro, she said. He looked at her. There were too many things to say. Do not touch the staff. Do not kill Oren. Do not make Lapo hate you more. Do not come back with blood that medicine cannot wash off. Do not prove them right. All of that crowded behind her teeth. The healer in her chose the sentence with instruction in it. If the rootstaff gets close enough that your wrist starts to burn, step away. His bound hand flexed. You felt it. I saw it. Of course you did. This is not pride. Step away. He smiled then, faint and awful. I am famous for stepping away from trouble. You are famous because songs lie. Fair. He turned toward the lower road. The harbour chant carried up the hill. Senara stood in the courtyard and watched him go, one damaged step after another, toward the people who feared him, toward the boy she loved, toward the old man with the green staff, toward the choice she had asked him to enter, because she had run out of ways to keep bodies alive. When he disappeared beyond the healer's garden, she pressed both hands to her mouth, not to pray, to keep from calling him back.
Eya, eya, see below. Eya, eya, storm wind blow.
Chapter 5. Mostly water. Oren Vael had learned that leaving was mostly water. Vision did not change that. Prophecy did not change that. A continent could rise in the mind with red cliffs, black trees, rivers wide enough to humble old maps, and birds with gold throats flashing through rain. None of it mattered if the third child on the second hull drank too much before first light, or if an old woman from North Lower fainted because her sons had packed grain where shade should have been. Water first? Always water first. That had been true when Oren was only a healer with ink on his sleeve and blood under his thumbnail. It remained true now that people called him Root-bearer and lowered their voices when he passed. He disliked the title. He also used it. That was one of the smaller corruptions. The night had larger ones available. The main pier had become a sick room with no roof. Too much heat, too many pulses, too many hands reaching for the wrong thing. Families moved in clots around water jars and seed crates. Sailors cursed over lashings. Children slept in baskets with ancestor masks tucked beside them. Goats complained from deck cages. A woman from the shell quarter stood on the pier with a clay oven stone in both arms, and the expression of someone prepared to fight the sea for kitchen rights. The leaving bell sounded from the harbour post. One. Silence. One. Work resumed between strikes. A water line moved from the cistern carts to the second deep hull. It had been moving cleanly 10 breaths ago. Now it had started to stutter. A frightened boy was passing too soon. The woman ahead of him kept turning to see whether her daughter had boarded. A jar nearly tipped. Maru slapped the side of a water cask. On the pull, not before it. The next jar moved cleanly. Oren let out a breath he had not meant to hold. Maru stood near the water stacks with a red cord bound around her wrist, grey-black hair braided tight against her skull, and a deck knife at her belt. She was shorter than most of the men she commanded, and somehow took up more pier than all of them. Again she called. The line obeyed, not because the route had shown them ashore, not because Oren had spoken of rivers, because Maru's voice gave the next hand something to do. Oren leaned against the rootstaff and watched the jars move. The staff warmed under his hand. Not praise, not exactly. Approval was too human a word. The staff did not approve. It confirmed, it made the shape of a thing feel steadier. The waterline, the hulls, the crowded pier, the decision already made, under the staff's green pressure, all of it settled as if the world had remembered its intended order. Oren loosened his grip. The staff cooled by a fraction. Good. He was still capable of loosening. That mattered. Probably. Root-bearer, a man stood before him with his wife, 3 children, 2 seed baskets, and a mother bent so deeply with age that her face seemed to study the planks for weather. The man had green cloth tied at his throat, and certainty tied harder around his eyes. The root showed us the forward hull, he said. Oren looked past him. The forward hull was already overfull, near the stern shade. 2 newborns, 1 fever-watch chest, 3 old men who needed room to lie down if the sea turned rough. The ladder up from the pier sat steep slick from spray, and badly lit. The old woman in front of him could not climb it in calm weather. Oren had known that. No, he had seen it, and let the man reach him anyway. He looked toward Lapo. Lapo stood beside the loading stone, with a slate tucked under one arm and a tally cord wrapped once around his wrist. The cord was Reeva's work. Oren could see it, even from here. Tight knots, no ornament, made to be used, not admired. Their son could leave Reeva and still carry the shape of her hands. The thought struck Oren cleanly enough that his grip tightened around the staff. The green wood warmed. He eased his fingers open. "Ask Lapo," Oren said. The man's expression shifted. Not refusal, confusion. A prophet should not send a man to a fever-thin boy with charcoal on his hands. But the wife had already turned. She knew. Mothers often found the practical voice first. Lapo looked up before they reached him. His eyes went first to the old woman's feet, then the ladder, then the coughing child, half hidden behind the seed baskets. "Second hull," he said. The man stiffened. Oren said forward. "I said second. The root showed us forward. The root is not carrying your mother." The old woman made a dry sound. "My knees have carried worse than him." Lapo's mouth twitched. "Not up that ladder." The wife shifted the smaller child against her hip. The child coughed into her shoulder. Lapo pointed at him. "He coughs when frightened. He coughs when awake," the man said. "Then he needs stern shade. Less smoke, less crowding. Second hull. But the vision can wait. While your mother climbs a ladder she can survive." The man looked back at Oren. There it was. The request Oren knew too well. "Make this simple. Make my faith and my mother's knees point the same way." The staff warmed under his palm, ready to help. Oren did not lift it. "Second hull," he said. The man lowered his gaze. His wife moved first. The old woman gave Lapo one long look, then nodded as if approving a fish she had expected to spoil. "Boise's knees," she said. Lapo said, "Knees often tell the truth." That was Senara. So cleanly Senara that Oren had to look away. There was Tavaro in him, too, not in the face. Oren did not let himself look for faces. That path led nowhere good, but in the way Lapo stepped between danger and people before anyone asked, in the way his body moved before permission, in the way usefulness seemed to pull him by the ribs. Oren looked away from that thought as well. The staff warmed again, patient as a hand at the back of the neck. He shifted his grip until one of the pale knots pressed into his palm. 8 knots marked the rootstaff. They had not been there when he first saw it beneath black water. No, that was not true. He had not seen them at first. That was not the same thing. A sailor passed too close with a coil of wet rope. The rope brushed the staff. Green light ran through the wood. The sailor flinched. Oren did too. Not much. Enough. The sailor's gaze dropped to the pale knots. His face changed. Yaro's nephew, perhaps, or cousin. The west voyage had left too many kinship lines tangled around the dead. "Root-bearer," the sailor said. Oren inclined his head. The boy's mouth worked. For a moment Oren thought he would say it. 8 names. Instead, the boy stepped back and carried the rope away. The staff cooled. Oren's hand ached from gripping it too tightly. He had asked. He had not forced. Not at first. The storm had already broken the first boat. Fever had already found 2 men. More spawn had circled beneath the hulls in the dark, patient and close enough that their backs scraped the planks. The old gods had given no answer. Tavaro had not been there. The staff had been below them in the water, green in blackness, visible only when lightning split the sky. Need had stood in the boat with them. Oren had given Need a voice. After that, who could say where choice ended? He could. That was the trouble. He could, if he let himself. "Do not drift on me, old man," Maru said. Oren looked up. She had crossed the pier without him noticing. That irritated him. He had once noticed every limp in a sick room before a patient reached the door. Now the staff widened some things and narrowed others. It made futures clear and nearby faces easy to miss. Maru set one hand on her hip. The swelling at her brow had darkened. "You are staring at the stick again. The stick is demanding. So is a cracked mast. I prefer the mast. It lies less. Oren glanced toward the hulls. How bad? How honest? Useful first. Second deep hull rides low on starboard. Third has a patched sail I would not trust to cover a dead dog. The paired fishing boats near the shallow dock need their lashings redone. Your green cloth boys keep tying blessings over knots I need to inspect. Also, a goat ate half the grain mark for North Lower. Oren closed his eyes. The goat again. The goat has made its views known. I will speak to the owner. Speak to Lapo. He already threatened the goat by name. Oren looked toward his son. Lapo was crouched beside a girl with a cough, one hand held near her back without quite touching. He had his ear close to her ribs. Senara's habit. Oren's too, once. The girl's mother hovered with both hands pressed to her mouth. Lapo said something. The mother nodded. The girl coughed into a cloth. Lapo checked the cloth before handing it back. Pride rose in Oren so fast it shamed him. Maru followed his gaze. He is useful. Yes, that was not praise. Oren looked at her. Maru's expression did not change. She had never softened for chiefs, healers, heroes, or men holding strange green wood. Oren had respected that for years. Tonight he resented it. Useful people get used, she said. Oren's hand tightened. The staff warmed. He released his grip at once. Maru saw. Of course she saw. What do you need? Oren asked. 6 more jars on the lead hull. 2 bailers who do not pray between scoops. No more children near the bow. And your root house singers to stop singing about the shore while loading this one. They need courage. They need hands. They are frightened. So am I. My fear can tie knots. Oren nearly smiled. Maru pointed across the pier. Stop them. A cluster of young men and women stood near the largest hull, green strips around their wrists. They had begun the shore song again. Not loudly, not badly. The song had spread over the last week. Oren had not written it. That had mattered to him. Movements made songs when they became real, but the waterline beside them had slowed. 2 jars sat on the pier when they should already have been aboard. Oren lifted the staff. Maru's hand caught his wrist. Nearby, 2 root callers gasped. Maru did not let go. Voice first, she said. Oren looked down at her hand. Scarred knuckles, salt cracks, rope burn. A captain's hand, a mortal hand on the wrist that held green certainty. I was going to speak, he said. You were going to make them feel spoken to. Irritation rose. The staff liked irritation. It gave irritation posture, a road, a reason to become command. Oren breathed once. Then he lowered the staff. Maru released him. He turned toward the singers. Stop. They did. Not because of the staff. Because Oren's voice still carried old authority when he remembered how to use it. This is not the shore, he said. Load the boat. One young man opened his mouth, likely to say what the root had shown. Maru snapped her fingers in his face. Jar. The young man blinked. She pointed. There. Hands first. He flushed, grabbed the nearest jar, and moved. The line restarted. Full jars forward, empty jars back. No flourish, no hymn. Work. Maru nodded once. Better. You could have said that yourself. I did. They wanted it from the man with the stick. You dislike the stick. I dislike dropped water. Then she moved off, already shouting at someone near the shallow dock. Oren watched her go. A woman stood beyond the smoke lane, half hidden by stacked rope and lamp shadow. Reva. She had not come onto the pier. Of course she had not. Reva could make refusal look like architecture. She stood with arms folded, a bundle hanging from one hand, a shell-inlaid knife at her belt. Her hair had escaped its tie. Her face was turned toward Lapo. Not Oren. Not the staff. Lapo. The bundle in her hand would be food. Dried fish, hard fruit, ginger for the stomach. Probably too much because fear overpacked when love was not allowed to drag a person home. She had always fed anger first, then grief, then, if the body had any sense, the body caught up. Lapo looked toward her. For one breath, the dock vanished between them. He did not go to her. She did not call. The bundle remained in her fist. Oren nearly stepped forward. The staff warmed. Comfort offered itself. He could call Lapo gently. He could tell the boy to take the food. Kiss his mother. Let the leaving be less cruel. He could tell Riva that the Eastern Road was real, that he was not mad, that the cost had not been for nothing, that if she came she might see him as he had meant to be seen. The staff made all of those wants feel generous. Oren kept still. Riva's eyes moved from Lapo to him. Even at that distance, he felt the shape of her judgment. She knew the angle of his lies. She had lived beside them before the staff taught them better posture. He looked away first. Father. The word still found Oren strangely. Not falsely, never falsely. He had cleaned fever from that mouth, taught those hands knots, carried that sleeping body from floor to mat when pride failed. A word could be true without being simple. The staff warmed, as if offering to make it simple. Oren tightened his grip until the warmth stopped feeling kind. Lapo stood beside him with the plain slate in one hand, not the root slate. This one was crowded with names, marks, and boat signs. There is a problem, Lapo said. There are several. This one has names. He handed over the slate. Oren read the nearest marks. Shell Quarter families. North Lower Grain. Lower Sen Water shares. A small black dash beside two names meant Cough Watch. A ring meant Elder Assistance. 3 crossed lines meant do not place together unless supervised. He pointed at the crossed lines. Harvey and Ophir, cousins. They broke each other's teeth over a net claim last wet season. Ah, they are listed in the same sleeping section. Move 1. I did. Someone moved him back because Oren said the vision showed all Shell Quarter blood together. Lapo's tone did not accuse. That made it worse. When I say perhaps, Oren said, I am often heard badly. When you say perhaps, people hear permission. Oren smiled faintly. You sound like your mother. Lapo's face changed. Too much, too fast. Oren had meant Riva. Lapo heard Senara first, then Riva, then perhaps both. Their family had become a room where every name opened 3 doors, and none led outside. Lapo looked down at the slate. Havi moves to 3rd hull. Otha stays on 2nd. The coffin girl should be near the stern shade, not under the sail bundles. And there is one family with 6 names and 7 sleeping mats. Oren frowned. A child or someone not listed? That mattered. Oren looked toward the pier. Which family? Green sash. 2 boys. 1 girl, grandmother with a cane. Mother keeps looking at the shallow dock. Find out? I tried. She said the mat was for supplies. Was it? No one packs a sleeping mat for dried fish. Oren handed the slate back. Take Maru. She will frighten them. Good. Lapo almost smiled. Almost. Then his eyes moved to the staff. The almost smile vanished. What is it? Oren asked. Lapo's thumb slid over the tally cord at his wrist. Riva's knots. Riva's hands. Riva beyond the smoke lane. Refusing the pier and not refusing the sun. Senara will come, Lapo said. The words were not a question. Oren looked toward the hill. The workhouse was hidden behind lower roofs and smoke sheds, but everyone in the capital knew where it sat. Some places became directions by being needed too often. She may not, Oren said. She will if Tavaro tells her. He may not. He will. Oren heard the certainty and knew it was Lapo's own. That was worse. Senara will try to stop you, Oren said. Us, you. Lapo flinched. Oren regretted the precision. Senara would have approved it. Riva would have thrown something. Lapo looked back toward the workhouse hill. I did not tell her. No, I should have. Yes, you could lie. I could. Oren's mouth felt dry. You count too well now. The boy's mouth tightened. No, not boy. Man, son. Not symbol. Not symbol. The staff warmed under Oren's hand. He shifted it away from Lapo. Too late. Lapo had seen the movement. What did it cost? Lapo asked. Oren did not answer. The pier noise seemed to move farther away. Water jars. Maru's commands. Rope. Gulls. Children. goats, the leaving bell, all of it remained. But the space between father and son narrowed until only the staff stood in it. What did what cost? Oren asked. Lapo's eyes lifted. Soft eyes, Riva had once said when Lapo was small and sleeping in a pile of net cloth. He will suffer from those. Men with soft eyes either learn cruelty or get used by it. Oren had said, not ours. Riva had laughed in his face. The staff, Lapo said, the west journey. The men who did not come back. Oren breathed in. The staff warmed, gentle as shade. There were many true answers. Storm, fever, more spawn. The road, need, choice, sacrifice. His hand, his voice. Their eyes in green lightning. A choice made in terror was still a choice, was it not? He said. More than I knew how to count. Lapo watched him. That is not an answer. No. Then give me one. A horn sounded from the shallow dock. Maru's voice followed, rough and furious. Lapo. Bring the slate before someone puts grandmothers in the goat boat. Lapo did not move. Oren set the rootstaff flat across both palms and stepped back from it by half a pace. The green dimmed. Lapo's anger changed shape, less polished, more wounded, better perhaps, worse to see. I am not keeping it from you because you are weak, Oren said. Then why? Because if I say it badly, I will spend the dead like coin. Lapo's face went pale. Oren had said too much, or not enough. That had become the pattern of his life. Maru shouted again, Lapo! Oren pointed with 2 fingers. Go, father. Water first. That reached him. Lapo looked down at the slate in his hand. Then he went. Oren watched him cross the pier, quick despite exhaustion, shoulders too narrow for the number of bodies he carried in his head. A family stopped him. He answered without pausing. A frightened boy stood frozen with a rope in both hands, near tears. Lapo took the rope, put one end back in the boy's grip, and pointed him toward Maru. Hold that until she curses at you, Lapo said. The boy stared. Then you are helping. The boy nodded and ran. Oren's throat tightened. When Oren spoke, people lifted their heads. When Lapo pointed, they moved their jaws. This was what he had wanted, was it not? A people no longer organized around one wounded immortal, a road not raised by Tavaro's hand. Mortal skill, mortal courage. Lapo catching wrong names and bad ladders. Maru making fear useful. Families choosing under no one's wing. The staff warmed against his palm. Oren looked down. His hand had closed around the 8 knots, all of them. He opened his fingers. A man approached from the lower shrine road, bent, bareheaded, both hands full of green cloth strips. Oren knew him from the root house. Senna, good voice, bad lungs. His oldest daughter had died before the staff reached their door. His youngest had lived after Oren stood there for half a night, with the root staff planted beside the threshold. Senna bowed his head. Root-bearer, Senna, we need you by the 3rd hull. There is fear there. There is fear everywhere. This one is spreading. Oren followed him. The 3rd hull sat lower than he liked, though not yet dangerously. Its forward deck had become crowded around a woman who refused to board. She stood on the pier with a sleeping boy in her arms, and a girl pressed against her leg. The girl had one hand wrapped in her mother's skirt, and the other around a carved ancestor mask. I saw the river, the woman kept saying. I saw it. I saw it. No one moved toward her. Oren understood at once. Vision had not failed her. It had left her with both futures, shore and water, red cliffs and drowning. The root could make the eastern land feel near. It could not stop a mother from feeling the weight of the child in her arms. Oren stepped into the circle. The staff brightened. The woman looked at him with desperate anger. Tell me he knew what she wanted. Tell me he will live. Tell me I am not killing him. Tell me the vision will hold when the sea rises. The staff grew warm. Words offered themselves, smooth and bright. The root has shown us the way. Your son will walk beneath black trees. Fear is the old shore calling you back. Oren closed his hand until the wood bit his palm. I cannot promise the sea will spare him, he said. Several people stirred. Senna looked alarmed. The woman's face crumpled. Then why am I here? Oren looked at the child asleep against her shoulder. The boy's mouth was open, one cheek damp with sweat. Fever. No. Sleep, heat, fear, heat. The body told the truth if one still remembered to look. I want them alive, Oren said. Of course I do. The words scraped on the way out. He looked toward the loaded ships, the sleeping children, the old women, the young men trying to look already brave. I want more than that. The woman shut her eyes. That is all I can say cleanly, Oren said. The rest has water in it. For a moment, no one moved. Then the little girl at the woman's leg said, I have to pee. The circle broke. A sailor laughed before he could stop himself. The woman laughed too, once, almost angrily. She bent, kissed the sleeping boy's hair, and handed the girl to an aunt. Take her before she blesses the pier, she said. Movement returned, not because fear was gone, because the child had a body, and the body had needs, and needs had a way of humiliating terror into usefulness. The woman boarded the third hull. Senna stared at Oren, as if unsure whether to be disappointed or more loyal. Oren left before the man decided. The eastern edge of the sky had begun to thin, not dawn, not yet a greyness behind the dark. First light gathering itself. The harbour felt it. Work sharpened. People who had delayed began to choose badly or fast, and often both. A man tried to carry 3 jars alone, and dropped one before Maru crossed 3 steps to curse him into wisdom. 2 sisters began fighting over a bundle of cooking stones. A child vomited from fear near the third hull, and set off another child by sympathy. Someone shouted that a family from Lower Sen had not arrived. Someone else shouted that they had boarded the wrong boat. Lapo appeared at Oren's side again, breath short. One missing name, he said. Oren turned. Who? Mira's brother. He is listed on second hull. His mat is there. His bowl is not. Could he be with the shore stayers? His mother says no. She is lying. Why? She keeps looking at the root house. Oren went cold. No, not now. He moved through the pier crowd, with Lapo beside him. The staff screen brightened enough that people parted before he asked. That was useful. That was dangerous. He did not slow. The root house steps were visible from the upper pier road. Green light spilled from the open door. A few latecomers waited outside. No child there. No boy with a missing bowl. Then Oren saw movement beneath the old cistern arch. A small figure crouched behind stacked sailcloth. Lapo saw him too, and was faster. Of course he was. He reached the boy first, and crouched. Oren stopped several paces back. The boy was perhaps 9, all elbows and wet eyes. He clutched a clay bowl to his chest. His hair had been cut unevenly, likely by a mother with too little time and too much fear. Lapo held out one hand. The boy shook his head. Your mat is on the second hull, Lapo said. The boy pressed harder against the wall. Your mother is looking for you. She said I had to be brave. Lapo lowered his hand. Oren watched his son's shoulders shift. There, that movement again. The body stepping between pressure and a smaller body before the mind finished naming it. Lapo sat on the stones, not crouched now. Sat. The boy stared at him. Lapo said, My mother gave me fish, and I still did not eat it. Oren felt the sentence strike him from behind. The boy blinked. Why? Because I was afraid. And afraid people are stupid about food. The boy looked at the bowl in his arms. I am not afraid. Law, Lapo said. You are under a cistern, because bowls enjoy shade. The boy's mouth trembled. Lapo waited. Oren did too. The staff warmed. Oren could make the boy stand. Not roughly, not cruelly. A touch of green certainty. A fatherly word, an image of the eastern river. The boy would straighten, wipe his face, and walk to the hull believing he had chosen courage. Oren did not move. Lapo held out his hand again. Come on, bring the bowl. If you leave it, your mother will say something sharp and correct. The boy sniffed. She always does. So do mothers. He took Lapo's hand. Oren looked away. Too much feeling could become hunger if one held a staff while feeling it. They returned the boy to his family. His mother seized him, scolded him, kissed his hair, scolded him again, and then noticed Oren watching. Shame crossed her face. Oren shook his head once. No confession needed, no punishment, not for fear. The boy boarded with his bowl. Lapo stayed near the gangplank after the family crossed. He had gone pale around the mouth. "You should eat," Oren said. "I ate." "When?" Lapo did not answer. Oren almost smiled. Despite everything. "That means Riva found you." His son looked toward the smoke lane. Riva was gone now. The bundle was not. It sat beside a mooring post near the edge of the pier, half hidden from the crowd, tied with a mean, practical knot. Lapo saw it and went very still. Oren should have said, "Take it." He should have said, "She came." He should have said, "Your mother loves you badly tonight because no one can do it well." Instead, he said nothing. Lapo crossed to the post and picked up the bundle. His fingers touched the knot once before he opened it. Dried fish, hard fruit, ginger, 2 strips of smoked shell meat, a small packet of fever leaf, though Senara would have objected to how it was wrapped, a folded scrap of cloth. Lapo unfolded it. Whatever was written, there was not for Oren. Lapo read it once. His face broke, only for a breath. Then he folded the cloth and tucked it inside his tunic. What did she say? Oren asked, before wisdom stopped him. Lapo tied the bundle shut. Eat. Of course, Riva had spent all her words on the most necessary command. Oren's throat tightened. Lapo put a strip of dried fish in his mouth and chewed, as if each movement cost pride. "Good," Oren said. Lapo did not answer. The rootstaff pulsed. Both men looked down. The green inside the wood had shifted, not toward the ships, toward the lower market. No, toward the shadow beside the net frames. Oren turned. A man stood near the far pier post. Not on the dock, not yet. In the shadow beside, stacked sailcloth and bodies moving past him. Large, leaning left, one hand pressed against his side, the other held tight near his bandaged wrist. Even before Oren saw his face, the rootstaff knew him. Green light moved inside the wood, quick and eager. The air changed. Not for everyone. Not yet. Only where power recognized power. The rootstaff reached like a root toward water. Far off, under blood and bandage, the skybone line answered with a white recoil Oren could almost feel in his own bones. Tavaro was near. Lapo saw him. His hand tightened around Riva's food bundle. Oren looked once toward the smoke lane, where Riva had stood. Empty. He looked toward the loaded ships. Too many people, too little dawn. Not enough water, not enough rope, not enough honesty to make any of this safe. Maru's voice cut across the pier. On the pull. Not before it. The water line moved. Lapo still watched Tavaro. The staff warmed in Oren's hand. He had already paid too much to stop at the edge of the road. That was the most dangerous kind of courage. Oren lifted the rootstaff and called the next family forward.
Hey-ya, hey-ya, see below. Hey-ya, hey-ya, storm wind blow.
Chapter 6. The beautiful cage. Tavaro meant to arrive quietly. The harbor disagreed. A boy with a bundle of paddles found him first. The bundle was longer than the boy, which meant it had ambition and poor supervision. He came around the corner from the lower market at a run, saw Tavaro too late, and struck him squarely in the thigh. The paddles clattered. The boy bounced backward and landed hard on the stone. Tavaro caught the wall before his left leg could decide. The fall looked social and join him. Pain moved up his ribs in a bright little procession. The boy glared up, ready to curse. "Watch where you—" Then he saw Tavaro's face. The curse fled. Tavaro put one finger to his lips. The boy stared. "Your left sandal is untied," Tavaro said. The boy looked down. Tavaro stepped around him. That was the end of quiet. Attention moved faster than fire on dry sailcloth. A woman near the fish racks saw him and stopped with both hands around a water jar. A man beside her turned, then another. Then a line of loading hands slowed because one person slowing made the next person look. and looking at Tavaro was a habit the Sulari had never learned to break. Rope sagged. A jar stopped between hands. Someone whispered his name. Tavaro, Island Razor, Tidebreaker. First, Oathbound. He heard all of them. He heard the last one too, though no mouth spoke it. Unwanted Son. The child mark warmed beneath his rib binding. Yes, he muttered. Thank you. Excellent timing. The green light near the pier shifted. The Rootstaff had felt him, or Oren had, or both. Tavaro disliked answers that came in pairs. He walked on. The Farbound parted before him, because bodies remembered before minds chose. The first step back, the widened eyes, old gratitude, new fear. The little lane opened through the crowd, wide enough for a hero, narrow enough for a prisoner. He hated knowing how to use it. He used it anyway. The main pier lay under oil lamps, and the last dark before dawn. Ships crowded the inner harbour, bellies low with water, grain, seed jars, tools, sleeping mats, medicine chests, fishing spears, ancestor masks, cradle boards, cooking pots, fear, and too many people. Too many. Tavaro counted before he meant to. 3 deep hulls, 8 outriders, 2 guide boats with added frames, a western cutter with a forward brace that would not survive cross-swell, 4 fishing boats at the shallow dock, being lashed in pairs by people who knew just enough rope to become dangerous. He saw mistakes first. The sea had taught him that. A bad knot before the hand that tied it, a low hull before the sleeping child inside it, a cracked mast before the old man leaning under its shade. Then the faces arrived. A mother knotting travel beads into her daughter's hair. An old woman sitting on a grain sack with one hand around a cane and the other around a carved mask. 2 young men lifting water jars with bright, frightened grins. Children asleep in baskets. Children awake and angry. Children watching the black water as if it had already swallowed them. Not zealots, not fools, families. That made everything worse. Captain Maru stood near the waterline beside a row of casks, red cord around her wrist, grey-black hair braided tight against her skull. A bruise darkened one brow. She looked Tavaro over once, taking in the limp, the blood at his wrist, the set of his ribs. She did not kneel. Good. He had no room left for kneeling. Maru slapped the side of a water cask, without looking away from him, on the pull. Not before it. The next jar moved cleanly. Work tried to continue. Tavaro reached the open stone before the central pier and turned. The harbour looked up at him. Hundreds. More along the lanes, more on roofs and boats and dock posts. Farbound. Watchers. Families staying behind. People who had come to witness leaving and pretend witnessing was not also a choice. Lapo stood 3 paces behind Oren with a travel bundle across one shoulder and a slate in one hand. Tavaro nearly forgot the crowd. Lapo looked thin under the lamps. Not fever-thin now, but night-thin, leaving thin, the kind of thin that came from not eating, because the body knew food would make it feel human again. A tally cord looped around his wrist. His green charm rested at his throat. The charm pulsed once. The skybone line answered beneath Tavaro's bandage. White pain ran up his arm. "Step away," Senara had said. Tavaro stayed. He drew breath. The rib binding allowed only part of it. Farbound, he called. The name moved through them. Some lifted their chins. Some looked surprised that he used it without scorn. "You are loading for a long road," he said. "Your boats are heavy. Your lashings are brave. Some of your mast crews have lied to themselves about wet rope." A few sailors exchanged looks. "The western cutter will split at the forward brace if it takes a side wave. The paired fishing boats at the shallow dock will hold in calm water and try to murder each other in bad water. The second deep hull is riding low enough that one panicked turn will take water over the stern." Faces tightened. A man near the shallow dock shouted, "We did not ask you to inspect us." "You should have," Tavaro said. "I am excellent." A small laugh broke near the front. Good. A laugh meant air still entered them. Maru turned toward the shallow dock. "He is right about the paired boats." A sailor stared at her. Then we stay. We fix them. She pointed at 2 rope crews. Cut the lazy lash. Inner ring, not outer. And stop staring at him. He is not tying it for you. The crews moved. Tavaro watched them obey her. Not him. Her. That should have comforted him. It did not. He lifted his voice again. Fix those before dawn, or the sea will do it for you. Oren stood near the broad pier stone, with a rootstaff grounded beside his foot. He had aged since Tavaro had last looked at him cleanly. Not in years, in cost. His hair had gone mostly white, his shoulders thinner beneath his travelling cloak. The green inside the staff moved low and patient, gathering near his hand before withdrawing into 8 pale knots along the wood. 8. Tavaro had questions about those knots. He had no safe place to put them. Oren came forward 1 step. The rootstaff brightened. Tavaro felt certainty press into the harbour. Not a shove, not a command, a smoothing, a hand along the grain of fear, until fear began to lie flat. The skybone line burned. Tavaro clamped his right hand against his thigh. I know the water beyond the raised roots, he said. I know the more deep currents. I know where the seafloor drops into black pressure. I know where morspawn hunt without breaking the surface. I know which calm waters are mouths waiting to close. A woman called, Fear again. No, Tavaro said. Experience. Fear keeps a child from touching fire. Experience is the scar after the child did it anyway. That landed. He felt it move through them. Oren felt it too. His hand tightened on the staff. Tavaro pressed on. The eastern water is not empty. It is unraised, unringed, unsounded. You sail past every island I have pulled from the deep, every reef ring that keeps teeth from your hulls, every signal route where help can find you. Past those routes, your cries have nowhere to stand. His voice roughened at the last word. He hoped they heard warning. He knew some heard pleading. A ridgeman stepped forward. Oren saw land. Oren saw something. The staff pulsed. Murmurs rose. Tavaro lifted his voice over them. The sea shows things too. The more deep makes lights below the water. It wears dead voices when it wants living men to lean over the rail. It can make hunger look like invitation. Oren spoke then. He did not shout. He did not need to. Tavaro of the far wake, he said. No one here doubts what you know. The crowd quieted around him. Old healer, old chief, root-bearer. Senara Vael stood in lamplight with salt in his hair and green in his hand, and Tavaro had the sudden, foolish thought that the man looked breakable. That thought had no place here. Tavaro crushed it. Oren came another step forward. You know teeth. You know storms. You know hulls and currents. We owe lives to that. The words were praise. They tasted like a hook. Tavaro smiled because hooks deserved manners. Careful, Oren. If you are kind to me, people will talk. They already do. Badly. Honestly, that one found the bruise. Oren turned slightly, so the crowd could see them both. Tavaro hated that he understood the stage. You tell us the water is dangerous, Oren said. We believe you. Then stop loading. No. The word came clean. Tavaro's good hand curled. The child mark burned. Oren looked tired enough to fall down, and certain enough to drag half the harbour with him. I know enough to be afraid. Then use it. I am using it. Oren's eyes moved once toward Maru, then Lapo, then the water jars. That is why the jars are being counted. That is why Maru is cursing at rope. That is why Lapo is moving old knees away from bad ladders. Lapo looked down at the slate. Oren's voice lowered, but the harbour still heard him. I want them alive. Of course I do. I want more than that. Tavaro laughed once. Alive comes first. Yes, Oren said. And after that is for people who survived. A murmur moved through the crowd. Oren nodded. Yes. That is why they are asking now. They are asking to die. They are asking to go. Same road, not to them. Tavaro's ribs ached. His wrist burned. The rootstaff's pressure moved under every voice in the harbour, making Oren's calm feel like weather and Tavaro's warning feel like a fist. He took one step toward the ships. Spears shifted. Not raised. Not yet. I can fix this, Tavaro said. Lapo's head lifted. Oren's face changed. There, the sentence had shown its teeth before Tavaro heard them. He went on because stopping would make the fear visible. You want room? I will raise it. Farther east than any island I have raised. Larger than North Lower. Larger than the Shell Chain and South Reefs together. Deep channels. High ground, fresh springs, black soil, outer reefs, safe lagoons. Forest enough for your grandchildren to complain about cutting trees. The crowd shivered. Hope, answered hope. Hunger, answered hunger. Tavaro looked only at Lapo. I can do it, he said, and his voice came out smaller than he meant. I will do it. The sky-bone line stirred under his skin, aching at the promise. His body had not recovered from the Ninemaw. He had no business raising anything larger than a cooking stone. So what? Bodies complained. People lived. Oren lifted the rootstaff. Green moved through the wood, not bright, not loud, and somehow every eye returned to him. Listen to what he is offering, Oren said. Tavaro turned on him. Do not. Oren did not look away. Another island. Another reef. Another place where every child learns the ground came from your pain. I never asked them to pay me. No. Oren said, that is the trouble. The harbor went still. Tavaro felt the words hit people who had never known where to put their resentment, felt them strike those who loved him, those who needed him, those who had hated themselves for wanting ground that had not come from his torn hands. I raised land because you needed land, Tavaro said. I ringed it because more spawn avoid reefs. I mapped routes because boats vanish. I did what the sea required. Yes. Then what exactly is my crime? Oren's jaw worked once. He was tired, Tavaro realized. Not theatrically tired, not profit-tired, body-tired, soul-tired. A man holding himself upright with belief and a dangerous piece of wood. I do not know that crime is the word, Oren said. Convenient, but I know what it feels like to live where every road ends at one man's hand. A shout came from behind Tavaro. He saved my son, another voice answered. My son died waiting for him. The crowd broke into pockets of argument. Tavaro heard both. The first voice belonged to a man near the old net shed. His boy had been pulled from a capsized canoe 3 storms ago. Tavaro had carried him back in shark body, then human, then unconscious. The second voice belonged to a woman with a shaved head and a dead child named Perry, who had caught pale salt before Oren returned. He knew both. That was the cruelty. He knew too many. Oren waited until the noise frayed. We are not leaving because Tavaro failed us, he said. We are leaving because no harbor should hold its breath for one man. Aeon's breath. Tavaro felt that one enter even him. He tried to push it out. It stayed. He looked at Lapo. Is that what you think? Lapo's throat worked. Oren did not answer for him. Good. Tavaro would have hated him for it. Lapo stepped forward. The crowd shifted. Some knew him as the Vael boy from the workhouse. Some as Oren's son. Some as the fever survivor. Some as the young man who had spent the night moving water and bodies into the only order that might let them reach dawn. Tavaro knew him as a child asleep across his knees, with one hand full of stolen sand. Lapo stopped an arm's length away. Too close, too far. Tavaro, he said. The name broke something cleanly. Not all the way. Enough. Lapo, Tavaro said. Your shelf is still crooked. Lapo blinked. A breath of laughter escaped him before he caught it. Tavaro wanted to seize that little laugh and build a house around it. Senara still uses it. Lapo asked every day, with anger. His mouth trembled. That sounds like her. It is her main healing art. For one moment, the dock, the ships, the staff, and the sea lost ground to a crooked shelf in the workhouse and the boy who had built it badly because he wanted to be useful. Then Lapo looked toward the ships. The moment ended. Do not go, Tavaro said. Lapo closed his eyes. No speech, Tavaro said. No titles. No crowd. No rootstaff. I am asking you. Do not go. Lapo opened his eyes. They were wet. The green charm at his throat shone through the tears. "I was on the fever mat," he said. Tavaro went still. "I know. I asked for you. I know. You were not there." The harbour vanished at the edges of Tavaro's sight. The sea, the Ninemaw, the west reach. More spawn bodies split under his hands. A broken jaw dragged home like proof. Lapo looking away across fever mats. "I should have been," Tavaro said. Lapo shook his head. "No. That is the part I could not hate right. You should have been there too." Tavaro had no answer. "You cannot answer every door," Lapo said. "I can answer this one." "No." "Lapo." "No." His voice hardened, then shook around the hardness. "You can stop a monster. You can raise a shore. You can carry me out of water. You cannot make staying mine by wanting it harder." Tavaro's hands opened. His palms felt empty. That was strange. The skybone line lived under one wrist. The power to drag islands upward lived in his body. He had hands that could split stone. "Empty, all the same. You will die," he said. "Maybe." "Do not use maybe when the sea uses teeth. People die here too. Not like that. Dead is dead." "No." Tavaro's voice cracked before he could smooth it. "Dead in a bed after children and bad knees is not the same as dead in a more spawn gut, because an old man with a green stick made fear feel small." The crowd surged. Lapo flinched, as if Tavaro had struck Oren. Oren remained still. The Rootstaff brightened. Certainty pressed against the harbour again. The crowd's anger steadied, not cooled. Steadied? Tavaro felt it gather like rope being pulled tight. "You call it a stick because it saved me, and you hate that," Lapo said. "I hate anything that makes a man mistake being moved for choosing." Lapo stared at him. For a moment, Tavaro thought the words had reached him. Then Lapo touched the charm at his throat. "And I hate that you think my choice only counts if you understand it." That one hurt worse, because there was no staff in it. Tavaro looked past him to Oren. "Wait," he said. Oren's eyes narrowed. 1 month, 1 season. Let me scout the route. Let me test the currents. Let me find this land if it exists." Oren's face softened. Tavaro hated him for the softness. "You would come back with a route," Oren said. "A safe route. A Tavaro route." The skybone line pulsed, sharp as teeth. The anchor wanted out, not thought, not word. One, drawn by the staff's pressure, offended by it, eager to answer one relic with another. Tavaro felt the seam at his wrist strain against the stitches. Blood warmed the inside of the bandage. He clamped his right hand against his thigh. Oren noticed. So did Lapo. So did the people nearest them. A fishing spear came up. Then another. Then a boarding club. Then knives. Not enough to stop Tavaro if he chose badly. Enough to kill several mortals before they learned that. "Put those down," Tavaro said. No one did. "Truly," he added, "some of you are holding them backward." No laugh this time. A young man with a shell-quarter knife pointed it at Tavaro's chest. "You draw that line, and we cut." Tavaro looked at the knife, then at the man's grip. "No, you do not." The young man went pale. Tavaro regretted saying it at once. The truth had sounded like threat. Maru stepped between 2 spear points and slapped one down with her bare hand. "Point that at rope or sea," she said. "Not here." The sailor swallowed. Maru looked at Tavaro. "And you? Bleed quieter if you are not fighting? Is that an order tonight?" "Yes." He almost smiled. Almost. Tavaro lifted both hands slowly, though raising the right arm pulled the wrist seam and sent pain along his elbow. "I am not drawing the line." The weapons did not lower. The rootstaff's green moved under the air. Oren watched him with grief that felt practiced. "The line wants the staff." Tavaro said nothing. "The staff wants many things too," Oren said. "Then set it down." "If I set it down, will you?" The question had no fair shape. The skybone line lived inside Tavaro's flesh. He could no more set it down than set down his bones. Oren knew that. Tavaro smiled without humor. "You have become better at cruelty." Oren looked at him for a long moment. "I have had teachers." The crowd quieted again. Lapo stood between them, not physically, Not quite. His body had angled toward the raised weapons before he noticed. One hand hovered near the frightened knife boy, ready to pull him back if Tavaro moved. Tavaro saw it. Oren saw it. Lapo did not. There was something in that. Something old and painful and too close to Tavaro's own reflexes. Tavaro looked away before the thought could shape itself. Oren faced the crowd. He offers another island because he loves us, Oren said. Do not spit on that. Tavaro has torn himself open for these shores more times than any song can count. The words landed differently than Tavaro expected. Not as a hook this time, as a hand. He has earned gratitude, Oren said. He has earned honor. He has earned rest, though we never gave it to him. Tavaro's anger faltered. Oren turned back. He has not earned our future. A murmur moved through the harbor. Lapo closed his eyes. Tavaro found no rescue there. What you are doing is not freedom, Tavaro said. The word felt too clean, too useless. But nothing else came fast enough. It is hope with no armor. Oren nodded. Yes, that stole the next argument from him. Oren's voice grew rough. We know. The roughness mattered. It scraped the polish from the words. Do you think mothers loading children onto ships have not counted the waves? Do you think old men leave graves lightly? Do you think Lapo looks at the workhouse and feels nothing? Lapo's jaw tightened. Oren leaned on the staff. For a moment, the green thinned, and he looked like an old man holding a dangerous thing, rather than a prophet held by it. I am afraid too, Oren said. No one spoke. I know what waits past the reef, not all of it. Enough, he swallowed. I am afraid of the eastern water. I am afraid I am wrong. I am afraid of the staff. I am afraid of what it costs. I am afraid of Tavaro. When love in him turns into force. Tavaro went still. Oren's hand tightened on the wood. I am afraid of myself when the staff makes the hard thing feel easy. The green pressure lifted, only for a breath, but the harbor felt it. Tavaro felt it. Lapo's face changed. Then Oren lifted his chin. I want them alive, he said again. Of course I do. I want more than that. The pressure returned, softer now because the sentence needed little help. Tavaro had plenty of words, warnings, charts, currents, monster signs, scar evidence. He could open his tunic and show them what the sea did to bodies. He could make the ocean legible in pain. He could not make staying feel large. A woman stepped forward with a baby tied to her chest. The same woman from the lane, maybe. Calm face, red eyes. My son was born on Tavaro ground, she said. Tavaro looked at the infant. Tiny fist, dark hair, sleep-stubborn mouth. A person whose whole life could fit against one mortal heart. The woman touched the baby's back. I am grateful. I am still going, another man said. My wife stays. I go. A young woman near the water jars said. My brother goes. I stay. An old woman called. My daughter is a fool. From one of the ships, a woman answered. My mother is afraid, the old woman barked. Both can be true. Someone laughed. Someone cried. A boy near the pier said, I am afraid. His mother put a hand on his shoulder. So am I. No one mocked them. Tavaro understood then that the crowd had already crossed something before the ships moved. They had spent weeks, months perhaps, leaving in small ways, touching shelves, dividing bowls, counting jars, arguing at bedsides, choosing which dead to carry and which living to leave with hands open. He had arrived at the dock and thought the leaving began at first light. He was late again. Lapo stepped closer. Tavaro. Tavaro looked at him. I love Senara. Lapo said, tell her that. No. Lapo's face tightened. Tavaro heard himself breathe, ragged, angry, terrified. No, he said again, quieter. You tell her. She will try to stop me. Yes, I will go anyway. Then let her say it to your face. Lapo's eyes filled. For a breath, Tavaro thought he might turn. Then Oren spoke behind him. Lapo, only the name. The charm at Lapo's throat pulsed. Lapo shut his eyes, opened them, stepped back toward Oren. Tavaro stared at the old man. Did you call him? Tavaro asked. Or did the staff? Oren's face went still. The crowd felt the accusation. Oren looked down at the rootstaff. Then back up. When you call the hawk mark, is the flight yours? Or the marks? That is different. Because it is inside your skin? Because I paid for it. And no one here has paid? Oren's voice sharpened. No one here has buried enough to touch power when it answers. Tavaro felt the dock tilt. Not truly. Pain. Blood loss. Green pressure. Too many eyes. His body wanted the ground and had begun negotiating with gravity without him. He locked his knees. Oren saw. Lapo saw. Several Farbound saw. The crowd's fear shifted toward pity. Tavaro hated pity more than spears. He straightened. It cost him enough that the edges of his sight darkened. You are leading them past my reach, he said. Oren's expression changed. Not victory. Sorrow. Yes. They may die. Past my reach. Yes. All of them. Yes. And you can stand there holding that thing and call it yours? Oren's jaw trembled once, then steadied. Yes. The word did what monsters could not. It got under the ribs without breaking skin. Tavaro looked at the crowd, and for one terrible second he saw them without the frame of rescue, not as boats to save, not as bodies to keep breathing, not as future dead if he failed. People choosing badly, perhaps, choosing with grief, choosing under influence, choosing with bad rigging and insufficient water, and faith too green for trust, choosing. The child mark warmed. Tavaro hated it. You think I want to own you, he said. Oren did not answer quickly. That was worse. The old man looked at him through the green-lit dark. No. Tavaro almost wished he had said yes. Oren stepped closer. Tavaro did not step back. You gave us ground, Oren said. I will not spit on that. I taught children to sing your name. I prayed for your return more times than I can count. His hand tightened on the rootstaff. I do not hate you. Tavaro wanted him to. Hatred would have been cleaner. I honor what you have done, Oren said. I grieve what it cost. His voice lowered. And I will still sail. The crowd held its breath. Oren looked at the ships, then Lapo, then the families waiting behind them. When he looked back at Tavaro, the green in the staff had dimmed until the wood seemed almost ordinary. You are not our enemy, Oren said. Then why does this feel like war? Because you keep standing at the gate. The words struck first. The phrase followed, quiet enough that only the nearest rows should have heard it, clear enough that the harbor carried it anyway. You are the beautiful cage, Tavaro. No Moorspawn had ever learned to hit like that. The Ninemaw had broken ribs. Vadruk had taken skin and blood. Storms had cracked bone. Poison had deadened limbs. The skybone line had torn his own flesh from the inside. This was quieter. This went where none of those had reached. Beautiful cage. The two words locked together, and found the part of him that had thought pain was proof of love. The part that had believed every raised island answered the sea, and the child thrown into it. The part that had needed rescue to mean belonging. The child mark burned once, hard and clean. Tavaro stood before the Farbound with blood seeping through his wrist bandage, ribs bound under borrowed cloth, the line inside him aching for a fight, and the ships behind Oren waiting for first light. He opened his mouth. Nothing useful came out, only breath, and even that hurt.
Heya, heya, see below. Heya, heya, storm wind blow.
Chapter 7. Medicine enough to stand. Senara heard the harbor go quiet. That was worse than shouting. Shouting meant anger still had air. Quiet meant something had landed. Quiet meant a wound had found bone. She stood in the workhouse courtyard with a clean bowl in both hands and listened to hundreds of people not speaking. The night held the capital in pieces. Lamps burned along the lower roads. The sea breathed below the hill. A child coughed inside the workhouse and settled when Eri murmured to him. Marel dragged a knife across a stone near the medicine shelf. though the blade had been sharp for an hour. Senara should have told him to stop. She did not. The sound gave her something simple to hate. Steel on stone, edge on grit, pressure, angle. Result, a dull thing made useful. People were less obedient. The harbour silence broke by degrees. First a voice, too far for words, then several, then a low stirring, like people waking after bad news. Work resumed. Rope dragged. Wood knocked. Someone shouted for water jars. Someone else answered with a curse. The leaving bell did not ring again. Senara set the bowl on the bench beside her and looked toward the lower road. Tavaro had not come back. That meant either he had listened and left the docks before doing something foolish, or he had not listened and was currently becoming a public disaster under moonlight. His body could not bear either option. She knew that with the calm certainty of fingers on pulse, his ribs were bound too soon after fracture. The lower one had already shifted once. The venom in his thigh was no longer advancing. But numb muscle had a habit of pretending strength had returned until weight proved otherwise. His wrist seam had been stitched under poor conditions, strained by a walk he should not have taken, then exposed to the rootstaff's pressure. If he had stood too close to Oren, the line would have fought the staff. If the line fought the staff, Tavaro's body would pay before his pride noticed. Marel sharpened the knife again. Senara turned. Enough. He stopped. The young man did not look embarrassed. That worried her. Embarrassment meant a person still had room for other people inside himself. Marel looked hollow around the eyes. His mouth held flat in the way grief mistook for discipline. "Do you need the blade?" he asked. "No." "Then why did you ask for it sharpened?" "I asked for all blades sharpened, in case Tavaro comes back." "In case anyone comes back." His jaw tightened at Tavaro's name. Senara crossed the courtyard and took the knife from him. He let her, which told her he had wanted to be stopped. "Your mother hated dull tools," she said. Marel's face changed. "There. Cruel, maybe. Necessary, yes." Grief with no named door wandered into worse rooms. She said a dull tool made the hand lie. Marel looked down at his empty hands. "She said that to you?" "She said it to anyone foolish enough to hold a poor edge in her sight. I was 12 and had ruined a reed cutter." His breath shook once. Senara set the knife on the shelf. "Go wash the fever cups. They are clean. Then make them cleaner." He nodded and went inside. Senara watched him cross to the basin. His hands shook when he lifted the first cup. He did not drop it. Good. A healer counted tiny survivals. The workhouse had been built for exactly that. Not miracles, not prophecy, not the gestures singers could stretch over firelight. A boy not dropping a cup. A mother swallowing broth after birth. An old fisherman sleeping on his left side because the right lung needed help. A broken skin edge staying closed through the night. The great work could keep breath inside a body. It could not keep a person inside a life. A footstep scraped beyond the gate. Senara turned before the second came. Tavaro entered without ceremony. That told her almost everything. He did not fill the gate with a grin. He did not knock his knuckles against the post and announce himself as if the workhouse had been waiting for entertainment. He did not carry wreckage, dead monster pieces, stolen fruit, or some other proof that pain had lost to comedy. He simply stepped in, too pale under sun-dark skin, left leg dragging, right hand clamped over the bandage at his wrist. Blood had soaked through his fingers. Senara walked to him. She did not run. Running would make him smile. Smiling would cost breath. Breath was already in short supply. He looked up as she reached him. "I did not hit anyone." His voice was hoarse. Senara took his wrist. "That is the first useful thing you have said tonight. I considered several excellent speeches. Did any survive?" "No." "Good. Hold still." He held still. That frightened her. She pulled his fingers away from the bandage. Blood had passed through the outer wrap and darkened the inner cloth, not spurting, seeping under pressure from torn tissue and magic irritation. The stitches beneath had likely held in part. The sheath around the skybone line had not. "Inside," she said. "I can walk. You can leak and lean. Walking is generous. That hurts. Your wrist? My reputation? She looked at his face. The joke sat there alone, unsupported by his eyes. Senara slid his arm over her shoulders. He let her. That was another bad sign. Tavaro accepted help when he was unconscious, fevered, or too wounded to hide need before it touched him. He made it 3 steps into the courtyard before his left knee failed. Senara braced. His weight hit her shoulder hard enough to force air from her chest. He caught the gatepost with his free hand and tried to pull away. "Do not," she said. "I nearly had that. You nearly crushed both of us. I would have fallen around you. How noble. With style. Your style is bleeding on my foot." He looked down. Blood had dripped onto her toes. "Ah," he said, "I have made you festive." She guided him to the stone bench. The motion took longer than it should have. Every step told her something she did not want to know. He was worse after the dock, not from blows, from standing under too much attention, too much shame, too much rootstaff pressure, and too much stubbornness. He lowered himself onto the bench with care. Care did not save him. The last hand width broke. He landed hard, breath catching in a clean, sharp stop. Senara's hand went to his side at once. "Rib?" He nodded once. "Which breath?" "The rude one." "Tavaro." He closed his eyes. "Lower left." Shifted when I turned. Turned toward... what? Oren, of course. She crouched and pressed along the binding. His body flinched before he did. The rib had not pierced. Still near enough to make her mouth go dry. The binding had loosened from movement and sweat. It would need to be reset. His skin was cold at the sides, hot near the mark. The child mark sat under cloth, invisible and present. Senara hated that she thought of it as present. A mark was changed tissue. Old force, scar. It had no face, no voice, no reason. Still, she knew when Tavaro was arguing with it. Tonight, the argument had gone badly. "What happened?" she asked. He laughed once. It was a short sound, all edge. "Oren called me beautiful." Senara looked up. Tavaro stared at the courtyard stones. "Then he ruined it." The words took a moment. Beautiful cage. She knew before he said it. She felt the phrase in the shape of him, in the way his shoulders held inward, in the way his good hand had curled against his thigh, as if preventing itself from reaching for something breakable. He said that in front of them. "Yes. And you?" "Breathed badly. Only that. I offered them an island." Her eyes closed before she could stop them. "Tavaro." "I offered a large one," he said. "Very fine. Springs, forest, proper reefs, deep channel, enough room for their children to complain about having too much room. That is not the point. I noticed." She opened her eyes. He looked smaller than his body. It was the only way she could name it. The body remained enormous, scarred, blood-marked, full of old oath and raw power. The person inside it had folded around a sentence. "I thought room would answer room," he said. Senara kept her voice flat, because tenderness could undo them both. "They do not want another island from you." They kept saying room. "They want to stop hearing your body in the ground." His jaw tightened. She should not have said it yet. She should have waited until he was lying down and warm, until bleeding had stopped, until his pulse was less sharp. No, kinder times did not come. They were made by people who could afford them. Tavaro nodded once, slow. "Yes," he said. Oren explained. She unwound the wrist bandage. The cloth peeled away, wet. The seam beneath had opened along the top edge. Her stitches still held where they crossed flesh. Around them the skin had darkened to a bruised red. The line sheath glimmered in a narrow place no mortal body should have possessed. Senara swore. Tavaro's mouth moved. That sounded medical. "Be quiet." It had rhythm. Quiet. He obeyed. A third bad sign. She cleaned the seam with boiled salt water. His fingers twitched when the cloth touched the wound, then went still. She pressed 2 fingers to the inside of his wrist, counting pulse. Fast. Too fast under the tiredness. Body strain, pain, blood loss, and something else. A fine tremor in the tendon where the skybone line shifted below the wound. The staff was close, she said. "Yes? How close?" Close enough to be rude. How close? He looked toward the harbour, though the courtyard wall blocked it. Oren stood within a few paces. Senara pressed her lips together. He glanced down. You are doing the mouth. I have many mouths. No, that one. It means you are choosing which truth will hurt most. The truth has options tonight. Pick one with good posture. She reached for the deep needle kit. If you stand near the rootstaff again with this seam open, the line may tear through the stitches. That would be inconvenient. It may tear through the arm. He went still. That was the one, he said. What? The truth with posture. She threaded the needle. Good. Remember it. I remember everything you say while holding needles. Then you should be wiser. I remember. I do not promise you. Eri appeared at the doorway with a folded linen stack. Her eyes widened at the wrist. Senara did not look away from Tavaro. Heat stones. Bitter root. Blue jar. No apprentices near the gate. Eri swallowed. There are people outside. Of course there are. They followed him. Tavaro closed his eyes. Senara heard them now. Not a crowd like the dock. Smaller. Several people on the road, whispering, watching, waiting to learn whether the beautiful cage had cracked. Tell them the workhouse is closed, unless they are bleeding, Senara said. Eri nodded. Tavaro opened one eye. That may invite creativity. If anyone cuts himself to enter, I will assign Marel to lecture him on blade respect. That boy frightens me. He should. Eri went to the gate. Senara set the first new stitch. Tavaro's hand closed on his own knee. His fingers dug into the muscle. He did not make a sound. She made the second stitch, smaller, tighter, passing through scar tissue rather than the newest tear. Scar could hold when fresh skin lied. Her hands knew the seam now better than any part of Tavaro should have been known by another person. Angle pull. Stop before the line sheath recoiled. Warm the edge, close the flesh, leave room for swelling. There were no songs about leaving room for swelling. Good. What did Lapo say? She asked. The needle paused above the wound. Tavaro's eyes moved to her face. Tell me, she said. He said he asked for me during the fever. Senara felt the old sick room rise around her. Lapo's cracked mouth, his hands clawing weakly at the mat. Water, drop by drop. Tavaro, absent. Oren absent, until he returned with the staff. She pulled the stitch through. Tavaro breathed in through his teeth. He said I was not there, Tavaro continued. The thread tightened. He is not wrong. No. Did he say goodbye? The question left her before she could harden it. Tavaro heard the softness. His face shifted, and for one terrible moment she hated him, because he pitied her. No, he said. I told him he had to tell you himself. And Oren called him back. The needle bent in her fingers. Senara looked down. Another needle ruined. She set it aside carefully because throwing it would not mend anything. Her hand wanted to shake. She made it reach for another needle instead. Bodies could be trained, even your own. Oren called him, she said. Yes. Lapo when? Yes. Did he choose to go? Tavaro said nothing. She looked up. His silence answered badly. The staff? She asked. I do not know. That is not enough. I know. She began the next stitch. The courtyard blurred, then sharpened. She did not have time for tears. Tears were a body cleaning itself too late. Oren had called Lapo away, perhaps with voice, perhaps with staff, perhaps both. Senara could not picture it cleanly, because clean pictures belonged to people who had not loved the ones inside them. Oren, who had taught her how to listen to ribs. Lapo, who had built a crooked shelf and lied badly about fever. Tavaro, who sat bleeding under her needle because she had asked him to do the impossible and then watched him fail. No one was simple enough to hate without effort. That enraged her. Did you threaten them? She asked. No. Did they raise weapons? Yes. Her head snapped up. At you. I was the nearest problem. What did you do? Corrected their grips. Tavaro. I lifted my hands. She searched his face. He let her. Truth. Or near enough. She tied the stitch. How many ships? Too many. How many people? Too many. Do not make me ask like a fool. He rubbed his eyes with the heel of his left hand. 3 deep hulls. 8 outriders, 2 guideboats, 4 fishing hulls they have insulted by naming them seacraft, more lashed pairs near the shallow dock. Between 4 and 600, if every family boards. The number entered her body before her mind. 400 at least, 600 perhaps. The workhouse could not hold a tenth of that. The harbour could not grieve that many without becoming a grave itself. And food? She asked. Some. Not enough for delay. Enough if weather loves them, monsters sleep, and the sea develops mercy. His mouth twisted. She finished the final stitch and packed salve over the seam. You saw no chance? I saw many chances. All poor. The best? He was quiet long enough that she looked up. The answer had already hurt him. That told her it would hurt her too. Let them sail, he said, with someone above them. Her hands went still. Tavaro, someone who can read water from height. Kill what rises before it reaches the hulls. Break storms if they gather wrong. Pull children from water if a boat splits. Yes? The word sat between them. She had known it already. Of course she had. Her mind had stepped around it all evening, refusing to look because once seen, it would become a shape she could not pretend was absent. Tavaro could not stop the Farbound without proving Oren right. He could follow. He could guard. He could bleed at a distance for people who had named him Cage. And because they would not know, they would owe him nothing. Senara hated the mercy of that. She hated the danger. She hated him for offering it without offering, as if his body were one more tool she could reach for from a shelf. You cannot fly, she said. I can call the hawk mark, with 3 broken ribs, a torn line seam, venom deadness in the left thigh, blood loss, and what may be the beginning of line fever. Yes, you cannot fly. I did not say it would be pleasant. You will fall into the sea. I know the sea. The sea knows how to kill you. It has been slow. She stood so fast, her knees cracked. Do not make this into a joke. His eyes lifted to hers. I know what I am saying. No? You know what you are offering. You do not know what happens after because you stop counting when the broken body is yours. That is unfair. It is exact. He looked down. Good. Let it land. Let something land before medicine made pain distant enough to seem unimportant. Eri returned with the heatstones and set them nearby. She looked at Senara, then Tavaro, then the gate. The road is clear, she said. Mostly, Tavaro murmured. A fine medical term? Eri almost smiled, then remembered the blood and stopped. Senara took the covered bowl. Inside. Wake Toma. I need the red chest. Eri's eyes widened. The standing medicines? Yes. Tavaro looked up. No. Senara ignored him. Eri hesitated. Which drawer? Second. The wrapped packets. Bring the green cord packet, the black shell vial, and the dry spoon. Eri ran. Tavaro watched her go. Senara, do not. That medicine is for men who need to finish a journey before collapse. Yes. And then collapse. Yes, I am already enjoying the sequence out of order. You need to stand. He stared at her. She hated that he understood before she fully did. No, he said. You just told me your best chance. My best chance is a bad chance. It is still the best? No. That almost made her laugh. After everything, after all his bleeding and bargaining and offers to raise islands while half-broken, now he chose caution, because she had made the cost sound like permission. Senara folded the used cloth with too much care. I am not asking you to fly after them tonight. Then what are you doing? Keeping choices from closing. Healer answer. Yes. Frightened answer. Her hand struck his face before thought crossed the space. The sound was small. The courtyard went silent. Inside, someone dropped a cup. Senara's palm stung. Tavaro's head had barely moved. The slap had hurt her more than him, and both of them knew it. His eyes returned to hers slowly. There was no anger in them. That was worse. Do not sit on my bench bleeding through my work and name me frightened, as if you found something hidden, she said. Her voice shook once and steadied. I am frightened. Lapo is packing himself onto a ship under green light. Oren is holding the staff that saved him and may own him. You are talking about flying on broken ribs. because 600 people are about to leave the roots. Yes, I am frightened. That does not make me wrong. Tavaro swallowed. I am sorry, he said. She believed him. It did not fix anything. Eri came back with the red chest in both arms and froze at the courtyard edge. Her gaze went to Tavaro's cheek, then Senara's hand. Senara held out her palm. The packet. Eri brought it. The red chest had belonged to Senara's mother. Before that, to her mother's mother. It was not part of Tavaro's cedar records. That mattered. It had been made for mortal crises. Women bleeding through birth, runners crossing storm roads with broken ankles, fever houseworkers who had to stay upright until someone else learned the cups, old captains steering through weather because fear had not yet taught the young. Senara had always liked that about it. Then she opened it for him. The medicines inside were used when the body needed to be forced past honest refusal. A little could sharpen breath, raise heat, make pain stand at a distance, and wait its turn. Too much could turn judgment thin. Too much could make a frightened body brave in the ugliest way. In ordinary patients, the signs were known. Sweating, dry tongue, wide eyes, pulse hard enough to worry the wrist, tremor in the jaw, anger near the surface. In Tavaro, no sign obeyed long enough to be trusted. His divine body burned through some drugs, as if insulted, held others for days, and once changed a fever draft into a rash shaped like small fish along his left arm. He had been proud of that. Senara opened the green cord packet. The powder inside was dull red, ground from wake thorn seed, storm kelp ash, dried bitter root, and a mineral scraped from black reef after lightning storms. It smelled of pepper, burnt salt, and old rain. Tavaro leaned away. That smells like a mistake. It often is comforting. Do you want comfort? His eyes moved toward the harbor. No, neither of them did. Senara tapped a small measure into the dry spoon. Not enough? For a mortal his weight, yes. For Tavaro, likely nothing more than a clearer headache. She remembered the sleeping draught he had mocked by waking early, the fever leaf he had burned through in an hour, the blue moss that had nearly stopped his heart because his body decided to obey that one with frightening enthusiasm. No rule held. She added half again. Stop. Her fingers hovered over the packet. The right choice was to close it. The right choice was to bind him to a mat if needed, stand at the gate, and let Lapo sail with whatever gods and grief had made of him. The right choice was to refuse the lie that a body made strong enough could solve a choice already broken. She heard the harbor below. 400, 600, children in baskets, bad rigging, fishing hulls lashed in pairs. Lapo turning when Oren called him. Oren with the rootstaff. Tavaro standing in front of them, speechless after the one phrase that had found him. Beautiful cage. Senara added another small measure. Eri made a tiny sound. Senara looked at her. The apprentice closed her mouth. Good. Senara poured the powder into hot, bitter root water. The liquid darkened to rust. She stirred until no grain clung to the bowl. Then she added 3 drops from the black shell vial. Tavaro watched her. What is that? Something to keep the heart from running too hard. Will it? In you? I do not know. He smiled faintly. Your honesty has lost charm. It was never charm. She held the bowl out. He did not take it. That frightened her more than if he had swallowed without question. What will it do? He asked. Move pain aside, not remove it. Not heal it. Move it aside. That sounds useful. It is dangerous. Yes? That was the useful part. Tavaro. He looked up. She crouched in front of him, bowl between them. Listen. This does not heal the rib. It does not close the wrist. It does not make the hawk mark safe. It does not make the skybone line safe near the rootstaff. I hear you. No. You hear warnings as weather. I need you to hear this as law. His face changed at that. Law was mortal. Law had to be chosen, recorded, enforced by hands that could fail. Tavaro treated gods as facts and monsters as tasks. Mortal law unsettled him, because it asked him to stand inside limits set by people he could break. Senara pressed the bowl into his hands. "One bowl," she said. "No more, unless I give it." He looked at the bowl. "Say it. One bowl?" "No calling a mark, unless death is already in the room." A tired smile tugged at his mouth. "Death has poor manners. It rarely waits for rooms. Say it. No mark, unless death is already in the room. No skybone line near the staff." His hand flexed around the bowl. "Say it." His eyes did not leave hers. "No skybone line near the staff." "Speak to Lapo." "Yes, speak to Oren. Only if you can remember, he is a man." The words struck him. She saw it. "Good. Let that one stay close." He nodded. "Oren is a man. Say the rest." He closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them, his gaze had gone raw. Not a monster. Not a task. Not something in the way. Senara breathed in. It did not fill her. "Drink." He drank slowly, because she watched. The first swallow made him grimace. The second tightened the muscles along his jaw. By the third, sweat had risen at his temple, not from heat. The medicine acted fast. Too fast. His body took it like dry ground, taking rain after drought. Tavaro lowered the empty bowl. For several breaths, nothing happened. Then his shoulders eased, not in health, in release. Pain had stepped away from his face. The lines around his eyes loosened. His breathing widened by a fraction because the rib still blocked it. But the fear of the rib had moved aside. His left hand opened on his knee. Senara touched his throat. Pulse hard, fast, not yet alarming. His eyes were clearer, too clear. "Well?" she asked. He looked at his wrist, as if it belonged to someone across the courtyard. "That hurts." "How much?" "Enough to know you are right. Not enough to respect it." Her stomach tightened. Too strong, or exactly what she had made. Eri whispered, "Senara, I know." Tavaro stood. Senara rose with him. He swayed once, then found balance. The limp remained, though less obvious because he no longer protected the pain. That meant he would damage the leg more easily. His rib breath stayed shallow. His wrist bandage remained clean for now. He looked almost well if one did not know bodies. Senara knew bodies. The medicine had not repaired him. It had removed his body's power to argue. "Sit down," she said. He looked puzzled. "You gave me standing medicine to test." "That is a cruel name." "Sit." He sat. Too quickly. She saw the rib take the motion and failed to slow him. His mouth tightened after the fact. There, judgment lagged. She should bind him to the bench. She should. Instead, she took the packet and folded it closed, then tied the green cord around it. Tavaro watched. "Do not give me that," he said. "Then do not take it." "Tidy." She held it out. He did not reach. For a long moment, neither moved. The packet lay across her palm, no larger than a folded leaf, heavy as a body. "This is one more half-dose," she said. "Only if you cannot return, and someone else will die, unless you stay upright." Senara. Not for speeches, not for Oren, not for shame. His eyes shifted. She had touched the true wound. Not rib, not wrist. Shame. The medicine would ride shame like wind over open water if she let it. "Say it," she said. His voice was low. "Not for shame." She gave him the packet. His fingers closed around it. Eri looked from one to the other. She had gone pale. Senara wanted to send her away, then realized the girl should see this. Not all of it. Enough. Apprentices needed to know that healers did not always stand in clean light. Sometimes they measured the wrong thing carefully and still handed it over. Tavaro tucked the packet into the cloth at his waist. "What now?" he asked. The medicine had sharpened his voice. That worried her. It gave him back the sound people trusted. Strong, warm, nearly amused. A body could lie through posture. Medicine could make the lie look like recovery. "Now you wait until I check the rib again." He groaned. "I have been drugged, and still you find room for poking. You have been medicined. Drugged is what fools call it after they ignore instructions. Will I be a fool before dawn? That is up to you." He looked toward the lower road. "No," she said. "I did not move." Your attention limped toward the gate. "My attention is independent." "Then call it back." He did, or appeared to. Senara reset the rib binding. This time she used longer cloth, and cross-wrapped it around his shoulder to limit sudden turns. He complained in small, creative ways. The medicine made the complaints brighter, less weary, closer to the Tavaro people recognized. That chilled her more than his earlier silence. A wounded man who looked wounded invited caution. A wounded Tavaro who looked almost himself invited catastrophe. She tied the last knot and pressed 2 fingers under the cloth to check tightness. Breathe. He did. Again, he did. The second breath caught less, because he let it stop early. I saw that it was a modest breath. It was a coward breath. His gaze flicked to her. She lifted a brow. He laughed, then winced, then pointed at her. That was revenge. That was instruction. Both can be true. People keep telling me this tonight. People are improving. They are getting mouthy. They learned from you. He looked down at the packet, tucked at his waist. The humor thinned. No, she said. His eyes came back to hers. Do not look at that packet like it is courage. He swallowed. It is borrowed time, she said. Borrowed things come back for payment. I know. You think you know. That is not the same as knowing. For one breath, the medicine did not cover his face. Pain returned. Not rib pain. Not line pain. Older. I do not know how else to pay, he said. Senara had no answer that would fit in the time left. She wanted to say that no one had asked him to pay. That would be a lie. Everyone asked. The Sulari asked with prayers, songs, threats, knees, ships, fear, and gratitude. She had asked too. She had placed medicine in his hands and measured the dose herself. Start by not killing anyone, she said. Tavaro stared at her. It was a brutal sentence. It was also the only one that mattered. He nodded. Marel appeared at the inner doorway. The fever cups are clean. Good, Senara said without looking away from Tavaro. Marel's gaze moved to the packet at Tavaro's waist, then the bowl, then Senara's face. He knew enough medicine to understand the shape of what she had done. His mouth tightened. Senara met his eyes. Say it. He froze. Whatever is sitting behind your teeth. Say it. Marel looked at Tavaro. Fear passed over him, then anger, then shame at the fear. My mother did not get standing medicine, he said. The courtyard went still. Senara did not breathe. Marel's voice shook, then hardened. You said it would cook her heart. You said making her feel strong would not make her live. Senara remembered. Of course she remembered. His mother on the north mat. Pale lips, dry tongue, pulse hammering too hard already. Marel kneeling beside her with both hands around a cup he kept offering after she could no longer swallow. Senara had refused the red chest because the fever had already put too much strain on the heart. Standing medicine would have made the end uglier. She had been right. That did not help Marel. You are correct, she said. I said that, and him. Tavaro went very still. Senara set the empty bowl down. Tavaro's body is different. Marel laughed once. Of course it is. Marel, no. I know. He gets different medicine, different rules, different chances. He always has, Eri whispered. That is not fair. Marel turned on her. Yes, it is. Senara lifted a hand. Both apprentices fell silent. She could order Marel out. She could remind him of place, rank, grief, training. She could say that a healer weighed each body by condition, not worth. She could defend herself with accuracy and lose the truth. Tavaro spoke first. He is right. Senara closed her eyes. Marel looked startled. Tavaro did not look at him. Not about the medicine. I do not know enough to be useful there. About the rest, the courtyard held the words. Tavaro flexed his right hand slowly, testing the bandaged seam. People hold me together because they think I still have work to do. Marel's anger faltered. Senara watched Tavaro with a cold drop inside her chest. The medicine was already loosening what pain usually guarded. Not only strength, speech too. Shame had less cover. Truth came closer to the surface, and truth without timing could be as harmful as fever. Marel said, Then why do you get to stand? Tavaro looked at him then. The boy did not step back. Good boy, Senara thought, with a grief that surprised her. I should not, Tavaro said. Someone asked me. Marel's eyes flicked to Senara. She felt the look like a blade pressed flat against skin. There it was, complicity. Cleanly named by a grieving apprentice who had every right to hate the shape of it. "I did," she said. Marel stared at her. "Because Lapo is leaving," Senara said. "Because hundreds are leaving. Because the sea beyond the roots will kill many if no one who knows it goes after them. Because I am afraid. Because every choice left is ugly, and I chose this ugly thing." Marel's lips parted. No sound came. "Do you want me to call it pure?" she asked. He shook his head once. Good. He still preferred truth there. "I will not," she said. "Now go inside. If any patient wakes, give water first. If any fever rises, call me. If anyone asks where Tavaro is, you do not know." Marel looked at Tavaro again. Tavaro inclined his head. Not a bow, not title, something smaller. Marel turned and went inside. Eri stood frozen near the chest. Senara looked at her. "You too." The girl obeyed. When they were alone, Tavaro said, "Your apprentices are terrifying. They learn from the best. From you? From bodies?" He nodded, as if that made sense. The medicine had brought color back to him. Too much. His eyes were bright. His skin warm at the throat. Pulse still hard when she checked it again. The line tremor had settled for now, though the wrist remained tender under bandage. He could stand. He could walk. He might even fly, if desperation made him foolish. She had made that possible. No, she had made it easier. The difference mattered. The difference was not enough. Tavaro rose again. This time he moved with less care. Senara caught his arm. Slow. He looked surprised by the grip. "I feel better." "You are worse with better painted over it." That is almost poetic. It is medical poetry. "Senara, you grow as an artist." She released him. "Where are you going?" "First, the lower road, then the root house." "No." He looked at her. "You said speak to Lapo," she said. "Not Oren. Not the staff. Lapo is with Oren. Then wait for him to leave. He may not. Then send for him. He may not come. Then do not go." His expression settled into something calm and awful. The medicine had not created that calm. It had stripped away the pain that would have made it look desperate. "I cannot follow the fleet blind," he said. "If I am going after them, I need the root. I need what Oren thinks he saw. I need to know whether the staff points to land or only to wanting. Then ask me to come." He shook his head. "No." "Because I will stop you?" "Because you will see Oren before I do." The answer hit too close to mercy. Senara looked toward the gate. Oren would be in the root house before dawn, or near the docks, or moving between the two with the staff and his failing body held upright by green certainty. If she went, he would speak to her as he had spoken in fever years, when she was young and furious and still believed instruction could save them from all errors. He would say her name. Lapo would be there, perhaps. Lapo would not say goodbye, unless forced. Could she face both and still think? She did not know. Tavaro knew she did not know. That was why he was leaving alone. "You are making yourself necessary again," she said. He gave a faint smile. "Am the first? I am better at that than standing still." "Tavaro," his smile faded. "You do not have to earn the right to come back alive." He looked at her for a long time. The courtyard lamp flickered in his eyes. His pupils were wider than they should have been. Medicine, exhaustion, shame, Rootstaff echo, all of it mixed in a body that had never obeyed clean categories. "Are you certain?" he asked. She had no answer. That was the worst wound she had dealt him all night. He saw the truth before she could cover it. She wanted him alive. She also wanted Lapo alive. She wanted 600 people, not to vanish into more deep water. She wanted Oren free of whatever the Rootstaff had made of him. She wanted her own hand unstained by the choice she had already made. Want had become a room with too many locked doors. Tavaro stepped back. The space between them felt formal. "I will speak first," he said. "First is not enough. I will try to keep speaking. Try harder. I will. Do not touch the staff. No, no skybone line. No skybone line. No mark unless death is in the room. Yes. If the medicine makes anger feel easy. Stop. He went still. That one reached him. Senara pressed it in. Easy anger is usually being fed by something else. Tavaro nodded slowly. You should have told Oren. That I did. He called it caution. Lapo. I told him too. He called it fear. Tavaro breathed out. Everyone is very committed to poor listening. You are going to join them if you keep walking. He looked toward the gate. His body wanted motion now. She saw it. The medicine moved through muscle and nerve, making stillness feel wrong. Standing medicine always did that. It turned waiting into an itch. In Tavaro, with the hawk mark along his shoulders and the skybone line under skin, the itch looked almost like purpose. Too much medicine, too much shame, too little time. Senara stepped to the shelf and took a small clay disc from a bowl. It had the Vael hand mark pressed into it. Thumb imperfect because the mold was old. She put it in Tavaro's palm. He frowned. A charm? A reminder? I thought you distrusted charms. I distrust fools who think charms replace action. This replaces nothing. What does it remind me? She closed his fingers around it, then made him open them again. That. He looked down at the open hand. The line of his throat moved once. She almost touched his face, where she had slapped him. She did not. That would ask too much of both of them. Come back, she said. He closed his fist around the disc. Senara, he said. And for one moment the swagger, title, wound, and medicine all fell away. Only the child the sea had not kept stood there, grown huge and still asking the wrong question with his whole body. Will I be wanted if I fail? She could not answer it. She could only give the truth she had. Come back without blood, it is not yours. His face changed. Not enough. Perhaps it could never be enough. He turned and walked to the gate. The first steps were controlled. The next less so. The medicine smoothed the limp without healing it, made his shoulders square, though his ribs could not bear the shape, made him look from behind like Tavaro of the far wake again. That was the danger. The night would see a hero walking. Senara saw a patient leaving with a torn seam, broken ribs, venom weakness, a packet of red medicine at his waist, and shame burning cleaner than any fever she knew how to treat. At the gate, he paused. He did not look back. If Lapo comes here before I return, he said, do not let him leave without eating. The sentence nearly broke her. Go, she said. He went. Senara stood in the courtyard until the lower road swallowed the sound of his steps. Then she picked up the empty bowl. A red smear clung to the bottom, where the powder had not fully dissolved. She rubbed it with her thumb until it spread across the clay like old blood. Inside the workhouse, a patient coughed. Senara washed the bowl, dried her hands, and went back to the living.
Heya, heya, see below. Heya, heya, storm wind blow.
Chapter 8. The Root House. Tavaro reached the lower road and discovered Senara had been unfairly precise. The medicine did not keep him standing. It convinced pain to file its objections with a slower office. His ribs still scraped when he breathed too deeply. His wrist still pulsed beneath the new bandage. His left thigh still carried a cold, dead patch where the Ninemaws' venom had touched him. None of it had authority now. The road stayed under his feet. The lamps had sharp edges. Every sound from the harbour arrived separately, as if the night had been taken apart and labelled rope over wood, water against hull, a child crying into cloth, Maru's voice below, cutting through the dock noise, on the pool. Not before it. The next jar line answered by moving cleanly. Tavaro hated how much that mattered. Not prophecy, not miracle, work. The Rootstaff waited beneath it all. No sound came from the staff, not true sound. Still, Tavaro felt it through the lower road, through old stone and salt wood. Green pressure spreading under the night, like a root searching for a crack. The skybone line shifted beneath his bandage. No, he whispered. The line did not answer. It had no words. It had moods. Old oath, road hunger, and a talent for making his arm feel filled with white fire and tendon. Tonight it wanted out. "No," Tavaro said again. Senara made rules. Many rules. She was very pleased with herself. The child mark warmed beneath the rib wrap. "You are not helping." It pulsed once. Tavaro opened his left hand. The clay disc lay in his palm. He had carried it closed in his fist without noticing. The vile hand pressed into it was rough under his thumb. One edge chipped where the old mold had failed to hold shape. A hand could open. That was what Senara had said. She had given him a clay reminder and expected it to hold against grief, medicine, divine pressure, and centuries of bad habit. Optimistic woman, very poor understanding of clay. He tucked the disc inside his tunic, close to the child mark. For a moment, the mortal hand and the old burned hand lay against each other through cloth. His ribs tightened around both. The root house stood where the lower shrine road bent above the oldest harbour stones. The workhouse sat uphill behind him, with its garden, basins, fever mats, and cedar chest. Smokehouse Lane ran below, thick with drying fish, grief, and Reaver's anger. Beyond that, the lower market opened toward the main pier. Past the pier, the shallow dock and harbour mouth waited in lamplight. Past the outer reef, the sea stopped wearing polite colours. The root house had not been built as a shrine. Tavaro remembered when it had been a net hall, then a storage house, then a fever meeting place during pale salt, when bodies needed distance and hope needed walls. Now green cloth hung from the beams. Bowls of water lined the steps. Root signs had been painted across the door frame in ash and crushed leaf. The roof had been raised with broadland timber and Sulari palm ribs, giving the building the posture of two trees disagreeing in public. Light spilled from the upper windows, not flame, green. People waited outside in clusters. Farbound captains, mothers with travel bags, 2 old men wrapped in sleeping mats, 3 young sailors with knives at their belts and fear in their mouths. No one spoke loudly. The green light pressed voices into murmurs. Tavaro should have waited. He had promised to speak first. Speaking worked better with a plan, or at least a sentence. He had many sentences. Most were insults. Several involved Oren's staff and storage options Senara would not approve. The medicine liked those best. He crossed the road. The first woman who saw him went rigid. Her hand went to the child beside her. The child looked up, saw Tavaro, and smiled because children had no respect for timing. "Tidebreaker," the child said. The woman pulled him back. Tavaro stopped at the foot of the steps. "I need Oren." No one answered. A young sailor moved in front of the door. 16, perhaps. Old enough to own a knife. Not old enough to distrust the hand holding it. His fingers closed around the hilt. Tavaro looked at the grip. The sailor let go. "Good," Tavaro said. "You were about to cut your own thumb." The sailor flushed. A murmur moved through the waiting people. "Is he inside?" Tavaro asked. A man near the left pillar said, "You should leave. I have received that advice from more qualified people. You shamed yourself at the docks." The words struck and slid strangely aside. The medicine held them back just far enough for thought to remain neat. Interesting. Dangerous. "Yes," Tavaro said. The man blinked. Tavaro stepped onto the first stair. The skybone line burned. He stopped. The rootstaff was above him. Not near. Closed. The upper room. The bandage over his wrist tightened as the line pressed against stitches and sheath. Heat crawled up his forearm. He curled his hand closed, then opened it again. A hand could open. He climbed. No one stopped him. The lower hall smelled of old nets, saltwood, lamp oil, and crushed green leaf. Benches lined the walls. Offerings sat beneath a plain shelf. Shell bowls, hair knots tied with thread, little carvings of boats, a child's tooth, a cracked fever cup mended with green wax. That stopped him. Tavaro looked at the cup. Someone had written a name along the side in careful ink. The name had blurred from handling. He knew that kind of cup. Fever cups had marks on the base, so no one mixed them with food bowls. Senara used them in the workhouse. He had broken dozens. Once she had threatened to make him drink from his own hands. The root house kept one as a relic, not a weapon, not a lie, a relic. The Farbound did not follow the staff because they were fools. He knew that. He had known it, and preferred not to know. They followed because fever had entered their beds, and something green had stood between some of them and graves. His anger lost its clean edge. Then the skybone line burned again. The edge returned. Voices came from above. Oren first, low, hoarse. The south current will take the smaller craft wide if the wind shifts before dawn. Keep them tied to the deep hulls until the second bell. A woman answered, Maru, tie them too close, and they become kindling with relatives. Then, not too close. That is not a measurement, root-bearer. Another voice, younger. The vision showed a red dawn and a black bird. We sail when both appear. Lapo. No, Oren said. Tavaro went still. Inside, a chair scraped. Lapo's voice sharpened. No. The root showed a sign. Oren said, signs are not weather. The sea remains the sea. We sail when the tide turns east. A silence. Maru said, a sign can wait its turn behind water. Tavaro leaned against the wall. That was inconvenient. He had wanted Oren wild. He had wanted green madness, simple and loud. Instead, the old man was arguing against a vision with tide sense, and Maru was insulting prophecy into better logistics. Rude of them both. Lapo said, quieter. Then why did it show the bird? Perhaps because you needed it, or because we should wait. Perhaps. We still count water, wind, hull, and knees. Knees? Maru said, the root may show land. Lapo said, voice tired now. It does not know Mother Vasa cannot climb a high ladder if her left hip swells. Maru grunted. Good. The boy has one working thought left. Oren said nothing for a breath. Tavaro heard the pride in that silence. He pushed through the door. The upper room fell silent. It had been remade for maps. A broad table filled the center, crowded with shell weights, cord lines, water bowls, charcoal marks, carved boat tokens, and strips of green cloth tied around chosen roots. Small name tablets lay in rows beside Lapo's hand, each tied to a hull token with colored thread. Oren's own tablet sat apart, marked with the Vael hand and the root sign beside it. 3 captains stood along one side. Maru was among them, red cord at her wrist, grey-black braid tight against her skull, a deck knife at her belt, and a stance that belonged to ships in ugly weather. She looked Tavaro over once, limp, wrist, ribs, eyes. Then she looked at Oren. Good woman. She knew where the danger sat. Lapo stood at the foot of the table, travel bundle at his feet, both hands flat on the wood. His tally cord wound around one wrist. The knots were small, exact, and practical. Reaver's work, Tavaro thought. The kind of knot that held because it disliked failure personally. Oren sat behind the table with the rootstaff across his knees. He looked older than at the dock, much older. Lamplight showed what green glow had hidden below. Hollows under the eyes, skin loose at the throat, fingers swollen around the knuckles, white hair unbound at the temples. He had wrapped his left wrist in linen, badly, as if treating himself had become a task for later, and later had never arrived. The staff made him look stronger than he was. That angered Tavaro, in a way he did not understand. Oren lifted his eyes. Tavaro, Oren. Lapo stared at him. You should be at the workhouse. Everyone says that. No one appreciates my range. No one laughed. Tavaro had known they would not. He made the joke anyway, because it gave his mouth a task, other than begging. Oren looked at the bandage on his wrist. You are bleeding. Less than usual. That is not reassuring. I have been told. Maru's gaze dropped to the name tablets. Her hand rested near her knife, but did not close around it. Do we keep counting? No, Oren said. Leave us. One of the other captains frowned. Now. The word did not carry command by volume. The staff glowed once, low and slow, and certainty entered the room like breath. The captains obeyed. Maru did not at once. She looked at Oren, then at Lapo, then at Tavaro. "If this becomes a knife room," she said, "shout before the floor gets slick." Oren's face did not change. "Leave us, Captain." Maru's jaw worked once. Then she turned and went out with the others, shutting the door behind her. Lapo remained. Oren looked at him. "You too?" Lapo's jaw tightened. For one breath, Tavaro hoped. Then Lapo said, "No." Oren studied him. The staff gave no pulse this time. "Very well," Oren said. Tavaro should have been relieved. He was not. The refusal looked like Lapo's own. That made everything harder. The three men remained with the table, the staff, and the coming dawn. Oren set one hand on the rootstaff. 8 pale knots showed under his fingers, almost hidden by the green, moving through the grain. Tavaro disliked himself for counting them. 8 knots, pale as healed knuckles. "You came for the root," Oren said. "Yes." "You plan to follow us?" "Yes." Lapo looked at him sharply. Tavaro kept his gaze on Oren. "Your smaller hulls will not make open water without someone reading the currents from above. The eastern deep has weather under it. Things rise where the surface looks empty. Vadruk hunts beyond the 4th route if he has moved south. He likes low ships. They look like apology." Lapo swallowed. Oren's face remained calm. "You think we cannot cross without you. I think many will die, even with me. Honesty suits you. I am trying it briefly." Oren leaned back. The staff brightened near one knot, then dimmed. "You should not follow." Tavaro laughed. The sound came too loud in the room. The medicine made it clean, almost bright. Lapo flinched. "You are welcome," Tavaro said. "I was having a full night of poor ideas. That one makes mine look modest. If you follow, half the fleet will watch the sky instead of the water. The other half will think every shadow is your hand reaching down. Good. They will stay alert. They will stay frightened. The sea rewards frightened people who can count. They will not look at their own hands." Tavaro felt the child mark burn beneath the veiled disk. He touched neither. "With me above them," he said, "more of those hands remain attached." Oren's mouth tightened. "You bring the dead into every argument. No one can answer them. The dead are relevant. So are the living." Tavaro's hand closed on the table edge. Lapo said his name. Tavaro. The name cut through both men. Tavaro looked at him. Lapo's eyes were red. He had been crying or fighting sleep, or both. He looked young in the green light, not like the boy from the workhouse. Not quite. The fever had taken that softness years ago. Still, the old memory clung to him in cruel places. The curve of his cheek, the stubborn lower lip, the hands that had once hammered a shelf crooked and presented it to Senara like a kingdom. "Do not follow us," Lapo said. Tavaro went cold. "What? If you follow, every storm we survive becomes yours. Every child pulled back from the rail. Every hull that reaches shore. People will point up and say we only lived because you let us. You do need me." Lapo's face changed. Tavaro heard his own words after they left him. "Too late." "No," Lapo said. "We may need warning. We may need maps. We may need help. We do not need every breath to point back to you." Tavaro gripped the edge of the table. Wood creaked. The route ran across the charcoal map in green cord, east past every safe ring, then farther over blank wood, where no island marks stood. Tavaro stared at it as if looking hard enough might make the line turn sensible. "You are asking me to watch you die so the story comes out neat. I am asking you to stop making us your story." The medicine held his body's pain away. It did nothing for that. Oren's gaze stayed on Tavaro. "You hear him." "I hear the rootstaff speaking through his throat." Lapo recoiled. Oren's hand closed on the staff. Green moved inside the wood. The skybone line surged. Tavaro jerked his wrist against his thigh and hissed. Oren saw it. "The line reacts to the staff." "Yes? Why?" "Because it has taste." "Tavaro?" "Because the skybone line is oathwork of the near gods, and that thing is something else wearing wood." Oren looked down at the staff. For a moment, Only the old healer was there, tired, sick, human. He ran his thumb along one pale knot, and the green moved toward his skin like a living thing answering touch. "I do not know everything it is," Oren said. That surprised Tavaro enough to still him. Oren looked up. "I know what it did. I know what it showed. I know what it costs when I ask too much." Lapo turned toward him. "Costs?" Oren did not look at him. Tavaro watched the silence between them. There, a hidden thing. What cost? Tavaro asked. Oren smiled without humor. "You first." "My body is very public." "Your body, yes. Your cost, no." Tavaro's grip tightened again. Wood fibers split beneath his fingers. Oren looked at the broken edge. "Even when you mean only to hold, the rest of us must survive your strength." The sentence landed exactly where Oren aimed it. The medicine sharpened the impact. Tavaro let go. A hand could open. The veiled disc felt warm inside his tunic. Lapo took one step closer to Oren. "What cost?" Oren closed his eyes briefly. The rootstaff dimmed. "I am tired," he said. Lapo shook his head. "That is not an answer." Oren looked at his own hands. They were shaking. "Not much." "Enough." "My hands shake after I use it," he said. "Sometimes I lose a morning. Sometimes I wake with names in my mouth that I did not put there. I sleep and dream of roots under water. I ask for light, and when it comes I am older afterward." Lapo's face went pale. "You did not tell me." "No." "Why?" Oren's hand moved on the staff. "Not stroking." "Not quite." "Because you would have tried to carry it for me." Lapo opened his mouth. No sound came. Tavaro saw the old man's hand tremble harder. The anger shifted. Not gone. Never gone. It slipped under fear. Oren was dying. Perhaps not tonight. Perhaps not soon enough for drama. Yet the staff had been eating hours from him, or he had been feeding them willingly into the grain. Tavaro did not know the rule. He knew the shape. He had seen it in men who stood too long in battle, because others needed their feet to remain under them. Useful people never lacked people willing to spend them. The thought should have softened him. The staff pulsed. Certainty returned to the room. Lapo's shoulders steadied. Oren's trembling hand calmed. Tavaro felt the green pressure brush his face. Gentle, intimate, infuriating. It did not command. It offered, "You are needed. You can still make this right. Take the staff away. Stop the road. Save the boy. Save Senara. Save them all before choice kills them." The voice had no voice. It used his own want. That was worse. Tavaro stepped back. His hip struck the wall. Oren's eyes opened. "You feel it?" Tavaro's mouth had gone dry. "What is it?" "Power." "That is a lazy answer." "Yes." "What is it doing?" "What power does," Oren said. "It reaches for the shape of the person holding it." Tavaro looked at Lapo. The young man stood very still, eyes bright with green reflection. His charm pulsed at his throat. His hands were no longer shaking. "That is not comfort," Tavaro said. "No," Oren said. "That is a hand on the back of his neck." Lapo said, "I am here because I choose." "Yes," Tavaro snapped, "and the staff makes choosing feel washed and dressed." Lapo flinched. "Good." "No, not good." Tavaro breathed too hard. The rib caught. Pain tried to return with authority. The medicine stepped in and moved it aside. Oren said, "If you know that danger, why do you trust the medicine in your blood?" The room narrowed. Lapo looked at him. "Medicine?" Tavaro kept his eyes on Oren. The old man's face was calm. Too calm, not smug. Oren looked like a man naming a wound he wished did not exist. "Senara gave you standing draft," Oren said. "I smell wake thorn on your sweat." Tavaro felt his skin heat. Lapo stared. "Senara gave you that?" "Yes." "Why?" "To keep options alive." Oren's eyes saddened. "That sounds like her." "Do not speak about her as if you get to be proud right now." Oren did not rise. He did not lift the staff. He only looked at Tavaro across the table of maps and ruin. "I am proud of her always." The sentence struck Tavaro with strange force. Proud, a simple word, a mortal word. Oren said it without grandeur, without needing Senara to save him first. Tavaro suddenly hated him. Not because Oren was wrong. Because Oren possessed something Tavaro could not reach with a line, a mark, a raised island, or a century of blood. A bond not earned by rescue. The child mark burned hard enough that he nearly gasped. Oren saw that too. Of course he did. He was Vael. She should not have had to ask this of you, Oren said. No, she did. Yes, because she loves Lapo. Yes, and because she trusts you. The room shifted. Tavaro looked at him. Oren shook his head once. That is not the same as being right to trust you tonight. The words went through the medicine and found flesh. Tavaro's hand moved to the clay disk beneath his tunic. A hand could open. He pulled it free and held it in his palm, where all three of them could see. Lapo frowned. What is that? Senara gave it to me. Oren looked at the disk and closed his eyes. When he opened them, tears had gathered there. That was the final unfairness. Oren had no right to weep for Senara now. No right to sit with the staff that had drawn Lapo away, with ships waiting to tear her life in two, with a movement that had put Tavaro in this room, carrying medicine she had mixed, because every better choice had died before dawn. No right. The medicine made the thought bright. The staff answered. Green light spread across the table. The map cords lifted without hands. Lapo drew in a breath. Not fear, awe. Tavaro saw the root rise in the air. Green thread over water. Black gaps where no islands stood. A distant shore beyond the blank. Red cliffs. A river mouth wide as a storm channel. Trees taller than masts. Birds with gold throats. The vision entered through his eyes, then deeper. It was real, or close enough to make real jealous. Land beyond Tavaro's hand. Room beyond the raised islands. Mortals standing on a shore that owed him nothing. The sight hurt. Then the vision changed. Water darkened. Hulls cracked. Children slid screaming across wet decks. Vadruk rose beneath a small boat, crownback glittering with broken shields and teeth. A wave folded over the lead hull. Lapo vanished into black water. Senara stood on a deck with the rootstaff in both hands, and green light burning her face hollow. Tavaro lunged before the image ended. Stop it. Oren lifted the staff, not toward Tavaro, toward the vision. The green threads tightened. The ships steadied. The storm withdrew. The eastern shore returned, bright and impossible. Do you see? Oren said. His voice had gone rough. It can guide. It can warn. It showed them dead. It showed danger. It showed Lapo drowning. It showed what happens if we go blind. No. Tavaro came around the table. You do not get to dress a drowning as a lesson. Lapo moved between them. Bad choice. Brave choice. Very Lapo. Tavaro stopped. Tavaro stopped because Lapo stood there. The staff burned brighter in Oren's hand behind him. The skybone line fought the bandage. The seam split. Blood ran hot down Tavaro's wrist. Lapo saw it and stepped closer. You are hurt. That has been established. You need to go back. With you? No. The word hit again. Tavaro looked at his face. Go to Senara. Tell her yourself. I cannot. You can. If I see her, I may stay. The honesty stunned both of them. Lapo's lips trembled. The green charm at his throat flickered. I may stay, he said, and then I will hate her for it. Tavaro had no answer. Behind Lapo, Oren lowered the staff. The green threads settled back onto the map. Lapo, Oren said, softly. Only a name. Lapo turned. Tavaro saw the charm pulse. He moved without thought. His hand closed around Lapo's shoulder and pulled him back. Lapo stumbled into him. Startled, Tavaro did not grip hard. He knew he did not. The medicine made every pressure exact. Enough to move, not enough to bruise. Still, Lapo's face changed. Fear. Tavaro released him. Too late. Oren stood. The rootstaff struck the floor once. Green light flared through the room. Enough, Oren said. The word carried more than voice. It entered Tavaro's bones. For one breath, everything lined itself into terrible order. Oren with the staff, Lapo with the charm, Senara with the empty bowl, the Farbound with ships full of children. the sea with its mouths, the old fever cup below, the clay disk in Tavaro's palm, the child mark burning, the skybone line tearing at its sheath, the medicine singing in his blood that he could stand, he could act, he could still make one choice, strong enough to save them from all the smaller ones. Oren lifted the staff toward Lapo, perhaps to steady him, perhaps to call him, perhaps to push Tavaro back, perhaps only to keep the old man upright. Tavaro never knew. That mattered. It did not save him. No, Tavaro said. He reached for the staff. Oren pulled it back. The skybone line surged. Tavaro did not draw it. He had promised, so his empty hand did the work instead. He caught the staff with his right hand. Pain opened white through the torn seam. Green light climbed his arm. The line inside him recoiled, then lunged toward the wood. Stitches snapped. Blood spattered the map table. Oren shouted something. Lapo shouted too. The staff showed Tavaro a child in water, a baby sinking through blue light with no name. Hands above the surface, withdrawing. Near God voices, far and bright, useful, beloved if useful, kept if bleeding. The vision changed. Oren at the dock, saying beautiful cage. Senara's face when she could not tell Tavaro he had the right to come back alive. Lapo turning when Oren called. The Farbound ships split open, and children taken by dark mouths. Tavaro tried to let go. His fingers would not open. A hand could open. The clay disk cracked inside his left fist. Oren pulled the staff again. Tavaro struck him. The first blow landed against Oren's shoulder. Not his face, not his throat. Shoulder. Tavaro knew that. He saw the body twist, heard bone crack, saw Oren hit the table and scatter shell weights across the floor. A mortal man's shoulder was not more-spawn flesh. Tavaro knew that too late. Lapo screamed. Tavaro should have stopped there. He did not. Oren pushed himself upright with his good arm, staff still in hand, green light pouring from it now in ragged pulses. His face was white with pain. His eyes met Tavaro's. There was fear in them, fear of him. The room became the dock again. Spears raised, people stepping back. Beautiful cage, cage, cage. The medicine made anger clean. The staff made certainty close. The skybone line inside his torn wrist screamed for answer. Tavaro crossed the space and seized Oren by the front of his robe. Oren was so light. That was what Tavaro would remember. Not the blood first, not the sound, the lightness, the terrible smallness of a body that had once seemed large because authority had lived in it. Oren's feet left the floor. Lapo grabbed Tavaro's arm. Stop! Tavaro did not feel the grip until afterward. Oren raised the staff between them. Green light struck Tavaro's face. The vision returned, stronger. Senara kneeling over Lapo's dead body. Senara looking at Tavaro with empty eyes. The Farbound gone. The sea full of broken wood. All of it his fault. Because he had stepped away. Because he had opened his hand. Because he had let choice become death. Tavaro roared. He drove Oren backward. The old man hit the wall beam. Once the staff fell. Twice the beam cracked. Oren's breath left him in a wet sound. Tavaro's fist drew back. He saw it. He saw his own hand. He saw the blood from the wrist seam running along the knuckles. He saw Lapo's fingers still on his arm. He saw Oren's eyes, open and human. He could have stopped. That truth came before the final blow. He could have stopped. He did not. The strike landed. The room broke around it. Oren slid down the wall when Tavaro released him. No grand motion, no curse, no final prophecy. His body folded badly, one leg bent under him, head tipped to the side, mouth open, as if the next breath had been delayed and might still arrive if everyone waited politely. The rootstaff lay across the floor, green light crawling through its grain in thin, panicked threads. Tavaro stood over Oren. His own breath filled the room. In, out, ragged, animal. The medicine faded at the edges, as if even it had stepped back to see what he had done. Lapo was on the floor. Tavaro did not remember pushing him. Perhaps he had fallen. Perhaps the force of the blow had thrown him. Lapo stared at Oren's body, with both hands braced behind him. Then his gaze moved to the rootstaff. Green light touched his face. His hand lifted. Not much. Enough. The staff pulsed. Lapo's fingers hovered above the floor, reaching before he seemed to know they had moved. Then his eyes caught on the small tablet beneath the table leg. Senara Vael. The name had been knocked from the leader row, and lay half under a spilled water bowl, the ink running at one corner. Lapo dragged himself toward it. His hand passed the rootstaff. Green light brushed his knuckles. He took the tablet instead. He pressed Oren's name to his chest. The staff dimmed. Tavaro watched him, and felt something inside himself go quiet in terror. Lapo, he said. The name came out wrong. Lapo scrambled to Oren. He gathered the old man against him, then froze, because the body moved in ways living bodies should not move. His hand hovered over the broken shoulder, over the blood, over the face. Oren, Lapo said. No answer. Tavaro's mouth opened. I am sorry. The words were there. Ready? Useless. The child mark burned so hard he bent around it. The clay disc fell from inside his left fist. It struck the floor in two pieces. A hand split open. Footsteps thundered on the stairs. The captains had heard. Everyone had heard. Of course they had. Tavaro had made the kind of sound people tell children about years later, when explaining why they left home. The door burst open. Captain Maru entered first, knife in hand, red cord dark against her wrist. Her voice arrived before her body fully crossed the threshold. Hold the stairs. Knives low. The young sailor came behind her. Then the woman from the side room. Then others, crowding the landing, faces lit green and gold. They saw Oren. They saw Lapo holding him. They saw Tavaro standing with blood on his hands. No one asked what happened. There was no answer that would help. The young sailor lifted his knife with both hands. His grip was better now. Someone had taught him in the last few minutes. Or fear had. Tavaro stared at the blade. He should tell the boy to lower it. He should kneel. He should pick up the staff before someone else did. He should run. He should wait for Senara. His thoughts came apart and reformed around one fact. Oren had been right. At the dock, at the table, in the room. Not about the sea, not about the staff, not about the safety of the crossing. About him. The Farbound had needed proof that Tavaro's love could become force when denied. He had given it to them in blood. Lapo looked up from Oren's body. His face had emptied of everything except grief. When he spoke, his voice did not shake. Murderer. The word reached Tavaro before any blade did. It entered cleanly. This time the medicine did nothing. Chapter 9. Murderer. Senara knew before anyone reached the gate. The workhouse did not tell her. The road did. Bodies changed the sound of stone when they carried death. Panic ran unevenly, heel first, breath tearing ahead of the feet. Anger came heavier. Grief came badly, because grief forgot knees. The lower road had all three. Senara stood at the medicine shelf with a fever cup in her hand and listened. Inside the workhouse, Marel turned from the wash basin. Eri lifted her head beside the birth screen. The old patient who had slept through thunder opened his eyes. Then the first scream reached them. Murderer! The fever cup slipped from Senara's hand. It hit the floor and broke. No one moved. Another voice came from below, raw enough to tear itself open. Murderer! Senara stepped over the pieces. Eri said, Senara, stay here. Her own voice sounded clear. Bodies did that sometimes. In disaster, one part of the mind kept working with cruel precision while the rest backed away from what it already knew. Lock the medicine chest, she said. No one leaves unless there is fire. Marel, if anyone wounded comes to the gate, sort them in the courtyard. Breathing first, bleeding second, noise last. Marel stared at her. Move. He moved. Senara crossed the courtyard, past the washing basin, and went through the gate barefoot. The stones were cold. That bothered her. Not the scream, not the word. The stones. She had no sandals. A practical problem, a stupid problem. Her feet would cut if she stepped on shell grit in Smokehouse Lane. She should turn back and get sandals. She did not turn back. The road below the workhouse glowed with lamps and running bodies. People poured upward from the root house and the docks, not as one crowd, as broken currents. Some ran toward the workhouse. Some ran away from the root house. Some stood in the lane with hands over mouths, useless and human. A boy saw her and stopped so hard a man struck his shoulder from behind. "Senara," he said. She knew him. Tavi from the Shell Quarter, 16. Knife scar over the left thumb. Poor hearing in one ear from a reef blast. He had been one of the boys loading water jars. His face was grey. "What happened?" she asked. His mouth opened. Nothing came. "What happened?" "Tavaro," he said. The road went quiet around them, as if her name had become a bowl everyone feared to drop. "Tavaro, what?" Tavi looked toward the root house. Senara walked past him. He reached for her arm, then thought better of touching her. Good. Some part of him wanted to live. "Senara," he said, "do not go in there." She went faster. The root house stood with its door open and green light leaking down the steps. Below it, the lower market had frozen around half-carried bundles and dropped rope. Beyond the market, the main pier still worked in broken flashes. Lamps, bodies, water jars, hull shadows, a line of people trying to decide whether a dead prophet changed the tide. The root house had always been too close to the harbour for quiet. Tonight it held too much. People crowded the lower hall, pressed against walls and benches, half-turned toward the stair. No one blocked Senara when she entered. Bodies parted because she carried no weapon, and all of them knew she was dangerous anyway. The smell hit first. Blood. Not the thin iron of a cut hand. Not birth blood. Not fish gut. This was heavy, hot, opened-body blood. Blood from deep places that should have stayed closed. Her foot slid on the first stair. Someone gasped. Senara caught the rail. The wood was sticky. She looked down once. Blood. Not enough for all the screaming. Enough. She went up. The staff's presence felt wrong before she saw it. The air had the pressure she had learned to hate during pale salt, gentle, persuasive, as if it wanted to set a hand on the back of her neck and guide her toward a truth already chosen. Halfway up the stairs, a woman sat against the wall, crying into both hands. Senara stepped around her. At the top, Captain Maru stood in the doorway with a knife held low. Not a story from the pier. Not a captain's name passed through other people's mouths. Maru. Blood striped one of her knuckles. Her grey-black braid had come half loose at the nape, and the red cord on her wrist had darkened with sweat. Her stance belonged to a deck in bad weather, feet wide, shoulders square. Voice ready before the body had permission. She saw Senara and moved aside. "Knives low," Maru said to the room behind her. "No one lunges." Senara passed her. The upper room had been remade for maps, and then broken. Shell weights lay scattered across the floor. Green root cords hung from the table like spilled veins. A water bowl had overturned, its contents spreading through blood until the floorboards shone dark. One chair was on its side. One wall beam had cracked down the middle. Lapo sat on the floor with Oren in his lap. For one moment, Senara saw the room as a healer. Oren's robe torn at the shoulder, bone broken beneath cloth, blood at the mouth, blood at the ear, chestnut rising, neck bent poorly, face damaged, too much facial damage for clean breath, skull likely fractured, no working path for the living to return through. Dead. Her father was dead. The knowledge arrived without sound. Then it waited. Lapo rocked him once, a small, useless motion, as if a body might be persuaded by rhythm. His mouth shaped words that did not become voice. His hands hovered over places no hand could mend. He was trying not to touch the wrong wound, because he had spent enough time in the workhouse to know that wounds mattered, that nearly broke her. Not Oren's blood, not his ruined shoulder. Lapo trying to be careful with a dead man. In one hand, Lapo clutched a small name tablet. Oren Vael. The ink had run at one corner. His fingers had closed around it so hard the edges had cut his palm. The rootstaff lay nearer than the tablet should have been. Senara saw that. She stored it. Tavaro stood near the wall. He had blood on both hands. His right wrist bandage had split. The seam gaped through torn cloth. Blood ran down to his fingers and dripped from them onto the floorboards. His rib binding had loosened under his tunic. His face was empty in the way of someone whose mind had stepped away and left the body upright. He looked at her once. Then, down, the rootstaff pulsed on the floor between them, green light crawling through its grain in thin, uneven threads. Senara crossed the room to Oren. The people nearest him made space. Lapo did not look up until she knelt. When he saw her, his face changed. It was not grief first. It was apology. Senara, he said, only her name, like a child, like fever, like the boy on the mat, asking whether Tavaro had come. She put 2 fingers to Oren's throat. No pulse. She knew there would be none. She checked anyway. Senara. Lapo said again, do not say my name yet. Her voice had no heat in it. Lapo went silent. Good. She could still command something. She checked Oren's breath. Nothing. She pressed her fingers below the ribs, though the chest was still and cooling had not begun. She touched the broken shoulder, the wrong bend of the neck, the blood at the ear. Her father's body told the truth. It was finished telling it. Senara sat back on her heels. For one breath. She was 8 years old, and Oren was teaching her how to hold a fish spine against the light, to see where it would break. For one breath she was 12, and he was laughing because she had tried to stitch her own thumb. For one breath she was older and angry and telling him gods were not medicine, while he smiled because she had learned the lesson too well. Then the breath ended. The room remained. Lapo held Oren tighter. The body moved badly when he did. He felt it and went white. Senara put a hand over his. Do not lift him yet. Lapo nodded. He did not seem to know he had nodded. Behind her someone whispered, he killed the root-bearer. Another voice answered, he killed Oren Vael. The name, the full weight, Oren Vael. Father to Senara, father to Lapo, healer, chief, fool, prophet, liar, savior, danger. A man reduced now to one position on a floor. Tavaro made a sound. Senara turned. There he was looking at Oren's hand in hers, and some understanding had reached him through the shock. Your father, he said. The words were almost nothing. Lapo stood. He moved so fast, Senara barely caught his arm before he lunged. Do not, she said. Lapo fought her grip for one breath. His body shook under her hand. Fever had once left him weak. Faith had made him hard. Grief made him both. He killed him. Yes, the agreement struck him more than denial would have. Senara kept her grip. And if you go at him, he may stop you without meaning to. Tavaro flinched. She could no longer tell which part of her wanted truth and which wanted pain. Tavaro looked down at his hands. I would not. Lapo laughed. It was terrible. You would not. Tavaro's jaw worked. Maru shifted in the doorway. Knives stay low, she said. Grief can wait its turn. No one thanked her. The room obeyed anyway. Tavaro swallowed. I did not mean to kill him. The room inhaled. Senara felt the sentence land badly before the last word finished. Not because it was false, because it was useless. She let go of Lapo and stood. Tavaro looked at her, as if she might give him the shape of what came next. She had done that too often. Named his wounds, bound his ribs, told him when to breathe, given him medicine enough to stand, asked him to stop Lapo, asked him to enter the line of harm, and then acted surprised when harm wore his hands. I did not mean to, he repeated, quieter. Senara walked to him. Every person in the room watched. The floorboards were sticky under her feet. She stopped an arm's length away, close enough to smell wake thorn on his sweat, close enough to see the standing medicine still bright in his pupils, close enough to see the torn seam at his wrist, the broken stitches, the line sheath glimmering beneath blood. Her medicine, her dose, her hand. No, his hand. Both. What did you do? She asked. He swallowed. The staff showed me things. What did you do? It pushed at me. The line pushed back. I tried to take it away. What did you do? His eyes moved to Oren. Lapo made a sound behind them. Tavaro closed his eyes. I struck him. How many times? His face tightened. How many? I do not know. Then say that. I do not know. Did he strike you? No. Did Lapo? No. Did anyone? No. Did you draw the skybone line? No. Did you call a mark? No. Did the staff move your arm? He opened his eyes. That was the question he wanted. The one with room inside it. The one where magic could take a share. Where the rootstaff's green pressure could become a hand on his hand. Where medicine, shame, pain, and divine tools could blur the line enough to let him breathe. Senara saw him want it. That made her hate him for one breath. Then she hated herself for seeing a patient in a murderer. No, he said. The word broke him, or opened him. It showed me, he said. It wanted. The line wanted. The medicine made everything simple. I was afraid. He was holding it. Lapo turned when he called. I thought if I let go. What did you do? He looked at his hands. I hit him. Senara listened. The healer in her sorted the confession. Rootstaff pressure. Skybone line reaction. Standing medicine. Blood loss. Rib pain. Shame. Fear. Direct violence. Mortal victim. Fatal force. The daughter in her heard one thing. My father was alive until you entered the room. At any point, she asked, did you know you could stop? Tavaro went still. There. No staff pulse. No medicine excuse. No line hunger. No vision. Only the space between a hand drawn back and a body struck again. Yes, he said. The word had almost no voice in it. Lapo stopped breathing. Senara did not. Where? Tavaro's eyes moved to Oren's body. Before the last blow, the room held it. No one needed to interpret. No one needed a speech. Oren's blood dried on the floor. Tavaro took one step toward her. She did not move. He stopped himself. A hand could open. He had learned that too late. Senara, he said, I am sorry. The words entered the room and died there. She saw him understand that too. Tavaro, who had survived by making actions speak when need could not. Tavaro, who believed a wound could be answered by pain paid later. Tavaro, who had no tool for a harm he could not fight, bind, raise, or bleed against. Sorry was air. Her father needed breath. There was none. There is nowhere for sorry to go, she said. Tavaro's face went slack. Do you understand? He shook his head once. Not refusal. Failure. Senara stepped closer. My father is dead. Your sorrow cannot enter his body. Your guilt cannot mend his shoulder. Your blood cannot trade for his. Tavaro looked down. The broken vial disc lay near his foot. 2 pieces. A hand split open. Senara saw it and nearly bent to pick it up. She did not. Not everything broken needed her hand. Lapo said, make him leave. His voice was very small. Tavaro closed his eyes. Senara turned back to Oren. She could not stand with Tavaro yet. She had stood close enough to ask what she needed. That was all the room could bear. That was all she could bear. Oren lay in Lapo's lap, one hand open, palm upward, fingers bent from old work. She had her father's hands, same long fingers, same scar near the thumb from a bad shell knife, same tendency to hold still before acting. She took his open hand. It was warm, too warm. Dead bodies should become cold quickly out of mercy. This warmth was indecent. The rootstaff pulsed. Green light slipped across the floorboard and touched Oren's sleeve. Lapo's gaze snapped to it. So did Tavaro's. So did half the room. The staff lay on its side, plain driftwood until the green moved. 8 pale knots marked the grain. Oren's hand had curled around those knots so often that Senara could imagine the shape of his fingers there. Her father had carried it back from the west. Her father had withheld its cost. Her father had believed. Her father had died with it near his hand. Her father was not the staff. That clarity arrived like cold water. Senara knelt. The room moved at once. Lapo grabbed for her. Tavaro reached farther. Maru cursed. Someone shouted. The staff flared green. Senara picked it up. The first sensation was not power. It was grief answering grief. The wood fit her hand, as if it had known the shape before she had fingers. That was obscene. Warmth rose from the grain into her palm, up her wrist, into the blood. Not heat, recognition. The staff showed her Oren carrying her as an infant across the rainyard. Oren washing Lapo's fevered mouth. Oren standing alone on a westward boat, begging silent gods for Tavaro. Oren finding green light under storm water. Oren deciding that if old gods would not answer, he would not teach his children to wait forever. Then the images shifted. Ships at dawn, water shining, a route east, Lapo alive on a far shore, children running through grass. Senara saw herself, holding the staff, at the prow of the lead ship. People turned toward her, not worship, need. She could organize them, sort the sick, command the water lines, break panic, make rules, keep bodies alive. Father's work would not end in blood on a floor. Lapo would live. The Farbound would not scatter. Tavaro would not own the final shape of the night. Yes, the staff said without words. You can still hold them. Senara almost wept from the relief. Almost. Then she looked at Oren's body. Held bodies still died. She knew that. The staff had picked the wrong woman if it thought grief could erase anatomy. Senara tightened her grip until the wood pressed into her palm hard enough to hurt. No, she said. The staff's light flickered. The room froze. Senara stood with the rootstaff in her right hand and her father's blood on her bare feet. No, she said again. You do not get to make need feel like instruction. The green light withdrew into the knots. Not gone. Waiting. Fine. Let it wait. Lapo stared at her. Senara. His voice was small now. She wanted to go to him. She wanted to kneel beside Oren and scream until the roof opened. She wanted to take Tavaro's face in both hands and ask why the world kept making weapons out of boys nobody held. She wanted to break the staff across the table and grind the green out with her heel. All once. No treatment. The living came first. Listen to me, she said. The room listened. It was not the staff. She felt the difference. The staff waited in her hand like a creature pretending to sleep. The room listened because she had the workhouse voice. Because Oren was dead. Because Tavaro was bleeding and silent. Because Lapo was breaking. Because someone had to put shape around the next breath. Senara Vael is dead. Lapo covered his mouth. A woman in the doorway sobbed. Tavaro killed him. Tavaro lowered his head. He says the staff pressed him. I believe him. He says the line answered. I believe him. He says he struck with his own hand. I believe him. No one spoke. All of that stays. The rootstaff warmed. Senara ignored it. She looked at Tavaro. You leave. His eyes lifted. You leave this room. You leave this house. You do not go to Lapo. You do not go to the pier. You do not touch the staff. You do not touch the line. His throat moved. What do you want me to do? The room hated him for asking her. Senara did too, because he meant it. Because he still looked to her for the shape of his body in the world. Because part of her wanted to give it. Bleed somewhere else, she said. That one hurt. She wanted it to. Tavaro bowed his head, not like a hero, like a man with no place left to put himself. He turned toward the door. Lapo stepped into his path. The room tightened. Maru shifted her knife point toward the floor, but kept her hand ready. Lapo stood inches from Tavaro, small beside him and shaking. Look at me, Lapo said. Tavaro looked. Say it. Tavaro's face had gone grey. I killed Oren Vael. Father. The word hit both of them. Tavaro whispered, I killed your father. And hers. Tavaro's eyes moved to Senara. She did not help him. I killed your father, he said. Lapo's breath hitched. For one breath, Senara thought he would strike Tavaro. He did not. He leaned close, voice low enough that not everyone could hear. Senara heard anyway. If you come near his body, Lapo said, I will forget how afraid I am. Tavaro closed his eyes. Lapo stepped aside. Tavaro walked out. No one stopped him. The room seemed to breathe. Only after his footsteps reached the stairs. Senara stood over Oren's body with the rootstaff in hand and listened as Tavaro left the upper room, crossed the lower hall, and entered the night. The staff warmed again. She looked down at it. I said no. It's green. Withdrew. Maru shut the door after Tavaro passed. Not all the way. Enough. Do we follow? A young sailor asked. No, Maru said. You follow him. You die tired. The boy swallowed. Maru looked at Senara. What now? The question should not have belonged to her. It did. Senara wanted to say, I do not know. She wanted to set the staff down, crawl beside Oren, and put her head against his chest, as if she were small enough for him to carry again. Instead, she looked at the broken map table. Water tally, route marks, name tablets, Oren's blood, Tavaro's blood, Lapo's abandoned travel bundle, near a chair leg, the Farbound's whole future, scattered across the floor. Clean nothing, she said. The room stilled. Touch nothing, except the body, the route marks, and the water tally. I want the room ugly, until everyone who needs to see it has seen it. A woman whispered, Why? So no one gets to make it pretty before morning. The room accepted that, not happily. Good. Senara looked toward the young sailor with the knife. He straightened. Yes. Find 4 strong people with gentle hands. Bring a doorboard aboard. My father will not be carried like wreckage. The boy went pale. Yes, he ran. Lapo sank back to the floor beside Oren. He still held the name tablet. Blood had marked his palm around the edges. Senara crouched before him. Lapo. He did not look at her. Lapo. If I move, he moves wrong. He is already past wrong. The sentence struck him. His eyes filled again. She hated herself. She also needed him to hear. We have to lay him straight. No. Yes. He should stay here. He died here. He will not remain here. But the Farbound can learn that bodies matter before visions. He had no answer. Good. He had used too many tonight. Senara set the rootstaff against the wall where she could see it, and where no one could touch it by accident. Green light found the grain and waited there. Then she knelt beside Oren. She touched 2 fingers to his forehead, then his throat, then the center of his chest. Body, breath, work. The old Vael farewell, older than the rootstaff, older than Tavaro's first island, older than every title people liked to put on grief. Father, she said. The word nearly failed. She made it stand. Oren Vael, keeper of the great work, root-bearer, fool, healer, my father, Lapo's father, dead by Tavaro's hand. Lapo covered his face. Senara forced herself onward. He will be carried clean. His name will be spoken before the fleet. His death will not choose for us. The staff warmed. This time, she did not tell it no. She told herself, we will choose while knowing it. The young sailor returned with the door board, and 4 people behind him. Their faces were wet. One of them was crying too hard to see. Maru caught the man by the back of his neck and turned him toward the wall. Cry there, she said. Lift here. He obeyed. Senara and Lapo moved Oren from the floor to the board. It took too long. Dead weight was different from sleep. Sleep helped a little. The dead gave nothing. Oren's broken shoulder shifted once, and Lapo made a sound like a boy struck in the dark. Senara corrected the angle with both hands and kept breathing. Plain linen came from somewhere. Someone had brought it up without being asked. Good. Someone in the room still had hands. Senara covered Oren's face last, not because she wanted to, because Lapo could not stop looking at it, and the room needed him breathing. When the cloth settled, Lapo swayed. Maru caught him by the elbow. He tried to pull away. She held. Lean, she said. I can stand. I did not ask what you can perform. He leaned a little. Enough. Senara picked up the rootstaff. It was cool now, patient. That frightened her more than heat. She wrapped it in one of the torn green cloths from the map table. Not enough. Green still leaked through the weave, where her fingers pressed. Then she looked once at Tavaro's blood on the floor. It made a dotted path to the doorway. Not enough blood to kill him. Enough to make him seek help if he were anyone else. He would not. She turned away. "Downstairs," she said. "Slow." Maru took position near the front of the board. "On my count," she said. "No chant, no comfort." A count? The bearers lifted. Oren Vael left the room where he had died. Senara followed beside his head, with the rootstaff in her right hand, and her father's blood drying on her feet. At the stairs, Lapo looked back once, not at the room, at the broken map table, at his abandoned bundle, at the place where Tavaro had stood. Then he looked away. "Senara," he said. "Yes? What do we do?" The same question Tavaro had asked in the courtyard. The same useless, necessary question. Senara looked down the stairs, toward the crowded lower hall, toward the harbour bells, toward the ships that still waited, toward the workhouse, where her father's body would be laid out under lamps he had lit 100 times. "We take him home," she said. Lapo's face crumpled. Then she tightened her hand around the staff, until the wood pressed back. Then water first. Chapter 10. The Last Vile Tablet. The workhouse took Oren back through the gate on a doorboard. Not a bier, not a shrine plank. A doorboard, pulled from the storage room, because Senara had asked for something wide, flat, and honest. 4 people carried it. 2 wept hard enough to lose step. Maru walked behind them with her knife low, and her head still bandaged from the dock wound. Blood had darkened the cloth near her temple. She looked as if the night had tried to knock her down, and had only irritated her. "On my count," she said. The bearers corrected. Senara walked beside Oren's head with the rootstaff in her right hand. She had wrapped it in torn green cloth before leaving the root house. Not enough. Green still leaked through the weave where her fingers pressed. The wood lay cool now, patient. Dangerous things could be patient when refused. Lapo walked on Oren's other side. He held the name tablet against his chest. Oren Vael. The ink had dried crooked where water had touched it. Lapo's palm had bled around the tablet's edge, and he had not noticed his mouth was split. His cheek had darkened where the floor had taken him, or where Tavaro's force had thrown him aside. His shoulders carried no bundle now. His leaving bag remained in the root house beside the broken map table. The workhouse courtyard waited with every lamp lit. Eri stood near the washing basin, hair half fallen from its tie, both hands pressed against her apron. Morel stood by the medicine shelf, with a clean knife in one hand, and no idea what to do with it. The old patient who had slept through thunder sat upright on his mat and stared at the doorboard as if death had entered wearing a familiar coat. Senara crossed the threshold barefoot. The courtyard stone had warmed since she left. That felt insulting. "Back room," she said. "Clean mat, plain linen, no green cloth." Eri moved first. Good. Fear could wait if the hands had an order. Morel did not move. His eyes were on Oren. Senara looked at him. Knife down. He set it down. Water? For washing him? For hands first, then cloth, then him. Morel nodded and went. Lapo stopped at the back room door. The bearers stopped with him. Senara touched his wrist. "Let them carry him in." Lapo's fingers tightened around the tablet. "I can't." "You can barely stand." "I can't." "Not with him." He looked at her then. There were no words in him, only the refusal to place Oren's weight anywhere he could not feel it. Senara lowered her voice. "Lapo." His mouth trembled. "Give him to me." "No." The word held everything the night had not yet taken. No to the room. No to the blood. No to Tavaro standing alive in another darkness. No to the father who had called him and now could call no one. Senara put her hand over his. "Give him to me, so I can lay him straight." Lapo stared at her. Then he broke, not loudly. Lapo had never known how to break loudly. His shoulders folded, his face collapsed. One animal sound left him, small and awful, and then he let Senara take Oren's weight from the bearers. Oren was lighter than he should have been. She hated that. He had been thin for months. The rootstaff had eaten him, or he had fed himself to it. She had seen it. She had not stopped it. She had been busy with Lapo, fever, Tavaro. The Farbound every body that arrived in her hands before her father's body became one more thing she meant to address later. Later had ended. They laid Oren on the clean mat. Marel brought water. Eri brought cloth. Senara washed her hands first, because the dead deserved procedure, and the living needed to see it. Then she washed her father's face. Blood came away slowly. The mouth first, then the ear, then the side of the jaw. Oren's broken shoulder had settled badly beneath the robe. She did not correct it beyond what linen could hide without lying. Dead bodies should not be made pretty at the cost of truth. Maru stood in the doorway. "Do you need hands?" "Yes," Senara said. "Not yours. You need the pier." Maru's mouth tightened. "The pier can drown in order for 3 breaths. 3? 4. If I dislike someone." Senara wrung out the cloth. The water pinked. "Riva is coming," Maru said. Senara knew, not because anyone had told her, because grief had a way of bringing Riva like smoke after fire. "She knows?" Senara asked. "Half the lower road knows. The other half is pretending not to until the work lets them fall apart. Hold them." Maru looked past her at Oren. Her face changed for one breath. Not softness, not enough for that. Recognition, maybe. The look one old worker gave another when the body had finally spent the last of what pride had been borrowing. Then she took the look back. "How long?" Maru asked. "Less than we need. That is most time. Go." Maru turned. Her voice rose before she reached the gate. "Full jars forward, empty jars back. On the pull. Not before it." The harbour answered faintly from below. Ragged, then stronger. Work found its feet. Riva entered asking for Lapo. That was how Senara knew her mother had already heard. Not because grief had missed her, because Riva always counted the living first. "Where is he?" Her voice cut through the courtyard, rough from running. She came through the gate with smoke still in her clothes, a rope coil over one shoulder, and her shell-handled knife bare in her hand, though she did not seem to remember drawing it. No one answered quickly enough. Riva saw Lapo. She crossed the courtyard and took his chin between thumb and forefinger. Not gentle, exact teeth. Mother teeth. Whole breath. Fine. Liar. She turned his face toward the lamp, saw the bruise, the split lip, the blood on his hand. Her thumb paused at his jaw and moved once, small enough that only Senara would have seen the tenderness in it. "Did he touch you?" Lapo's eyes filled. Not like that. Riva's face went still. That told Senara the answer had made things worse. Not better. Riva released his chin and looked into the back room. Oren lay on the mat under Senara's hands. For one breath, Riva did not move. Then she did. She came in, set the rope down, slid the knife into her belt, and knelt on Oren's other side. No speech. Good. Senara passed her a cloth. Riva took it and began washing Oren's left hand. The old scar near his thumb had filled with blood. Riva cleaned it with the corner of the cloth, careful as a woman repairing a net by lamplight. "You always hated that scar," she said. Oren did not answer. Riva's mouth tightened. "Fine. Be stubborn." Lapo made a sound that might have become a laugh if grief had been less fresh. Senara worked down the line of Oren's robe, checking what did not need checking. Broken shoulder, broken ribs, neck wrong, blood at the ear, no breath, no pulse, still dead. The body deserved accuracy. Eri stood near the door, with linen folded in her arms. Her eyes kept straying toward the rootstaff, where Senara had set it against the wall. Green light found the seams of the cloth and waited there. "Do not look for comfort from it," Senara said. Eri's eyes snapped away. "Sorry. Do not be sorry. Be accurate." The girl nodded too quickly. Lapo stood in the doorway, still holding the tablet against his chest. Riva looked up. "Sit." He shook his head. "Lapo, if I sit, I will not stand." "Then lean." He leaned against the doorframe. That was as much obedience as his grief could afford. Senara covered Oren's chest with plain linen. Riva tied the cloth beneath his chin. The knot failed. It slipped loose under her fingers, a bad cross that would not have held a fish bundle against a polite breeze. Riva stared at it, as if some stranger had borrowed her hands. Senara reached toward her. Riva said, "Do not." Senara stopped. Riva untied the cloth and tried again. Her fingers shook. Lapo took one step. Riva looked at him. He stopped. She tied the knot again. Slower. This time it held. She pulled once to test it. Good, Senara said. Riva did not look at her. It is ugly. It holds. Then it can be ugly. Oren's face looked less like himself once washed. Dead bodies often did. Life was untidy enough to be recognizable. Marel stood near the cedar chest. His gaze moved from Oren's body to the chest straps. Do we open it? Senara looked at the chest. The long cedar surface had been polished by generations of vile hands. Its corners were dark from oil, smoke, and age. 3 leather straps held it closed. The old vile hand mark had been burned into the lid, palm open around a wound it did not close. Tavaro's body lived in there, not flesh. Worse, attention. Tablets on the Skybone line seam. Tablets on transformation after effects. Tablets on line fever, mark shock, venom interactions, bone strain, drowning recovery, divine tissue, mortal medicine incompatibilities, blood loss patterns, sleeping draft failures, splint breakages, hawk mark lung strain, whale mark joint heaviness, beetle mark silence, child mark heat. More written about Tavaro's wrist than the workhouse held on childbirth fever. More written about one immortal body's capacity to survive than on cistern sickness after red rain. Below the cedar chest, under spare linen and dull knives, Senara's travel kit waited in its oilcloth wrap. Outer lower fever roots, North Island birth herbs, cistern sickness after red rain, reef bite remedies, venom moss trials, salt mouth cases. She looked at Oren beneath plain linen, then at Lapo, holding the name tablet. Not every Vael record was written. Some had been raised. Senara crossed the room. Yes, she said. Open it. Marel unfastened the straps. The sound of leather leaving brass made Lapo flinch. Riva looked at Senara. Now, the ships are waiting. So is the lie. Riva said nothing. Marel lifted the lid. The cedar smell rose at once. Dry wood, old ink, salt kept out and still remembered. Tablets lay inside in neat rows, bound by error, healer, wound type, and catastrophe. Some were clay, some thin bone, some stiffened bark. The oldest were stone, too heavy and crude to be practical, kept because reverence was another form of clutter. Senara reached for a fresh clay tablet. Her hand did not shake. That was useful. She took the stylus. Riva watched her. Lapo watched the floor. Marel watched the tablet. Eri watched Senara's hand, as if learning the shape of an ending. Senara wrote, Root House. The stylus bit clay. Oren Vael, dead. By Tavaro's hand. Lapo made a small sound. Riva closed her eyes. Senara kept writing. Rootstaff pressure, present. Skybone line reaction present. Standing medicine present. No mark called, no line drawn. Mortal force used. Mortal body killed. She paused. The next line waited. No further vile treatment under the great work. The stylus hovered above clay. Tavaro at the gate, bleeding and smiling too brightly. Tavaro asleep on the mat only when her hand stayed near his pulse. Tavaro asking whether anyone had come by. Tavaro's fingers releasing her wrist because he had frightened himself. Tavaro's face when Oren said, beautiful cage. Tavaro's hand drawing back. Oren's open eyes. Senara pressed the stylus down. No further vile treatment under the great work. One line remained. The room did not breathe. Senara wrote it before mercy could make her hand stupid. The great work ends here. The tablet sat in her hands, wet with new marks. No one spoke. Then Marel said, no further vile treatment. Senara looked at him. The boy's face was pale. He had lost his mother without standing medicine. He had watched Tavaro receive it. He had watched the chest open for a murderer, because every person in the room still knew where Tavaro's records lived. Under the great work, Senara said. Marel swallowed. If he comes here dying? Lapo's fingers tightened around Oren's name tablet. Riva looked toward the gate. Senara set the final tablet in the top row of the chest. Then a dying body comes here. Marel stared at her. You treat breath, she said. You stop blood. You cool fever. You do not open this chest. You do not call him sacred. You do not teach another child that Tavaro's body is the first law of the Isles. Marel's lips trembled once. A body, he said. Yes. If Tavaro is dying, he is treated as a body. Yes, not as the great work. Not as the great work. Marel looked at the chest again. Some of the anger went out of him. Not forgiveness, not peace. A rule, for now, that would do. Riva reached past Senara and lowered the cedar lid. The sound was soft, too soft for something that had held centuries. Riva took the first leather strap and pulled it across the chest. Her fingers found a hard storm knot this time, flat and mean. Then the second. Then the third. Lapo watched. That holds against weather and fools. Nothing holds against fools. It only slows them. The corner of Maru's humor in Riva's mouth. Senara saw it and stored it. Another family shape no one had explained. Another knot in the dark. Riva's hands remained on the closed chest. All this for him, she said. Senara did not answer. Riva looked toward the lower shelf beside the chest. There, under the dull knives where Senara had once hidden it from apprentice questions, lay the wrapped travel kit. It looked too small. Canvas roll, waxed ties, empty specimen pouches, sealed letters to outer island healers, unfinished tablets labeled in Senara's own hand. The seal on the outer packet bore a date from last dry season, a date that had come, gone, and been buried under need. Riva picked up the kit. Her face did not soften. That would have been easier to refuse. You were meant to leave before the red rains, she said. Senara looked at the bundle. I was needed. Riva's mouth hardened. That is how they keep you. The words landed too close to Tavaro, too close to Oren, too close to all of them. Senara reached for the kit. Riva did not give it at once. This was yours, Riva said. Not his. Her eyes moved to the cedar chest. Not the roots. Not Oren's. Senara's fingers closed around the canvas. The weight was wrong. Too light for the years it had cost. Too portable for the life it had failed to become. She had meant to leave as Senara. Now she would leave as Vael. The rootstaff pulsed against the wall. Riva looked at it. I am not carrying that. No, Senara said. I am. Do you trust yourself with it? No. Good. Lapo gave a broken laugh. It hurt the room. Riva turned toward him. Do not make your father clean now, she said. Lapo's face tightened. Mother, do not. She stepped closer. Tavaro killed him. Say that. Keep saying it. But do not make Oren only the body on that mat. He would not fit. Lapo looked at Oren. He was trying to save us. Yes. He used me. Yes. He loved me. Riva's mouth shook. Yes. Lapo pressed the name tablet to his chest until the edge cut deeper into his palm. I do not know what to do with all of that. Riva touched his hair, smoothing it back from his forehead, as she had when he was fevered, and pretending not to be. Eat first, she said. Senara almost smiled. Almost. A runner stopped at the workhouse gate. No one had heard him arrive. He stood just outside the courtyard light, breathing hard, hands braced on his knees. A dock boy. One of Maru's, by the red cord, tied badly around his wrist. Senara. She stepped into the courtyard. What? His eyes moved past her, into the back room, toward Oren. He swallowed the wrong words and found the useful ones. He's outside. No one asked who. Lapo went still. Riva's hand dropped from his hair. Senara did not move, the runner said, at the lower wall. He is bleeding. The rootstaff warmed against the back room wall. Marel looked at Senara. Eri looked at the basin. Lapo took one step toward the gate, then stopped, as if his own foot had betrayed him. Riva walked out first. Senara followed, because not following would be cowardice, and following was not courage, only motion. Tavaro stood beyond the gate, not in the courtyard, not on the threshold, outside, where the road dropped toward Smokehouse Lane and the harbour lamps flickered below. He had one hand against the outer wall. His right wrist hung at his side, cloth gone dark and wet. Blood had run from his fingers to the stones, a dotted line leading nowhere. His rib binding had loosened beneath his tunic. The standing medicine had left his face. Without it he looked carved down by the night, too large for the road, too wounded for any place that would take him. His body angled toward the workhouse before he corrected it, toward the mats, toward water, toward the vile hand. Then he saw Reva. He straightened badly. "Is Lapo alive?" he asked. Lapo made a sound behind Senara. Reva did not look back. Yes. Tavaro closed his eyes once. His left hand opened, then closed around nothing. "Senara," he said. No title, no joke, only her name, placed between them like a bowl no one should touch. Reva stepped into the gate, opening. "Are you dying?" Tavaro looked at her. He could have lied. He did not. "No." "Then you do not come in." His face did not change at once. The blood kept dripping. Reva's hand tightened on the gate. "If you are dying," she said, "Marel will treat what is bleeding. Outside the oath, outside the chest, as a body." Tavaro's eyes moved past her to Senara. Senara stood with the survey kit in one hand, and her father's blood dried on her feet. She did not speak. That was the cruelty. It was also the boundary. Tavaro looked at the workhouse behind her, at the open walls, the basin, the mats, the doorway where Lapo stood with Oren's tablet pressed against his chest, the room that had known the shape of his broken bones better than most people knew their children. He understood, not all of it, enough to lower his eyes. "I killed your father," he said. No one answered. "I know," he added. The second sentence sounded smaller than the first. Reva's face went hard enough to survive. "Go bleed where his children do not have to step around you." Tavaro flinched. "Good. No." Senara held the survey kit until the canvas bit her palm. Tavaro nodded once. Not a bow, not agreement, a body accepting that the ground beneath it had changed. He turned. For 3 steps he walked as if he still knew where to go. On the 4th, he stopped near the lower wall. His shoulders lifted with one breath, then another. His wounded side bent toward the workhouse again, an old habit trying to find the mat. He set his hand against the stone instead. There was no place for his body. Then he walked into the lower dark. Reva closed the gate. The latch dropped. Inside the workhouse, no one moved until Tavaro's steps disappeared. Maru's voice climbed the road from the harbor, hoarse and alive. On the pull, not before it, a line of workers answered her, ragged, then stronger, full jars forward, empty jars back. Reva turned from the gate. For the first time since entering, she looked tired enough to fall. She put one hand to her belt, frowned, and looked around the courtyard. "My knife." Senara looked at her hand. Reva looked down. The knife was still there, gripped, white-knuckled in her own fist. She stared at it. Then she laughed once, without humor. "Fine," she said to the knife. "You may stay." Lapo's mouth trembled. Reva slid the knife into her belt and crossed to him. She took the name tablet from his bleeding hand. He resisted for one breath. "Palm," she said. He gave it. She wrapped the cut with a strip torn from her own sleeve, too tight at first. She loosened it before Senara had to correct her. "I can do that," Lapo said. "You can do it after the bleeding stops." He bowed his head. Senara went back into the rear room. Oren lay straight under plain linen. His face had been washed, the knot held beneath his chin. He looked less like himself clean. Dead bodies often did. Life made a face untidy enough to know. She touched 2 fingers to his forehead. Not farewell, not again. Counting. Still dead. The body deserved accuracy. Marel stood near the cedar chest. Who holds the workhouse? Senara looked at him. The question should have been too large for him. It was not. Grief had made him older in the space between 2 breaths. "You do." His face paled. "No." "Yes." "I am not senior." "You are breathing. You know the shelves. You heard the rule." His eyes moved to the closed cedar chest. "If Tavaro comes dying," Marel said, "he is a body." "Yes, if anyone asks for the great work is closed. If someone opens the chest..." Senara looked at him for a long moment. "Save their life," she said. "Then break their fingers." Eri made a small choking sound. Marel did not smile. Good. The rule mattered more, if it did not amuse him. Senara took the rootstaff from the wall. Its green slid beneath the cloth and touched her palm. cool as shade over a wound. She hated the relief of it, hated the part of her that wanted to lean. She set the staff's base on the floor. No command, she told it. It waited. Lapo came to Oren's side. Riva stood behind him. For a moment, the three of them stood around the body. Daughter, son, woman who had loved and left, and still knew the private angle of the dead man's mouth. Riva reached down and smoothed one escaped lock of white hair from Oren's temple. You always did leave me with the hard part, she said. Lapo covered his mouth. Senara closed her eyes. Maru's voice rose again from below. The answering voices had found rhythm. The fleet would leave unless someone made it impossible. Oren was dead. Tavaro was outside the workhouse. The cedar chest was closed. The survey kit hung from Senara's shoulder. Riva looked at Lapo. You are still going? He could not answer quickly. That was something. Yes, he said. Riva nodded. You? He asked. Riva looked at Senara, then at the Rootstaff, then at Oren. I am not following that wood. Lapo swallowed. Riva touched his bandaged palm. I am following my children. Senara looked at her mother. You said staying alive was sense. It was, and now. Riva took the rope coil from the bench and slung it over her shoulder. Her shell-handled knife sat at her belt. Her eyes were red. Her voice did not soften. Now I am tired of being sensible alone. They covered Oren fully before they left. No green cloth, plain linen. Morel barred the back room door and stood in front of it as if his thin body could hold back history by disliking it enough. Eri wiped the broken fever cup from the floor near the medicine shelf, then stopped with one shard in her hand. Senara took it from her. Save that. Eri blinked. The cup? The shard? Why? Senara looked toward the closed cedar chest. Because not everything broken belongs in a grave. Eri wrapped it in cloth. Outside, the harbor bells rang. Not warning, not worship, work. Senara stepped through the gate with the rootstaff in one hand and the survey kit against her hip. Lapo walked beside her with Oren's name tablet tucked beneath his bandage. Riva walked on the other side, rope over her shoulder, knife at her belt, eyes fixed on the lower road. Behind them, the workhouse remained lit. Behind them, the great work sat closed in cedar. Ahead, Maru's voice beat the harbor into motion. Full jars forward, empty jars back.
Hey-ya, hey-ya, see below. Hey-ya, hey-ya, storm wind blow.
Chapter 11. The Farbound sail. Tavaro did not follow the Vaels down the lower road. He told himself this twice. Then he chose the road above them, which was not the same thing unless a person cared about honesty. He left the workhouse wall with his right wrist pressed against his ribs and his left shoulder dragging along stone whenever the path narrowed. Blood wanted to fall. His body wanted to stop. The standing medicine had gone thin enough that pain had begun speaking in its own voice again. Not loudly, yet clearly. The workhouse stayed lit behind him. He did not look back. A man with dignity would have walked toward open dark. Tavaro found a drainage cut behind Smokehouse Lane instead, climbed it badly, and reached the old watch rock above the harbor with one knee, one hand, and several sounds no song would keep. The harbor opened below. The workhouse sat high behind him, tucked above the healer's garden and the cold courtyard stones. Smokehouse Lane ran beneath it, thick with fish racks, hearth ash, and people too frightened to sleep. The lower market sprawled below the lane, baskets and clay stalls pushed aside for water lines. Past the market, the main pier thrust into the inner harbor. The shallow dock curved left, crowded with small boats and worse choices. Beyond all of it, the reef gate cut the harbor mouth into a black notch. Past the outer reef, dawn waited on dangerous water. The Farbound filled everything between. They had not stopped, because Oren was dead. Grief had slowed them. Senara had not allowed it more. Tavaro crouched behind the watch rock and watched her take the pier. She came down from the workhouse with the rootstaff wrapped in plain cloth, the survey kit against her hip, and Oren's blood still dark under the straps of her sandals. Lapo walked beside her with a slate under one arm. a water tally in the other hand, and his father's name tablet tucked beneath the bandage on his palm. Riva came on Senara's other side, with rope over one shoulder, a knife at her belt, and a face that made men step out of her way before they remembered why. Maru had already made the harbour work. Captain Maru stood on the main pier, where 3 water lines crossed. Her grey-black braid had come loose at one temple. A red cord wrapped her wrist. She held a horn in one hand and a deck knife in the other. The nearest water line faltered. Maru slapped the side of a cask. On the pull. Not before it. The next jar moved cleanly. Tavaro rested his forehead against the rock. He had seen armies collapse with more banners and fewer useful people. Senara reached the main pier stone. The crowd turned toward her, not all at once, not cleanly. Work still moved in pockets. A jar passed hand to hand. A goat complained from a half-built cage. Someone shouted for more cord, but attention found her and gathered. She waited until the last jar in the nearest line reached its cradle. Then she spoke. Oren Vael is dead. The harbour took the words. They travelled across planks, over hulls, through the shallow dock, into the market lanes. Tavaro watched faces receive them again. Some for the first time, some as confirmation, some as a wound reopened because hearing death beside ships made both larger. He was killed tonight in the root house, Senara said, by Tavaro of the Thar Wake. No one looked up at the watch rock. Tavaro pressed his bleeding wrist harder against his side. A boy near the shallow dock began to sob. A man beside him lifted a spear, then lowered it when Maru's horn pointed at his face. "Crate first," Maru said. The man stared at her. "Crate," she repeated. He tied the crate. Senara did not soften. No one leaves post to hunt Tavaro. No one draws blood for Oren while water still needs counting. Anyone who wants vengeance more than a boarding place can go inland now. The harbour held still. Then Riva crossed to a loose jar frame and kicked one crooked wedge back into place. The sound cracked against the pier. Work resumed. Senara turned to the nearest captain. Those paired fishing boats at the shallow dock do not sail. The captain's mouth opened. Senara pointed at the reef gate. They will hold inside the harbour and split in cross swell. Empty them. They are loaded, then unload them. Oren said, "Oren is dead." The captain shut his mouth. Lapo moved behind Senara, slate against his forearm. His voice came rough but steady. "Families from those boats split by water and ladder. Mother Vasa to the second deep hull. She cannot take the lead ladder. The Sen twins go with Maru's crew." One of the Sen twins protested. Lapo did not look up. "You bail well and fight badly. Move." Riva made a sound through her nose. Not laughter. Close enough to hurt. Tavaro watched Lapo's hands, counting hands. Workhouse hands, though they were not Senara's. His fingers moved over knots and names, water and bodies, grief and bad placement, not prophecy, not a boy lost to green light. A man doing necessary work with his jaw clenched hard enough to break teeth. Oren had used that. Senara was using it too. The difference lay in her eyes when she looked at him. She saw the cost. She held up a strip of dried fruit between orders until he took it. Lapo chewed once, stopped, then swallowed, because Riva had turned around. Good. No, nothing simple remained. A horn sounded from the shallow dock. A boom had come loose on the second deep hull. Tavaro saw it before most below did. The line frayed, the spar swinging too low over a cluster of people carrying water jars up the gangplank. Maru saw it next. She moved before command could become language. "Down!" The boy under the spar looked up instead. Maru shoved him flat with one hand. The boom struck her across the temple. The crack reached Tavaro through harbour noise and open air. The waterline broke. Maru went to one knee. Blood ran down the side of her face, into the red cord at her throat. The boy lay stunned beneath her hand, alive and wide-eyed. For one breath, everyone watched blood. Then Maru spat into the harbour and lifted 2 fingers. Wrong place to stop. Her voice came rougher. "On the pull." No answer. Riva was already there. She cut a strip from the edge of her own sleeve with the shell-handled knife and shoved Maru's hand away from the wound. "Hold still. I am commanding. You are leaking. Do not tie it pretty. I never tie pretty." Riva wrapped the cloth around Maru's head, hard and fast. The knot she tied was small, flat, and mean against the skull. Maru hissed. "Backward. It holds." Maru looked at her. Riva looked back. Maru raised her voice again, on the pull. Not before it. This time the line answered. The chant returned in pieces, then found itself. Maru stood. Riva kept one hand on the knot, until Maru swatted her away. "Go frighten someone else," Maru said. "They are busy frightening me." "Then help." Riva took the nearest water jar and shoved it into the line. Tavaro looked down at his own hands. One opened, one bled. The harbour worked without him. Not perfectly, not safely, not cleanly, but it worked. That wounded him worse than idleness should. Senara climbed onto the main pier stone again. She lifted the wrapped rootstaff just high enough for the cloth to show. Green pressed through one seam and touched her knuckles. She shifted her grip until the light narrowed. Listen. They listened, not because the staff told them. Tavaro could feel the difference from the rock. The rootstaff waited behind her command, cool and eager. But the harbour listened to Senara because her voice had bandaged their children, named their fevers, refused their foolishness, and told them when a body had no breath left. Mortal authority, harder to sing about, harder to fake. "Any person aboard these ships may step off now," she said. "You will receive water, food, if food can be spared. No shame from my gate." The harbour murmured. The rootstaff brightened. Senara struck its wrapped end against the pier stone. The light thinned. "No shame," she repeated. "No song made of it either. Step down or stay aboard. Do not make either one pretty." A man climbed down from an outrider. His wife followed with a baby held against her chest. The man began to weep before his feet reached the dock. No one touched him. That was kindness, perhaps, or exhaustion. A girl came next, carrying an ancestor mask in both hands. An old man refused to descend until his grandson whispered something to him. Then he climbed down backward, cursing every rung and everyone who owned eyes. Another woman stood on the second deep hull and said, "I sail." Her mother on the pier covered her mouth. The choices began moving through the fleet. "I sail." "I stay." "I cannot." "I must." "I am afraid." "So am I." Maru kept the lines open while they spoke. "Those leaving." "Left side," she rasped. "Those staying aboard, sit where told. Do not block water." Senara waited until the last person climbed down. Not many. Enough. Lapo marked the changes. His charcoal broke. He stared at the snapped piece in his hand, as if it had insulted the dead. Riva put another into his fingers. "Right," he wrote. Tavaro watched a little boy climb off a guide boat and run into the arms of a woman on the dock. The woman held him too tightly. He complained. She did not loosen. Something in Tavaro's chest shifted. He had come to the harbour thinking the choice was fleet or no fleet. Senara had found smaller doors inside it. He had never been good at small doors. The rootstaff flashed once. People turned. Senara's jaw tightened. "Oren's route remains marked," she said. "The rootstaff will be carried. It will not command." The cloth around the staff stirred. Senara tightened her grip. "Maru leads the first deep hull," she said. "I handle medicine and crossing order. Lapo keeps names, sick marks, and water changes." Lapo looked at her. His mouth opened, then closed. Senara did not look back at him. "Riva handles food on the lead hull." Riva lifted her head. "Do the first? You already moved half the jars and frightened 2 families into eating. They were standing near food and pretending hunger was discipline." Then continue. Riva wiped Maru's blood from her wrist. "Fine." Senara turned toward the fleet. "No child boards without a waistline. No sick body goes below without a marker. No one sleeps against a water jar. If you pray while holding rope, keep pulling." Maru gave a hoarse laugh. "That one goes in a song." "No," Senara said. Too late. A little sound moved through the harbor. Not comfort, not forgiveness, breath. The final loading began. It took longer than dawn wanted. The sky paled above the outer reef, while people kissed door lintels, pressed hands to pier stones, argued over bowls, surrendered heirlooms, retrieved children from under carts, and learned what they had forgotten only after it was too late to go back easily. Tavaro saw a woman take 3 steps toward a ship, stop, turn, and run back into the lower market. She returned with a cracked clay cup, fever cup perhaps, or a father's cup, or nothing important to anyone else. She tucked it into her bundle like a heart. He saw 2 brothers divide fishing spears. One laughed too loudly. The other did not laugh at all. He saw Maru teach a deck line to take her count on the pull. Not before it, the line answered, stronger each time. He saw Riva tie a child's waistline, untie it, tie it again, and then tug hard enough that the child yelped. Good, she said. If you can complain, you are attached. The child stared at her. Eat this, Riva added, and shoved a strip of hard fruit into his hand. He ate it. Tavaro touched the child mark through his torn tunic. I know, he whispered. The mark warmed beneath his fingers. Do not be pleased. I have not done anything. It warmed again. Very rude of it. Senara boarded and unboarded 3 times, each time dragged back by another complaint, wound, or stupidity. On the 4th attempt, Lapo met her at the gangplank and took the healer's chest from her. She let him. That nearly made Tavaro look away. Then she put the chest back into his arms more securely, adjusted the strap across his bandaged hand, and said something too low for even Tavaro to catch. Lapo looked down. Riva appeared behind him and shoved a food bundle against his ribs. Eat before you faint into someone important. I ate. You chewed once. I swallowed. Your standards have lowered. Lapo looked at the bundle. The name tablet beneath his bandage must have pressed into his palm. Tavaro saw the way his fingers flexed around nothing. Riva saw too. She touched his wrist, not the bandage, not the tablet, the wrist above both. Bring that hand back, she said. Lapo's mouth trembled. All of you, if possible, Riva added. He made a broken sound. Not quite a laugh. Not quite enough. She shoved the bundle harder into his chest. Go. He went. Riva watched him for only 1 breath before following, because she had said she would follow her children, and Riva did not say such things for decoration. The harbor bells rang once, then twice. Maru raised the horn. Board final. The words crossed the water and ended the last little lies. People moved. Those staying on shore stepped back. Those leaving gripped gangplanks. Children cried again, because endings improved nothing with repetition. The goat that had been chewing its cage tried to escape, and nearly took 3 future pioneers with it. Riva caught the cage rope and gave the goat a look. The goat stopped. Tavaro felt a brief respect for the animal. The lead, deep hull pushed away first. Not far, a body width. Then 2. Ropes held it near, while the 2nd and 3rd hulls prepared. Oars dipped. Sailcloth shifted. Maru stood at the stern, with blood-dark cloth wrapped around her head, and her red cord lifted in her fist. A sound rose from the island. Not cheering. No one had the heart for cheering. It was song. Old Sulari leaving song. Older than Tavaro's first island. Older perhaps than the harbor itself. A song for fishing crews who might not return. For dead carried to outer reefs. For children married to far shores. Those staying sang first. Then some aboard joined. The voices did not align. Grief had ruined the rhythm. That made it better, or worse, or simply true. Tavaro knew the words. He had heard them from above storms, from outside houses, from beaches where he was not invited to stay. The sea takes. The hand opens. The name remains. He mouthed the last line without sound. The 2nd deep hull moved. Then the 3rd. Outriders followed in pairs, no longer lashed foolishly. Guide boats took positions Tavaro would have corrected, then saw Maru shouting and corrected them before he had time to be angry. Good. Maru might survive long enough to terrify the eastern continent. Senara boarded last. Tavaro felt the moment before it came. She stood at the pier edge with the rootstaff in one hand and her healer's chest in the other. Lapo waited on the lead ship, one hand extended to her. His face had emptied itself into resolve. Senara looked back toward the hill, toward the workhouse, toward Oren's body, toward the road where Tavaro could not stand. Her gaze passed near the watch rock. For one impossible breath, Tavaro thought she saw him. He shrank back, not from fear, from shame, which had always been quicker. Senara's eyes remained on the hill a moment longer. Then she turned and took Lapo's hand. Brother and sister stood together on the deck. Damaged, yes. Torn, yes. The bond between them had not broken. It had changed shape around the dead. Riva stood behind them, one hand on a food crate, one hand on a waistline, eyes already searching the deck for the next person who thought grief excused foolishness. The lead hull opened water between itself and the pier, a body width, an arm's reach, then more. Those staying behind kept singing until voices failed. Then they stood with mouths closed and hands empty. Tavaro stayed behind the watch rock. He should leave them. Senara had barred the workhouse. Lapo had named what he was. Riva had closed the gate. The Farbound had chosen again after being offered a way down. The sea beyond the reef would not care. That was the knife. He could honor their choice and feed them to the more deep. He could protect them and risk becoming the shadow they fled. He laughed once. The sound hurt his ribs enough to fold him against the rock. Excellent, he told the sky. Well-built problem. Very sturdy. The child mark pulsed. I am aware. It pulsed again. No useful complaints then. The mark warmed. Tavaro closed his eyes. He could follow in a boat. No, every boat left in the harbor belonged to someone who would watch him take it. And stealing from people whose profit he had murdered seemed socially narrow. He could swim, with venom in the thigh, torn wrist, broken ribs, blood loss, and a body that had begun collecting consequences like festival beads. Charming, he could call whale and move beneath the fleet. They would see shadow, panic, and throw spears at one another. Shark would be worse. Beetle would arrive sometime next year, if eaten by a girl. Hawk. Senara had said no mark, unless death was in the room. Tavaro looked at the sea, beyond the outer reef. The room is large, he said. The child mark burned. He took the rebuke in silence. For once he deserved even the small ones. This is not obedience, he said. The burn eased by the smallest degree. I will keep high. No shadow on their sails. No guidance unless teeth are in the wood. No praise, no thanks, no debt. The mark stayed hot. He swallowed. No pretending I am not following. Warmth came slowly then, mixed with warning. Presence, not permission. He pulled his tunic loose from his shoulders. The hawk mark lay across his back. Two dark wing sweeps cut by old scars where Oroken's talons had tried to make him sky property. The mark usually answered before he finished wanting. It loved height. It loved clean wind. It loved the line between sea and air, because lines were roads and roads were old promises. Today it hesitated. His body was wrong for flight. Broken ribs, torn wrist, blood low, medicine thinning, shame packed beneath the breastbone where no wing could lift it. Tavaro set his left palm flat against the stone. Come on, he whispered. We have been worse. The mark did not answer. He thought of Oren. Nothing. He thought of Lapo standing on the pier, telling him not to follow. The mark stirred. He thought of Senara on the lead ship with the rootstaff wrapped like a wound at her back and a mortal medicine kit against her hip. The hawk mark burned. So you have taste after all. His bones changed. There was no grace in it. Shoulders tore first, old scars opening into heat. His ribs folded around pain and argued with the shape. His arms narrowed, lengthened, broke into wing. The torn wrist seam folded into the right wing, carrying its wound forward instead of leaving it behind. Feathers came through skin like dark knives. His spine arched. His mouth became beak before he could curse properly. The world widened. Stone became perch. Harbor became map. People became fragile motions of heat and grief. He crouched on the watch rock in hawk shape, larger than any true hawk, smaller than the songs preferred. Morning wind moved through his feathers. His left wing trembled once from broken rib memory. His right carried a red streak near the joint. He tested both. Pain answered. Good. Pain meant the body had not stopped reporting. Below, no one on shore looked up. The fleet moved east in broken, stubborn order. Tavaro leapt. For one falling breath, nothing held him. Then wings struck air. The first beat nearly broke him. The second found wind. The third lifted him above the watch rock, above the harbour, above the workhouse, above the island he had raised and failed to understand. He climbed behind the sun glare. Higher, higher. The Farbound fleet spread below, fragile and furious, carrying Oren's route, Senara's rules, Lapo's slate, Reva's food, Maru's count, children's sleep, bad knots, better knots, and fear no one had managed to make simple. Tavaro kept his shadow off their sails. He did not fly over them like a saviour. He followed far behind, where even gratitude could not find him.
Heya, heya, see below. Heya, heya, storm wind blow.
Chapter 12. The hawk above the fleet. Tavaro learned within the first hour that guilt had poor wings. The hawk mark carried him. That was the proper way to say it. The mark burned along the bones that had become wing and back, remembering Orokan's storm heights, remembering talons through his shoulders, remembering the day sky tried to keep him and failed. The mark knew air. It knew lift, glare, distance, hunger, the useful violence of height. It did not know what to do with shame. Shame dragged. Each wing beat lifted him over the eastward water, and each lift cost more than it should. Blood had dried in the feathers along his right wing, where the torn wrist seam had folded itself into the shape. His left side burned with every deep pull of air. His wing strokes had already learned to hide the bad side. Useful, untrustworthy. Below him the Farbound fleet moved like a decision that had not yet learned its own weight. The ships had good moments. Tavaro would grant them that, privately, where no one could be harmed by his generosity. The lead deep hull cut the morning water with stubborn grace. Maru kept it a little south of the wind, letting the smaller craft ride wake instead of scattering across chop. Two outriders corrected their spacing after only one terrible mistake. Someone had moved the water jars off the second hull's starboard side before the list became dangerous. Senara likely, or Maru. Probably Senara making Maru choose between obedience and drowning. Tavaro banked higher into the glare. The fleet also had bad moments. Those were more numerous. A rear boat drifted wide because its steering oar was too short for the weight it carried. A boy on the third deep hull had tied a sail line with a knot that would slip if the wind freshened. The patched western cutter had exceptional nerve even existing. Its forward brace looked worse from above than it had from the dock, which felt personal. One guide boat carried too many people near the bow because everyone wanted to see the land they imagined ahead. They would learn. The sea enjoyed teaching. Tavaro circled high enough that his shadow fell behind the sails, not across them. He kept the sun at his back and the wind under his left wing. That hurt less. Less was not little. Below, the fleet still carried the shape of departure. Grief sat in the spacing between bodies. People kept turning back toward the west, even after the island had flattened into blue haze. Children leaned against bundles and slept too hard. Adults did not sleep at all. A few sang under their breath. Not the leaving song now. Work, rhythm. Water, rhythm. Something Maru had beaten into them before panic could make every hand private. On the lead hull, Maru stood at the stern with her blood-dark head wrap and her red cord tight around one wrist. She moved as if pain had been assigned a place on deck and told not to block the lines. When a sailor hauled too early, she struck the rope with the flat of her knife. Not the sailor. The rope on the pull, she said. The sailor corrected. Good captain. Tavaro climbed a little higher. He was not here to admire them. He was not here to be admired. He was not here. That was the arrangement. The child mark gave a faint heat through the cold body. Somewhere beneath feathers, where ribs should have been. I know, he tried to say. It came out as a harsh cry. Every deck below looked up. Tavaro swore in Hawk, which sounded much the same. A child on the lead ship pointed. Others followed. Heads tipped back. A woman made the old Sulari sign. Throat, then heart. A man made the newer root sign. 2 fingers down the wrist. One sailor spat into the water. Fair Lapo stood near the center of the lead deck, with a slate in one hand and his bandaged hand closed around nothing. Tavaro knew the exact moment Lapo saw him. The young man's shoulders locked. He did not point. He did not shout. He only looked up, face too still, then lowered his gaze to the slate and said something to Senara. Senara stood near the mast with the rootstaff wrapped in plain cloth and strapped behind her shoulder. The survey kit hung at her hip. Her hair had escaped its tie at one temple. Her sleeves were rolled above the elbow. She had one hand on the medicine chest and one on the rail, not for balance, for count. She did not look up. Lapo spoke again. Riva looked up instead. She was beside the food bundles with a strip of dried fruit in one hand and a coil of waste rope in the other. She followed Lapo's gaze, found the speck of Tavaro against the sun, and went still for less than a breath. Then she shoved the fruit into a child's hand. "Eat," she said. "Sky can wait." The child obeyed. Riva turned to Lapo. Tavaro could not hear her through the wind, but he knew the shape of the command by her hands. Rope, food, children, now, not forgiveness, not wonder, work. Senara finally lifted her head. Tavaro climbed higher before her eyes found him clearly. Coward. The child mark warmed. "Yes," he cried into the wind. "I have heard the reviews." Below, the fleet moved through the outer Sulari route. This water still knew him. Tavaro had raised the reef teeth to the north and the crescent island to the south. He had set the deep channel after the first settlers nearly lost 3 boats to a false shoal. He had dragged black stone into a half-ring that forced the larger moorspawn wide. Smaller things could pass, yes? Nothing kept out everything. Safe was a boast made by fools and people selling passage. Still, this was Tavaro water. Even angry with him, it held the shape of his old protection. The Farbound knew it too. People relaxed by degrees as the morning stretched. Shoulders lowered. Children leaned farther over rails, until Riva began tying waistlines to any child with more curiosity than sense. Someone passed food from bundle to bundle. A crew on the 3rd hull took up Maru's rhythm. Low and rough, full jars covered, loose rope tied, eyes on the count. Not pretty. Better. Tavaro let the rhythm carry beneath him and searched the water. Hawk eyes loved surfaces. They caught silver fish, current rips, slicks, foam breaks, the trembling line where wind struck hidden pressure. Tavaro could read water in hawk form better than most sailors could read a face. Under the fleet, sea blue shifted into bands, reef green, channel dark, sand flash, old root. Beyond that, eastward, the color changed, not more deep proper, not yet, not the old black pressure where hunger had soaked into the bones of the world. This was the approach, where the ocean stopped remembering islands and began remembering depth. The currents were wrong. Tavaro banked. The lead hull held course. The guideboats followed. Far below, a line of pale foam moved against the wind. Another crossed it. Softer, almost invisible, except where sunlight touched the ripple. There should have been a west pull here. Gentle, irritating, like a child tugging at a sleeve. Today the pull went east and down. Down mattered. Surface currents lied often. Deep currents lied less, because they did not know anyone was listening. Something under the fleet was drawing water into itself. Not a more spawn. Not one body. Too broad. More deep pressure. Moving farther west than it should. Tavaro scanned the horizon. No black boil. No feeding birds. No dead fish. No purple slick from more spawn blood. No gleam of Vadruk's crownback shell breaking surface like a smug reef. Still wrong. The child mark pulsed once. I know. His voice was a cry again. This time, fewer people looked up. Good. They were already learning to treat him as weather. That hurt. That helped. He banked toward the fleet's rear. The patched cutter lagged. Of course it did. The forward brace had begun to flex in the wrong rhythm. Every time the cutter climbed a swell, the brace took the strain late. The third late strain would crack it. Perhaps fourth. The wind was gentle enough to make sailors lazy, which meant it was cruel. Tavaro dropped lower. A girl sat near the cutter's stern, holding a coil of rope bigger than her lap. Her hair had been braided with green cloth. She hummed Maru's rhythm under her breath and watched the lead ships as if sight could pull them nearer. A man on the cutter adjusted the sail and failed to see the brace. Tavaro folded his wings and dove. Air struck his face. Pain struck everything else. He came down behind the sail, hidden from the lead ships by canvas. The man looked up too late. Tavaro hit the top of the sail with both feet, not hard enough to break it, hard enough to force the canvas to billow wrong. The boom swung. The man cursed and ducked. The sail line whipped loose from its bad peg and snapped across the deck. The cutter lurched. The girl screamed. Everyone looked at the sail, then at the brace. A crack showed along the forward join. Brace! The man shouted. Tavaro beat upward before anyone could see more than a dark blur, a burst of feathers, and the general impression of rudeness. Men and women scrambled on the cutter. Ropes shifted. Weight moved aft. Two sailors dropped the sail to half. A young woman with arms like a net hauler jammed a spare spar across the brace and began lashing it tight. Ugly work. Good work. Tavaro climbed back into glare. His left wing shuddered. Small dive. Minor adjustment. Barely anything. The right side of his body disagreed. The child mark pulsed. You saw the brace, he muttered through hawk breath. Warmth answered. He hated how much he needed that. By midday, the fleet passed the last reef sign. Tavaro knew the place, not because of the black stone marker rising behind them with old Sulari symbols and his own handprint burned into the seaward face. He knew because his body felt the change. The skybone line, folded inside the cauled wing, went quiet. Inside the roots, the line always hummed faintly. It had touched the sea floor there, raised stone there, pulled land from black water there. The line remembered work the way Scar remembered blade. Beyond the marker, silence. The Farbound had crossed past Tavaro's made world. A cheer rose from the lead hull, small at first, then spreading. Ships answered one another. Some raised hands. Some wept. Some stood too close to rails and were corrected by better sailors. Maru's horn cut once through the noise, not ending the cheer, only keeping it from breaking the work. Tavaro circled above them and felt nothing simple. They celebrated surviving the first gate. They celebrated leaving the old roots. They celebrated the line going quiet beneath his skin. He wanted anger. Anger had uses. It warmed the hands, sharpened vision, made monsters easier to divide into parts. But below him, an old man touched his forehead to the deck. A young mother held her baby toward the east. A boy kissed the mast and got splinters in his lip. Reva caught him by the chin, inspected the damage, and made him spit into her palm before she wrapped the cut with a strip torn from her sleeve. Fools, brave fools, people. The child mark warmed. I am getting tired of that lesson, Tavaro said. Wind took the words from the shape. The cheer faded into labor. The sea did not care for ceremonies. Wind shifted. Sailors adjusted. Senara moved through the lead deck with Lapo behind her, checking lashings, water covers, sleeping spaces, sick bodies under stern shade. She did not command like Oren. Oren had made the future lean toward people. Senara made people move their feet. A man argued with her near the water jars. Tavaro could not hear every word through wind, but he saw the posture. The man thought his age, beard, and volume had rank. Senara let him finish. Then she pointed to the jars, to the sun, to the children, to the man's own belly, and finally to the side of the ship. The man moved the jars. Reva brought him a strip of hard fruit afterward, and put it against his chest. He shook his head. She pushed harder. He ate, not Senara, not Maru. Reva made survival personal enough to swallow. Tavaro turned away before looking became hunger. By afternoon, the fleet's weakness became harder to deny. Distance stretched between craft, not dangerously yet. Enough. The lead hull wanted to move faster than the second. The cutter wanted to be a mistake somewhere behind everyone else. The remaining guideboats kept crossing each other's wake because the young pilots were too focused on the lead ship and not focused enough on water directly beneath them. Then the undertow line arrived. It was almost invisible, almost. A pale seam opened ahead of the cutter, running north to south across the fleet's rear. Wind brushed over it. Foam broke and vanished. The water there moved sideways while the surface pretended forward. Tavaro tucked one wing and dropped. The cutter was already too close. The girl with the coil saw the seam first. She stood, pointed, shouted something Tavaro could not hear. The man at the sail turned too late. Another sailor threw a rope toward the nearest outrider. Good idea, bad throw. The rope fell short, slapped water, and began to slide away. A boy on the outrider leaned out. Too far. No. Tavaro dove. The boy grabbed the rope with both hands, grinned at his own success, and then the undertow caught the line. It yanked him overboard. The shout from the outrider hit every ship behind it. Tavaro had half a breath to choose. Shark would reach him. Shark would also be seen. A great predator appearing beside the fleet would bring panic, spears, overturned boats, and several fair accusations. Hawk then. He folded wings and struck the water in a narrow spear of feather and pain. Cold swallowed him. For one breath, the called shape became wrong. Hawk was not made for sea. Wings dragged, feathers soaked. The undertow seized him and pulled. The boy thrashed ahead, rope still clenched in his teeth now because both hands had gone stupid with fear. Tavaro kicked with talons and beat ruined water with wings. Pain roared through the right wing where the seam wound hid beneath shape. He reached the boy, clawed the rope, and struck upward. A hawk could not pull a boy. A hawk could pull the rope toward the boy's hands. The boy grabbed it. Tavaro raked talons along the rope until it slid across the boy's chest. The current pulled them both sideways. Sailors on the outrider hauled. The rope went tight. The boy moved. Tavaro did not. The current had his soaked wings. He let the water take him down for 3 heartbeats, folded tighter, then called heat through the hawk mark. Not change, refusal. Feather remembered air. The mark burned. His body lightened just enough to twist upward. He broke the surface behind the cutter, wings heavy, mouth open, eyes stinging with salt. The boy was being pulled into the outrider. The cutter had the tow line. Good. Tavaro tried to launch from the water. Nothing happened. He flapped. The right wing failed halfway through the stroke. The left beat spray into his own face. A shout rose from the cutter. There! A spear lifted. Tavaro froze. The sailor holding it saw a huge wet hawk in the water, red, streaked along one wing, too large to be natural, too close to their boat, too much like omen, threat, Tavaro, all of it. The spear drew back. Senara's voice cut across the water. No! The spear stayed. Tavaro looked toward the lead ship. Senara stood at the rail, one hand lifted, the other gripping the wood. Reva stood behind her with a child pressed against her hip. Lapo had both hands on the rail. Maru's horn hung at her side. Senara had shouted for him, or for the sailor. Difference mattered. Difference did not save him from wanting. The current tugged him under again. No time. He called the beetle mark. Smallness hit like a snapped cord. Water became a world of force. Hawk body vanished into hard shell. Tiny limbs, a speck caught in moving blue. The current flung him upward, sideways, nowhere. He could not breathe this way long. A floating scrap from the cutter passed above him. He released the beetle mark against it. Human shape would be too heavy. Hawk again. The transformation struck the underside of the plank and launched it. Tavaro came with it, wings half spread, talons digging into wet wood. The plank bobbed. He beat his wings once. Pain. Twice. More pain. On the third beat, he lifted free. Low. Too low. He climbed in ugly circles, shedding water, every feather dragging. No one threw a spear. The fleet cleared the undertow line. The cutter survived. The boy survived. Tavaro rose slowly into the glare and hated the joy that filled him. It entered like breath after drowning. He had saved someone, even unseen, even hated, even after Oren. The act made a bright little room inside him, and he stepped toward it before shame caught his ankle. Was that why he had come? For the boy? For the fleet? For Senara? Or for that one moment when his body mattered and the world made sense again? The child mark burned. Tavaro almost dropped from the sky. No, he cried. It burned harder. I know I liked it. Heat. I know. The mark did not stop. He climbed until the fleet blurred beneath him. Wind dried his feathers. Pain returned with each beat. The standing medicine thinned further, and with it came shaking, not only body, mind. Oren's head against the wall beam. Lapo's face when he said murderer. Senara shouting no across the water. Reva shoving food into a child's hand, because grief did not excuse an empty belly. Maru turning the fleet by signal, not surrendering command to a hawk's cry. They were still themselves below him. That should have relieved him. It did not forgive him. He wanted to land on the lead deck and put his head under Senara's hand like a beaten animal. He wanted to fly east until no one knew his name. He wanted a monster. Monsters were kind in one way. They let him be simple. The sea below darkened. Tavaro stilled in the air. The undertow line had passed behind the fleet, but the water ahead was wrong in another way. The surface lay too smooth. Wind moved across it, yet no chop formed. The lead ship entered the calm and slowed by the smallest degree. Not calm, skin. A broad sheet of sea had gone flat, as if something below had pressed upward and held the water in place. Tavaro circled once. No fin, no claw, no tentacle, no bubbles. The fleet kept sailing. He dipped lower, cautious now, every old battle sense waking. Hawk eyes pierced glare, red shadow, sorted color. Beneath the lead ship, far down, something vast moved in the same direction, not rising, matching them, long, wider than a deep hull, perhaps wider than all three together. Hard to see, because it held below the color shift, where water turned from blue to black-green. Its shape was not the Ninemaw's folded bulk, not a whale, not any mark he had earned. The more deep currents bent around it, no, toward it. The thing below was drinking the current. Tavaro's wings locked for one heartbeat. The lead ship passed over its shadow. On deck, Senara turned suddenly and looked down at the water. The wrapped rootstaff on her back flared green through the cloth. Maru stopped mid-signal. Reva caught the nearest child by the waist rope and pulled him back from the rail. Lapo lifted his slate, as if a count could stop what was beneath them. Far below, the vast shape opened one pale eye.
Eya, eya, see below. Eya, eya, storm wind blow.
Chapter 13. Vadruk the crownback. The eye below the lead ship opened wider. Tavaro forgot pain. Fear could do that when it arrived honestly. Rib, wing, wrist, blood, shame, all of them stepped aside for the larger weather moving under the fleet. The thing beneath the water did not rush. That was the first insult. Moorspawn usually spent hunger. As soon as they had it, they struck, tore, swallowed, dragged. Appetite had little patience, unless something old and cruel had taught it manners. Vadruk had manners. The pale eye rolled in the black-green water and found Tavaro. Of course it did. Tavaro beat his wings once, twice, climbing into glare as the cold body fought him. The right wing stung where the torn wrist seam hid beneath feather. The hawk mark wanted height. His blood wanted ground. The sea below wanted everything. Vadruk's eye narrowed. "Hello, little island maker." Tavaro hated clever eyes, especially in things with shells. Below, Senara had gone still near the mast. She looked down through the boards, as if the ship itself had developed a pulse and begun lying about it. The rootstaff burned through its plain wrapping at her back. Lapo stood beside the medicine chest with one hand on the rail, and the other curled around his ruined slate. Reva had 3 children tied by waist rope near the food bundles, and was knotting a 4th line around a boy who kept trying to look over the side. Maru stood at the stern with her blood-dark head wrap and one hand on the steering rail. She was already shouting, "Good captain." Too late. A claw broke the surface behind the 3rd deep hull. No splash at first, just black water parting around a ridge of shell. Then the claw opened. It was not shaped like a crab's pincer, no matter what frightened sailors would later decide to sing. Vadruk's limbs were older than that. 2 great hooked plates curved from a jointed arm, each edge layered with bone and fused metal, each ridge crowded with trophies. Anchor teeth, spearheads, broken shrine bells, a crown ring flattened into a cutting edge. Teeth from beasts that had died biting him. The claw rose higher than the mast. A child saw it. The scream came too late. The claw dropped across an outrider. Wood split like fruit skin. People vanished in spray and splinters. The sea took their voices and gave foam back. Tavaro folded his wings and dove. A second claw rose near the lead hull. Senara looked up then, not at him. At death? Tavaro drove downward with every feather flat to his body. Wind tore over him. The sea leapt closer. The great claw began to close around the lead ship's bow, 1 plate to either side, slow enough for terror to watch. He called the whale mark. He should not have. In air, in hawk body, with broken ribs and a torn seam, it was stupid enough to qualify as a plan. Mass struck him. Wings collapsed into weight. Feathers vanished under thick hide and huge bone. His body swelled in the fall, wrong and fast. Every injury came with him and multiplied its complaint. The world became too small around a creature made for deep water. Then he hit the claw. The impact broke the morning. Vadruk's upper plate slammed sideways before it closed. Tavaro struck shell and metal hard enough to crack fused bone. His whale body bounced, rolled, and crashed into the sea beside the lead hull. Water exploded over the deck. Sailors went down. Lapo slid across boards until Reva caught the back of his belt and hauled him short of the broken rail. Senara dropped to one knee, but kept one hand on the medicine chest. Maru kept the steering rail. The claw missed the bow by a hand width. It still took carved rail, 2 water jars, a coil of sail rope, and one ancestor peg someone had wedged into a mast brace. The ancestor vanished into the sea, looking surprised. Tavaro sank. Weight pulled him through green water. He released the whale mark before depth could take him. Human shape snapped back, smaller, bleeding, furious. The sudden loss of bulk tore pain through his side. Salt filled his mouth. He came up under Vadruk's shadow. The crownback rose, not all of him, never all at once. Vadruk liked being understood in pieces. First, the claws, then the armored arms, jointed in thick segments, each segment studded with trophies. A shield from a drowned Sulari chief, a black stone charm from a priest Tavaro had failed to save. A line of huge teeth lashed into shell with sinew that had grown over the knots. Then the back, the crownback. It broke the surface behind the fleet, a moving fortress of shell and stolen victory. The shell rose higher than a temple roof, curved and ridged, layered with centuries of conquest. Crowns were fixed there, not polished, not displayed as jewels, but swallowed into him. Gold rings, bone circlets, rusted iron bands from inland kings, fragments of divine metal, charms, anchors, blades, bits of old ships. A plate Tavaro had torn from him last season had regrown wrong, leaving a white scar across one hump. At the top of that scar sat an empty eye socket. Vadruk's remaining eye turned toward Tavaro. The Moorspawn's mouth opened beneath the shell ridge. A slit first, then a gate, then a red-black cavern lined with plates that shifted over one another like grinding stones. "Little wake," Vadruk said. The voice came through water and air together. It shook hulls. It entered teeth. It made children cry before they knew why. People on the ships froze. Tavaro surfaced near a broken spar and spat seawater. "Crown back." Vadruk's eye closed halfway. "You are smaller than memory. Memory lies for applause." His voice sounded rough enough to belong to someone else. The lead ship drifted behind him, stunned but afloat. The destroyed outrider was already debris. People thrashed in the water. Other boats turned badly, some toward the survivors, some away from Vadruk, some toward both, which was how sailors invented new funerals. Tavaro looked past Vadruk's claw. A boy clung to a plank. A woman with blood running down one side of her face held another child's head above water. Two sailors kicked toward them with rope. Vadruk saw him see them. The Moorspawn's mouth widened. "Oh," Vadruk rumbled, "you brought soft things." They brought themselves. Soft things do that. Drift, breed, sing, break. Vadruk lifted one claw. Water poured from it in sheets. A long iron spear, fused into the lower plate, glittered in the sun. Near it, an old crown chimed against a broken anchor ring. The claw struck toward the swimmers. Tavaro drew the skybone line. The pain nearly unmade him. The seam at his wrist had been torn open in the root house. Senara's stitches were gone. The sheath around the line was raw. When he hooked his fingers into the split and pulled, the line did not slide free. It ripped. Blood flared into the water. The pale cord snapped out through his palm, alive and furious. The anchor followed, curved skybone slick with red. Tavaro bit down on the sound in his throat and hurled it. The anchor struck Vadruk's claw below the fused spear. The line wrapped twice around a jagged shell ridge. Tavaro planted both feet against the floating spar and pulled. The claw slowed, not stopped, slowed. His shoulder wrenched. His ribs tore against binding. The spar rolled under him and nearly dumped him. He kicked, found balance, and pulled harder. The line cut through his palm where he gripped it. Vadruk's claw trembled over the swimmers. The two sailors reached the woman. The boy kicked toward a rope. "Move," Tavaro snarled. They moved. Vadruk laughed. The sound made the water shudder. "You still use your flesh as rope." Tavaro said nothing. The claw twisted. The line scraped across shell. Tavaro was dragged from the spar and slammed into the sea. He held on. The pull drove him under, then up, then sideways. Vadruk swept the claw across the water, trying to shake him loose. Tavaro skipped once over the surface like a thrown stone, hit a wave, went under again, and still held. Pain had become too large for language. The standing medicine flared in response. Thin now, ugly, stubborn. It did not remove pain. It made pain seem like someone else's concern. Senara would hate this. Then Vadruk flung him toward the lead ship. Tavaro hit the side hard enough to crack planking. He clung to the skybone line with one hand, and the ship's side with the other. His breath left him. Above, faces leaned over the rail. Lapo for one heartbeat. They stared at each other. Lapo's face had no room for old love, shock, grief, fury, terror for the people behind him. "Tavaro," he said. It sounded like a warning to both of them. "Rope." Tavaro wheezed. Lapo did not move. A claw shadow crossed the deck. "Rope?" Lapo came alive. He turned. "Line here." Waist brace on the rail. 2 hands. Not one. Sailors moved, because Lapo had named the task before their fear chose another one. A coil dropped. Tavaro caught it with his teeth, because his hands were busy making terrible choices. Senara appeared at the rail. Her face went white when she saw his wrist. Then the whiteness hardened. "You drew the line." Tavaro spat rope into his left hand. "Death had opinions. You promised." He looked past her to Vadruk. The next claw lifted. Senara followed his gaze. Her anger did not leave. It found a larger patient. "What is it?" "Vadruk, the crownback. He speaks when admired. He hunts ships, victories." Vadruk's voice rolled across the water. "Vile woman. You hold green wood and command frightened meat. How proud." Senara did not flinch. Riva moved behind her, shoving a child flat to the deck and tying the child's waistline to a mast ring. "Do not stare at the monster," Riva snapped. "Hold your brother's rope." The child obeyed, sobbing. Maru's horn cut through the deck. One blast, two, then a hard rhythm of command. "Spread wide. Lead wake holds. Second hull out. Third aft. Pull on count." Her crew answered. The ships began to move. Vadruk's eye fixed on Senara's wrapped staff. The whole moorspawn stilled. Their hunger changed shape. Tavaro saw it with a hunter's clarity. Vadruk had not come only for ships. The crownback collected power, relics, victories, things that made him more than appetite. The Rootstaff had called him from below, or tempted him, or both. "Senara," Tavaro said. "I know." "No. He wants the staff. Everything wants the staff. Some things have claws the size of houses." Vadruk moved. His crownback shell drove between the second and third deep hulls. The water he displaced shoved both ships apart. The third hull tilted dangerously. People screamed. A child fell against the rail and would have gone over if Riva had not already tied his waistline too short. The rope caught. The child slammed against the rail post and screamed harder. Riva hauled him back by the line and checked his mouth with 2 fingers. "Teeth whole," she said. "Good." Scream later. The second deep hull lost a mast line. The sail snapped loose. Wind caught it. The ship turned broadside to the swell. "Bad." "Maru!" Senara shouted. "I see it." Maru was already moving, knife between her teeth, climbing the rail toward the rope bridge with the confidence of a woman too old to wait for permission. Her head wrap bled through at the temple. She ignored it and pointed 3 sailors after her. "On my count." "Not before." The first sailor reached too early. Maru's hand cracked across his wrist. "Count." He waited. Vadruk's smaller limbs surfaced around the third hull. Not claws, hooked walking limbs, each ending in a spike or jointed plate. 3 of them rose and arched over the ship. Tavaro could not stop all 3. He pulled the skybone anchor free from the main claw and flung it toward the nearest limb. The anchor bit. He pulled. The limb veered and crashed into the sea instead of the deck. 2 remained. Lapo's voice rang from the third hull. He had crossed. Where? Tavaro saw him on the forward deck, a coil of rope around his waist and a spear in one hand. He was pointing toward the base of the limbs, shouting over the water. "Wait aft. Not all at once. Jars inward. Children down. Do not chase the rail." The first limb fell. The ship tilted. People slid. Barrels rolled. 1 water jar smashed. The rail broke under the strike, but the deck held, barely. The second limb adjusted toward the center. Vadruk was learning. Of course he was. Tavaro let go of the lead hull. He dropped into the water and called the shark mark. The change cut through him cold. Arms narrowed, legs fused, skin slicked into grey muscle, teeth crowded his mouth. His human pain translated into blood sense and speed. The torn wrist became heat along his right fin. The broken ribs became pressure behind a body made for killing and too injured to enjoy it properly. He shot beneath the surface. The sea became scent, motion, blood, pulse. People thrashed above, bright with fear. Vadruk's body filled the water ahead, a wall of shell, meat, old metal, and old blood. Tavaro drove toward the base of the second limb. Soft hinge, thick tendon, deep nerve. He bit. Vadruk roared. The sound punched through the water. Tavaro's teeth sank deeper. He shook his shark body side to side, tearing. The limb spasmed, pulled back, and missed the third hull by a full mast length. Then Vadruk's lower shell split. A secondary mouth opened beneath Tavaro, lined with hooked plates. New. Vadruk had installed more mouth. Tavaro released the limb and twisted away. The secondary mouth closed on his tail instead of his belly. Teeth scraped through shark flesh, then into the old venom deadness, carried from human thigh. Pain, numbness, pain again. He slammed back into human shape before the mouth could grip properly. Human size slipped through the closing plates. Human fragility objected. Tavaro came free in a wash of blood and bubbles. The skybone line still coiled through his right arm. He kicked upward. Vadruk's secondary mouth snapped behind him, close enough to clip his heel. He surfaced between two outriders. The sailor shrieked and tried to hit him with an oar. Tavaro caught the oar later. The sailor stared. Row left. What? Left? The sailor rowed left. Others followed, because panic sometimes looked like obedience if someone bleeding enough shouted first. Vadruk turned under the fleet. Tavaro felt it before he saw it. The current shifted. The crownback was not striking one ship now. He was moving the water beneath all of them, forcing the fleet inward. If the hulls collided, their own weight would finish what his claws began. Spread! Tavaro roared. Human voice now. Not loud enough. He cast the anchor high. It flew over the water, over a guide boat, across the gap between ships, and struck the mast of the second deep hull. The crew shouted. Tavaro pulled himself toward it. Skimming behind the line, he hit the hull, climbed two handholds, and hauled himself onto the deck like something the sea had rejected. People backed away. He stopped moving. There it was, Oren's blood, still in the room even on open sea. Tavaro kept his hands open. Blood ran from the right. 3 breaths south, he said to the helmsman. The man stared. 3 breaths, or your hull hits the lead. No one moved. Senara's voice cut across from the other ship. Do as he says. The helmsman moved. Not forgiveness. You. Tavaro did not look at her. Looking would cost more than he had. He turned to a woman holding a broken sail line. Lower ring. Not the cracked one. She swallowed. The lower? Yes. Her hands shook. Reva's voice came from the lead hull behind him, carrying through wind. Hands first. Fear after. Tie. The woman tied. The second ship angled out. Vadruk rose between them. His crownback shell crashed against the second hull. Not enough to split it, enough to throw half the deck sideways. Tavaro slammed into a post. The rib broke further, or only made a persuasive claim. He slid down and saw a child rolling toward the shattered rail. No time. He threw the skybone line. The anchor caught a deck plank beyond the child. The line crossed her path. She hit it, bounced, and a man grabbed her by the back of her tunic. The man looked at Tavaro. The thanks died when memory returned. Fair. Vadruk's claw came over the rail. Tavaro jumped onto it. The shell under his feet was slick, pitted, alive with small parasite things that recoiled from his blood. He drove the skybone anchor between 2 ridges and ran up the claw as it lifted. People below shouted. Some sounded frightened for him, inconvenient. Vadruk raised the claw high and shook it. Tavaro clung to the line, body swinging over open water. His ribs tried to crawl out of him. The standing medicine snapped under the strain. Not gone, but no longer king. Pain returned with an army. Vadruk! Tavaro shouted. The eye rolled toward him. The crownback opened his mouth. Little wake, you kept a piece of me. Vadruk's eye brightened. Tavaro had not meant to say it aloud. The claw whipped toward Vadruk's own back. Tavaro saw the plan too late. The crownback slammed the claw against his shell, trying to crush Tavaro between them. Tavaro released the line and called the beetle mark. Smallness snapped through him. The claw struck shell with a thundercrack. Tavaro, a beetle no bigger than a shell bead, tumbled between ridges as the world became black armor, jagged metal, and green sea spray. He landed beside a rusted crown fused into Vadruk's back. The crown's points were each longer than his beetle body. Vadruk scraped the claw across his back, trying to dislodge him. Tavaro ran. Beetle legs found cracks in shell. He darted over a broken anchor, under the bent rim of a golden circlet, around a tooth from some enormous dead thing. Vadruk's back smelled of salt, rot, metal, old power, and pride. A glint caught his beetle eye. Pale bone. For one heartbeat, he thought it was his own anchor, somehow torn free. No, a shard, old skybone. It was no larger than a knife tip, wedged between a crown plate and a black iron nail near the scar Tavaro had left in Vadruk's shell last season. He knew the color. He knew the texture. His since the day the three near ones tore a rib from the sky to rescue a boy from the ocean, kin to the anchor in his arm, a splinter from the day he had wounded Vadruk and nearly lost the line. Vadruk had kept it. No, Vadruk had grown shell around it. The shard pulsed faintly as Tavaro approached, answering the skybone line inside him. Vadruk's voice rolled through his own body. Found my little trophy. Tavaro froze. The shell beneath him trembled with Vadruk's pleasure. One day, Vadruk rumbled, I will wear the rest. The words went through Tavaro as cold certainty. The crownback did not only collect victory, he studied it. Tavaro released the beetle mark. Bad idea. Human body expanded on Vadruk's back. Worse idea. He landed on one knee among crowns and bone, teeth bared against pain. Vadruk bucked at once, shell shifting, trophies cutting at Tavaro's legs and palms. Tavaro grabbed the skybone shard with his bleeding right hand. It burned. The skybone line screamed inside his arm. The shard resisted Vadruk's shell, and Tavaro's grip caught between two claims. Tavaro braced his feet against a crown ridge and pulled. The shard tore free. Vadruk roared. The sound threw sailors to their knees across three ships. Tavaro nearly lost the shard. He clenched it in his fist and felt his own line reach for it. Too much. If he let the line take it now, on Vadruk's back, with his wrist seam open, the surge might rip his arm apart. Senara's voice came from memory, sharp as a needle. It may tear through the arm. Tavaro laughed once, without sound. Vadruk's smaller limbs swept over his back. Tavaro ran. Human feet on Vadruk's shell were a poor design. He slipped on slime, cut his foot on a crown edge, caught himself on a broken spear, and kept moving. A hooked limb struck behind him, shattering two old crowns and a line of bone charms. Another came from the side. He called Hawk. The hawk mark answered, weak and angry. Wings burst from him, uneven and ragged. He leapt as the limb swept under him. Air caught him for half a breath, failed, caught again. He cleared Vadruk's shell by less than a spear length. The crownback twisted below, one claw rising after him. Tavaro climbed badly. The shard burned in his right talon. Blood trailed from that claw as he beat higher. Vadruk's claw snapped shut under him. The wind of it flung him sideways. He tumbled. Sky and sea traded places. Fleet, shell, sun, water. His wing would not correct. His right side burned. The shard sang too loud. A mast rushed toward him. He struck sailcloth, slid down, and crashed onto the lead ship's deck in hawk form, talons gouging wood. The impact knocked the shape out of him. Human again, naked to pain, he rolled, hit the mast, and stopped at Senara's feet. The deck fell silent, except for screams from the water and Vadruk's laughter. Tavaro stared up at Senara. She stared down at him. His mouth opened. Blood came out. Senara crouched at once, not forgiving. Healer, do not move. Do not finish that sentence. He did not. She grabbed his right wrist and swore so sharply a nearby child stopped crying. What is in your hand? Bad idea. She pried his fingers open. The skybone shard lay in his palm, pale and red. The rootstaff at her back flared through the cloth. Senara's eyes narrowed. Yours? What? Vadruk had it? Yes. Vadruk's claw struck an outrider. The boat flipped. The deck under them shook with the wave. Senara snatched the shard from Tavaro's hand and wrapped it in a strip from her own sleeve. Before the root staff could flare again, she shoved it against his chest. "Hold it away from the staff." Riva reached them. Before Tavaro could answer, she had a rope coil over one shoulder and a child under one arm. She dropped the child beside the mast, checked Tavaro's face once, then looked at Senara. "Is he useful?" Tavaro closed his eyes. Senara pressed 2 fingers beneath his jaw, counting dangerously. "Then use him dangerously, and keep him away from the children." Riva turned and began tying a line from the mast to the food bundles, making a low barrier with rope, crates, and her own body. "Children behind me. Hands on the rope. No hero watching," a little girl said, "but behind me." The girl went. Vadruk's voice rolled over them. "Vile woman, give me the green root, and I may leave some children uncracked." Senara rose. Tavaro grabbed at her ankle before thought reached him. The whole deck saw. Her gaze dropped to his hand. He released her. "I am sorry." The words were not about the ankle. Both of them knew. Her face closed. No time. She turned toward Vadruk and drew the root staff from its wrapping. Green light spilled across the deck. Every Farbound turned toward it. Tavaro felt the staff wake. Not soft certainty now. This was fear, grief, command, survival, all of it, hitting the wood through Senara's hand. The staff loved crisis. Senara understood that. He saw it in the way her scarred thumb shifted on the grain, in the way she held the staff away from her ribs, as if refusing its comfort, direct access to her breath. "Senara," he said. "No, I have not asked. You were about to—" "Yes, I am going to use it." The root staff's green light moved down her arm. Tavaro pushed himself to his knees. Pain rioted. He ignored it badly. "Vadruk wants it. Then he can remain hungry." She lifted the staff. Green light spread across the lead ship, then across the water. Not far enough to strike Vadruk, far enough to touch the people drowning in the broken wake. A boy stopped thrashing and grabbed a floating plank. A woman who had been screaming at nothing turned toward a rope. 2 sailors on an overturned boat found the same rhythm and kicked together. The staff did not heal. It organized panic. Senara's face went grey. Tavaro saw it. Riva saw it too. She crossed behind Senara and set one hand between Senara's shoulder blades. "Not tender, a brace." "Breathe," Riva said. "Do not let wood do that part." Senara drew one breath, then another. Maru understood the green-lit calm first. "Ropes out," she shouted. "Pull on count. Haul, hold, haul." The lead crew answered. Haul, hold, haul. Other ships heard the rhythm and took it up in ragged pieces. The sea became work again. Vadruk did not like that. His massive claw came down toward the lead ship. Tavaro stood. He did not know how. Perhaps the standing medicine had one last ugly gift. Perhaps shame could hold bones in place. Perhaps the child mark, tired of commentary, had decided to shove. He wrapped the skybone shard in the torn cloth and shoved it into the waist of his tunic. Then he took the second dose packet from the same place. Senara saw Tavaro. He tore it open with his teeth. No, he swallowed the powder dry. It hit his tongue like burnt pepper and old storm. He gagged, forced it down. For one breath, nothing happened. Then heat tore through him. Pain did not leave. Pain became fuel. Senara's face changed. Not surprised. Accounting. You chose that. Yes. The skybone line lay across the deck, still partly drawn from his wrist, slack and blood slick. Tavaro grabbed it. No skybone near the staff. The staff was near him. Geography had become unhelpful. He cast the anchor at Vadruk's descending claw. It struck the upper plate and wrapped around a ridge of fused crowns. Tavaro braced both feet on the deck. The lead ship groaned under him. "Maru!" he shouted. "Turn with my pull." Maru looked at him, saw the claw's angle, and lifted her horn. Hard starboard, on 3, 1, 2, 3. The helm shifted. Sailors hauled. Senara's green light held them steady, just long enough to keep panic from breaking the count. Vadruk's claw fell. Tavaro pulled sideways, not stopping it, redirecting. The claw smashed into the water beside the ship, instead of through it. The wave lifted the lead hull, so hard half the deck rose under Tavaro's feet. He lost footing, slammed to one knee, and kept the line in both hands. The ship slid away from the impact, turning with Maru's helm and his pull. The maneuver shoved the lead hull clear of Vadruk's central mouth. A smaller guide boat behind it was not clear. The crownback's secondary mouth opened beneath it. Tavaro saw, Senara saw. No one could reach it. The boat dropped, as if the sea had opened a door. For 1 second the whole hull hung tilted over red-black dark. People clung to rails. A mother held 2 children against her body. A sailor struck Vadruk's shell with an oar and achieved nothing except dignity. Then the mouth closed. Boat, people, sail, sound, gone. Tavaro's grip went slack. No, the word did nothing. The skybone line trembled in his hands. He had saved 1 ship, lost another, saved swimmers, lost an outrider, redirected a claw, watched a guide boat vanish. Protection was not whole. It never had been. The truth entered like sickness. Vadruk's mouth opened above the water, showing scraps of fresh wood caught between plates. So easy, he said. A sound rose from the lead deck. Not one voice. Many. Grief trying to become violence. Reva stepped in front of the children before anyone moved. No one leaves rope. A man with a spear staggered toward the rail. Senara turned on him. Your place is the pump. They took my pump, or drowned beside him. He went to the pump. Tavaro pulled the line back. The anchor tore free and snapped into his hand. He looked at Vadruk. The medicine burned his blood, clean and cruel. The child mark burned under it, warning, pleading, present. He wanted to kill Vadruk, not drive him away. Kill. He wanted to break the crownback open and tear every crown from his shell. He wanted the sea, red enough to remember. That anger felt clean. Senara's voice cut through memory. If the medicine makes your anger feel clean, it is lying. Tavaro laughed. It came out broken. Vadruk tilted his head. Mad, little wake? Supervised. He released the skybone line. The anchor dropped to the deck. Senara stared. He turned to Maru. Get the fleet east. Full sail if the wind holds. Do not bunch. Foam over calm if shadow rises. Maru's jaw tightened. You are not captain here. No. Good. She lifted the horn. Fleet east. Keep wake. Keep count. Tavaro looked at Senara. She had the rootstaff in both hands now. Green light still reaching across the water. Her face had hollowed with effort. Lapo stood behind her, one hand at her back, not touching the staff supporting her body. Reva stood between them, and the children with rope burns, already dark across her palms. Oren's blood lived between all of them. Still they stood. Tavaro wanted to say 1,000 things. He chose the one with youth. Hide the shard. Senara's gaze flicked to his waist. From Vadruk, from everyone. Her eyes sharpened. Good. Then Tavaro turned and ran across the deck. Every step should have failed. The medicine forced them not to. He reached the broken prow, leapt to the rail, and called the whale mark in the same breath as he jumped. He fell toward Vadruk as mass took him. Not full whale this time. Too slow, too broad. He shaped the call as much as the mark allowed, drawing weight without all its bulk, taking the dense force of deep water into a body still close enough to strike. It was not clean. Marks hated being bent. His spine screamed. His ribs became a molten cage. He hit Vadruk's central mouth, shoulder first. The impact drove the Moorspawn's head back. Tavaro released whale before Vadruk could bite and called shark in the wash of spray. His body narrowed, slid across shell, plunged into the water at the joint where one claw met body. He bit deep, tore, released, called human, slammed the skybone anchor into the wound, and pulled the line around the joint. Every change cost. Every cost vanished into the medicine. Tomorrow would collect. Tomorrow might need to find the pieces first. Vadruk roared and twisted away from the fleet. Good. Tavaro wrapped the skybone line around his own waist, braced both feet against shell, and drove the anchor deeper into the joint. "Come on, then!" he shouted. "You wanted me." Vadruk's eye rolled toward the retreating ships. No, he yanked the line. The joint split wider. Dark blood burst around him. Vadruk shrieked. The sound punched the fleet, the water, the sky. Ships pitched. People covered ears. Tavaro's vision went white at the edges. Then Vadruk dove. The crownback took him under. The sea closed overhead. Pressure swallowed sound. Tavaro held the line as Vadruk dragged him down along the curve of his shell. The light dimmed fast. The fleet above became broken shapes, then shadow, then memory. Vadruk's body moved beneath him with awful power, pulling him into colder water where the more deep pressure gathered like a thought too old to die. Tavaro could let go. His lungs already burned. His ribs could not bear the pressure. His wrist seam streamed blood. The line around his waist cut into him. The anchor held in Vadruk's joint, and if the moorspawn rolled, the line might cut Tavaro in half. He held. Vadruk's voice came through the water, lower now, intimate in the way predators became intimate when alone with prey. "You cannot keep them?" Tavaro dug his feet into shell. "You cannot keep the vile woman." The line tightened. "You cannot keep the boy." Tavaro's vision narrowed. "You cannot keep even your own hand from murder." Tavaro yanked the line with both arms. The joint tore. Vadruk's claw convulsed and folded uselessly against his side. The crownback screamed and rolled. The line snapped around Tavaro's ribs. Bone broke. This time he felt it cleanly. The medicine could not move that aside. It went through him and took everything with it. He lost the line, lost the shell, lost the shape of his own body in the water. Vadruk's great form blurred past. A claw struck him. Not full force, only the backwash of it. He spun through dark. No air, no up, no body willing to answer. The child Mark burned, not warm, burned. Tavaro opened his eyes. Far above, the fleet moved east, alive. Fewer, broken, moving. Good. That was enough for the next breath. Problem, he had no next breath. Vadruk's eye appeared in the dark below him. One pale moon in black water. The mouth opened, not rushing, patient. The crownback had learned his weight, his wounds, his timing. Tavaro tried to call hawk. Nothing. Shark. Nothing. Whale. Agony. Beetle. A joke underwater. The skybone line drifted loose from his wrist. He reached for it. His fingers closed around cord. Vadruk rose. Tavaro drew the line toward himself. The anchor came slowly, then fast. It had torn free during the roll. It snapped back through the water. A pale streak. Tavaro did not aim for Vadruk. He aimed up. He cast the anchor toward the light. The skybone line shot upward, found something, and caught. Ship? Rock? Drift? He did not know. He pulled. The line dragged him upward as Vadruk's mouth closed beneath his feet. The edge of the lower plate sliced his calf. Pain gave him direction. Up. Vadruk's teeth snapped shut where he had been. The line hauled Tavaro through dark water toward a floating spar from the destroyed outrider. Not a ship. Enough. He broke the surface and hit the spar chest first. Air did not enter him. He coughed water, blood, and a sound too ugly to be speech. His ribs had given up on dignity. His right wrist was open. His left calf bled into the water. His body shook under the end of Senara's medicine. Behind him, Vadruk surfaced. Not close, too far for immediate strike. The crownback's wounded claw dragged uselessly on one side. Dark blood ran over his shell and into the sea. His one eye burned with hate. The fleet was farther east now, far enough that Vadruk had to choose. Tavaro clung to the spar. "Go on," he rasped. "I am right here." Vadruk's eye shifted toward the fleet, then back to Tavaro. The old moorspawn's mouth opened. "You protect poorly." Tavaro's face twisted. "Yes, Vadruk enjoyed that. You kill what loves you. You fail what fears you. You bleed for what leaves you. Tavaro had no joke ready. That seemed to please Vadruk more. I will wear the rest of your line, little wake, piece by piece. And when the green wood falls into the sea, I will wear that too. The crownback sank, not fled, withdrew. That was worse. The water closed over shell and crowns. His shadow moved beneath the surface, turning away from Tavaro, away from the fleet, down into the dark where old appetite could nurse injury into memory. Tavaro floated. The spar held him because wood was kinder than he deserved. The fleet was far away now, small against a sky that had begun to bruise. Clouds gathered east. Fast, too fast. Storm dark rose beyond the route the Farbound had chosen, a wall of black-grey building over the horizon. Lightning shivered inside it without sound. The sea under the fleet had already begun to change, chop lifting, wind turning cold. Vadruk had driven them toward it. All the more deep had. All the world had chosen another poor hour to become interesting. Tavaro tried to call Hawk. His body answered with a faint twitch and full refusal. The child mark warmed weakly. Tavaro looked at the fleet. He could not reach them. Not now. Not like this. The first thunder rolled across the water. Far east, on the lead ship, a green light flared. Senara. The light vanished behind rain. Tavaro clung to the spar as the storm swallowed the Farbound.
Eya, eya, see below. Eya, eya, storm wind blow.
Chapter 14. The Storm Road. Senara knew the storm had teeth before the rain arrived. Bodies knew weather before songs dressed it up. The lead ship rose wrong beneath her feet. Not high yet, not violently. Wrong. A hidden shoulder under the hull, lifting from an angle the sea had no practice keeping. The air pressed warm along her left cheek and cold along her right. The wounded began to breathe badly. That was always the first honest sign. A man with a split scalp stopped cursing and swallowed twice. A girl with 2 broken fingers began to cry again after half an hour of silence. Mira, the pregnant woman near the stern, put one hand beneath her belly and the other against the deck, feeling for the ship's next lie. 3 children tied near the food bundles went green from more than fear. Lapo stood beside the medicine chest with a cracked slate in one hand, and Reva's food bundle still tied shut at his hip. He had not eaten, of course. "Bucket," Senara said. He blinked salt from his lashes. "What now?" Lapo shoved the slate under his arm, grabbed a pitch bucket, and reached the smallest child before the boy vomited onto the deck. The child sobbed afterward, humiliated and motherless on this ship. Lapo crouched behind him, one hand between the boy's shoulders, the other holding the bucket steady. "Breathe through your nose," Lapo said. "Do not look at the water. Look at my hand." The boy looked. Good. Lapo still knew how to help when the work was small enough to fit in his hands. Behind them, Vadruk's blood spread in dark sheets over the water where the crownback had withdrawn. The more deep thing had taken one guideboat whole, crushed an outrider, broken another, and left the fleet limping east under a sky darkening too fast. Tavaro had vanished beneath the surface with him. Then Tavaro had surfaced far behind on a spar, or Senara thought he had. Rain, haze, and distance could turn any wreckage into a man if the heart was stupid enough. She did not call his name. There were too many living people within reach. "Count," she said. Lapo looked up from the vomiting child. "Ships first," he swallowed. "Lead hull afloat. Second deep hull damaged, taking water slowly. Third deep hull afloat. Stern rail broken. 5 outriders in line. 1 outrider lost. 1 broken, crew taken aboard. 1 guideboat gone. 1 guideboat under tow. Cutter afloat. People? Too soon. Then count too soon." His face tightened. "Senara, bodies now. Names after." That hurt him. She saw it. He nodded anyway, and stood. That was what grief did when given work. It did not become smaller. It became able to move from one foot to the next. Maru came down from the stern. one side of her headcloth soaked dark, where the old wound had opened again. She did not seem to have noticed, or she had noticed and ranked it lower than steering. "Storm before the next bell," Maru said. Before, Maru glanced at the sky. Thunder moved inside the black wall ahead of them, lightless and broad. The clouds had the low, swollen look of fevered flesh. Maru spat over the side. "Rude water. Can we turn?" "Not cleanly. Plain. If we turn west, we bunch the hulls. If we turn north, the third deep hull loses us. If we turn south, the cutter gets eaten by weather or itself. East is ugly, and ugly is floating." Senara nodded. Maru started back toward the stern. "Your head," Senara said. "It is attached, for now. Then it can wait." "No." Maru stopped. Senara pointed to a coil of rope near the mast. "Sit. I am steering." "Then bleed on the steering rail and blind one eye by dark." Maru stared at her. Senara stared back. Maru sat on the rope coil with the disgust of a woman yielding to weather. Senara unwound the old wrap, cleaned the cut with rainwater because boiled water was already gone to mouths and wounds, and bound the temple tighter. Maru hissed once. "Only once." "Better?" Senara asked. "Worse. It means I can feel it." "Good. Feeling keeps you honest. Honest captains drown. Then lie after you steer." Maru stood before the knot was finished. Senara caught the cloth and tied it, while walking 2 steps behind her. "Hold still. The ship is moving. You making it harder." "The sea began it." Senara pulled the knot flat. Maru grunted. "That one holds. Try not to make me proud. Try not to stab anyone who needs steering." They parted. The wind shifted. The lead ship heeled. People screamed. Senara grabbed the mast line as the deck tilted beneath her. A water frame broke loose, despite the new lashings, and slid toward Mira. Lapo threw himself into its path. The frame struck his hip and knocked him sideways. He caught it with both arms and slammed it against the mast base. Riva was there an instant later. "Hip? Fine." "You say fine, like Tavaro." Lapo flinched. Riva's face tightened, but she did not take it back. "Sit on it and pull. Standing pride is for people with spare bones." He dropped to one knee and helped lash the frame. The next wave struck. The bow punched through water instead of rising over it. A wall of sea crashed across the deck, chest high and cold enough to steal thought. Senara lost the mast line. Water took her feet. She hit the boards, slid, struck the medicine chest with her ribs, and tasted blood where her teeth cut her tongue. The rootstaff tore loose from its lash. Green flared through the wrapping as it skidded toward the broken rail. No, she lunged. Her fingers closed around wet cloth, an instant before the staff slid into open water. The ship rolled back. Senara slammed shoulder first into the rail post and held the staff against her chest. The green burned through the wrapping and into her palms. A vision opened. Not sleep, not fever. The storm thinned. She stood on red stone above a river mouth, wider than the inner harbour. Black trees rose inland. Birds with gold throats flashed through rain-sweet air. Lapo stood beside her, older by years, alive. Riva knelt in dark soil with both hands full of roots, and a face furious with hope. Oren stood beyond them, whole, one hand resting on the rootstaff. No. Senara dug her nails into the cloth. The vision changed. The lead ship broke in half. Lapo drowned with one hand reaching upward. The newborn sank in its basket. Maru's red storm cord drifted loose in black water. Riva screamed without sound, while rope slid through her palms and took skin with it. Tavaro hung far behind on a spar, too broken to fly. His face turned toward ships he could no longer reach. No, the vision changed again. A green road under the water, branching light through black sea. It curled east, then south, then down. It showed a seam between walls of storm, a place where ships could pass if they turned now. Full south. Now, trust. Senara opened her eyes. Rain, blood, ship, bodies. Lapo crawling toward her. Riva on the low line. Maru at the stern, with both feet braced, and one hand on the steering rail. "Senara!" Lapo shouted. What did it show? She looked south. Nothing. Grey water, black sky, a wave higher than the last. Maru's course held east by south. A body choice. Wind, hull, current, damage, spacing, known risks. The staff pressed the other way, full south. Senara staggered upright. "Maru!" The old captain turned. "Hold course!" Lapo reached her. It showed a road. It showed wanting. "You do not know." "No." "Then why?" Senara gripped the rail and hauled herself toward the mast, because every clear answer it gives sounds like father. Lapo went white. Riva heard it. Her mouth opened, then closed around whatever softer thing a mother might have said. The storm struck first. Lightning split the sky. For one breath, the whole fleet appeared. Lead hull, battered and healing. Third deep hull, too far right, still there. 4 outriders, one upside down behind them. Cutter alive. Second deep hull behind and left, lower in the water than it should have been. Mast cracked. Deck crowded with people bailing. Alive. Then darkness slammed down again. Senara pointed. "Second hull alive." Maru blew the horn. This time an answer came back, faint but real. Lapo made a sound that might have become prayer if he had trusted any god enough. Senara shoved the wrapped rootstaff into his hands. He froze. "No." "Hold the wood," she said. "Do not call it. Do not listen to it. If it warms, tell me." His fingers closed around the wrapping. Green flared. Lapo's face opened with relief so raw that Senara nearly snatched the staff back. Then he shut his eyes. "No," he whispered. The green dimmed. He looked at her, shaken. "It knows my voice." "Yes." It sounded like father. "Yes." His mouth trembled. "That is cruel." "Yes." Reva stepped close enough to touch his back, but did not. Her hand hovered once, then dropped to the rope at his belt instead. She tightened the knot. "Hold what you are holding," she said. "Do not let it hold you." Lapo nodded. For one breath, the 3 of them stood together in rain. Brother, sister, mother, with the staff between them and no one letting it belong. Then Maru shouted, "Wave!" This one came from the east. Wrong direction. It rose out of rain, black and wide. Not tall enough for legend, tall enough to kill a ship that met it poorly. The fleet had no clean angle. The lead hull began to turn under Maru's orders. Slow, too slow. Sailors hauled. Ropes screamed. The bow swung. "Pull on count." Maru roared. "Poo." Pull. The wave struck starboard front. Wood groaned. The whole ship lifted sideways. Senara lost sight of the deck. Her body became weight on rope and shoulder and hand. Lapo slammed into her. Riva caught a child by the back of the belt and hooked her own elbow through a mast line. The rootstaff struck Senara's thigh, hard enough to bruise. The ship crested, tilted, then dropped. For a breath, it did not right itself. Then the lead hull rolled back with a sound like an animal coughing up stones. People crashed to the boards. The mast held. A cheer tried to rise. It died when someone shouted from the stern, "Man over." Then another voice. 2. Senara staggered to the rail. Rain blinded her. She wiped it away and saw one head in the water, then a hand, then nothing. Lines flew. One rope landed near the first head. The man missed it. His arm moved wrong. Shoulder broken, perhaps. Panic, certainly. A sailor tied a line around his own waist. "No!" Senara shouted. He jumped anyway. Riva reached for her knife and found an empty belt. Her face changed. Not fear. Fury at herself. Knife. A child behind the crate barrier held up the shell-handled blade with both hands. Riva had stuck it into the crate wood while tying the children and forgotten it there. Riva snatched it, cut a spare line, and shoved it into Lapo's hands. "Pull from your knees," Senara said. "I can stand." "Your hip says otherwise." Lapo dropped and hauled. The rope cut into his palms. Riva braced behind him and wrapped the line once around her own forearm. Not around flesh, Maru shouted. Reva unwound it at once and looped it around the mast ring instead. Maru gave no quip. Good. There was no room left for seasoning. The sailor in the water reached the first man and wrapped the line under his arms. The second person surfaced near the broken rail, a woman with hair plastered over her face. No rope near her. Senara looked for another line, none free. The rootstaff burned in Lapo's hands. He looked at her. She took it. This time she did not loosen the cloth slowly. She drove the base of the staff into the deck and let green light surge. It flashed across the rail and over the water. The woman in the sea stopped thrashing. Her head turned toward the nearest floating plank. A child on deck screamed, "Mother!" The woman reached, missed, reached again, caught. Line! Senara shouted. Reva threw the cut rope. It fell short, then slid closer on the backwash. The woman grabbed it with one hand, lost it, grabbed again. The green light held her panic in place long enough for muscle to obey. Then the staff took its price. Senara's knees buckled. Lapo caught her under one arm. Not enough. Reva caught the other, shoulder hard under Senara's ribs. Breathe, Reva said, before the wood does it for you. Senara tried. Her mouth would not shape air. The world had gone thin at the edges. She felt each body on deck, as if each had placed a hand against her skin. Vomiting child, pregnant woman, Maru's head wound, Lapo's hip, Reva's rope-burned palms, the man with the crushed shoulder, the newborn's tiny lungs, the woman in the water, the sailor hauling. Too many pulses, too much breath to count. The staff wanted to count them for her, all of them. Every living body in reach, bright and fragile, waiting for command. Senara almost let it. She had been counting bodies all her life. The staff offered to count perfectly. No missed pulse, no hidden fever, no child lost behind a water jar, no old man dying quietly while louder grief begged for care. Perfect medicine, perfect command. A beautiful lie. She pulled the staff from the deck. The green vanished. Her knees hit wood. Lapo knelt beside her. Senara? She found breath around the taste of blood. Water, she said. He reached for a cup. No. For them, he looked toward the rescued woman being dragged over the rail, coughing and vomiting sea. Yes, he went. Reva stayed crouched beside Senara for one breath longer, hand still at her back. Come back out of it, Reva said. I did. Do it again. Senara looked at her. Reva's hair had escaped its binding and stuck to her cheeks in wet coils. Her eyes were red. Her hands were steady again, because she had forced them to be. I am not losing you to wood tonight, Reva said. Senara nodded once. Reva stood and went back to the children. If Senara could still nod, she was not finished. The storm drove them for hours. Time lost clean edges. The sky remained black, though it should have been afternoon. Rain came sideways, then straight down, then sideways from the other direction, as if the storm had more than one mind and each hated sailors differently. The fleet broke apart by distance, came together by horn and luck, broke again. The third deep hull vanished twice. The second nearly sank once. The cutter lost its forward brace at last and survived through pure ugliness and 4 people with axes. Senara moved from wound to wound. Split chin, tie it, crushed hand, splint it, do not promise fingers. Sailor vomiting blood after striking the rail. Watch the belly, keep him turn. If it hardens, he dies, unless the sea calms enough for cutting. The sea did not calm. Mira began bleeding. Not much. Enough. Senara knelt with rain running down her neck and placed one cracked hand under Mira's belly. Reva held Mira's shoulders from behind, mouth close to her ear. Stay with the breath, Reva said. Do not chase the fear. It runs faster. Mira sobbed. Is he alive? Senara waited. The child inside moved under her palm. Anger went through Senara so sharply she almost laughed. Life insisting on itself at the worst possible time. Yes, she said. Small movement. Strong enough. Mira cried harder. Reva pressed her cheek against the woman's wet hair. There, Hear that? Strong enough. Lapo worked beside Senara until his hands bled. He stopped asking what the rootstaff meant. He did not stop looking at it. Near what should have been evening, a boy on the stern rail shouted, "Where is Tavaro?" The name travelled across the deck. Not far, far enough. A few heads turned toward the west, toward the grey wall where the battle with Vadruk had vanished. A sailor made the old Sulari sign. Another spat over the rail. One child asked, "Is he coming?" No one answered. Then Riva did. "Not to this rope. Hands here." The child put both hands on the rope. Senara looked west once. Rain. Nothing but rain. She did not know whether Tavaro lived. She did not know whether he had drowned with Vadruk's blood still in his mouth. She did not know whether part of her wanted him to appear and take the storm in both hands, or whether the wanting itself was the old cage calling from inside her bones. She turned back to the man whose belly had hardened. "Hold his shoulders," she told Lapo. He looked west too. "Lapo!" He looked at her. "Shoulders." He obeyed. She cut into the man with the smallest blade she had, opening only enough to drain what could be drained. The man screamed until Maru shoved a strip of sailcloth between his teeth and set one hand on his forehead. "Bite that, not your tongue," Maru said. "Tongues are needed for swearing." The ship lurched. Senara's knife slipped a finger width. She corrected. Breathing first, bleeding second, noise last. The man lived through the cut. Whether he would live through the night belonged to the next hour, and the next, and the next. When full dark came, the fleet finally broke. Senara heard it happen. Not wood first, horns. One horn to port, two to starboard. Then Maru's long call from the lead hull. "Hold line, hold line, hold line." The answer from the second deep hull came late. The third did not answer. An outrider horn sounded from somewhere impossible. Too far south, another horn cried once and stopped mid-call. Maru's face went hard. "Lead cannot turn for all." Senara wiped blood from her knife. Rain washed it from her fingers. "Plain. If we chase one horn, we lose 3 ships." Lapo looked between them. "The storm is splitting us," Senara said. Maru nodded. "Aye." The rootstaff warmed in its lash near the mast. Senara did not reach for it. Lapo did. She caught his wrist. "It can show us," he said. "It can show something. That may be enough. That is how it gets in." His eyes burned. "People are out there. I know. My friends are out there. I know. Father's people. I know. Tavaro would go." The name struck like a wave over open wound. Senara's grip tightened on Lapo's wrist. "Tavaro killed father in a room because his need outran his judgment. Do not use him as your rope." Lapo went still. Rain ran down both their faces. Then he said, softer, "He also fought Vadruk." "Yes." "He followed after I told him not to." "Yes." "He is not only one thing." Senara had no clean answer. Lapo pulled his wrist free, not violently, carefully, like a man choosing not to become the thing he hated. He did not touch the staff. "I know it is dangerous," he said. "I also know we are blind." Maru looked at Senara Vael. No sermon in it, no plea. Wind, hull, timing, lost. Maru's world had narrowed to what could still be steered. Riva came to stand beside Lapo. She did not look at the staff. She looked at Senara's hands. "Use it if you must," Riva said. "Then come back out." Senara looked at the wrapped wood. Oren had carried it back from the west. It had held Lapo's fever. It had made the Farbound brave. It had pressed certainty into crowds, grief, and her own tired hands. It had shown roads that might be true, and might be hunger wearing direction. It had saved the woman in the water. It had nearly swallowed Senara's doubt whole. A horn sounded far south. Then none. Maru's jaw tightened. Senara untied the staff. Green moved under the cloth at once. Not command, she told it. The staff cooled, not comfort, cooler. "Show me weather." The cloth flared. The deck vanished. Senara stood under black water. Above her, Ships moved like shadows beneath a skin of storm. Around them, currents braided into roots. Some roots ended in broken wood, some in red cliffs, some in mouths, some in nothing. Green lines moved through them, branching, retreating, returning. She saw the second deep hull dragged north and righting itself in a trough. She saw the third deep hull with its mast gone, still afloat, pushed south by a current that would either save it from the worst wind or take it beyond all calls. She saw the cutter turned stern first toward a wall of rain. She saw a spar far behind with something clinging to it, too distant to name. The staff wanted her to name it. She did not. Then she saw a path, not safe. Safe had left with the harbor. A narrow road of less death ran east between two current routes, under a line of lightning, toward a low green glow, deep beneath the water. If the lead ship took it, it would keep the largest number together. If it turned south for the Broken Horn, the second hull would be lost. If it turned north, the third would vanish. If it stayed, the storm would roll it. The staff gave no words. That was more frightening than when it whispered. Senara opened her eyes. Maru waited. Lapo waited. Riva had one hand on Lapo's belt rope and one on the mast line. The lead ship groaned under the next swell. East, Senara said. Hard east for 3 breaths. Then east by north. Horn twice. Pause twice again. Any ship that hears follows if it can. We do not turn back. Lapo's face went pale. Maru did not ask whether Senara was sure. She moved. The lead ship turned into the dark. Horns sounded twice. Pause twice. At first nothing answered. Then, faint through rain, one horn. Second deep hull. Another, farther right. Cutter. Then, so far south Senara thought grief had invented it. One broken answer. Third hull. Alive, not held. Alive. The fleet scattered into the storm road. There was no glory in it. No grand line. No brave shape for singers. The ships staggered, slid, vanished, returned. The lead hull took waves over the bow until the deck became a place people endured rather than stood. The second, followed by horn and lightning. The cutter drifted wide, but kept answering. Outriders became rumors. Senara remained near the mast with the rootstaff in both hands, and refused to let it make her certain. That was the hardest labor of the night. Harder than cutting. Harder than ordering mothers from children so weight could shift. Harder than telling a man his brother was gone, because the rope had come back empty. The staff kept offering ease. She kept saying no with her hands. By the deepest part of night, the storm began to loosen, not end. End was too generous. It opened gaps between blows. Rain thinned from wall to sheet. Thunder moved farther off. The sea still heaved, black and furious. But the waves no longer arrived from every direction at once. The lead ship lived. That was the first count. The second deep hull answered. That was the second. The cutter answered late. Third, one outrider came close enough to hail, and reported another behind it with half a sail, and too many injured. 5, no sign of the third deep hull. No sign of 3 outriders. No sign of the remaining guideboat. Lapo stood beside Senara, slate ruined, tally carved into memory because charcoal had failed hours ago. His hands bled where rope had opened the skin. Riva tore cloth from her own sleeve and wrapped them without asking. "Say them," Senara said. Lapo shook his head. "Say them." His voice came flat. Lead hull, second hull, cutter. Maru's near outrider, broken outrider behind. Unknown. Third hull, unknown, east guide. Unknown. North outrider. Unknown. South outrider. Unknown. Third rear outrider. Unknown is not dead. No, it is not alive. No. His mouth tightened. He was learning. She hated every lesson. Maru came to them slowly. The cut at her head had bled through the wrapping again. Her voice had gone hoarse from horn and command. "We cannot search until first grey." Senara looked at the sky. It was black, but less black. Dawn was somewhere beyond it, hiding. "We hold the road," Senara said. "What road?" Maru asked. Senara looked down at the rootstaff. It had gone cool. For once the coolness frightened her more than heat. Before she could answer, the water ahead changed. Green light opened under the sea, not from the staff, not from any ship. It glowed far below the surface, a branching line through black water, soft and steady as roots beneath glass. It curved eastward beyond the storm chop. Rain touched the surface above it and seemed to vanish into calm. Lapo drew in a breath. Riva's hand closed on the rope at her waist. Maru whispered a word too old for Senara to know. All across the lead ship, exhausted bodies lifted their heads. Wounded people turned. Children stopped crying. Sailors leaned toward the rail, faces lit from below by green. Senara gripped the rootstaff. This time it did not warm. It only answered with a faint pulse, recognition. The green beneath the water widened into a road. After blood, storm, Vadruk, scattered ships, dead names, and every choice that had led them into the dark, relief rose inside Senara so sharply it hurt. She did not call it salvation. Her hands tightened anyway.
Eya, eya, see below. Eya, eya, storm wind blow.
Chapter 15. Uncle Treehead. Tavaro woke because the spar bit him. That seemed unfair. A man could survive the Ninemaw, kill an old healer, chase a fleet that hated him, fight Vadruk the Crownback, get dragged under open sea, break several useful parts of his own body, and be swallowed by a storm without the world needing to add rude wood to his ribs. The spar pressed into the broken place again. Tavaro opened one eye. The sky above him was wrong, too blue. No storm, no black wall, no rain hammering the sea flat, no lightning walking the clouds, no farbound horns, no green light from Senara's staff, no Vadruk laughing under the water, just blue sky, high sun, and a gull sitting on the other end of the spar. The gull looked at him with the calm contempt of a bird that had never murdered anyone and wanted credit for it. Tavaro licked salt from cracked lips. "Do not start." The gull screamed. "Yes, I am aware." His voice came out like reef stone dragged over a wound. The gull screamed again. Tavaro considered throwing the spar at it, remembered he was clinging to the spar, and decided mercy suited him. He tried to lift his head. His body declined, not dramatically, no grand collapse, no heroic groan. It simply refused the request with the blank patience of a barred door. So he lay there, half across the spar, half in the water, letting the sea rock him like a mother with a poor memory. The child mark burned beneath the ruined rib binding. Tavaro closed his eye again. "You waited until I woke?" Warmth, kind, cruel, very efficient. The mark pulsed. I know. There was no need to ask what it knew. Oren against the wall, Lapo holding him, Senara with blood on her feet and the rootstaff in her hand, the guide boat vanishing into Vadruk's mouth, the fleet swallowed by storm, his own hand lowering from the wrist seam above the harbour, choosing not to close the gate, his own hand later drawing the skybone line anyway, his own hand striking Oren, his own hand taking the second dose from Senara's packet and swallowing it because anger had felt clean, his own hand. Tavaro looked at it. The right wrist had opened again. The seam where the skybone line lived gaped under torn skin and salt-dried blood. The line had returned inside him sometime after Vadruk withdrew, or after the storm took him. He did not remember. The sheath around it throbbed like something alive and angry under flesh. The left hand still held the broken vial disc. He stared at it. Senara had pressed the clay into his palm and told him a hand could open. He had cracked it in the root house, while failing to open his. Now the disc sat split across his palm, the pressed vial hand broken through the center, a symbol with timing. "Very artistic," Tavaro whispered. The gull pecked at the spar. "Do not eat that. It may be load-bearing." The gull ignored him. Tavaro tried to laugh. The ribs stopped it halfway and turned the rest into a cough. Blood colored his spit and vanished into the water. Good. His lungs still cared enough to complain. He needed to find the fleet. He tried to lift his head again. This time his body allowed it. Perhaps out of pity. Perhaps because the spar had annoyed it too. The horizon turned in a slow circle around him. Blue water, empty water, swell after swell. No sails, no wreckage nearby, except the spar. One broken crate, and a strip of green cloth floating too far away to be useful or merciful. No fleet, no direction. The sun sat high enough to insult navigation. The storm had dragged him somewhere, spun him, dropped him, and gone on to ruin other lives. He could wait for night and stars. He could call the whale mark. If his ribs wanted to become a public joke, he could call hawk and fall at once, which would save time. He could drown. That plan had several flaws. The first being that he had never liked giving the sea satisfaction. The child mark warmed weakly. Tavaro rested his forehead on the spar. "I am thinking." The gull hopped closer. "I am thinking around you." The water below him changed, not by much. A small shift in pressure. A current that did not belong to the surface. The spar tilted east, then south, then still. Green light moved far beneath the water. Tavaro's fingers closed around the spar. No, the green line below him brightened. It was not the rootstaff. Not exactly. The staff had pressed certainty into rooms, crowds, grief, and tired hands. This light moved through water like root through soil, branching and thinning, patient under pressure. A road. Senara had seen it. He knew without knowing how. The staff had shown her a road through the storm. She would have hated it. She would have used it if bodies demanded use. Senara could distrust a tool with one hand and hold a life with the other. The green light under Tavaro's spar pulsed. Invitation? No, Tavaro said again. The current tugged. The spar began to move. Tavaro dug his left hand into rough wood and his right hand into water, as if he could argue with an undersea road by clutching debris and bleeding. I said no. The current strengthened. The spar slid over the sea. Not fast, not like a boat. Like something beneath him had decided his direction and had great confidence in its manners. Tavaro looked down into the water. The green road branched beneath him, soft and steady. Beyond it, deeper, the sea darkened into a bowl of shadow. The more deep pressure lived there, old and patient, yet the green did not recoil from it. It entered the dark and made it visible. That should have comforted him. It did not. His hand drifted toward the sky-bone seam. The child mark burned. I know. No line. I am simply having a relationship with bad impulses. The burn sharpened. He lowered his hand. The green road pulled him onward. Hours passed, or minutes, or some cruel number between them. Time at sea became slippery when pain and thirst took turns holding the mind. The gull abandoned him early, proving itself the wisest creature in the chapter of water, currently pretending to be his life. Tavaro drifted between waking and fever thought. Oren sat at the far end of the spar, with his broken shoulder wrapped in green leaves. "You hit harder than necessary," Oren said. "I noticed. You often notice after—" "Yes." Oren looked down at the water. "Bad habit. You are dead," Tavaro said. "Be quieter." I was quiet. After the third blow, Tavaro's stomach turned. The vision vanished. The spar rocked beneath him. Green light still moved below. Later, Lapo clung to the opposite side, soaked and young, fever salt at his lips. "I asked for you," Lapo said. "I know. You were not there." "I know. You were there for him." Tavaro opened his mouth. Vadruk's laugh came out instead. The vision vanished. He vomited seawater, bile, and nothing. The child mark warmed. "Do not comfort me," he rasped. "It makes me worse." The mark stayed warm. Worse then. The current deepened toward evening. The green road below him widened, and the water around it stilled. Fish appeared at the edges, small silver shapes, then longer dark ones, then pale blind things that should not have risen near daylight. They swam beside the road, without crossing it. One brushed the underside of the spar and fled, as if it had tasted him. Fair. Tavaro tasted awful to himself. At sunset, The horizon changed, not with land, with absence. The sea ahead sank into a darker color. No reef broke the surface. No island stood. No birds circled. Yet the water seemed to bow inward around a great hidden place, as if the world had taken a wound and learned to keep it under skin. The green road led straight toward it. The skybone line woke under Tavaro's wrist. Not pain this time. Recognition. Tavaro forced his head up. His body shook from the effort. What is that? No one answered. Then the water opened. Again. Not dramatically. No whirlpool. No roaring gate. The surface parted beneath the spar in a circle of green light, and Tavaro dropped. He did not have enough air to scream. The sea closed over him. Cold seized his ears, his open wrist, the broken ribs, the torn calf. Every place Vadruk and his own choices had left a mark. The spar spun away above him. Tavaro kicked once. Pain burst bright. The green road wrapped around his body like light pretending to be root. He sank, or was pulled. Hard to argue while drowning. He reached for the whale mark. Nothing. His body had no strength to carry a shape that large. He reached for shark. A twitch, then failure. Hawk would be comedy. Beetle would be useless, unless he wanted to die smaller. The skybone line pulsed. The green around him pulsed back. Tavaro's lungs burned. The child mark flared against his ribs. Then the water vanished. He landed on white, not sand, not cloud, not stone. White. It stretched in every direction, flat and bright and empty enough to insult imagination. Tavaro lay on his side, coughing water that struck the ground and disappeared without wetting it. He coughed until his whole body shook. When he finally dragged air into his lungs, it was not sea air. It smelled of green bark after rain, hot stone, and distant fire. He pushed himself up on one elbow. His wounds had followed him. How generous! The wrist seam still gaped. The ribs still screamed. The calf still bled. The veil disc lay in 2 pieces near his hand. No spar, no sea, no gull. A figure stood several paces away. Small, at first sight, almost slight, wrapped in a dark cloak that did not stir, though no wind moved. A deep hood hid the face. From within the hood rose antlers, or branches, or something older than either, dark and many-pronged, each tip holding a small green flame. Tavaro stared. The figure did not step closer. Good. Am the first dead? Tavaro asked. No, try not to sound disappointed. I am not disappointed. Then you need practice. The green flames at the antler tips flickered. You are Tavaro of the Far Wake. I have been accused. First oathbound, frequently island raiser. Less useful here. Murderer. Tavaro's breath stopped. The white emptiness seemed to tilt around him. The figure did not move, did not offer mercy, did not make Oren's death into fog, fate, possession, or necessary sacrifice. You killed Oren Vael, the figure said. The staff pressed. Your line answered. The medicine thinned your hand. Fear did the rest. None of that moves the blow. Tavaro looked down. The broken vial disc waited near his palm. He had expected defense, or accusation, or the strange green certainty that made a person's worst choice feel chosen by the world before it. This was worse. It was exact. You dragged me out of the sea to say that. I brought you here because you are sinking. In life? Morally? Geographically? All 3. Tavaro laughed. It hurt. Even in this white place, it hurt. The figure stepped closer. Tavaro's right hand twitched toward the skybone seam. Do not, the figure said. The command was gentle. Tavaro hated that he obeyed. Before deciding to, the figure stopped at the distance. A healer might choose, close enough to see breath, far enough not to crowd the wound. You are not my prisoner, the figure said. Not here. Where is here? Between your body and my reach. My body? In the water. Drowning? Near enough. That seems urgent. It is. Then speak faster. I have been trying. You began with murder. poor bedside manner. You respond badly to comfort. Comfort lies. Not always. Enough. The figure inclined its hood. I am Pirinth. Tavaro stared at him. The name moved through the white place. Not loudly. Names of gods often wanted the world to bow around them. This one entered quietly and stayed. The root, Tavaro said. One name for part of me. The staff was yours. Yes, Oren was yours. No, Tavaro's hand closed around the broken disc. Pirinth's antlers dimmed by a fraction. He was never mine. You gave him the staff. I gave him a road. You gave him a stick that made doubt feel like betrayal. Yes, the answer landed too fast. Tavaro blinked. You admit that? Yes. Try lying. I am more accustomed to it. The wound was real. The answer still harmed. That sounds like Senara. She is often correct. Tavaro's throat tightened. The white world sharpened at the mention of her. He saw Senara on the lead deck, rein in her hair, rootstaff in hand, refusing certainty with both feet planted on boards slick with blood. He saw her in the root house, telling him his apology had nowhere to go. Do not, he said. Pirinth's hood tilted. Do not what? Say her name as if you know her. I did not say her name. You thought it loudly. For a moment, the green at Pirinth's antler tips flared, then steadied. The near gods chose strangely, he said. They chose a baby sinking in the sea. Their standards were emotional. They chose a child who could hear silence and move before anyone else heard it. Tavaro stared at him. There it was, not praise, worse, recognition. He had been called many things. Island raiser, first oathbound, tide breaker, murderer, beautiful cage, unwanted son, necessary, useful, savior. Few had named the quiet before the act. Pirinth had. Tavaro looked away before wanting it showed on his face. You speak like someone selling expensive poison. I am asking for help. That is what I said. Pirinth did not smile. Perhaps gods had better uses for faces. Perhaps he had none under the hood. Tavaro dragged himself higher. The white ground did not help. His body leaned, shook, hated him, and obeyed because it was practiced in terrible command. The fleet, he said, alive in part. His stomach tightened. How many? 5 vessels close together. Others scattered. Some lost. Lapo, alive. Reva, alive. Maru, cursing. A sound left Tavaro, not a laugh, close enough to hurt. Senara. Pirinth did not answer. Quickly, Tavaro's good hand went to the sky-bone seam. Pirinth said, alive. Holding my road and hating it. Good. Yes. Do not sound pleased. I am relieved. That may be worse. It often is. Tavaro pushed wet hair from his face. Where are they? Following the green road. Your road. Yes. Will it take them to the eastern land? Yes. Will it kill them? Some have already died. Answer properly. It can take them there. It cannot calm the sea. It cannot mend hulls. It cannot make grief wise. You should have told Oren that. I did. Tavaro stared at him. Pirinth stood still. You told him, Tavaro said. And he sailed anyway. Yes. Then why? Because the islands were not enough. The child mark burned. Tavaro's mouth twisted. Careful. I am being careful. No. You are being polite while reaching for the same wound everyone else has enjoyed today. Pirinth lowered his hood slightly. Tavaro looked away first. There were too many things in the white place. No shadows, no noise, no sea to blame. Only his body, the broken disc, the god, and the sentence Oren had left in him. Beautiful cage. Pirinth said, I do not offer absolution. Good. I have nowhere to put it. I offer work. Tavaro laughed once. Hard and bitter. Of course you do. You can refuse. Can I? Yes. And drown? Likely. Very generous. I did say likely. Senara would have improved that answer with a cup of poison and a better expression. Pirinth's green flames flickered. Tavaro saw it. You like her, Tavaro said. I respect her. Worse. Yes. What do you want? Pirinth lifted one hand. The white ground between them changed. Water appeared, not real water, a shaped vision, clear as glass and deep as night. The sea floor rose within it, far below the surface, a ring of broken red stone and black ridges. Around the ring lay 7 long shapes, curled like sleeping serpents carved from mountain. Their bodies circled a lower basin where the sea itself seemed bruised. Tavaro stepped closer, despite himself. The sky-bone line inside his wrist pulsed. What is that? A wound. In the sea, in the world. Still not a useful location. Piranth's hand lowered. More deep pressure gathers there. Not all of it. Enough. The 7 are deep wardens. They were set to guard the wound before your first island rose. Tavaro studied the shapes. They did not look like more spawn. That was the first problem. Too still, too ordered. Their long bodies coiled around the basin, not as predators waiting, but as walls that had learned to breathe. Guard it from what? Opening? Use. Bad healing. That last phrase sounds like something you intend to ignore. Yes. Again, the fast honesty. Infuriating. Tavaro looked at him. Ask. I want us to raise a city. The vision shifted. The sea floor lifted. Not a small island. Not one of Tavaro's reef ring homes. A vast mass rose from the basin. Red stone and black root. Terraces climbing from harbours to high ridges. Channels cut through it. Deep docks opened to water. Towers of glass and stone caught sun that did not yet exist. Green veins ran through the rock like living memory. Bridges arched between heights. Roads curved without a single gate. No reef ring closed it. No hand could seal it from one harbour mouth. A city on the sea, not hiding from it. Tavaro forgot to breathe. Piranth watched him. Selukar, the god said. The name settled into the vision. Selukar. Tavaro saw people there, not clearly. Shadows at first, then bodies. Children running across red stone with wet feet. Healers carrying chests through open courtyards. Sailors tying hulls to docks wide enough for storms. Women arguing over market stalls. Old men cheating at shell counters under black trees. A girl leaning over a high wall to watch rain move through a channel. Voices, smoke, food, bad singing. Law tablets, grief, birth, doorways, rooms, room. He stepped back. The vision remained. No, Tavaro said. Piranth did not move. You do not know the cost yet. I know the shape. Do you? You want the wound open. Reshaped, polished word. Accurate word. No. Useful word. Piranth was silent. Tavaro pointed at the 7 sleeping shapes. Those are not monsters. No. Good. I am tired of monsters. They make things too easy. They will not yield. Did you ask? Piranth's hood turned toward the vision. Tavaro's stomach sank. Uncle Treehead. Piranth looked back at him. The name arrived from nowhere, or from too much pain, or from the antlers. Tavaro did not regret it. The hood stilled. I beg your pardon. Denied. Tavaro, you have branches on your head. You speak like an old relative who arrived at a funeral to give advice and steal bread, and you are trying to recruit a drowning man. Uncle Treehead, I am Piranth. Yes, serious name. Good for courts. Too heavy for drowning. I am not your uncle. Many uncles begin that way. Piranth made a sound that might have been disbelief. Tavaro felt a laugh rise in him. Real and terrible and painful. It escaped before he could stop it. It shook him, broke into a cough, and ended with one hand pressed to his ruined ribs. The white world did not forgive him. It did not condemn him either. Piranth's antlers flickered green. Uncle Treehead, the god said slowly. See? Natural. It is appalling. It will grow on you. I fear that is the problem. For one breath, Tavaro felt almost alive. Then the vision of Selukar moved again. The city did not sink. It breathed wrong. Its green veins brightened too hard. Its glass remembered fear. Children stopped in red streets and looked down at something below the stone. The 7 deep lights under the city flared amber, not in joy, not in peace, but in warning. Then the vision ended. Tavaro stood in the white place with blood at his wrist, and the broken vial disc near his foot. "What did you not show Oren?" he asked. Pirinth was quiet. "Say it." "The wardens, and the wound may learn the shape of the city." "That sounds bad in several directions." "It is." "You gave Oren the road anyway." "Yes." Tavaro stared at him. Pirinth did not defend himself. That made Tavaro angrier. "Why bring me?" Tavaro asked. "Because you will see the wardens before striking. That is your standard?" "It is more than I gave Oren." The white place went colder. Tavaro took one step toward him. His body almost failed. He caught himself on nothing, and discovered nothing here could be leaned on if Pirinth allowed it. That made him angrier too. "You are worse than the near gods," Tavaro said. "Yes." The answer cut through the anger. Pirinth stood before him, antlers green against endless white, and did not hide from the accusation. "I am," Pirinth said. "I give answers. Answers are dangerous." "Then stop giving them." "I have tried." "Poorly." "Very." Tavaro wiped blood from his wrist with his thumb. "It did nothing." "What happens if I refuse?" "You may die in the water." That was already on the table. "The fleet may still reach the eastern land." "May." "Yes." "And Selukar." "It will not rise." Tavaro looked at the vanished place where the city had been. He did not want to see it again. He saw it anyway. Deep harbor, cuts, red terraces, no reef gate. Children not born already measuring the distance to Tavaro's hand. The child mark burn. He hated the mark for understanding before he did. "Why me?" "Because your line can raise what I cannot touch alone, and because I am useful." "Yes, at least you know how to ruin a mood honestly." Pirinth lowered his hand. "I also brought you because you know what it is to build a refuge, and learn later that refuge has teeth." Tavaro closed his eyes. Oren's voice returned. "Beautiful cage. The old woman at the dock. Save them without owning them. Senara, come back without blood that is not yours." He opened his eyes. "Do not dress this as my redemption." "I will not." "Do not call the wardens monsters if they are not." "They are not." "Do not make my anger clean." "No." "No possession." "No." "No crawling into my body through my wounds." I had not planned to phrase it that way. I noticed. "No calling murder courage." "Never." "No absolution." Pirinth's antlers dimmed. "No absolution." Tavaro looked at him for a long time. The god answered every condition without insult, impatience, or green certainty, pushing against the ribs, which meant he either meant it or he was very good. Possibly both. Tavaro sighed. It hurt. "Even here. I am going to regret this." "Yes." "Your recruitment style remains poor. You dislike comfort when it comes too quickly. You have found many things without permission." "Yes." The word carried regret. Tavaro did not know what to do with that. Pirinth extended his hand. It was bare and slender, dark where the sleeve fell back, fingers long and marked with faint green lines like veins of light beneath skin. Not a claw, not a root, not a command. A hand. Tavaro thought of Senara's clay disc. A hand could open. His own hand opened. The broken disc pieces fell onto the white ground. He did not take Pirinth's hand yet. "The fleet first," Tavaro said. Pirinth stilled. "You keep the road under them while I do this." "Yes." "Senara keeps command." "Yes." "Not you through her." "No." "If she says no to the road waits." Pirinth was quiet. Tavaro smiled without warmth. "There. Found the ugly part. The road may not wait safely. Neither do people." Pirinth lowered his hood. For a moment, the white place held only Tavaro's breath and the faint green flame at the antler tips. Then Pirinth said, "If Senara refuses the road, I will not force her hand." Tavaro watched him. "If you break that," he said, "I will survive whatever comes next purely to be inconvenient." "I believe you. You learn. Slowly. Good. Mortals enjoy that in gods. It makes you less punchable." "I have not found that to be true." "Then you are learning very slowly." Pirinth's hand remained extended. The sea returned in Tavaro's lungs. The white place shuddered. Time had begun to remember the drowning body. Tavaro looked one last time at the empty place where Selukar had stood. A city Not salvation, not forgiveness, not payment. Work, dangerous, ugly work. He took Pirinth's hand. Green fire entered him. It did not feel like the rootstaff. The staff had pressed certainty. This came as pressure, yes, and heat, and a terrible widening of the body's memory. It ran along the skybone line and did not heal the torn seam, only held it open without letting it tear wider. It moved through the hawk mark, whale mark, shark mark, beetle mark, each one flaring in turn. Then it reached the child mark and stopped. For one impossible instant, Tavaro felt Pirinth hesitate. The child mark burned. Pirinth's hand tightened around his. "I will not touch that," the god said. Tavaro could not speak. Good, he thought. Or perhaps the mark thought it for him. The white place broke. Water slammed over him. Salt filled his mouth. Pressure gripped his ribs. The skybone line burned inside his wrist, laced now with green fire that was not his and had not pretended to be. Tavaro opened his eyes underwater. Below him lay the ring. 7 vast shapes coiled around a sunken basin. The deep wardens slept, stone still and ancient, their long bodies half buried in black silt, their heads facing outward from the wound they guarded. Green light threaded the water around them. Not touching yet, waiting. Tavaro floated above them, too broken, too guilty, too tired, and somehow still alive. Pirinth's voice spoke in his mind, gentle as a hand that knew better than to close. "There, Tavaro, that is where Selukar begins."
Eya, eya, see below. Eya, eya, storm wind blow.
Chapter 16. The 7 Deep Wardens. The first Deep Warden opened its eyes. Tavaro had seen monsters wake. Most did it badly. They burst from mud, tore free from reef, snapped at whatever life came closest, and announced hunger with a noise large enough to embarrass thunder. More spawn did not wake so much as resume appetite. They were mouths with bodies attached by poor planning. The Deep Warden did not move at first. Its eyes opened beneath the silt. 2 long amber slits, set in a head the size of a temple roof. Stone fell from its face in slow sheets. The water around it did not churn. It listened. That was the first wrong thing. Tavaro floated above the ring of sunken red stone, with no air in his lungs and Pirinth's green fire threaded through his bones. The sea should have crushed him. The pressure should have folded his ribs inward, split his ears, driven blood from his nose. Instead, the green fire held a narrow space around him. Not warmth, not breath. Permission. He hated permission from gods. It always came with fees. The Deep Warden's gaze found him. Not prey, not enemy. Question. Tavaro's right hand tightened around the skybone line, where it had drawn itself through the torn seam at his wrist. The cord floated pale in the dark water, blood drifting from it in slow ribbons. The skybone anchor hung below him. Point turned toward the basin. Pirinth's voice entered him without passing through water. There. The first remembers us. Tavaro could not speak aloud. His throat tried anyway. Us? Only bubbles came. Pirinth heard him. The old powers remember trespass before they remember names. That was not comforting. The first Deep Warden lifted its head. The ring of stone around the sea wound shook. Silt rose in a red-black cloud. Barnacles, dead coral, and hard white crust fell away from the creature's body. It was longer than any ship Tavaro had ever lifted over water. Longer than 3 ships end to end. Long enough that the curve of it had looked like part of the seafloor, until it chose not to be. Its hide was not scale, not shell. Plates of red stone overlapped along its body, each plate lined with black seams where green light slept and did not wake. Its mouth remained closed. That mattered. Tavaro had never seen something that large choose not to show teeth. The second Deep Warden stirred. Then the third. Around the ring, the 7 woke by degrees. The sea changed around them. Pressure turned directional. The water was no longer simply deep. It had memory, and that memory had begun to stand. The skybone line tightened under Tavaro's skin. The child mark burned once beneath his ribs. Do not lie, it seemed to say. I know, Tavaro tried to mutter. More bubbles. Pirinth's presence moved beside him. Not a body. Not fully. A green shape in the water to Tavaro's left. Antlers made of branching fire. Cloak trailing in slow motion despite the current. The hood held no face. It had less need of one down here. We begin before they fully rise. No, Tavaro did not know whether he thought the word or shaped it with his whole body. Pirinth heard it either way. No, they are watching. Yes. Not attacking. Not yet. Wonderful distinction. They are set to guard this wound. We are over it. Tavaro turned toward him in the water. His broken ribs tried to remember breathing and failed. Then speak. The first Deep Warden's amber eyes shifted toward him. So did Pirinth's hood. You ask me to speak to wardens older than my father's first throne. Tavaro bared his teeth. You speak to everyone else. Pirinth was silent long enough for the pressure to creep closer. Then the god turned toward the first Deep Warden and lifted one hand. Green light moved outward in a thin branch. The Deep Warden did not recoil. The branch touched the water before its face and stopped, held there as if an unseen wall had risen between them. Pirinth spoke. The words had no sound, and yet Tavaro felt them strike the bones of the sea. Old keepers, I am Pirinth of the old flame. I seek passage to the wound you guard. The 7 Deep Wardens opened their mouths, not to bite, to answer. Sound erupted through the water. Tavaro's mind split under it. Not pain alone. Meaning, too much meaning. Images, weight, salt, age, hunger, duty, not in words. Not in any speech made for throats. The Deep Wardens spoke in pressure, in held currents, in stone remembering why it had not moved. He saw the wound below them, as it had been when first made. No city, no seafloor, no ring, a bright tear in black water, where first life and first ending had met and fouled each other. Not spark, not shadow, something sick from both. The sea had boiled. The first more spawn had opened without a mother. Hunger had learned to swim. Then came the Deep Wardens, not carved, not born, made from the sea's refusal to become a mouth. 7 long bodies formed from red stone, salt pressure, old breath, and law without language. They coiled around the wound and pressed it closed. For ages beyond count, they had held the more deep's first hunger under their bodies. Not treasure, not power waiting for a hero, a bandage. Tavaro reeled. Pirinth's green fire tightened around him, steadying him. Careful. Tavaro turned on him. The water stole most of the shout. They are holding it shut. The first Deep Warden's eyes remained on him. Pirinth answered quietly. Yes, you said wound. You did not say seal. A wound can be opened to heal. That is what people say before they cut too deep. You sound like Senara. The name struck. Tavaro nearly lost the shape of himself. The Deep Wardens spoke again. This time the meaning came slower. Perhaps because the Wardens chose it so. Perhaps because Pirinth filtered it through the green fire around him. Leave. Not fear. Not threat. Instruction. Leave. The wound sleeps because we do not. Leave. Oath-bound child. Tavaro's skin went cold, despite the god fire. They knew him. Not his titles. Not the songs. Not Island Raiser. Tidebreaker. First Oathbound. Sea scarred. They knew the oldest thing in him, and gave it no praise. Child? The child mark warmed beneath his ribs. Pirinth's voice sharpened. Mortals need what lies below. The Deep Wardens turned their eyes to him. Another pressure speech rolled through the ring. Mortals live, because below remains below. The green around Pirinth flared. Mortals shrink, because gods and old wardens call danger protection. The first Deep Warden moved. Its head lifted higher. Its body unfolded from the ring, and the water around Tavaro bent under the motion. It still did not strike. The restraint was terrible. A creature that large choosing restraint made every motion worse. Its eyes turned from Pirinth to Tavaro. Again, the meaning struck. You raise walls of land against teeth. You know the weight of holding. Tavaro's hand tightened around the line. Yes, the answer escaped him before pride could stop it. The deep warden lowered its great head, close enough now that Tavaro saw scars in the red stone plates. Old ones, deep ones, not battle scars from claw or spear. Pressure scars, ages of holding a wound shut. Then know this. Images entered him. The wound opened. Black pressure rose. More spawn poured from the basin. More than Tavaro had ever seen. Pale and dark and many-mouthed. Not born, but pushed out of the place where creation had rotted. If the deep wardens moved, the old hunger would not remain memory. It would rise through every new channel, every harbour, every root of stone Piranth wanted to build. Then he saw the city, Selukar, the same terraces, harbours, green veins, glass halls, beautiful, impossible. The sea around it shone. Then the black pressure seeped through foundations. The city did not sink at first. It breathed wrong. Its laws grew sharp. Its glass remembered fear too well. Its people slept under a wound with 7 broken guardians inside the walls. He saw children running over red stone. He saw those children turn toward a sound below the streets. Then the vision ended. Tavaro hung in dark water, heart hammering without breath to spend. Piranth's voice cut through him. They show one possible failure, because their task is to see the wound. Tavaro looked at him. One possible? Yes. How many do you show? Piranth did not answer quickly enough. That was answer enough. Tavaro laughed. Bubbles left him in a broken stream. The second deep warden moved. Then the third. They were waking fully now. The ring shifted as each uncoiled. Stone plates grinding softly under water. The basin below them gave off a dim red glow, like heat seen through old blood. Around its rim, pale crystal veins showed beneath the silt. They had been hidden by the wardens' bodies. Now that the bodies moved, the wound's materials revealed themselves. Oath glass. Tavaro did not know the word before Piranth's thought supplied it. But the thing felt like word-made stone, clear in places, smoky in others, veined with faint light that changed when Tavaro looked at it directly. It did not shine like treasure. It waited like a record. Beside it ran another material, green veins through black rock, the same green as the rootstaff, deeper, older, not wood now, but living mineral, or mineral remembering life. It threaded the wound's edge in branching lines, each pulse answering Piranth's antlers. Green vein? Piranth said. His voice held wonder. Tavaro heard hunger under it. There, that can hold the city. Oath glass, to remember. Green vein, to carry will through stone and water. By breaking a seal, by reshaping it. Polished, accurate, convenient. Piranth turned fully toward him. For the first time since the white place, the god's patience thinned. Do you think I do not see the risk? I think you love the answer. Yes, the answer came too fast. Tavaro hated that too. Piranth's green fire spread through the water around them. I love what mortals may build, if they are given ground large enough to fail on. They already fail. Small failures, repeated failures, houses pressed into old shores, children taught to thank a wounded man for ground, before they know whether they like the ground. Tavaro's hand closed around the line, until it cut deeper into his palm. Careful, Piranth's antlers dimmed. The deep wardens watched them both. No theatre, no awe, no prayer. Only 7 old bodies around one old wound. Then the first deep warden spoke to Tavaro alone. Not Piranth, not the ring. Tavaro, you know the price of being made useful. He flinched. Piranth's green light tightened around him. Careful. The deep warden ignored him. You were taken from drowning and turned into answer. Do not become the hand that turns others. Tavaro looked at the 7 ancient bodies, the wound below them, the oath glass, the green vein, Piranth's antlers, his own blood fading into dark water. He should leave. The thought came with strange calm. He should leave. Find the surface, if he could. Find a plank. Drift. Let the Farbound reach, or fail. Let Piranth rage, in green silence. Let the deep wardens sleep again around the old wound. Let Selukar remain a name never spoken. He should leave. Then he saw Senara on the lead deck, bodies around her, holding the rootstaff and refusing its certainty. He saw Lapo with a ruined slate, learning to count unknown instead of dead. He saw Riva putting food into hands that would rather shake than eat. He saw Maru with blood in her head wrap, keeping a ship alive by count and insult. He saw the guide boat vanish in Vadruk's mouth. He saw the Farbound on harsh eastern stone, scattered, grieving, surviving in fragments because the world had given them either walls or storms. He saw Oren against the wall. He saw his own hands. Pirinth spoke softly now. This is not for absolution. I know, not enough. The god's voice hardened. Say it. Tavaro's jaw tightened. The deep wardens watched. The wound pulsed below. Tavaro said, each word tearing through water, this will not forgive me. No, it will not bring Oren back. No, it will not make Senara look at me. No, it will not make Lapo understand. No, it will not prove I was right. Pirinth paused. Tavaro looked at him. Say no. Pirinth's antlers dimmed. No. The child mark burned hot, then settled. The first deep warden closed its eyes. Not in peace, in sorrow that nearly undid him. Pirinth lifted both hands. Then we begin. Green fire surged around Tavaro. It entered the skybone line. The cord snapped taut, not toward the wound, but outward. The anchor flew from his hand and struck the sea floor beyond the ring, burying itself in red stone. Tavaro felt the whole basin through it, the weight of buried land, the hollow under the wound, the old pressure held by deep-warden bodies, the oath-glass veins waiting to remember, the green vein waiting to carry. It was too large, too deep, too alive. Tavaro had raised islands before, hundreds. He had shaped mountains under water, drawn shorelines out of dark, formed reef rings and harbours, while kicking against water that wanted to throw him from the work. He knew the strain of making land answer. This was not land. This was a wound with stone around it. The skybone line pulsed. Pirinth's green fire met it, and together they formed a second line of force through Tavaro's bones. His right wrist split wider. Pain opened like a door. He screamed. No sound came clean. The water took it, broke it, fed it to the deep wardens and the wound. The first deep warden struck, not at Tavaro, at the line. Its body whipped through the water with impossible speed, red plates flashing, mouth finally opening to reveal teeth black as old stone. The jaws closed around the skybone line. Tavaro felt it in his arm. The bite did not cut through. It pressed memory into the cord. Stop. The word hit harder than force. Tavaro nearly let go. Pirinth's antlers flared. Green branches shot through the water and wrapped around the deep warden's neck. The warden convulsed, not like a trapped beast, like a dam taking too much water. Its eyes burned amber. Its tail swept across the ring, striking the second warden as it rose. Now Tavaro. No. Pirinth's voice snapped. Tavaro, it did not bite me. It will. It bit the line. It understands the line is our hand. The deep warden's jaws tightened. Pain drove Tavaro's knees upward in the water. His wrist seam tore toward the forearm. Blood filled the green light. The line began to fray at the surface, not breaking, not yet. The second deep warden lunged toward Pirinth. The god met it with a wall of branching fire. The water between them turned bright enough to blind. The warden hit the green wall and drove through half of it by sheer mass. Pirinth staggered in the water, cloak splitting into long dark ribbons. Tavaro saw the god's shape flicker. He was not invulnerable here. That should not have mattered. It did. A third deep warden rose behind Pirinth. Tavaro called the shark mark. Nothing. His body could not take another change. Not after Vadruk, storm, drowning, god fire, torn line. The mark sparked and failed. The third warden opened its jaws. Tavaro yanked the skybone line with both hands. The first deep warden, still biting the cord, was dragged sideways across the ring. Not far enough. Its body collided with the third before the strike reached Pyrinth. The impact shook the basin. Stone broke. Silt burst upward. Pyrinth turned. Green fire speared through the water and wrapped the third warden's body. The deep warden did not scream. That was worse. More spawn screamed. Vadruk cursed. 9 more shrieked. The deep warden endured, its amber eyes fixed on Tavaro, while the green fire tightened around it. "You know," the words entered him alone. "You know this is violation." His grip weakened. Pyrinth felt it. The god's voice came urgent now. "They are not innocent. They would keep every mortal future small to preserve an old balance no mortal chose. They are guarding the wound. They are guarding a wound by making it useless forever." That sounds noble when you say it. It is true. Truth has teeth. Pyrinth moved through the water toward him, antlers blazing. The god did not touch Tavaro. The space between them filled with green fire. "Tavaro, the Farbound crossed because your islands became too small for them. You saw that. Safety can outlive its mercy. These wardens are the oldest version of that mistake." The first deep warden's jaw remained on the line. Blood ran from Tavaro's wrist in thick clouds. His body shook. He looked into the creature's eyes. It did not deny Pyrinth. That was the worst part. The deep warden did not say, "No, he lies." It said nothing. It held the line. It held the wound. It held its task. Sometimes a cage was built by loving hands. Sometimes a seal was held by honorable bodies. Sometimes breaking it was still breaking. Tavaro wrapped the skybone line around his bleeding forearm. "I am sorry," he said. The deep warden understood. Its eyes closed. Tavaro pulled. The line tore through its jaws. Stone teeth shattered. Amber light flared. The deep warden's head whipped back, and Pyrinth's green fire closed around its body in branching bands. Tavaro cast the anchor again, this time into the exposed seam beneath the warden's throat. He pulled as Pyrinth bound. The first deep warden broke, not died. Broke. Its body did not split into meat and blood like moorspawn. Red plates cracked. Black seams flared. The living pressure inside it poured outward in amber currents. The stone body folded in on itself, shrinking, hardening, becoming less creature and more pillar. Its spirit, or task, or whatever word mortals might later make inadequate, rushed toward the wound. Pyrinth caught it. Green fire wrapped the amber current and drove it into the ring stone. The seafloor shook. A band of green and amber light lit along the basin's edge. "Ward," Pyrinth said. The god sounded strained, though gods had no need to breathe here. Not slain. Rebound. Tavaro stared at the hardened form of the first deep warden, a pillar now, a future part of the city. A prisoner, perhaps. The child mark burned so fiercely he bent around it. The remaining 6 attacked. No single roar, no wild charge. They moved like parts of one old law, recognizing that argument had failed. Their bodies uncoiled in separate directions and came together from all sides. Red stone plates cutting through black water, mouths open, amber eyes fixed. Pyrinth fled. Green branches shot from him in every direction. 2 wardens struck the branches and tore through them. A third looped below Tavaro, forcing him upward. A 4th drove at the anchor point on the sea floor. A 5th went for Pyrinth's hooded body. The 6th raced for the wound itself, not to open it, to cover it again. Tavaro understood too late. If the 6th reached the wound, it would wrap itself across the basin and lock everything down with its own body. The wound would seal harder than before. Selukar would never rise. Pyrinth would lose the road. Tavaro would lose the chance to make the dead useful. No, the thought came too clean. He hated it. He needed it. Tavaro called the whale mark. The mark answered like a tired beast standing under a whip. His body swelled in the deep. Pressure changed around him as muscle and mass arrived. Broken ribs became vast and still broken. The torn wrist became a deep wound near the fin, where the skybone line emerged. Green fire spread through him, not healing, only keeping the shape from tearing apart at once. He surged toward the sixth Deep Warden, even as Vael. He was smaller, but not small. He struck the warden's side with all the force the deep allowed. The impact sent both bodies rolling away from the wound. Pain detonated through Tavaro's cold shape. The warden twisted and wrapped around him, long body coiling around his whale ribs, tightening. Plates scraped hide. Stone teeth sank near his shoulder. The whale mark could carry pressure, not this. Tavaro released the form before the coils crushed him. Human again. He slipped through a gap in the warden's wrap, dragging the skybone line after him. He cast the anchor into the warden's open mouth and out through the broken plate behind its jaw. Then he pulled. The warden thrashed, not in hunger, in refusal. Amber speech slammed into him. We hold, because the first hunger never sleeps. Pyranth answered from across the ring, voice strained and fierce. Then let it be held by mortals who can choose more than holding. He bound the second Deep Warden. Tavaro pulled the sixth toward the ring stone and set the line around a red ridge. He did not have strength for grace. He used knots of pain, loops of cord, his own body as weight. The warden's tail struck him once, glancing, and still it broke something in his side that had no name left. He pulled again. Pyranth sent green fire across the line. The sixth Deep Warden cracked. Amber poured out. Tavaro did not look away this time. He watched Pyranth catch the spirit and bind it into stone. A second band of green and amber lit. The wound below them pulsed. The oathglass veins brightened. The water inside the basin turned clear, too clear. Tavaro saw down through it, deep into the place the wardens had hidden. It was not empty. A black-red rift lay beneath the silt and crystal, narrow as a wound cut into the world's flesh. Around it grew oathglass in jagged fans, each pane catching not light but intention. Tavaro felt the first Deep Warden's warning echo there, felt Pyranth's hunger, felt his own guilt. The glass remembered all of it, before anyone had given it a name. The green vein wrapped the glass in branching lines, drinking from the same old pressure and changing it, not cleansing, not corrupting, preparing to carry. A city could be built from this. A city should perhaps never touch this. Both truths stood. The third Deep Warden struck Tavaro from behind. He spun through water, losing the line. The anchor held, but the cord ripped through his palm. He slammed into a red stone ridge. The world flashed white, then black. Pyranth's green fire around his body flickered. Tavaro. Pyranth sounded farther away. The third warden came for him again. Tavaro tried to move. His body answered with an honest refusal. The child mark burned. No, he whispered. The Deep Warden's jaws opened. Then a green branch pierced the water between them. Not from Pyranth, from the wound. For one stunned breath, Tavaro thought the rootstaff had found him through the sea. The branch glowed with the same green, but heavier, richer, veined with black and gold. It shot upward from the exposed green vein and wrapped around the third warden's jaw. Pyranth's voice came with awe and effort. It knows the pattern now. Tavaro, the city has begun before the land rises. That is not reassuring. Move. Tavaro moved, barely. The warden tore free from the branch and turned toward the wound. Pyranth came down on it in a flare of antler fire. Tavaro found the skybone line again, wrapped it around his bleeding wrist, and helped pull. Together they broke the third, then the fourth. The fifth nearly killed Pyranth. It struck through his branching fire and closed its jaws around the god's side. For the first time, Tavaro heard Pyranth make a sound that was not speech. It entered the water like a bell cracked by grief. Tavaro called Hawk without thinking. Underwater, the mark answered, as nonsense. Feather tried to form where pressure forbade it. Pain twisted him. The failed call almost tore his shoulders apart. He swore, released it, and called Shark instead. The shark mark came with blood sense, and rage. He shot toward the fifth Deep Warden, jaws wide. Compared to the Warden, he was small. Teeth still mattered when placed well. He bit into the softer seam under the Warden's jaw, where green fire had loosened stone plate. The taste was old salt, iron, and law. The Warden released Pirinth. Tavaro changed human as the jaws turned on him, slipped under the bite, cast the skybone anchor into the Warden's eye ridge, and pulled himself onto its head. No time for pity, no time for much of anything. He drove the anchor down between the eyes. The Deep Warden froze. Amber meaning flooded him. Not words, memory, ages of darkness, holding, no praise, no song, no gratitude, only the pressure of the wound beneath its body, and the knowledge that if it failed, hunger would rise. It had never wanted worship, never wanted to be needed, never asked whether holding was enough. It held because it had been made to hold. Tavaro saw himself in it. That was the worst wound of the battle. He almost let go. Pirinth did not let him. Green fire closed around the Warden from below. Break it, Tavaro. It is like me. Then do not let it die only holding. Tavaro screamed and pulled. The fifth broke. By then, the seafloor had changed. The ring was no longer a ring. Bands of green and amber light ran through red stone. Oath-glass veins rose like ribs from the basin. The green vein pulsed in answer to Pirinth's antlers and the skybone line. The old wound remained below, but now it was threaded, not sealed, held differently, held dangerously. Two Deep Wardens remained. They did not attack. They withdrew to opposite sides of the basin and coiled there, heads raised, eyes on Tavaro and Pirinth. Tavaro hung in the water between them, barely held by green fire and his own stubbornness. His body had become a list of losses. Wrist open, ribs ruined, shoulder torn, calf bleeding, palm split, spine full of coal. Pirinth drifted nearer, one hand pressed to the side where the fifth Warden had bitten him. Green fire leaked between his fingers and vanished into the water. He looked less like a god now. That made Tavaro trust him a little. That made Tavaro distrust himself more. One of the two Wardens spoke. Tavaro could no longer tell which number belonged to which body. Numbers had become rude. If we yield, the wound changes. Pirinth lowered his hand from his side. If you yield, the wound becomes a city ward. Your task continues through mortal law, not isolation. The other Warden answered, "Mortals forget." Pirinth said nothing. Tavaro laughed weakly. The sound became bubbles. He knows. Pirinth's hood turned toward him. Tavaro looked at the two Wardens. They will forget. They will name streets after you wrong. They will argue over whether you were beasts or spirits or a story made by fish drunkards. They will build houses over your backs and complain about drafts. They will write laws badly and fix them worse. They will use the glass to remember what they want. Then call it record. The Warden's eyes narrowed. Tavaro wiped blood from his mouth. Underwater, useless. But habit was loyal. They will also have children there. Healers, sailors, cowards, good cooks, bad singers, people who love badly and try again, people who leave, people who come home. Pirinth was very still. Tavaro did not look at him. "I do not know if that is worth what we did to you." The child Mark warmed. "But I am done pretending I can make the breaking pretty." The first of the last two Deep Wardens lowered its head. The other followed. For one breath, Tavaro thought they would yield. Then one spoke. "We will not be broken by hands that cannot name the breaking." The other spoke after it. "Name it." Tavaro understood before Pirinth did. Or perhaps Pirinth understood and did not want to. Tavaro closed both hands around the skybone line. "This is violation," he said. The word moved through the water like blood. Pirinth's antlers dimmed. Tavaro looked at him. "Say it." Pirinth was silent. The Deep Wardens waited. The wound pulsed below. Tavaro's voice roughened. "Say it, Uncle Treehead." The old name struck some strange place in the god. Pirinth's hood lowered. "This is violation," Pirinth said. The green fire shook. We bind what did not consent, because we believe mortal future justifies it. The oath glass below flared. It remembered. Tavaro felt it take the words and hold them. Piranth felt it too. His hood turned toward the glass with something like alarm. The Deep Warden's eyes closed. Then they moved together, not attacking, diving. The final two plunged toward the basin, straight into the exposed green vein and oath glass. Their bodies struck the wound's edge and coiled around it from within, not as they had before, not above it, but through the new structure Piranth had begun. Red stone cracked. Amber light poured from them by choice and forced together. Piranth lifted both hands. Tavaro cast the skybone line one final time. The anchor sank into the center of the basin. The line connected Tavaro to wound, warden, glass, green vein, god, seafloor, and every future he was not wise enough to deserve. Pull, Piranth said. Tavaro pulled. The basin opened beneath him, not like a mouth, like a body cut for surgery. Red stone split along old seams. Oath glass rose in long, pale ribs. Green vein ran between them, branching fast, taking shape, carrying pressure from Piranth's antlers into places that had never known a god's hand. Amber from the wardens threaded through the stone, resisting even as it joined. The wound below pulsed black-red. For one terrible breath, hunger looked up. Tavaro felt every moor spawn he had ever killed in that pulse. 9 more. Bluejaw brood, the crawling things under the north stone shelf. Vadruk's patient eye, all of them were small echoes of the first hunger below. His grip failed. The line slipped. Piranth shouted his name, not title, name. Tavaro tightened his ruined hands. Blood streamed from his wrist, palm, mouth, ribs, places he did not have time to count. Senara would have counted. Senara would have named each wound, cursed him, and found the order in which to stop them from killing him. Senara was not here. Only the line, only the wound, only the god who had asked, only the wardens who had named the asking correctly, only Tavaro's hands. "Do not make me the only hand in this," he said. Piranth's green fire faltered, then changed. It pulled back from Tavaro's body by a fraction. It still held the pressure from crushing him, still kept his lungs from remembering they were empty, still kept the line from tearing his arm free. But the command left it. The god stopped pushing through him. Not much. Enough. Tavaro felt the difference. The child mark warmed once. He pulled again. Piranth pulled with him. The deep wardens burned amber below. The basin rose. Stone answered, not obediently, not happily. The sea floor began to lift. At first Tavaro thought he had failed, because nothing moved. Then the water shuddered above him. Silt burst upward in rings. Red ridges tore free of black mud. Oathglass flashed and flashed again. The green vein ran through the rising stone, like thought finding a nervous system. The 7 amber lines held around the wound, not asleep, not free. Hell, the old wound narrowed beneath them, not closed, never closed, bound into the rising. Tavaro's body bent around the skybone line. Every island he had ever raised had weight. This had memory. It dragged through him with every stone foot that lifted. The Farbound's ships seemed to pull at the line. Oren's body, Senara's empty bowl, Lapo's wet eyes, Reva's warning. The guideboat gone under Vadruk's mouth. The deep warden's sorrow. All of it came up with the stone. A city did not rise empty. It rose carrying its first wrong. The water above brightened. Daylight. Impossible? Too far above. And yet the sea had begun to thin. Piranth stood beside the line, antlers blazing, cloak torn, one hand still pressed to the wound in his side. His hood turned toward the rising stone. "Selukar," he said. This time, the name did not settle. It rang. The oath glass took it. The green vein carried it. The 7 amber ward points held it beneath stone. Tavaro floated amid the birth of it, blood in the water, line in his hands, broken wardens below, and sunlight on his face. The sea floor rose, and Tavaro, idiot that he was, thought for one breath that beauty might be enough.
Eya, eya, see below. Eya, eya, storm wind blow.
Chapter 17. Selukar raised. Beauty was not enough. Tavaro learned this while being struck in the mouth by a city. The seafloor rose, and with it came redstone, black ridge, green fire, oath glass, old hunger, broken wardens, and more water than any sensible place should have kept on hand for its birth. The new land shoved upward beneath him. Waves hit one another and climbed into white walls. Stone thundered. Channels split open before they had names. Harbours yawned in the sides of the mass, as if the city had remembered ships before any mortal had carved a dock. Tavaro floated in the middle of it with the skybone line wrapped around both hands. This had been unwise. That was becoming a theme. The line ran from his torn wrist into the heart of the rising mass. The anchor remained buried somewhere below the central height, and every foot of stone that shouldered free of the sea pulled at his arm as if Selukar had mistaken him for a useful hinge. His wrist seam had opened nearly to the forearm. Senara would have said many things about that. Most of them would have been short. Blood ran from him into the foam. Green fire threaded the line. Amber dust clung to the cord where the deep wardens had broken and been driven into the city's bones. The oath glass flashing beneath the forming streets caught sun, caught green, caught amber, caught words. His words. This is violation. Pirinth's answer. We bind what did not consent, because we believe mortal future justifies it. The city had taken both before it had fully entered air. That is inconvenient, Tavaro rasped. The sea punched him in the mouth. Fair. He spat salt and clung harder to the line. His ribs tried to fold around pain. His left calf bled, where Vadruk's mouthplate had cut him. The second dose of Senara's standing medicine was gone now, fully gone, and had left behind hollow muscles, a sour mouth, and the unmistakable sense that tomorrow had arrived early and was personally offended. A red cliff burst from the water beside him. Tavaro kicked away. His body made a counter-proposal involving drowning. The skybone line jerked him against the cliff instead. His shoulder hit stone. His ribs screamed. A crack opened beside his face and spat clear water into his ear. "Your city has manners," he called. Pirinth stood on the water below him, not floating, standing. The god's feet touched the sea, as if it were polished stone. His cloak hung torn around him. One side ripped where a deep warden had bitten through his green fire. The wound at his side did not bleed. It shed sparks that vanished before they touched the water. His antlers blazed. Green light ran from their tips into Selukar, threading stone, glass, green vein, and the 7 hidden places where the wardens now held. Pirinth watched the rising city with a stillness that looked like reverence or ownership. Tavaro was learning the difference late. The cliff under his hands shifted. He froze. A shelf formed beneath his knees, not melted, not carved. The stone simply decided it had always meant to be a ledge, and adjusted the world around that decision. Water ran over it in sheets. Tavaro collapsed onto the shelf, breathing hard. The stone was warm. New land pulled from the deep should have been cold. This stone held heat like something that had waited under the sea with a banked fire inside it. Not natural, beautiful, wrong. The shelf widened. A narrow stair formed ahead, climbing toward the interior heights. Oath glass glimmered beneath the first step, clear as ice and smoky as old breath. Tavaro looked down at Pirinth. Did you do that? The city did. That is worse. It is finding its shape. Cities should wait for masons. Mortals will improve it. That is what people say before asking mortals to clean divine mess. Pirinth's hood angled toward him. Yes, Tavaro hated how often the god agreed with the true insult. He pushed himself upright. The moment he put weight on his left leg, the calf wound opened with enthusiasm. Blood ran down his shin, mixed with seawater, and slid into a crack between red stones. The crack glowed green for one pulse. Tavaro stared at it. No, the glow vanished. No drinking me. I am not part of the civic plan. Perenth's voice came from below. You are already part of it, Uncle Treehead. Yes? That was exactly the wrong answer. The god did not apologize. Tavaro climbed. Each step taught his body a new complaint. The skybone line tugged at his open wrist whenever the city shifted. His ribs ground under the ruined binding. His shoulder ached from the whale fall, Vadruk's claw, the deep warden pull, and several decisions no sane healer would have allowed near daylight. The stair rose beneath him. As he went, he disliked that too. A path should not be so eager. A path should contain mud, loose stone, one rude root, perhaps a snake if the road wished to be memorable. This one formed exactly where his foot needed it. Suspicious. By the time he reached the top of the first red rise, the city had lifted fully from the sea. Tavaro stopped. No joke came. Selukar spread beneath and around him wider than any island he had ever raised, wider than several of his islands laid together. It did not sit in the water as a refuge ringed by reef. It thrust outward in long arms of red stone and black ridge, with deep harbour cuts, high wet terraces, and open cliffs facing the sea. No reef gate closed it. No single harbour mouth could be sealed by one hand. Water moved through channels that crossed the land and returned to the sea in silver falls. The central height rose behind him. Not one mountain, but a cluster of red and black spires around a basin of glass. Green lines ran through the stone beneath every slope. They did not pulse in one rhythm. They moved like thought under skin. Far beneath the central basin, 7 amber lights burned, not bright, not gone. Hell. Tavaro felt them, the way he felt his own marks after fever. Present, silent, not forgiving. The deep wardens had become foundations. No singer would know how to sing that honestly. Children would one day touch amber set into stone and be told it was a gift, or a pact, or a guardian blessing, or whatever clean word survived long enough to become official. The child mark ached. I know, Tavaro whispered. Perenth came up the stair behind him without sound. For a time, neither spoke. Below them, the sea continued to pour off Selukar. A western harbour opened wide and deep, dark water already calming within its cut. The channel leading out could hold ships larger than any Sulari hull. Tavaro saw the future too easily. Stone quays, wet ropes, market stalls, nets, oar songs, children with bare feet running down steps cut into cliffs, women shouting about fish weight, old men cheating at shell counters under black trees. He wanted to love it. That frightened him. Perenth said, "They will not call this another cage." Tavaro laughed once. It hurt enough to make him bend. Perenth turned. You doubt it? I doubt anything that starts with you deciding what mortals will call their houses. The green fire in Perenth's antlers dimmed. Tavaro wiped salt from his beard. His fingers came away red. I raised islands and thought they were homes. Some were also walls. This has no single gate. Good. It will invent other problems. It will also answer some. Yes. Tavaro looked over the harbour. That is how the worst places become proud. Perenth did not reply. Good. Silence was the first useful thing the god had offered since the sea swallowed Tavaro. Then Tavaro remembered the fleet. The beauty dropped out from under him. Farbound, he said. Perenth's hood lowered. Tavaro turned. Names? The fleet scattered in the storm. I said names. Perenth was quiet. Tavaro took one step toward him. The line tore at his wrist, and he nearly went to one knee. He stayed upright through spite, which had become the only reliable medicine in his possession. Senara, alive. The word entered him so hard he had to look away. His legs nearly went. The stone behind him shifted, forming a support at exactly the right height. He pulled away from it. Stop being helpful. The stone remained. Lapo, Tavaro said. Alive. Relief came again. Sharp and ugly. He had no right to it. He had killed Lapo's father. He had no claim on Lapo's breath. Still, the relief came, denying it would not make him cleaner. Maru, alive. Riva, alive. With them? With the living. That is not a place. No. Tavaro let that answer stand, because his throat had no room for more. For one moment, the city did not matter. Not the cliffs, not the oath glass, not Pirinth's dream, not the 7 lights under the basin. 4 names lived. Many did not. Both facts occupied the same body and tore space for themselves. How many? Tavaro asked. Pirinth did not answer. Tavaro understood. Too many, yes. Do not make that a number later, unless you have names. Pirinth's antlers flickered. I will gather them, not gather. Learn. The god inclined his hood. Maybe agreement, maybe delay. Tavaro was learning not to trust the difference. Will the survivors come here? He asked. Not all. Not soon. Where? South. The storm road carried them toward mountains. Some ships will find shore there. Some will curse the land for not being what they saw. Some will move inland. Some will turn back if the sea lets them. Some will keep the Farbound name. Some will spit it out. Tavaro looked west. The sea lay empty to his eyes. He imagined Senara on some torn deck, rootstaff in hand, measuring pulse and weather, while refusing comfort from both. He imagined Lapo counting names with a broken slate, Riva tying someone's bandage too tight and correcting it before Senara could, Maru shouting at a wave for poor timing. He imagined the guide boat, gone into Vadruk's mouth. He closed his eyes. Pirinth said, "Their children may come." Tavaro opened his eyes. Others will come from the Sulari Isles. Others from shores you have never touched. Selukar cannot belong to one people. Tavaro's hand tightened around the skybone line. Cannot. Pirinth turned his hood toward him. The oath glass under the stone chimed faintly. The sound was small, almost polite. Tavaro looked down. Pirinth did too. The city has ears, Tavaro said. It has memory. Terrible trait. I have one. It is rarely useful at feasts. The oath glass chimed again, softer. Pirinth's antlers flickered. It heard me. Yes, good. Tavaro studied him, though there was no face inside the hood to read. You mean that? Yes, it heard your little ownership pause. It should. That did not fit Tavaro's suspicion as neatly as he wanted. Annoying god. The central basin pulled at him. Not sound, not voice. A tug through the skybone line, deep and steady. The anchor remained lodged in the city's heart. If he did not retrieve it soon, either the line would tear free from his arm, or Selukar would decide he was part of the foundation. He did not want to become civic support before breakfast. Anchor, he said. Pirinth nodded. The heart basin. Heart is a loaded word. Central basin. Better. They climbed. The city grew around them like a thought, learning architecture. Red stone rose in shallow steps. Black ridges made rails where a mortal would have fallen, or at least been offended. Green light ran beneath the surface. Oathglass appeared more often near the top. Small panes under stone, clear veins in walls, beads of smoky crystal forming at the edge of stairs. Tavaro saw a wide court open between 2 spires. Its floor was red stone, crossed by 7 amber inlays that pointed toward the basin. He saw a hall grow along the north edge, open to the sky. Columns black, back wall threaded with glass. He saw channels cut themselves from a high spring down toward the harbors. He saw a lower road tunnel open beneath a ridge, dark and cool, carrying water sounds. Too many grand halls, he said. It needs gathering spaces. It also needs kitchens. It will have kitchens. Latrines? Yes. Storage that does not flood. Of course. Places where people can argue without God's hearing. Pirinth's hood stilled. Tavaro pointed at him. That pause was poor. I was considering. Consider faster. Private rooms. Mortal rooms. No oathglass. Oathglass protects the city. Oathglass can also become a knife. The path hummed beneath Tavaro's feet. Listening, he glared at it. Yes, you too. Pirinth said. Some rooms without it, many. some many. That is a coward number. It is a first bargain. Tavaro snorted. You bargain, like Senara, with worse hands. I suspect she would dislike the comparison. She dislikes most things before improving them. The words left him before he meant them to. Senara. The name did not enter the air. It stayed in him and hurt. The child mark warmed. Tavaro kept climbing. The central height opened into a circular hollow of red stone and black glass. The edges rose in tiers, each cut by channels of green light that flowed downward without water. At the bottom lay the oath glass pool, not liquid, not solid in any simple way. A wide sheet of clear, dark glass filled the basin floor, thick and smooth, with depths that seemed to contain the sea they had lifted from. Beneath it, far down, the old wound pulsed black-red. Around that pulse, 7 amber points burned, evenly spaced, each one shaped like a coiled body seen from above. The deep wardens, bound into the city wards. Tavaro descended the basin steps. Each amber point turned toward him, not with eyes, worse, with attention. He stopped halfway down. Piranth stopped behind him. You feel them, the god said. Yes. Can you bear it? No. Piranth accepted that. Tavaro hated him a little less for one breath. Then he continued. The skybone anchor stood in the center of the oath-glass pool, buried point first, into the glass above the wound. The line ran from it to Tavaro's wrist, pale and blood-streaked. Green fire still traced the cord, though weaker now. Amber threads from the 7 warden points touched the anchor lightly, as if the city had not decided whether to keep it or return it. Tavaro stepped onto the glass. It held. Of course it held. It also showed him Oren. Tavaro froze. The glass beneath his feet darkened. Oren lay on the root house floor, blood at his mouth, hand open. Lapo held him. Senara knelt beside him. Tavaro stood over them with blood on his hands. The image did not accuse. It only remembered. That was worse. Tavaro tried to step back. The skybone line tightened, keeping him on the glass. Piranth's voice came softly from the steps. It remembers what you brought. I did not bring that on purpose. Few people bring their worst wound on purpose. The image shifted. The guide boat vanished in Vadruk's mouth. Then the first deep warden closed its eyes as Tavaro said sorry. Then the Farbound passed through the reef gate. Then a child sank through blue water, hands above him withdrawing. The child mark flared. Tavaro dropped to one knee. No. The image stilled. Piranth came one step lower. Tavaro. No. The word struck the glass. A crack of white light ran outward from Tavaro's knee. It did not break the basin. It crossed the image like a line drawn through wet ink. Oren faded. The guide boat faded. The deep warden faded. The child faded. Tavaro breathed hard, palm flat against the glass. No one uses that, he said. Piranth did not answer. Tavaro looked up. The god stood on the step above, antlers dimmed almost to black. No one uses that, Tavaro repeated. Not you, not priests, not lawkeepers, not some clever child with hungry fingers. The glass can remember. It does not get to show wounds because it wants an audience. The basin hummed. Piranth said, memory keeps law from becoming convenience. Memory without mercy becomes another mouth. That limit may be too broad. It is exactly broad enough. There are crimes that must be shown, yes, to those who need the truth, not to everyone who wants a wound to kneel beside. You ask privacy from a city built on record. I ask because confession is not a quarry. The oath glass under Tavaro's palm warmed. Not green, not amber. Something closer to the heat of a body. A faint line formed under his hand. Not script. A mark. The shape of an open palm. Rough and mortal. Pressed into the glass, as if Senara's broken clay disc had been remembered and enlarged. Tavaro stared. A hand could open. He laughed once, though the sound came close to breaking. Persistent woman, he whispered. Piranth's voice softened. The city listens to you, too. That should concern everyone. It does. Good. Let that be its first sensible instinct. He crawled the last few feet to the anchor. The curved skybone glowed pale beneath the green and amber threads. Tavaro wrapped both hands around it. The wound below pulsed. For one breath, he felt the old hunger beneath the glass, the deep maw. Not a monster, not a mind in the way Vadruk was a mind. Appetite as pressure. The old fouling of creation that had learned to want through every maw spawn spawned from it. It pressed upward through the wound, met Oathglass, Green Vein, and Warden Light, and waited. Selukar stood on a hunger that had not died. Tavaro looked at Pirinth. The god watched him. You knew it would stay awake. Yes, you said the wards would hold it. They will. For how long? Pirinth's silence returned. Tavaro almost smiled. That long. For as long as mortals maintained the wards. As long as the deep wardens remain bound. As long as the green vein carries what it is given without corruption. Tavaro looked around the basin. Oren's image had faded. The open hand mark remained faint in the glass. The 7 amber points burned below. The newborn city dripped seawater from every height. Nothing here is clean. No. Good. We should write that above the gate. Which gate? Tavaro gave him a look. Pirinth's hood tilted. Then he said, There will be no single gate. Tavaro nodded. Learning, he pulled the anchor. It did not move, of course. Why would anything obey on a day like this? He pulled harder. Pain opened through the wrist seam, down the forearm, through the shoulder, into the ribs. The anchor resisted with the weight of the whole city beneath it. Green threads clinging to it snapped one by one. Amber threads held longer. The deep warden lights pulsed. Not refusal this time. Question. Tavaro closed his eyes. I will not pretend I freed you, he said. The basin quieted. I will not pretend this was mercy. Amber moved under the glass. I will remember the breaking. The oathglass warmed. Pirinth stood motionless on the steps. Tavaro opened his eyes and pulled again. The amber threads released. The anchor came free. The skybone line snapped back into Tavaro's arm. The scream that tore out of him echoed across the basin and down the newborn streets. The line recoiled through the open seam, dragging green fire, amber dust, and blood with it. The anchor slammed into his hand before sliding through the wrist wound and under the skin. Tavaro collapsed on his side, curled around his arm, forehead pressed to the glass. He could not breathe. That seemed excessive, given the recent return of air. Pirinth knelt beside him. Tavaro tried to roll away. His body did not cooperate. The god did not touch him. Good, bad. A warmth spread through Tavaro's right forearm. He forced his eyes open through a blur of pain. The wrist seam remained open, but the bleeding had slowed. Green fire threaded the wound edges, holding them apart and together in a way Senara would have hated on professional grounds. Around the seam, a new mark burned into his skin. Not simple. 7 thin coils ringed his forearm from wrist to elbow, each amber at the center and black along the edge. They did not sit on the skin. They looked buried under it, as if something long and old slept beneath his flesh. A narrow green line crossed each coil and bound it to the skybone seam. The warden mark. Tavaro knew the name before anyone spoke it. He stared at it. No. The coils pulsed once. No. You do not get to make a trophy out of this. The mark did not vanish. The child mark burned beneath his ribs. Not denial, not agreement. Witness? Tavaro hated that, too. Pirinth's voice came quietly. It is not a trophy. What is it? A bond? That word has done poor work today. Yes. Tavaro pushed himself upright with his left hand. The basin tilted, then steadied. Can I call them? Pirinth was silent. Tavaro looked at him. Can I call them? Perhaps one day. The new mark pulsed again, slow and cold. Tavaro felt a shape in it, vast, coiled, patient. Not a full body calling. Not yet. More like a door behind a sealed door. The thought of wearing a deep warden form made his stomach twist. No, he said. Then do not. That has not been a reliable method for stopping doors. Then make law before need arrives. Tavaro laughed, weak and bitter. You do enjoy turning my wounds into civic advice. Pirinth's antlers flickered. The god had heard it before Tavaro needed to say it. That was poorly done, Pirinth said. Yes, I meant no harm. I believe you. The silence after that hurt more. Pirinth stood slowly, his torn cloak dragged across the glass, and left no mark. I meant harm today, and called it necessary. Tavaro turned his head. The oath glass chimed. It had heard. I will not forget it, Pirinth said. Tavaro wondered whether that comforted him. It did not. The city settled through the afternoon. Tavaro should have slept. His body made several persuasive arguments for a brief, death-shaped nap. Pirinth offered a shaded hall and green fire, enough to keep Tavaro's organs from filing separate petitions. Tavaro refused both with the wisdom of a man who had recently used none and wished to keep the pattern alive. He walked, limped, leaned, collapsed once, and pretended the street had requested inspection. Pirinth did not comment. That was either tact or fear of being called Uncle Treehead again. They moved through the upper courts first. The central basin opened into a ring of red stone structures that were not buildings yet, not fully. Shells of intention, columns without roofs, roofs without doors, walls with oath glass veins waiting for words, open courts with channels cut for future rain. Everywhere the green vein pulsed beneath the stone, connecting height to harbour, basin to road, memory to foundation. Unnatural, too ready, too empty. A city should begin with people hammering, swearing, mismeasuring, rebuilding after the first storm, and discovering that someone forgot drainage. Selukar had arrived with drainage, already considering philosophy. Tavaro did not trust it. He loved it anyway. That was a problem. At the western harbour, he stopped again. Deep water sat calm inside the stone cut. Green vein threads passed under the quays and vanished into the depths. The harbour floor dropped fast and clean. No reef teeth, no narrow gate. Ships could enter in numbers. Ships could leave in numbers. Ships larger than any in the Sulari Isles could enter here. Tavaro said, Yes, how large? Larger than your pride. Ambitious harbour. Small comparison. Tavaro glared. Pirinth's antlers flickered with amusement. For one heartbeat, Tavaro could almost forget. Then a wave slapped the stone below, and he heard again Vadruk's mouth closing on the guide boat. He sat down on the harbour edge before his legs made the choice ugly. Pirinth stood beside him. The sun lowered over the water, turning the newborn cliffs redder than blood and warmer than fire. Selukar steamed where sea-water still found hot stone. Birds had not come yet. No insects, no voices, no smoke, no cooking, no footfalls, except Tavaro's and Pirinth's. A city empty of mortals was a strange thing, like a mouth waiting for its first word. Will they be happy here? Tavaro asked. Pirinth did not answer at once. Good. Some? Tavaro nodded. Honest. Some will be hungry. Some will be proud. Some will make law cruel. Some will make it less cruel. Some will say I built this for them. Some will say you did. Some will say the Deep Wardens chose it. If anyone lets that lie stand. They did not. No, do not let them say it. Pirinth looked toward the central height. We can found the first record. Records can lie with good posture. Yes, still better than silence. Then we will record that the Deep Wardens resisted, and that we broke them. Yes, and that you wanted this before it had people. Pirinth's hood angled. Is that accusation? Warning. It is also true. The oath glass in the harbour stone chimed. Tavaro closed his eyes. This place is going to be unbearable. It will remember. That is not the same as honesty. No, you are learning dangerous distinctions. I have had help. Do not flatter me. I am weak from civic support. Pirinth lowered himself to sit beside him. The gesture startled Tavaro. Gods did not often sit, unless enthroned, feasting, or pretending to be less dangerous. Pirinth sat with the stiffness of a wounded body and the care of someone entering another man's quiet without permission and trying, late, to reduce the offense. For a long time, they watched the empty harbor. Then Tavaro said, "First record." Piranth lifted his hood. Tavaro did not look at him. "Say it plainly." The stone between them warmed. Oath glass. Listening again. Piranth placed one hand on the harbor stone. Tavaro placed his left beside it, not touching. Close enough. The warden mark pulsed cold around his right forearm. The child mark warmed beneath his ruined ribs. The skybone line lay back under torn flesh, exhausted and angry. Every mark on him had an opinion. The city waited. Piranth spoke first. Selukar rose from the sea by Green Vein. Oathglass, skybone line, and 7 deep wardens bound into ward. The harbour stone hummed. Tavaro said, "No." Piranth turned toward him. "That sounds like a construction list. It is accurate. It is tidy." Piranth's antlers dimmed. Tavaro looked down at his bleeding hand. "Start with the wound." The city waited. Piranth's voice lowered. "Selukar stands over an old sea wound." The stone accepted it. Tavaro said, "The deep wardens held that wound closed before we came." The amber beneath the city pulsed. Piranth said, "They resisted us." The amber pulsed again. Tavaro's mouth went dry. He said, "We broke them." The harbour stone went warm under his palm. Not forgiving. Recording? Piranth said, "We bound them into the city wards." Tavaro said, "They did not consent." The oath glass flashed once. Piranth drew in a breath he did not need. Tavaro watched him. "Say your part." The god sat very still. Then Piranth said, "I believed mortal life justified the breaking." The green vein under the harbour answered, a thin pulse running toward the central height. Tavaro waited. Piranth's antlers dimmed further. "I loved the city before any mortal asked for it." The oath glass chimed. Tavaro said, "I helped." That was too small. The glass did not warm. Of course. Tavaro almost smiled. Rude city. He tried again. "I pulled." Still wrong. The warden mark tightened. He looked toward the central height, where 7 amber lights burned under stone. "I saw what we were doing," Tavaro said. "Not all of it. Enough." The glass warmed. "I did it anyway." The harbour accepted that. The words moved into the stone, and down through green vein, into oath glass seams, into the amber points beneath the basin. Not as song, not as law yet. As first scar, Tavaro lifted his hand. A faint print remained in the glassy seam of the harbour stone. Not the Vael hand, not exactly. His own larger palm, rough and broken, crossed by a thin line where the skybone seam had bled. Beside it, Piranth's hand left no print. The god saw. "So did Tavaro." "That bothers you," Tavaro said. "Yes, good." Piranth did not argue. The sun touched the horizon. A thin green line answered from beneath the harbour, running through the stone and up toward the central height. Amber glowed briefly in 7 points across the city, one after another, like eyes opening underground. The deep wardens still held. Bound, changed, unasked. Selukar breathed. That was the only word for it. The city drew in the last heat of day and released steam from every wet surface. Its channels murmured, its harbours darkened. Its glass held the red sky, and did not give it back unchanged. Piranth and Tavaro sat beside the empty harbour. Neither spoke for a while. Then Tavaro said, "You said mortals would remember this. They will." "As what?" Piranth looked over Selukar, and the green in his antlers steadied. "As the beginning." Tavaro felt the city hear it. Oathglass took the sentence. Green vein carried it. Deep warden amber held it under stone. Beginning, beginning, beginning. The word moved through the newborn city until Tavaro could almost believe it was not also an ending. He looked at his torn wrist. The new warden mark, the old skybone seam, the blood dried under his nails. Beginning of what? He asked. Piranth's answer came soft, certain, and far too full of love. Everything they were denied. Tavaro stared at the darkening harbour. The child mark burned once. Not warning, not approval. a reminder. Beauty was not enough. Neither was memory. Neither was a city. Still, below the red stone, the seven held. Out west, some of the Farbound still lived, and Tavaro, who had no place left to stand without hurting someone, sat at the edge of a harbour no one had asked him to raise, and did the only thing his hands could bear. He kept them open.
Heya, heya, see below. Heya, heya, storm wind blow.
Preview. Chapter 1. Nightmares of the First Voice. The drowning of the city began with ceremony. Selukar could do nothing without adhering to ceremony. Even in Eshara Ven's dreams, 3 bells rang beneath the dawn court. Oathglass took the sound and carried it through Selukar in clear, measured pulses. One for the founding, one for the houses, one for the law mortals had raised out of red stone, green fire, and old sea wound. Eshara stood in the Hall of 7 Witnesses wearing the white mantle of First Voice. The mantle was too heavy. It was always too heavy. That was how she knew the dream meant harm. False dreams made office light. They gave the body robes without weight, seals without cold, crowds without breath. This dream remembered the pull at her shoulders. It remembered the clasp pressing beneath her collarbone. It remembered the rough place at the back seam, where Ishkam had once hidden a crushed red berry because he wanted to know whether law could blush. The stain had been cleaned. The seam still held it. The hall was full. House Ven stood nearest the dais in black, white, and silver. House Marith wore blue cords at the throat. House Eroth filled the lower court with builders, water counters, traders, and clerks. House Talon had sent fewer witnesses than custom required. In waking life, Eshara would have noticed that, in the dream, it did not matter. Priests lined the lower steps. Record clerks knelt with tablets across their knees. At the basin, a child recited the founding lines in a clear voice, trained by adults who believed fear could be made useful if taught early enough. Selukar rises by gift, memory, and law. The glass beneath Eshara's bare feet was clear. Too clear. It should have held its smoke. Civic glass kept a faint inner cloud, a mercy built into the material so the living did not have to see every oath staring back from below. Today she could see through it, past the hall foundations, past the lower roads, past the water channels, past the green lines laid through stone, down to the 7 amber lights beneath Selukar. The deep wardens burned there. The public lessons called them guardians. The rites called their binding a pact. Eshara had spoken that word in public since she was 9 years old. Hand lifted, voice steady, every adult pleased by the child who could carry the old sentence without shaking. In the dream, the amber lights opened like eyes. The child did not stop. Pirinth gave fire without throne. A hand pressed against the underside of the glass. Not Ishkam's, too thin, too pale. Then another hand joined it. Then 10. Then 100. Hands under the hall, under the city, under every recorded oath, pushing upward, as if Selukar had been built on people who had not finished asking to breathe. Pirinth gave record without chain. The hands became mouths, the mouths filled with seawater. Pirinth gave mortals a city no god could own. The glass cracked, not loudly, that was worse. One white line opened beneath Eshara's feet and ran from the dais to the far doors. It split again, then again. No one moved, no one saw it. The houses watched the rite continue, while water gathered around their shoes. Eshara tried to speak. The mantle tightened at her throat. The bell rang a 4th time. There was no 4th bell. Every head turned toward the eastern doors. Water came under them first, a thin black line, polite as a messenger, crossing the floor with terrible care. A Marith woman lifted her hem away from it. A priest frowned. A clerk touched his tablet, then stopped because no proper heading had opened for this. The doors bowed inward. The child at the basin turned toward Eshara. For one breath, The child had no face. Then he had Ishkam's. His mouth opened. Water poured out. The doors burst. The sea entered Selukar, wearing the faces of the dead. Ishara woke before the wave reached him. No hall, no bell, no water. Only the dark of the mountain house sleeping chamber, and her own breath. Harsh enough to shame her, she lay still until the room returned. Stone wall, low green basin, glass panels dark in their frames, western curtains tied back, cup on the bedside table, the carved screen before Ishkem's alcove, Sahazi's knife belt over the chair where she had left it after supper, because Sahazi trusted blades more than doors, and had never apologized for either. Ishara put 2 fingers beneath her jaw and counted 1, 2, 3. At 7 her body steadied. Her mind did not. She rose. The floor was cold, dry. She checked the threshold anyway, the wall base, the seam where glass met stone. No water, no salt, no crack. Only the ache at her throat, where the mantle had tightened around a sleeping body that wore no mantle. A sound came from behind the screen. Ishara turned. Ishkem slept in his alcove, though sleep never stayed tidy on him. He was 4 years old, and managed to occupy a bed as if resisting invasion. 1 foot had escaped the blanket. 1 hand lay near his mouth. The other gripped the cloth seal of House Ven. He liked the stitched bird. That was why he kept it. Not because of House Ven, not because of succession. The bird. Ishara crossed to him, quietly. Ishkem slept through thunder, but woke if a room changed its mind about him. She covered his foot. He did not wake. She touched 2 fingers to his chest, breathing, warm. There, the dream loosened 1 claw. Ishkem turned toward her hand. His brow folded. His fingers reached blindly until they found her sleeve. Ishara did not move. 4 fingers held the cloth. That was all. Not first voice, not House Ven, not the 7th seal, not the city's future. Only a child's hand, warm from sleep, closing around his mother because the body knew her before thought did. For several breaths, she let him keep her. Then she worked her sleeve free and tucked the house seal beneath his fingers instead. He accepted the bargain with a small sigh. Poor bargain, useful one. She bent and kissed his forehead. No witness, no right, no record. When she straightened, Pirinth was in the room. She saw him first in the dark glass, antlers dimmed to a low green outline, black cloak falling still, hood shadowed. He stood near the western arch, not close to Ishkem. He had learned that much, or he had learned how learning looked. Ishara did not turn at once. I did not call you. No, Pirinth said. His voice was soft. That was often the trouble with him. She turned. Why are you here? The glass shook. I asked why you are here. A pause, because I knew what it might mean. There, too little, too late, but true enough to begin. Ishara moved away from Ishkem's screen. Pirinth followed only with his attention. That too, she noticed. What did you see? He asked. You first? The green at his antlers drew inward. Ishara. No. You first. For a moment, he said nothing. The room stayed dark around him. The glass panels did not chime. The green basin did not flare. Good. Let the room learn silence. Pirinth lowered his hood a fraction. The 7 below have been unsettled. How long? Weeks. Ishara's hand closed around the back of a chair. Only that. No other movement. Weeks? She said. Yes. You waited. Yes. Why? I hoped it would settle. Why? The answer cost him. She saw the cost. She did not help him carry it. I was afraid, he said. Of what? That touching it would wake more. And not telling me would do what? He did not answer. She let the silence finish the sentence. Behind the screen, Ishkem breathed evenly. Ishara went to the writing table. 2 stacks waited there. The public tablets, black-edged and sealed for first voice records. Beneath them, wrapped in plain cloth, Ishkem's ordinary tablet. She touched the cloth. She did not unwrap it. That tablet held no omens, no civic readings, no house notes, only things Ishkem had said because he was himself, and no one had yet taken the words away from him. Law can blush. Adults say, maybe when they mean no. Saha says, bad words work better if they fit in your teeth. Dust is what rooms do when no one plays with them. Eshara left the cloth closed. This did not go there. She took a public tablet. The stylers felt cold. "Tell me the first sign," she said. Pirinth remained near the arch. 5th point first. The 5th, yes. Then the 3rd ran hot. When? After the lower morning rites last month. Eshara wrote nothing for one breath. Lower morning rites. Not house mourning. Not upper glass. Lower rites. She wrote 5th point disturbance. 3rd point heat. Delayed disclosure. The last 2 words were not official. Let them stand. Pirinth watched the tablet. "I did not know enough. You knew enough to come. When I dreamed." "Yes." She looked up. He did not look away, though he had no face to give her. That had always been part of him. A shadow where mortals placed what they needed. She needed no softness there tonight. "What did you do?" she asked. "I watched." "What else?" "I eased the 3rd. Once, without record." "Yes." "Without witness." "Yes." "Without me." "Yes." The stylus pressed too hard. A small chip lifted from the tablet's surface. Eshara set the stylus down before she broke it. "You will not touch it again. If it fails, I will know it failed without your hand in the failure." His antlers brightened, then dimmed. "I understand." "No," she said. "You obey." Another pause. Then, "Yes." A small sound came from the alcove. "Mum." Eshara was beside the bed before Pirinth moved. Ishkem sat up with one eye half closed, hair flattened on one side. The stitched bird clutched to his chest. He saw Eshara first, then Pirinth. "The tree man is here." "Yes," Eshara said. Ishkem frowned at Pirinth. "Your branches are quiet?" "They are," Pirinth said. "It is still dark." "Yes." "Then do not say morning." "I will not." Ishkem accepted this and looked back at Eshara. His face changed. Children were terrible witnesses. No office could hide from them for long. "Bad dream?" he asked. Eshara sat on the edge of his bed. "Yes." "Was I bad in it?" The question went through her so cleanly that for a moment she had no room for breath. She gathered him into her arms too fast. He made a small, annoyed sound into her shoulder. "No," she said. "Never. I am sometimes bad. You are sometimes sticky. That is different." "Yes." He leaned back enough to study her face. "You are sure?" "Yes." He nodded, but not as if he believed her, more as if he had decided to let the answer stay for now. His fingers found the edge of her sleeve again. "Did the city dream too?" he asked. Eshara's arms tightened before she could stop them. Pirinth turned toward the glass. Eshara kept her voice calm. "Why do you ask? It makes noises when it sleeps." "What noises?" "The low ones." "Where?" He rubbed one eye with his fist. "Under the water rooms." Eshara looked at Pirinth. He did not move. "When did you hear them?" she asked. "Tonight." "Only tonight?" "No." Ishkem yawned. "The red bird night." The red bird had flown into the east nursery window 20 days ago. And when Aunt Saha sang the rude song. 3 weeks. Sahazi's rude song had followed a lower road dispute involving house guards, kelp wine, and a security right Sahazi declared unfit for goats. 3 weeks. Ishara's hand went still on Ishkem's back. Pirinth had said weeks. What did the noises sound like? She asked. Ishkem thought. Thinking made his mouth soften, and his brows draw close, as if the right word were a small object he had dropped in bedclothes. "Sad," he said. No glass chimed, no green flared, no bell rang below the mountain house. The silence made the word heavier. Ishkem touched her cheek. "Is it sad because of me?" "No." The answer came before first voice, before law, before caution. "Good. Some answers should outrun office." "No," she said again, slower. "Not because of you." He watched her. "Then why does it know where I sleep?" Eshara had no honest answer that belonged in a child's bed, so she gave him a smaller truth, because adults put your name in too many places. Ishkem frowned. "Can we take it out?" "I am going to try. That is maybe." "Yes." "Adults say maybe when they mean no. Sometimes. You too?" She looked down at him. His eyes were open now, too clear in the dark. Sometimes, she said. He considered that. Then he leaned against her chest. Will the city fall? The first voice had answers for public fear. She had answers for house quarrels. Treaty failure, flood repair, oath disputes, priestly complaint, and the yearly argument over whether a statue in the lower market could be legally both fountain and memorial. Her son was asking whether the ground would remain under him. I am going to find out what is wrong, she said. That is not yes. No. Then say yes. I will not lie to you. His mouth tightened. That is before bad answers. Yes. He did not cry. That hurt worse. He only put his head against her and held the cloth seal tighter. I can help, he said. You can sleep. That is not helping. It helps me. He seemed suspicious of this. How? I need you warm and rested. My body is not the city. No, she said, too sharply. He looked up. She softened her hand in his hair. No, it is not. Pirinth had gone very still. Ishara did not look at him. Ishkem's eyelids lowered and rose again. He was fighting sleep now because adults had made the room interesting in the worst way. Is Tree Man in trouble? He asked. Yes. Pirinth bowed his head. Are you? Ishkem asked. Ishara looked at the dark glass, the public tablet, the closed cloth over the ordinary one, the house seal in her son's hand. Yes. Ishkem accepted this with solemn unhappiness. Can I come? No. You did not ask where. I know. To the place where you find out. No, because it is dangerous. Yes? He leaned harder against her. Saha says dangerous things are rude. She is often right. I like Saha. So do I. Can she come? I will send for her. That seemed to satisfy him more than any answer about gods, wards, or glass. His body began to soften against her. Sleep returned in pieces. First, his grip loosened. Then his head grew heavier. Then his mouth opened slightly against her robe. Ishara held him until the weight changed completely. Then she laid him back and tucked the blanket around him. She placed the stitched seal near his hand, not in it. His fingers searched once, found cloth. Closed, poor bargain, useful one. She stood. Pirinth had not moved. Good. Go to the third point, she said. His hood lifted. Stand there. Do not ease it. Do not strengthen it. Do not speak into the green. Do not correct what you think is wrong. If the third opens, send word. If there is no time, then choose the smallest hand. He was silent. She looked at him. Then, not the city, she said. The smallest hand. The words struck him. She saw it. I hear you, he said. No. You remember me? He bowed. Not to Ishkem. To her. Then he vanished without flare. That was something, at least. Ishara stood in the dark after he left. The room felt larger, not safer, only larger. At the writing table, the public tablet waited. So did the ordinary tablet beneath its plain cloth. She unwrapped the ordinary one. For a moment, she let herself read the old lines again. Law can blush. Adults say maybe when they mean no. Dust is what rooms do when no one plays with them. Saha says poor tools work, if you swear at them correctly. The tablet had been meant to keep Ishkem somewhere the city could not use him. Not Ishkem Ven. House child. Not future office. Not proof. Only Ishkem. Sticky. Literal. Stern about grammar. Fond of forbidden words when Sahazi said them. Certain that a stitched bird was worth sleeping with because it looked brave. Ishara set the ordinary tablet down. She could not write this there, not because the night was too important, because if she wrote it there, the city would have reached that place too. She covered the tablet again. Then she took the public one. Her hand was steady. That pleased her. It frightened her. She wrote, Dream. Hall of 7 witnesses. Glass clear. 7 visible. Water through eastern doors. Child present. She stopped, listened. Ishkem breathed behind the screen. The green basin burned low. No bell, no chime, no public sign. She added 3 lines. Ishkem hears low sounds beneath the water rooms. He describes them as sad. He dates them by lived events, not calendar. The stylus stopped. Beneath the room, beneath stone and glass and the green, something old held or strained or mourned. Ishara looked toward the screen. The city had not only entered her dream, its sadness had entered her son's sleep.
Unwanted son.
When the deep has teeth and the green fires run, the tide still remembers the unwanted son. The mortal inheritance, the unwanted son.